Hello everyone and welcome to the 8 Hours of Silverstone. Well, obviously it's Silverstone. My name's Tobias, I'm joined by Joshua. It's going to be a good race. I mean, it's a bit wet today. We've got a load of rain coming in from the obvious storms we've had recently over the past few days. So it's going to be quite wet. Obviously, last round was the 6 Hours of Catalunya, which was a great race to watch. Good starter for the season. Now we're in Silverstone. New challenge for the drivers. Bit longer than last round. Josh, what do you think of this race?
It is one of the most fascinating endurance races we can do. 8 hours around Silverstone as well. World Endurance Championship previously has done 6 hours around this circuit. It's been dropped for a number of years, but it is a driver's favourite. An old RAF airfield, of course, as well, modified numerous times over the past 70 odd years, and this current version as well, a fan favourite and a driver favourite. It really has brought Silverstone back in to modernisation of it can compete with racetracks such as Abu Dhabi, Malaysia as well. It is fantastic. You can see London, of course, hosted the 2012 Olympics as well, a real boost for the UK, and it's slots in nicely here at Silverstone to have a British round on the EERC calendar across what is going to be a fantastic championship. As you said, we already had round one earlier on in the year.
So yeah, first round obviously was the Barcelona 6 Hours, which was in January, which was a great race to watch. Obviously a great one to compete in this for me. So yeah, then we obviously this weekend we're in Silverstone, so yeah. Next round is the Nordschleife. Then we go to 6 Hours of Interlagos, but Petit Le Mans, 6 Hours of Road America, 6 Hours of Fuji, 8 Hours of Imola, and then we finish off with the main race of the year, the 24 Hours of Bahrain, which is going to be the crown jewel of the season. We are currently in qualifying for the... Well, we're currently seeing the team... Yeah, we're in qualifying right now, 30-minute session. Currently we're seeing the Team Rookie Monsters LMP1. Last round obviously was won by the number 11 Coach Eric Academy number 11 car. But now I see Bradley Sellers in the Rookie Monsters number 73 car going through Maggots and Beckett's. Beckett's being, isn't it?
Yeah, and as you can see as well, contrary to what they've just been having in the practice session, it was bone dry. Live weather graphics means, of course, that we've got horrific rain at Silverstone as well, with the storms all the way around the UK and most of Europe as well. This is really going to be a test for the drivers. As you said, Tobias, before we went on air, the LMP2 cars have been spinning around when they've been practicing as well. It's the first time the LMP1s have actually raced in wet weather. With the second round of the season, they made their debut back in Spain a month ago as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to handle this. Eric Neath, top of the board at the moment, at 158.943 as well. So in the number 11 Coach Eric Academy. So that's a benchmark time. And now let's see who else can beat them. Bradley Sellers went P2 across the line, but he was fastest of all in that second sector. But he's about 4/10 down. Yeah, 0.402 down at the moment on Eric Neath, the number 11. So the 73 squad got work to do, but we've got 25 minutes left to go of qualifying before into a warm-up for the race itself as well. So they've got time to bed themselves in. But one mistake in qualifying, it could really affect the entirety of the race. Silverstone is very difficult to overtake at in endurance races.
Yes, for sure. That's the thing which makes Silverstone so formidable. It's a really tough track. It's the number 8, Rory McDuff, currently on pole with Jansen Bitts number 223 with Mugen. So it's Iris Mugen, Coach Eric, and then Rookie Monsters in LMP1. Daniele Primavera for number 33, Valet Esports car currently in P1 in the LMP2 class. Obviously, the sister car, which is sadly not driving here, took the win last round out. They're sadly not making it for unknown reasons, which, fair enough. It's always easy to make these races, so yeah. No, Daniele Primavera currently just driving through Maggots and Beckett's again. What a lovely combination of corners, am I right?
Oh, fantastically. And to think people moaned about it back in 1993 when the track was modified ahead of 94 because Maggots and Beckett's used to sweep out onto the old airfield runway section.
Yeah.
And it used to go out quite a lot further. They tightened it up and made the S section, and everybody said, okay, that was a great change because it's the most challenging part of the track. The changes that they made back in 2010, they're still growing on me a little bit. I don't like the loop. I think it spoils a very fast racing circuit.
I don't mind the loop, actually.
It's too tight.
I like the new Abbey Chapel. The new Abbey Chapel.
The Abbey Chapel, yeah.
that's one of the nicest sections, especially because in the LMP2 you just slightly lift off and then back on power. It's one of the nicest newest sections I've added. Yes, the new loop is a bit slow, but it adds a new it adds another element that Silverstone previously didn't really have, if you think about it.
Yeah, it didn't have any slow corners in many respects. I suppose the slowest corner would have been coming through the chicane section as well. And even coming through, I suppose, Luffield and Woodcote were the two slowest as well. Luffield was, I think, the previously slowest, wasn't it? Because you'd break down 2 gears. The chicane, as you say, at Abbey was, I think, getting quicker as it went on because they were able to take much more speed at the exit. I know in the V10 days, it was barely a problem for anybody because we saw Heinz-Harald Frentzen and Nick Heidfeld make a side-by-side move there in, I think, 2001. But it was a very, very quick corner. They've changed Club a lot as well. Club used to be open and wide. Martin Brundle used to describe Club as the most feared corner in the world as well because you sling it around the outside and you're just gaining speed. And it's like you're wrestling for control. No power steering back in those days. So it was completely driver's strength keeping it through there.
Yeah, due to the chicane, obviously nowadays, Club is quite not the hardest corner on the track. It's one of the corners which no one really struggles with anymore. Which, to be fair, is a bit of a shame because that it's quite a legendary corner at Silverstone. It's one of the few corners that's still remaining on the track, theoretically, if you think about it. Maybe Copse is probably the only one that's had very minor changes to it.
Copse is the only corner left on the track that hasn't changed because even Stowe changed.
No, Copse has changed. Copse has had its exits and entries changed quite a bit, I think, actually.
It's not. It's still reminiscent of what it was. It's the most reminiscent because everything else has changed. Because we've lost where we originally started, which was Bridge. That used to be the start line. That moved up to Woodcote. Then it's moved back towards Club and Abbey, round about where it was originally in 1948 and 1949. But Copse Corner pretty much been the same on all layout, a fast sweeping right-hander. I'm trying to think as well. Stowe has changed. It got pushed further forward. Vale wasn't there for half the time. So, yeah, I think it's the only one. But it comes to something where you can change the circuit several times and everybody still recognises it as Silverstone. So that's
obviously
something.
The current changes to the circuit are primarily external with them adding the huge new hotel, which I'm a bit confused by why they're putting it on the start-finish straight, as it will probably block a bit of grandstand area, which Silverstone probably still needs as probably one of the highest visited circuits on the calendar.
Yeah, it's a bit bizarre why they keep blocking off the start-finish straight. I mean, alongside the National Pitch Straight, they've now got the new medical building as well, blocking off some grandstand area. Alongside the start-finish straight on the International Hamilton Straight, as you say, they've built the new hotel. And I must admit, when I was back there in 2018 at Silverstone for the endurance race, where the hotel is, I was walking, and it was a fantastic area because honestly, you could see into the pit lane and everything. So I'm a bit disappointed that that's gone. Happy though that they're at least putting in a new bridge across the track that is completely open to fans, so the fans can go there and watch the start of the race from right above the circuit. That's going to be the best view of the house.
Yeah, that for sure that is going to be the best view of the house. It's the most airy. It's by far the nicest area. However, I personally think that what Silverstone should have done is maybe made a bigger grandstand at the start finish straight so it looks more proper. Because obviously all those grandstands look incredibly makeshift at the current moment. So maybe if they added a more permanent, maybe a bit more like an Abu Dhabi-esque grandstand, there might have been better for Silverstone.
I agree actually completely as well. That nice sweeping run through as well. And just getting information as well on the YouTube chat. Ed's watching in a cafe, actually. Who Ed's on holiday at the moment, but he is joining us, I think, for a couple of hours throughout the day. Towards the end, when he gets back. So he's on holiday. Hopefully he's having a great time. And he's gone on holiday in the UK in the middle of a storm. Only Ed would do that. So that's always comical. But getting through the circuit, it's getting quite cold as well, actually. So I've put a box on. Yeah, I've just put a
I'm in shorts and shirts, actually, because I have to drive.
That is more comfortable, but you must be absolutely freezing, Tobias.
I'm fine. My seats warmed up because I've been since like 10 a.m. So.
Oh, that's very nice. I'm just standing at the moment in front of a heater, just trying to keep warm. Yeah, send some coffee up to the commentary box. Jason Blintz is fastest for the 23 Valley Esports at the moment. He's on a 1:56.068. He's 4/10 quicker than Bradley Sellers in the 73 at the moment. How many cars in each class as well? As you can see on the screen, there is a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 LMP1s that were on the board. Quite a lot of them aren't racing today, though, as well, just to point out. So there's 10 LMP1s. Across LMP2, there is 20. And across GT3, there is a total of, I want to say 13, maybe 15.
In total, we have a number of... There's 14 GT cars, just saying.
Thank you.
There's 4 LMP1 cars, I think. Yeah, 4 LMP1 cars. And like 18 LMP2 cars is by far the biggest field.
Yeah, however, not all of them race all the time, though. As I say, they do alternate when they can make it.
Yeah. Also, obviously, knowing the number 22 Mugen Orica LMP2 car has been... Is it the Orica which has been banned, or is it the their LMP1?
It's the Mugen Sim Racing 22.
Yeah, the Mugen.
And it's the Mugen Sim Racing 22 was banned for qualifying after making contact with the Into the Points Racing 46 during practice. Yeah, so that's why they're having a qualifying ban. Don't know if they're starting right at the back of the field or at the back of the LMP1. That was a question asked in the driver's briefing, but they're going to be starting at the back of the class. I've just been told in my ear as well. He's checking. You can't hear that, but he's checking. He's checking. Is our race director as well, just to make sure.
We're currently on board with Nello Pastorino, the number 64. The car that won last round. They've had a really good start to the season, haven't they?
Absolutely, as well. A fantastic race. 25 points on the board from the first race in Barcelona. And they were really quite close with the number 7, the Arnage competition car as well throughout the race. What I really liked was going into the last 10 minutes in Barcelona, we had a fight for the lead across all of the 3 classes. It was brilliant. And of course, they've combined the GT3 cars as well. The LMP2's gone in now, and now we've got the ASMG LMP-H class as well, the LMP1, as you can see, at the top of the board. Yeah, there's a problem with the overlay, I'm being told. So, yeah, it is the LMP1s. I thought, have I missed something crucial before going into Silverstone? But the LMP1's going in.
Yeah, thanks to Advanced Simulation for letting us use those cars. They're very good cars. You can get them in the... I forgot where you got the workshop. There you go. That's where you get them.
And also, as well, with R Factor, it was announced just a couple of days ago, wasn't it, that they're having a major overhaul of R Factor 2. Some updated graphics coming as well, updated interfaces as well. So that's that's great news.
Yeah, I mean, we can run through the R Factor 2 new update. Like a week ago, they launched all their new. They had the huge new content drop, which was they added the new Daytona International Circuit. They've added the LMP3, the Dallara IR18, which is a lovely car. I've driven it, probably my favorite car they've added. The BMW M4 GT3. Did I mention the Ligier? Yeah,
yes, you mentioned the Ligier. Yeah.
So, there's a lot of things coming, and there's more coming in the works, I believe. This is all obviously due to the Motorsport Games licensing agreements they've got. So
even with the same as well, I think in IndyCar as well are increasing their commitment with Motorsport Games. They've got a game coming out in 2023.
That's actually under consideration because I've heard.
There?
Well, you know how the NASCAR game didn't go very well.
Oh, the Heat 5, yeah.
No, it's not Heat. It's Ignition.
Oh, there was another?
Yeah, they made Ignition. Heat 5 was by the previous company. Ignition wasn't very well received, so that's still being looked into right now, sadly. So there might not be any. Yeah. But that's the thing. I mean, it was a disappointing game from.
I hope at least IndyCar do get a great game, because there's nothing I love more than on project cars, and even on the R Factors as well, is just sitting in and going around for a few laps at Long Beach, Portland, I think as well. It's just some fantastics.
My favourite circuit, I think, with the Indies. I like the European circuits with the IndyCar, because the IndyCar is a bit of like a. It's same pace. It's like just slightly slower than the Formula 2 car, but
I've just dropped over my chair in the box. Have you tried IndyCars at Brands Hatch? That is a strange experience. It is so quick.
To be honest, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, as we can see, Jansen Bintz on a purple lap. Currently 2/10 fastest in Sector 1, slightly slow in Sector 2. Will he get the pole position from Rory McDuff? Yes, he does, just by half a tenth. What a good lap for him.
That is bravery beyond belief. He's gone quicker, 1:55.924. Also, watch out, look at Eric Neath as well. He's fastest first sector, 31.7.
And a poor Sector 2, though.
Yeah,
really poor Sector 2.
How much is he down as well? 0.5 of a second.
Yeah, no, that's not a good pole. He's messed up. Roy McDuff, though's on an out lap, so that could be very interesting to see what's happening with that. As he crosses the line, 1:56.3, yeah, no.
Proves,
just missing that by Eric.
Yeah, first and third sector is fastest of all, but Jason Blitz has gone again in that first sector with a 31.625 as he rounds through Luffield into Woodcote as well, sliding the rear of the LMP1. That is looking planted. Question is though, can he keep it through Copse Corner? Flat out again. Is there a little lift in the wet weather conditions? Let's take a look. It looks pretty planted to me.
Yeah, really planted there.
Little bit of a slide at the back, but he gets it through. What's the second sector time coming up? It'll be after Maggots and Beckett's on the start of the hangar straight. Through we go. Beckett's.
All looking really clean through Maggots and Beckett's.
How's he through Chapel? Oh, little wiggle, little wiggle. And now down the hangar.
Ooh,
he's up.
Faster Sector 2.
50 points. Yeah, 53.78.
However, McDuff is on a lap right now as Bradley Sellers goes fastest of all.
Wow.
Very good Sector 2 from him. However, Bince is 3/10 up on him in Sector 1 alone.
So the tenths is up here as well. Bince comes in. Where is he on the circuit? This is into Vale. Now we'll exit out of club as well. Bradley Sellers the fastest. Is this quick for Jason Blitz across the line?
Has Janssen done it? Yes, he has.
Yes!
55.1.
Wow.
That's a lap time from Janssen Bintz. Really well done from him.
They've just taken a
isn't,
second out of it. Yeah.
Isn't badly off, though. And remember, Janssen Bintz's Sector 2 doesn't look particularly strong.
So there's 8/10 between what McDuff's time was. Sellers beat it by 4/10. Jason and
I think
Bince went
McDuff
4/10 faster.
Invalidated his lap time because he hasn't had a...
He hasn't, no. No second sector times come up on the timing monitors either. So he has invalidated the lap time, I presume. Going through what's happening in LMP2 as well. Zook's on pole position.
LMP2 is so confusing right now. There's new faster laps happening every second in that class. It's going to be the class of... It's going to be a class to watch.
Yeah. So it's
Janssen
Zook's on
Bintz
pole.
goes 3/10 quicker in Sector 1.
How's he done that?
It must be drying up a little bit, the track.
I can't see any rain, so I presume you're correct. Oh, he's gone wide there at the exit of Copse Corner.
Hopefully we can get like a minimum max rain.
There's the over clouds.
It stopped raining, yeah. So
Wow.
all the cars are going to be going slowly quicker due to it stopping the rain. And there's a dry line forming, and you can see it's obviously this new wet weather, this new wet reflections update really helps find the dry line, which this game simulates perfectly. So yeah, obviously I think there's more rain scheduled later. I shall be checking that
For the race, yeah.
I shall be checking the weather report though to check.
Blitz then, fastest first sector, fastest second sector. Can he take pole position by a further 4/10? He's looking very quick, but McDuff fastest sector 1, Sellers fastest sector 2. Jason Blitz comes across the line. It's a benchmarker improvement to a 1:54.763. He was slow in that third sector. What's Bradley Sellers got just behind
Roland
him?
Juke's gone much quicker, 1:58.2. You can clearly see that the track is really warming up. Roy McDuff's on a massively good Sector 1. How is this Sector 2, though, 6/10 quicker? Roy McDuff is on a lap and a half right now.
Yeah, Bradley Sellers invalidated his lap time. He crossed the line and he didn't count. 1:59.790 was his. McDuff, fast Sector 1, 31.2. Second sector, 49.6. He's
6/10 quicker. 6/10. It's not a small margin, though, folks.
Into Vale. Down one. All is fighting for control. Hitting the...
Yeah, that's something you can really see on these cars right now. It's all just controlling the car. 51, 52. That should be a 53, 53.8.
He's a 9/10 of a second faster than Jason Blint. So the number 8 team
And Binz
Iris
isn't
goes
improving.
to top.
Binz
he's
is
not. He's wide as well. So he's... Oh, he spun it! And he's going to hit the wall for sure. Bang!
Oh, he's going to go back to pits. Obviously, as this is a video game, you can instantly go back to pits.
So he's decided to go out for a Valentine's date with the barrier at Cop's Corner. And a bit of a metal reception, but Blint's back in the pits. McDuff fastest then. 1:53.830, the time to beat. Pascal Eggert up to P5. He's 4 seconds off the top time, but not bad for the Final Von Motorsport squad in the 1:37.
Oh, not at all. As Perikian, I think, goes P2. Roland Jukes has done a massive lap right now, as Felix Neuberger goes P2. Roland Juk getting ready for an outlap now. A lot of LMP2s going out for an outlap.
Well, they've found out that this is the opportunity because the LMP1s have backed off, some of them in the pit lane as well.
As Alex Hallows goes P3, well done from him. In that VMS Sun Edits car, there's Carl Magnus Bore on a lap right now. Trying to beat 1:58.2. Fastest by 2/10 in Sector 1. There's David Martin also getting ready to do a flying lap in the 72 reading game. Carl Magnus Bore still on a fastest lap. Sector 1, 2.5 tenths quicker than Roland Juk. However, all of them are on the lap right now.
Not sure what's happened to the timing screen, but Pascal Eggert's completely dropped off it. He was running
Primavera goes fastest, 1:57.7. Wow. Really good lap from him, but still watching on Carl Magnus Bore through here. Really clipping the apex.
Pascal Eggert is disconnected. That's why he's dropped off the timing screen, I've just been told. So
as we go through the maggots, really well done, very clean. You're going to shift out again, click, brake, accelerate again, shift out again, cut in, and now accelerate on the power again. Get on, perfectly done there by Carl Magnus Bore.
Down the hanger straight.
Yes, definitely down the hanger straight, going down. Good speed from him. As Mashiro Arasaka goes into P7. Now we go down into third. You're going to want to bump down a second, actually, I think, here. He isn't bumping down. I bumped down a second. Okay.
Fall back on the accelerator. Look at the green bar. Heavy on the brakes. Lifts off ever so slightly. Rolls back on the throttle.
Staying it through. Now you're going to want to go full now. Very well done from Carl Magnus Bore. He's got it slightly off.
Picture freeze, but across the line and jumps up to P3 in the LMP2 squad and goes back to the pit lane immediately. McDuff. Yeah, McDuff, though, is the fantastic time. 1:53.830, 9/10 of a second faster in the wet. That is just unbelievable.
Oliver Perikian's gone another 2/10 quicker. As Daniel Primavera, Oliver Perikian, Oliver Perikian, I think, he's just got the pits. After setting the pole lap, we got 5 minutes left. This is when it gets important now, isn't it?
Absolutely. Look at that. 6 degree is the track temperature at the moment.
Eric Nick has gone fastest.
Wow. That's a 1:53.356. He's 0.4 of a second faster. Purple across all 3 sectors. He really snuck up there. 31.0 first sector, 49.5 second sector, 32.6 third sector. And according to this, it has stopped raining as well. So the track's starting to dry out. Ambient temperature 5 degree. Air temperature track temperature is at 29 degrees. So it's slowly getting up there, but it's not really going to matter. We know it's a wet race with more rain coming.
Yeah, that's the thing. As Nello Pastorino, 2/10 up quickly, going through Maggots and Beckett's, just exiting Chapel now, going onto the hanger straight. What's the other straight called? I completely mess up the straights. He's 3/10 up.
This is Hanger Straight. The second is the Wellington Straight.
All right, thank you.
The third is the start-finish straight. You can call the Hamilton Straight.
Yeah, as he's currently exiting Stowe.
Zooks has taken pole in MP2, 1:57.090. He is 0.4 of a second faster than Pardinat in the 46 squad.
Yeah, it's all really close in LMP2 because of the drying track, so it'll be really good at the start of the race.
And across, and look, Leo Pastorino has taken pole in the GT3 squad.
By nearly a second.
That is incredible.
All right, so from our race, from the broadcast director, we found out that the rain will be arriving in about half an hour. So race start, and we'll be staying for us for 4 hours. However, we know the English weather; it could rain for the rest of the day. So, you never know.
Half the race wet with half the race drying up. I'm in for
I
seeing
believe
that.
it's going to rain later on. Then also, still, I think we have to rain.
That's a shame. Yeah, I thought
shame.
of that.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
so the rain's coming back. Yeah, well, I'll take that.
I'm doing 2 hours in the rain. Yeah.
As they come through, then Eric Neath on out lap, he's got 3 minutes, so that's one more lap, I would say, isn't it? To go out there and get that done.
All right, let me give you the rain forecast. So right now it looks like the rain is going to be light rain until about 6 p.m. ish. Gonna stay with us. Stop around. Yeah. Then it comes back at 12 p.m. So 12 a.m. I mean, apologies.
So yeah, that rain is coming back as well. Rain starting in. Yeah, this is going to be good. So hold on to your hats. We're going to have a wet race later. Qualifying's already been affected. Hopefully they've all been practicing for wet weather races. We know that practice earlier on was in the dry. So we'll keep an eye on what they're going to be like. Neubauer on a time as he comes into Kopp's corner. He's 2/10 up in the first sector as Van Zandt goes up into P2. Sanjo Van Zandt on a 1:56.991. And it's raining again. According to Liam Rance as well, it's raining again. He's just put it in the YouTube chat as, Jason Binns takes pole again. He's 1.7 seconds faster than Eric Neath, a 1:51.587. So fantastic time for the 23 Valley Esports squad. They've got provisional pole with 90 seconds left of qualifying. As
really quick lap as Daniele Primavera going fastest currently, trying to improve his lap right now. Can he do it?
Absolutely. He's looking flat. Takes a little bit of grass, though, through Kopp's. Down now towards Maggots and Beckett's. Someone's had a spin there. You can see a little bit of it. Look, they can see the racing line. So you were saying earlier, it works.
Going fastest. Really good lap from him.
Wow. So he's done a 1:56.073 according to this timing screen. That one's saying 7.4. Either way, he's 4/10 faster than Primera.
And Primavera can't improve.
No, he can't. That's it. Session done. So this is it. Looking good. Liam Rance said, I retract my statement. Maybe people will improve. Looks like they are.
Roland Duke's getting ready for an outlap. Right at the end of the session, as Michio Arasaka 4/10 down in Sector 2. In Sector 1, I don't think this is going to be much.
Their last lap time. Jason Binns is fastest of all, first sector. McDuff goes Sector 3 fastest, 1:51.777 across the line. McDuff takes the gap down to less than 2/10. Binns improving as he comes down.
What I've realised with the LMP1 cars is they can do multiple laps on fast lap on the same tyre, but still being fast. So I could see McDuff still being quick. This is Binns' last chance. He's not going to make it before the time ends, so that's... yep.
Checkered flag! Is this pole?
Well, we don't know. That's the thing. 51.2.
1:51.244! That's provisional pole by half a second! McDuff isn't improving in that first sector. He's 5/10 down. And I can't see anybody else lighting on the timing screens either. I think Binns has got it, unless we see a surprise from somewhere.
Primavera's gone in the pits, so he's not doing anything.
So Neuberger takes LMP2 pole. GT3's still improving out there as well. So McDuff has to start second.
Silver Permit's going fastest in Sector 1. Half a tenth quicker than L'Angelo Janto in the Enage competition car. Going really quick down, going into Kopp's now.
Fastest first sector, as you say, only by a little bit though, 0.0 of a second as it comes through. Kopp's in the McLaren. Beautiful, that car. Absolutely beautiful. Just to take you away from it for a little bit as he comes through Maggots and Beckett's. Swings through Maggots. A little bit too much curb. He's okay through Beckett's too. You can see he's touching the brakes there almost. That's unusual. As he comes through Chapel. And down the hanger straight once more. Bradley Sellers, fastest second sector, 48.474.
He's
That could
just a
be.
10th off.
Oh, he's got
Sellers-
second, yeah.
Yeah, second. Eric Neath is, I believe, still on a lap. Not sure. However, this is going to be a good one. No, he's messed up sector 2, hasn't he?
Yeah, down 2/10 of a second. So it's Jason Binns and Bradley Sellers, 1-2 on the grid at the moment. There's the battle for pole as the 88 squad have taken it in the GT3
Roland
at
Juke's
the
gone
moment.
fastest.
Wow, so that's LMP2's lead changed again. What's happening now with the 37 squad across the line? Starts P3. 2:08.211.
And Martin Militine goes fastest for Mugen in GT3.
So
Kuskowski's gone to pits.
think that's it. Eggert's done a 1:56.6. He's starting 9th overall, according to my board. So 5th in class, but he was 9th in qualifying. Here's the results. So it's Jason Binns who's taken pole position for the Valley Esports. Bradley Sellers starts 2nd for Rookie Monsters. I just love that name. Team Iris, Rory McDuff starts 3rd on the grid. Really annoyed he didn't get pole position. I can't say my Macbeth jokes. Eric Neath starts P4 and rounds out as well. Roland Zooks takes pole LMP2. Felix Neubauer starts P6, or 2nd in class because we split them. As well, the 40 squad starts 7th. Look at Pascal Egger though, down in P9. He's been out-qualified by 4 LMP2s. Sanjay van der Sand rounds out the top 10 in the 47 squad as well, 5 seconds off the pace, but the top 4 in LMP1 separated by just 9/10 of a second in the end. A very close qualifying.
Definitely. So yeah.
Warm-up coming up next.
Yeah, I mean that's gonna be like 15 minutes, and means I think we'll. Oh, 1 second.
See if that does happen. Let's take a look. Carl Magnus Bohr starts 11th for the 66 as well. The 77 squad managed to come up into 12th place with Azaka on the board. Parkizan goes into P13 for the 46 squad as well. That was some very valiant efforts as well in the later stages of qualifying as well. The 259 starts in 14th. The 26 is P15 on the grid. The 828, 16th. Jan Donze goes in the 42 in 17th. David Martin, 18th as well. The 758, 19th. And the 139 starts P20 on the second half. 6 seconds to 8 seconds, so 2 seconds, 2.5 separate 11th to 20th. Last few runners in the LMP2 squad as well. The number 2 car, the 29 and the 140. With Yola Hoven starting in last in class. Pole position, though, went to Martin Mattoli. As you say, the 88 Mugen Sim Racing starts on pole in the GT3. With Laszlo Santo with the number 7 Bentley squad starting P2 in that class. The 37 starts 3rd. The 58 is 27th, 4th in class. 5th in class, the 64. And rounding out as well, the 16 in P29 and the 30th grid slot will be taken by the number 13. Further down, you can see the 22 Mugen Sim Racing was banned from qualifying, so that was setting no times, but 31st for the 48. Chris Davis in the McLaren as well, beautiful McLaren, starts in 31st position. The 444 with Nick Homewood, and qualifying is 32nd overall. That's the Stewards cars going out there. The 97 goes 33rd. The 36 is 34th with Lazlo at the wheel with the Callaway competition. The 753 starts 35th, the 127 36th, and as I said, the Mugen Sim Racing 22 is banned from qualifying, starts 37th overall in this race. And warm-up is underway out on the circuit. 28 minutes for them to get their eye in, and at this point as well, Tobias, would you really like to go out there in a warm-up session just to get your eye in for the race, or would you rather go straight from the race straight from qualifying to the race itself?
I wouldn't do it 30 minutes long. I'd rather have 10 minutes of warm-up to go. I'm more of a person that just wants to go straight to the race because it's exciting for me. So. Also, I haven't done a race
welcome to the pole sitters. We will be going to the race on the hour. Of course, that Mugen car, you'll be allowed to rejoin the back of the field in LMP1.
So that was Tom Dillon, the steward at the moment, the race director. I see. So there was echoes going through there. I hope that was heard on air, and it wasn't just us in our ears going through. But No, it was just us in the ears. So we were silent while we were hearing from the well.
No, it was me when I was.
Right. Okay. Thanks, Tom. As they come through. Thanks, guys. So yellow sector 1. So someone's had a little spin, trying to have a look.
Yeah, obviously, it's warm ups that really matter.
Yeah.
At the point, to be honest. So no,
21st. I think it was Alexander Modal in the 29. Orica RBR esport team.
yeah. I mean, we're gonna probably see this also the first time. I think a few cars are just not gonna go out. So yeah, we'll probably have like a good 20 minutes of warm up for some good calm driving, and then I think once that's done, we'll get the Obviously, I think next round's going to be just as interesting because, well...
Oh, completely, yeah. The third race of the season takes part as well at the Nordschleife for 4 hours. And I think that's going to be absolutely terrifying. We're only going to... It's a 4-hour race, so... What,
I'm just happy
11
I'm
laps?
not in the LMP1 car. I am much happier to be in the LMP2 car than that. Even though I don't think it's going to be very fun for me because of the Orica's brake locking, and especially because it's the Eiffel, which is known for being very very unpredictable weather-wise.
I was about to say because we're using live weather. It was the land of the 4 seasons they call the Nordschleife, isn't it? You can literally have snow, rain, sunshine, and everything. What's the 4th? Snow, rain, sunshine. What is the 4th? Does anybody actually know that? That's a question and a half, isn't it?
Rain, sunshine, clouds. Oh.
Clouds must be, yeah. The 46 going for a spin there down at Maggots and Beckett's, keeps on going, brings out a yellow, comes straight back into the pit lane. That is a question, actually. Does anyone actually know all the 4 seasons? I know. Well, hang on. Am I being completely thick here? And
the 4 seasons. Wait, what? The 4 seasons are the
spring, summer, winter, autumn. Yeah, it's me being completely out of it. Completely. I suppose wind, rain, sun, snow. That would be it, wouldn't it? I can't think of any other to come through. Usually at this point as well, when I ask you the 4 seasons, one of them was Frankie Valley. So I suppose we can get away with that one somewhere along the line.
Apologies, I'm just looking for at the notch level. All right. No, now I'm thinking of the corner because I've been thinking about the corner which I'm most scared about, which is Verseifen, which is that that one. Which one is Verseifen?
Is that PlayStation's one, or is it the one that you jump down the hill and it's very hard braking into the chicane area, like it sweeps through an S section?
I mean, before it's got like those really quite nice like longish corners which you do like 4th gear, but it's just that the first section of it would, if it's just a corner continued off, would be quite a quick corner, but then you're in like this it's a really tough, tricky braking zone. Doesn't matter. That's next week because we got a spinning McLaren in the background. McLaren
going backwards as they keep on going through. Just have a quick look who it is on the board. I think, is it the number 15 of... Well, I say number 15. It's the Team Iris 66, of which I don't think it is because that's an LMP2 on the board. So we'll keep an eye as the rest of the field come through. Remind you of the standings at the moment in LMP1. The Coach Eric Academy 11 leads the way, 25 points on the board. Mugensen Racing 22 of 18. Team Iris number 8 have 15 points on the board as well. They're the top 3 finishers for what we had back at Barcelona for the 6 hours. We've got Barcelona 6 hours. That was completed last month. This month, we've got the Silverstone 8 hours. March, she's the Nordschleife, the 4th hours. April, the Interlagos 8 hours. May, the Bud 8 hours. That's at the Bud International Circuit. The Petit Le Mans as well at Road Atlanta. That's going to be great. The 8 hours then of Road America, 8 hours of Fuji, 6 hours of Imola, and then everybody dreading the 24 hours of Bahrain as well, which I think is going to be great. But it's 24 hours of Bahrain is always the killer for the broadcasters as well to get them done in.
Hello, Josh.
Hello. Have you joined us now in the box top?
I have. Tobias said he's off to get a snack, so I thought I'd hop in, keep you company for 5 minutes.
Fantastic. We've got the Formula E team together. Hey.
Yes, that starts back this week, of course, if the viewers want to have a look at that.
I can't wait.
I can't wait either. It's going to be a really good... We've got a bit of a longer season now. The last one came off as a bit of a test, but we've got a good bit of racing here, of course.
At Silverstone or in Formula E?
Well, at Silverstone.
I was going to say, yeah.
I don't think you can quite get Formula E cars around here without them breaking down quickly.
We saw Valencia. And to be fair, we saw Mexico as well. So Ed will probably be shouting at me now about what I said about Mexico was a bit of an embarrassment for them. But that's one problem where we haven't had in the ERC is people running out of energy. They're very well maintained. But back to the action on the circuit as well. Are you a bit worried about the weather we're having here today as well? Because driving for this many hours in the rain at Silverstone, it's going to be accidents galore, isn't it? Throughout the rest.
To be honest, I was doing my rain dance this morning. We haven't had a wet race in EERC for a very long time, so I was really hoping. You can see right now on the weather overlay that's not a particularly great overlay, but it's overcast clouds right now. I do believe we've got a bit of rain coming in about 15 minutes time, so I think we're going to probably start on slicks and then be on to intermediates very, very quickly.
I think that's going to be the case as well. So we're going to see a lot of pit stops early on as well, a lot of drama, a lot of overtakes as well. We're going to have to be really on the top of our game to call all the action, as it's the 22 squad at the moment as well, with Bertalan Savagna on top with a Eric Neath goes top, 1:53.994, 2.5 seconds faster than the previous time by the 22 squad of Mugen Sim Racing. And of course, with the qualifying ban, Tom, for the 22, this is going to be their only time really to get their eye in ahead of the race, starting in 20 minutes.
Yeah, but obviously Mugen are some of the most talented drivers on this grid. I think they've won every championship, at least a championship every season this far. And, I think they're perfectly capable of getting their eye in the next, I'd say 20 minutes. It's going to be 15 because we'll be moving to the session on the hour. But I think we could definitely see that Mugen car plough through the field. Of course, they'll be allowed to get back up to the LMP1 field. So I think there's only 8 LMP1s as well. So it should be enough time for them to get up. I think there was a debate as to whether they were going to get a harsher penalty because of how small the LMP1 field is. But I think we decided in the end that it was fair enough to give them a qualifying ban.
Yeah, I completely agree with you as well, because we saw the footage that was submitted in the Discord chat as well. Ed linked it to us in the commentator chat, so we all saw it, and completely agree with the ban. Tobias, I think it's rejoined us. I think
I'll jump out. So enjoy, Tobias.
Thank you. So yeah, I'm obviously talking about commentary stunt. I'm only doing the first hour because I have to go into my teammate to talk to my teammates about.
Absolutely, yeah. But it's going to be fun, though, isn't it? It's going to be a fun hour.
I'm looking forward to the first hour is always the best hour.
Always, yeah. And then you'll abandon us just as the race starts getting into the settle down period.
Well, I drive in the settle down period. That's the thing. That's what I'm good at. I can keep the car consistent and clean air, and that's what I like doing. And
I do promise, now that Ed's not here as well, there'll be no bad mouthing on the stream about your driving skills. I do promise that.
That happened? Was that in the BTCC series, which you should all of you should watch. It's a very good series. We all enjoy racing in it. However, there was a few incidents that I will not be talking about, as I really don't feel like having to apologise about a bunch for those. So those will not be gone into. We've also got the EERC Formula E series starting on Wednesday, where I'll be driving for Team Iris.
And one of those drivers, Pascal Eggert, just went off at Luffield.
Yeah. We've got round 1, I believe, at Berlin. So my home race. Let's go.
Been also there.
Been also there in real life. Lovely track. Lovely people drive there.
Yeah, the Formula E seasons, we kick off 23rd of February in Berlin.
Then we go to Rome.
Yeah, 9th of March for Rome. Diria on the 23rd of March. Marrakesh, the 6th of April. Punta del Este on the 20th of April, on the Wednesday. I'm looking forward to that. Love Punta del Este circuit in Uruguay. Bern in Switzerland on the 4th of May. And an EERC exclusive, a mystery race. Yes, on the 18th of May.
You can also clearly see the dry line now forming, which is quite interesting. Especially going into the race, because that might mean that some teams might go with I could see some teams going Inters.
Yeah, Tom said as well he thinks they're going to start the Inters, or start on slick, then go to Inters quite quickly. Some teams might just take the option to start on the inters, though. I think.
I think a lot of teams will just go on the wets actually too.
Yes. Oh, really? Just completely go out there, yeah.
I can see some teams doing that. Not for sure it's the correct idea, but still.
I
But
wonder, just to speculate here about that Formula E mystery race on the 18th of May, I wonder if it's the Docklands track that we saw.
Please don't let it be the Docklands track.
I just wonder, unless something's been created specially for us. I can't
we
wait.
go to like, what is it gonna be like on Roblox or something instead of R Factor?
I'll take that. I'd love to see a look at that.
I've done Roblox racing for a few good years. I don't need to do it anymore.
10 minutes to go because we're counting the last 5 minutes of the warm up. So we're all going to be good. I don't mind. Have you seen that McLaren F1? They've launched recently the Roblox Technology Center. Have you gone around it?
I haven't played Roblox, I think, in a while. Like, I think I played last week with teammates, which is good fun, having a laugh. I used to do it competitively. Not particularly proud of it, but so let's not go into that onto the stream. But no, yeah. No, I haven't gone onto it.
I can't find it.
I hope it's not Roblox. Nick, if you're listening, don't you dare put it on Roblox. I will not drive that race.
Speaking of, I don't know if he's just joined to have a listen, but I'm seeing a name in the commentary box that I'm going to be waiting until he says something.
Indeed you are, Josh.
I am!
Ed
Hello,
Ward.
Ed.
Hello. It's snowing up here in Yorkshire. So even worse than at Silverstone. It's not snowing hard enough to settle on the ground, but you're seeing these little white bits of sleet falling quite slowly.
I'm going to pop my head out the box. Hang on, I'm going to have a look outside my box. So.
Well, you're in Lincolnshire, not Yorkshire, let's be fair.
I'm across the pond, so not the Atlantic pond, the English Channel. I'm in
so much
Europe.
weather affecting qualifying. I thought I'd mention it at the beginning of the
Yeah, obviously we've had all the storms.
We've got snow. Sorry, we've got snow.
Oh, well, that is wonderful news.
We've got snow at the back here. So I've just looked outside my commentary box. It's also snowing.
What? The weather's going all topsy-turvy.
Does that mean we're going to have snow at Silverstone?
I don't think snow's programmed into this game, Josh.
No, it isn't. It's not the Project Cars 3 weather system, TM.
Well, it's good to be back. In fact, it's because of this snow that I'm
Also,
here in the
another
commentary
thing,
box. Because otherwise, I was going to be in Molten all day. Well, most of the day. And get back at like 3:30.
Were you stuck at Molten Junction?
No.
Oh, good, because that's just got stuck, I think. So
Because my brother had a... well, actually, I don't want to blame my... It's not really my brother's fault. We were just indecisive about what we wanted to do today. And they wanted to go down the waterfront, the harbour front, in Scarborough, while the snow was falling. So we decided to go home, wait for the snow to stop, and then take stock from there.
Did they fancy drowning as well? In the middle of a storm, you go to a seafront. I mean, that's a bit dangerous.
Right,
well, they wanted to go to a harbour bar to get some ice cream, because apparently, well, I've had them before. They're really nice ice cream. But in this weather, I would advise against them.
You sound a bit cold.
A little bit, yeah. I think also I'm not used to the streaming setup we have where I can hear myself echoing through the streaming PC.
Alright, so, anyway, let's...
So, they come through.
Sounds like Tobias cut out there.
Yeah.
I'm constantly getting cutting off, I love it. Cut off. I can't even speak English anymore, I'm getting cut off so much. No,
well, don't worry. It's only the British... the British 6 hours of Silverstone.
8 hours of Silverstone.
8 hours. I probably only end up doing about 6 at most.
Only? I'm doing 1.
Ah, okay.
And then I'm jetting off to my team. Yeah, doing the first.
Okay, this is your 10-minute warning.
Oh, seems like I arrived at the right time.
Another note is that obviously we'll be going on the hour. And actually, I completely forgot what I was going to say. So yeah, 10 minutes time we'll be going to the race.
Alright, so as you hear that,
that's good to know.
Yeah.
And I'll try not to mess with the broadcast settings while Tom is managing. But I assume I'll have to race at some point, and then I'll have to take over.
Yes, I've just been reminded, can you please use your headlights during the rain?
So yeah, obviously more rain is scheduled to come, obviously because of all these big storms we've had recently. They've hit all of Europe, they've hit Germany, where I live, quite hard. I missed school on Thursday, which I wasn't particularly sad about.
Oh, poor you.
Poor me, Ryan.
Oh, hey, Ryan.
Welcome, Ryan Ferris here. We have 4 people in the commentary box right now. It's going to get even more crowded than it already is.
So we decided who's doing which start.
I'm going to do...
class.
How about I do all the starts? That's a joke.
I'll take LMP1.
I'll take P2.
Right, I guess you and me, Ryan, are doing GD3 then.
Sounds fun.
I think I should have gotten first choice because I wanted to, because I'm only doing the first hour.
Yeah, that's
I'm
fair.
doing all of them. I'm in all of them.
I'm also driving 3, which is probably more tiring.
Yeah, well.
You clearly haven't seen me in a commentary box, have you? Afterwards?
I have. Well, oh no, fair enough. I haven't seen you at the end of the race because I usually drive in the race.
That's a good point, yeah.
Don't
Go on.
tie your lungs out too much, Tobias, because you'll need them for the race, almost certainly. As we look at Saviano being held up.
If you're ever in a voice chat when I'm driving, I'm sorry about your ears. I do shout a lot. I am a very I'm a shouty boy.
Well, that helps with the commentary. Not so much when people are trying to settle down across the 8-hour
It
race.
drives my parents crazy, so I'm usually forced to be very quiet. Also, something I'm really realizing that you can really see the dry line forming now, can't you, on the track? So that'll be a big thing when the rain stops around 6 p.m.ish, 7 p.m. So, yeah.
Will the track stay the same from the warm-up? So will the dry line still be there when the race starts, or will it disappear?
Right. So
the weather is going to carry over as well. So this is going to be very interesting to see exactly
So
what
that
it's
means
going to
these
be like.
laps in the warm-up are actually way more important, if that's the case.
I mean, a lot of the time we were practicing. Well, I was practicing all morning in the wet weather to the point where we were having like 25% rain, which in this game is a lot. As we can actually see the tires now they're on. Some people are on the softs. We got the hards also. We got a few cars on the inters, but we got a few people also on tires. I don't know why they're on the hard tires, because the hard tires are probably the worst tire to be on in the rain. If you want to be on a tire in these conditions, you want to be on the softs because they heat up the fastest. That's the thing you want to do.
Yeah, just noting out, because it's been put in, I don't know if we've said it yet, but Tom's put it in the Discord chat to us that the 139 has 2 drivers sharing the same rig. So we'll keep you updated on that one.
It'd be so cool if we could have like a virtual Le Mans series, like esque camera system with all the drivers, because then we could really see all of them jumping in and out. That'd be really cool to see.
Yes, but that's good to point out to people that the 139, it's not just who's driving the 139 at the present moment.
It's Mile Evers.
Okay, well, it's not not Mile Evers doing the entire race in the 139 for 301. It's actually his teammate at the same location sharing the rig as we look at all those. Our co-commentator from the Touring Car Support Series that happened on Thursday, Alex Haller's just letting the rear get out in the VMS Sun Edits car through cops. And we've seen how that ends up in Formula 1, haven't we?
It's still not as bad as when we had the monsoon at Sebring last year.
Oh, yes.
And, you know, we had the iffy turn 1 where there were people getting T-boned as they were coming out of the pit lane from stray cars losing it on the puddles.
Also, just quickly, Chris Tompkins put this in, I think, on February the 4th, earlier on this month as well, because he says, because I seem to say this every race, he's going to pin it here. The race view tyre graphic, blue is soft, green is medium, white is hard, yellow is inter, and red is wet. So remember, mainly for this race, watch out for the yellow is inter and red is wet. If you see any other colour, they're on slicks. That's basically it.
I imagine we're going to see a lot of yellows and reds at the start of this race.
We've got quite a few reds. I'm quite excited to see what drivers are going to go on the beginning of the race. But you see a few soft tyres, though. People like Marek Petrus and Alexander Model going on the soft, which I'm not sure is the right thing to do at this moment. I'd say the wets are the preferred tyre right at this current moment, due to the rain arriving. This Alex Haller is really struggling.
I think he's returned to the pits, isn't he, by the look of it?
So I don't know if because of the dry line that's starting to appear, maybe Inters might be the way
thing
to
is
go.
that
maybe.
suppose in 3 minutes we're gonna have rain around it. We're gonna have rain coming shortly, so like in 3 minutes or something, as opposed to
So
ETA.
race start pretty much.
Yeah, we're gonna have race start or rain more. I mean, you never know. We'll probably see a few drivers even go on soft, which I don't think is the correct option for obvious reasons. So it'll be interesting to see what drivers do.
So, out of interest, do we have it where drivers double stint the tyres, or do they just run new tyres each time they pit?
No.
They want to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, with the wet tyres, you can triple stint even.
Ooh.
Oh, very interesting.
The wear is so little. Someone's going for hard. What's the P on the graphics? What does that mean? Is that full wets? Because
I presume it could be.
so because Evers has gone on
Yeah.
to set different sets, which
There we
I'm
go.
not sure is the right decision.
Could have been on the wrong page because it's switched back now, so there could be just an error there. But Pascal Eggert jumps into P2. Now that's a big improvement for the 137 squad as well, especially considering in qualifying they were out-qualified by 4 of the LMP2
The
drivers
thing
as
is
well.
that a lot of the LMP1 cars haven't done laps yet. They're not doing much practice. They've
Yeah.
done all their practice. They're ready. As we've got the BMW M6 car, the old GT3. We've got the new
Moving to
GT3.
race session shortly.
Oh, there we go. So, get ready, ladies and gentlemen, because this 8 hours of Silverstone will be underway very shortly in the next couple of minutes. And I've just
Indeed.
posted a link to my Twitter account, so hopefully a couple of people will tune in from that. But you're in for a treat if you're coming in from there.
Yeah,
So-
obviously.
Oh, God, Tobias.
Obviously, this race is going to be very good, very quick. I will say that I think there will be quite a few double stints because of obviously if the tyre wear isn't ideally good at Silverstone, however, it is better than having to stop for a long time because tyre stops cost about 40 seconds, so there will be a few double stints I could see coming up. So I wouldn't say no to that actually.
Tension's going to rise. The pressure of a start, even more so here at Silverstone,
Just wait. Sit there.
as they come through. So it's
As we hit 2 o'clock.
Oh, there we go.
Yep, we've hit
Okay,
2 o'clock.
moving to
Chernobyl.
race now. So on the start, I'll call LMP1 pit limiter. So then you'll go on the pit limiter. Of course, that Mugen car, you're starting at the very back of the field. Feel free to catch up to the rest of the LMP1s. Just be careful, of course, getting through the GT3s and LMP2s.
So, track temperature 29 degrees, ambient temperature 6 degrees. It's currently not raining, so it looks like they're all going to start on full wets as well.
Most cars have gone full wets. Most cars have gone full wets. I can confirm it. Luckily,
Only
Jan
one driver got on
Donzer.
6, yeah.
no. Rory McDuff is on slicks, I believe.
Yes, McDuff is on
Yeah.
slicks.
Okay, LMP1 pit limiter.
He's on
Davis
mediums.
has got a penalty already, and they've gone over to start the race, and it's all a bit of a mess. It looks like when they've tried to start it, a few cars have been jumping out of way of positions.
Yeah, it
And-
looks like there was some trouble for the GT3s and someone coming out the pits as well. That's Beats
Jason Blintz. Now,
in the valet.
Alexander Modal's also in the pits.
He's
as
also
well.
got a penalty now too. Janson Bids.
and
He's
he
back.
was...
Okay, we're
pit
going to
lane.
restart that
Red
because
flag.
something clearly messed up.
So they've red flagged the session, and something's glitched. So they've red flagged, and now we go into a restart procedure. We saw this back in Spain. It happened 3 times.
Remember also in Spain how quickly the LMP1s caught the GT3s as well.
Whoa, and everything really is glitching.
Oh,
McDuff is retired, according to the screen. So the track, yeah, this is yeah.
the track looks very different now. Oh, there's the rain. It just popped back in there.
So red flag. Try this again because Ben started on pole.
Yeah, now they're all loading in.
Here we go again.
Okay,
then.
can the Iris car tell me in chat if you're able to...
Oh, Rory
Join the
McDuff in
grid.
trouble again.
It
Lead
says your
on,
DNF,
McDuff.
but I think that's a visual glitch.
Yeah, Roy's in. McDuff is in on the track right now.
They were showing him his DNF on the left, which was
He's got
slightly
pole.
concerning.
Oh,
Oh.
and now it's jumped
Okay,
into
yeah,
pole position.
LMP1's pit limiter.
There they go.
Some LMP2 has jumped the gun a bit. What is that,
LMP2s, you're not going yet.
What is the
just
LMP2
to be-
doing there? Is
just to
that
clarify.
Gazowski? That's Gazowski there. That's not. That's
Okay,
McDuff.
LMP2s on pit limiter, please.
So we've got McDuff apparently leading the way, despite the fact on the timer screens he's saying he's out of it. He's now starting on slick tyres. Think he's on by the look of it.
There he is. He's actually in second, so
medium.
this is a timing glitch.
Here we go.
he's in third.
Well, finally, this
showing
starts
me-
getting
Okay,
order.
GT3's pit limiter.
Right.
Must be a grudge.
So the rest of the field being got underway then. Not released at racing speeds yet. And remember, these conditions, treacherous. So important not to spin on the warm-up lap.
McDuff's dropped to 6th now on the field. So hopefully
Could
that will go
someone
through.
from the Iris squad in LMP1 please message me, say what's
There
going
we
on
go.
with
Looks like
Rory?
it sorted itself out.
Oh, there you go. Sorted itself out, so disregard that.
Great, yeah. So there goes Rory McDuff. Then back to 3rd on the grid because he was on provisional pole position. He outqualified the field by, 1.4 seconds? And then some stellar lap times from Binson Sellers put them right up there.
I think it was just mainly also the track got drier.
Evolutions, yeah. Round the...
I really have to say, the new
Nationals?
update, I haven't actually... Yeah, that's national. So I think the new update...
As they come through.
Sorry, you cut out on us there, Tobias, while talking about the new update.
Well, a while ago, obviously, we've had the new the new wet reflection update. And you can really see the dry line now, which is amazing to see. It's one of the most amazing things that this game does now, and it really is a graphical improvement because you can really see the dry line nowadays, which is something you see as a driver because it means you can see, oh, where can I go if I've got dry tires and where can I not go? Obviously, we've got rain coming soon, so it'll be interesting to see.
Surely you would think the LMP1s are going to be released either on Hanger Straight or on the start-finish line after club.
It's going to be interesting to see what McDuff can do on those slicks.
He's got to really time this to be perfection, hasn't he? If this is a masterclass, we're about to see it. They're going to go a little bit too early, though. 8 hours 2. So they've got to bunch up. Look at them. They're all waving their tyres as well. Tobias, I can see a little bit of brake balance on for Jason Bince there when he's on the throttle. Is he trying to heat those tyres up a lot more?
Probably, yeah. Actually, so I'm apologies. I'm looking at the rain right now.
No worries.
It says actually right now it's just only windy and overcast for the hour.
Yeah, 7 degree is air temperature. Track temperature is at 29 though. Sun is not out, but it's cloudy as you can
LMP1
see.
double file, please.
There we go.
Sounds like they're being prepped to go then.
Round 2, about to get underway. 8 hours at Silverstone. Always a nice way to kick off February. We're into the latter half, though, aren't we? So a bit later than scheduled. Round Vale. Club corner's always the tricky one. They've got to hold it until they exit the last corner. Round
Prepare
2.
for green.
Here we go. The EERC Endurance Championship about to begin at Silverstone.
LMP1
Green
green
lights are
flag.
out. And we are racing. And immediately it's a great start for McDuff, but it's 4 abreast.
LMP2's double file, please.
McDuff almost went
Sorry
wide
for the
again.
late call.
Bradley Sellers leads into turn 1. Pascal Egan has jumped up to P2. He started P6. So great start in the LMP1 squad. But Sellers leads the way as they come into village for the first time. McDuff on the inside on those slick
Okay,
tyres. He takes
LMP2
second.
green flag.
As we go green in the LMP2 field, Roland Jukes gets a brilliant start off the line, instantly taking not Felix Neuberger. He's clear now.
GT3 double file, please.
LMP2 all quite clean now, very good collar legs. Bore in P5, got a position up. Now we've got, will there be a dive bomb from Van Sand? No, there's not. As Arasaka goes off the track, Daniela Primavera, trying to take Felix Neuberger, goes a bit wide, doesn't make the position.
GT3 green flag.
Here we go, and here's Martin Malotai leading away the GT3 field from Laszlo Santo in the Bentley, but Santo's got Silver Primet up the inside as the Bentley goes wide, and he's about to lose third to Will Caligari, and Dr. Caligari has got a lot in his cabinet today. Let's see what he can do. Not quite able to overcome the Bentley, actually. In fact, losing out to Nelle Pastorino very briefly, and Pastorino still on the inside there. Let's look at the Fring of On going a bit wide behind, and Pastorino through into 5th position, ahead of Tibor Kiss, and the 8 hours is well and truly underway with Malotai leading GD3, Roland Zux leading LMP2, and Rory McDuff on his slick tyres, getting to the front of the LMP1 field. He's just gotten in front of Saviano, who's had a brilliant start from the back of LMP1 after being excluded from qualifying, and the two are dueling away.
The top... Yeah, sorry, go on, man.
I was just saying, McDuff, as soon as it was the start, he started on the dry line, and he just went off like a rocket. He has all the grip in the world compared to everyone else. The only problem that I did think about with McDuff is the fact that he's on those slick tyres, and passing is going to be a bit harder for him, but obviously he's shown that that's not quite the case.
That's Bince's just spun round further back as well. He was out of pressure. He's on those slick compound tyres. He's on soft compounds. As McDuff trying to hold off. He's got all the wet stuff. And that's a brilliant move from the 22 to take the lead.
Yes, there we go. Good reactions there from Saviano. Looks like McDuff made a little mistake, but he looks like he is on the right tyres when he's on the dry line. But off the dry line, it's like a ring of death out there, isn't it?
That's a great metaphor there, actually. It is, isn't it? Silverstone always very treacherous when you go offline in wet conditions. You can see the dry lines appearing. But those are the top three at the moment. As Bince, we saw, had that spin, he's still got past Eric Neath, and he's pulled out a 2-second gap to him. So those on the wet tyres seem to have started red flag.
Has he got a red flag?
Wow. So that's an interesting call. Oh, Ed's pressed the button. There's no red flag. Right.
Okay, that must have been my fault.
Oh,
look at this! McDuff coming back at him.
Trying to go. Oh, come on. Trying to go to the inside. He's on the wet part. He can't get a move there. Into Vale. Stokecorn, I should say.
So while this is going on, Silver Permets is having a brilliant start as well. He's got to second, and he's right behind Martin Malotai. So we have Mugen leading LMP1 and GD3, but not by big margins. Silver Permits is just under half a second behind Martin Malotai at the present moment. Here's that battle right now. And Silver, really, it's hi-ho Silver at Silverstone at the moment, isn't it?
Yes.
Look at that, Saviano setting the fastest lap up front.
This is looking great.
Permits looks like he's... as we expect, the GD3 build looking very bunched together at the moment, not spacing out quite as much. And Permets, I think, has got slightly better pace than, as we see Zux at the fastest lap, and he's 2 seconds ahead of Newberger in LMP2. But can Permets get a decent run onto the hangar straight and overcome the 88 of Martin Malotai? Because Malotai looks a little bit vulnerable, as does Laszlo Santo. Caligari is still there right behind in 4th position. Here we go, onto hangar straight then.
He's trying to find the... Look at it, they're all right in a line together as well. Some of them trying to experiment with the wet racing line, but they're on wet tyres as well. They're going to be blistering so quickly on the dry line.
Yes, and Malotai really pulled away a little bit on the straights there. Pastorino is the only one that's slightly different. He's on the blues, which are the Inters, if I remember correctly.
Softs, they are. They're on soft tyres. So Pastorino and Ivanchenko, is it? In 33rd place in the McLaren. They are the two people who are on the soft, slick tyres, so they'll be the ones to watch in the GT3 field.
Absolutely. As Permets really getting into position as they go into the arena section. And up the inside goes Caligari onto Santo. He almost barged.
Well, we've missed a move there for the lead. Sean has gone for the lead.
Oh, mistake by Malotai. He loses 2 positions there.
I think he was not so much forced off, but a bit opportunistic move from Primat there. Stuffed it up the inside.
Gargaris was very under pressure as well. He sort of looked like he was braking way too early, and I thought he was going to tailgate the back.
And now Milotai's got the Bentley all over him. And the Bentley, in turn, of Santo has Pastorino on his dry tyres, who could really breeze past these two on the straights, because they're right in front of him.
Sux has just set the fastest lap in the LMP2 section, and he's pulling out a lead of just over 2 seconds, as we see yellows in Sector 3 briefly.
That would be for the LMP2 field, I think, just coming through as well, yeah. So who's dropped down the order? I can't see anyone, so that must have been a wide moment. But the LMP1s are closing up on the back of this GT3 battle as well. So the lapped cars are starting to come in at the moment, as those on the wet tyres should really be a bit more experimental with the racing line. Look, you can see how dry it is. But now look at the BMW. Sorry, the Bentley going right back in the back there. Bentley through.
He's gone wide. He's going to go wide. Yeah.
Oh!
Both have been overtaken by the double. That's brilliant for Martin. Not for Martin. That's not Martin Military. That's the
It's Calio
Pastorino.
Who
What a move by him.
is one of the slick tyre runners in the GT3 field.
Benefiting massively then.
As Will Caligari is right behind Silver Permit, going through Albion Farm, then into the loop. Will he get him? Or will he not? That's the question we're all asking. Does he duck out? No, he doesn't. Stays behind for this current
Look
run.
at the lick of flame out the side of the Corvette there as it shifts gear.
Well, this is certainly entertaining. As a battle for third going on as well.
Oh, that's the LMP1 lapping them.
Lapping.
Yeah.
So that would be Savannah. Yeah.
And obviously, McDuff is going to be struggling a little bit more. In fact, to the point he's actually lost time and has fallen back into the clutches of third place Bince. And this is probably down to the fact that he is on those slick tyres, as Bince is looking around the outside, but not quite. Where he's having to go offline to lap cars, he's on those slick tyres, so he's going to come into difficulties here.
He's right on the back of McDuff, isn't he? He's trying to lap the GT3 field as well. He pulls to the outside. One goes one way, one goes the other. Right round the outside. A tremendous move. And all I can say for McBuff, though, horror. Tongue nor heart cannot conceive nor name thee. Brings up to second, McDuff down to third.
All right, I'm going to be announcing my leave, as we've got enough commentators, I feel. So thanks for having me, everyone.
Have fun, Tobias, in your race. And I promise we'll call you well.
Yeah, thank you. Nothing bad, and no mention about the BTCC race.
Oh, never.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, I've been very quiet because my dad just came in and told me to shut up, basically, because we're at this house in Scarborough. The door isn't very. It doesn't shut very well.
I know that pain.
And they said they can hear me
Neith's
downstairs.
Sorry,
so.
it's kind of cross. Yeah, Neith is out of the race. He's DNF'd apparently. So Eric Neith, down in 6th place in LMP1 squad, has retired.
Yeah, he's going down the order. Previous lap was a personal best for him.
There he is in the pit lane.
Yes, he appears to be out.
Wow.
Yeah, big shame for him.
Back
Look
to
at
the
this.
lead.
This is still raging on, isn't it?
Pastorino is going through. I hope you like my Macbeth quote, by the way. I've been saving that one for ages in this broadcast.
Which one was that? About winter discontent?
No,
Oh,
not
that
that one. It was a Macbeth. It was a Macduff quote, actually.
For Rory McDuff, surely.
Yes. Oh, horror. Tongue no heart cannot conceive nor name thee. Confusion now hath made his masterpiece. Most sacrilegious murder has broken ope.
Okay.
As we see Pastorino having a go into Brooklands, and again, as we've already said, he's on the slick tyres here.
Look at
Santo!
Oh dear, he's got that very wrong indeed, and Melita has to go off track to get past him, and here comes
Homewood's gone through as well.
Like Eggert just being overtaken by Sellers because of that.
Yeah, Homewood's gone up to 4th in the GT3 squad as well, but he was battling, as you said, with Ivazanico, as you said, hopefully as well, but this is getting close now at the front for the GT3 lead.
Very close, and he's going for the inside into Muggets and Beckett's. That's not a place to go in the wet. But it's still Pastorino in second place with Brummets in first.
Sector 2, yellow, somebody else off the track now.
Oh, which one?
He's going through.
He's lost it on the exit.
That's the 37. Yeah, 37 lost it through Chapel. So Pastorino takes the lead in the GT3 54 squad.
But well held by Brummets, because he was. I think if it was a normal person driving that car, they'd definitely be around at that point. He really had a swapper on.
Oh, look at this!
Bin's trying to take the lead, and he's gone for it ahead of Savannah. So Savannah down to second place as they come into Woodcote.
Took a while for Vince to retake the pole position as the bring up on as they
Oh,
get out of the way.
That's it. Oh, see, Yvonne. Sorry, my fault there. LMP2 is getting in the way.
Looks leading by 8 seconds in LMP2, by the way.
That is an impressive margin as well. I thought LMP2 would be quite combined together as well.
Here's the battle for second in LMP2 with Primavera having a go at Newberger.
Oh, he's lost the rears. My goodness. Neubauer is trying everything, isn't he, just to keep that car on the road. Have you pressed the button again?
Sorry. I figured out what's happened there. I was trying to type in to find the RF2 TV client.
Oh.
And, there it is. Someone helpfully putting it up for me so I can control the cameras a little bit better.
I've lost pictures on my side.
And
there's someone in the gravel there.
that was not Prima. Who was he battling again?
Neubauer. Wow, that's even worse. Oh, there we go. So that
Primavera
was
up to second.
Zug takes lead. Primera Neubauer down to third now after going wide. I think that's what we saw, wasn't it?
Yeah.
My goodness me, this is turning into all sorts of action at Silverstone. What's next on the board? Are we going to see some flying pigs in terms of all this? I mean, this is a race that is turning out like no other I think I've seen in a long, long time.
Oh, here's the little battle for 11th.
I'm going to go through on the inside as well.
Oh!
Everyone sort of holding their breath there. And Savagna takes the lead away from Blitz to the front. So Savagna takes the lead in LMP1.
And Bintz on the last lap had actually set the fastest lap of the race, and he's dropped 3 seconds to Savagna. So that would suggest he's made a mistake somewhere.
I would agree. It has to have been a mistake coming through. Maybe he went wide at Luffield and got on the grass. We saw that happen earlier on. Pastorino, new fastest time in the GT3 squad, 2:03.464.
And that is a Newberger who's recovering after his half spin down at Brooklands, and that's very close into turn 1. But still holds on, and we can continue to breathe normally.
I think Oliver Parakin made chance at Newberg. Sorry, this is the echo. Not quite used to it yet. Have a reason not to talk so much on my end. As we look at Carl Magnus Bore in trouble.
Yeah, he's
in
holding off
position.
Zagaroon. Is that Zagarognev or Zagaroony? I can't see quite clearly on my monitor. Here we go. Zagaroony. Rodnev, thank you.
Zagordanev. As McDuff sets a new best lap on his dry tyre.
What happened to McDuff in Macbeth? I can't remember now. I'm going to have to find out.
He made a mistake while leading.
Yes, and lost it, didn't he? Yeah. As he
Oh,
comes through,
this looks a bit tight.
the
GT3
McLaren's getting
car.
out of the way. Yeah, that's a bit close to the wall there. I think he's on wet tyres, though, looking at it. Yeah, wet tyres for Zagarov, so that should be okay.
Oh, yellow's in the third sector. Oh,
Oh!
Lever's reversing in the pit lane.
Oh, that might incur the wrath of the stewards.
So these overshot. It doesn't matter too much if you reverse a little bit. It's if you reverse a bit too much up the pit lane, usually.
Oh, look at this. Lead in LMP1.
As they keep coming through as well, Bitch trying to have the attack. The gap now just 1/10 of a second as they head towards Maggots and Beckett.
There's a BMW in the way!
And he's got between them the 97 in the way. Get out of the way is what we want to be saying.
Oh, a
This
little
is-
bit wide by Ben.
Yeah, and that by having to overtake that BMW where he had to, it's upset the rhythm of Maggots and Beckett, so he's actually lost about another car length out of that.
Wow. Just everyone get out of the way. As you see the class leaders there. Savagna leads LMP1. Zux leads LMP2. Pastorino leads GT3 squad at the moment. But Bintz is right at the back. He's lost 6/10 now, but there's more GT3s in the way.
Oh,
and he's
here
going
goes.
for it. That's a tricky one up the inside. And he's taking it.
Opportunistic move there from Bintz, and using the back marker to his advantage as he's absolutely extending the gap massively from that. As we look to McDuff, who's recovering after his struggles, but he's coming back nicely.
9/10 away from Savannah.
Oh, and who's that going off?
Oh, no, that can't be.
LMP2.
It's an MP2.
Yeah. I say because Vincent Savannah still they're up ahead. Look, it's a very similar livery, isn't it? As
Oh,
McDuff's
McDuff gets
passed him.
Mc-
Yeah, McDuff's passed Savannah. Go on, Ryan.
Yeah, McDuff's passed, and I don't like the look. Oh, the LMP2 comes back at him. Yeah, I didn't like the look of that on the LMP2 out on the wet stuff. I thought, yeah, he's definitely not stopping that. And McDuff's gone wide.
Wow, this keeps changing every second, isn't it? And now Adam Bince is 5 seconds up the road. McDuff and Savannah fighting in the middle of the GT3 lap traffic as well as they head towards Cops Corner once again. Yeah, don't dive up the inside. We've seen enough drama at Cops in the past 12 months. He's trying to go around the outside now to Maggots and Beckett's, and I think he's got that move done. But that's on an LMP2, if I'm not mistaken, because the computer's still showing him in third.
Yep, that was an LMP2 car who's going past into Maggots and Beckett's. And is that, I think, just ahead? That is the Savannah just ahead of him. No, he's got the LMP2 to get past as well. And they've got the Mugen car as well. It's getting a bit messy here, getting tangled up with multiple different classes.
They've got to be careful not to lose any body work as well this early in the race. We're only, 17 minutes in? Maybe 20, yeah, around about that, as they get through.
Look at the gap that Beats has now. 10 seconds. And big gap in GT3 lead as well. Pastorino leading Ivanichenko to 16 seconds. Oh, look at this.
This is McDuff again, and Savannah lapping LMP2 traffic as well. The number 1 squad in LMP2. If I look at my timing tower quickly, I can try and place where they are, but everyone's so bunched together. You've got more luck reading the feeding menu at the zoo. As they come back on, McLaren going wide, McDuff lapping the traffic as well. They've got LMP2s coming all the way back at him as well. So LMP2 is still as quick in these conditions, it seems, as the LMP1s, at least down the straight when they have the toes.
Yeah, and we did see Permets making a slight error into turn 1. That was the McLaren we saw going wide, which has put, I believe that's put the Mugen on the back of Militai, back on to the back of third place.
Ivanichenko into the points, who got their first podium in LMP2 last time out at Barcelona. But of course, with Eric Neef, has gotten back into the race in the number 11, which of course won LMP1 last time out and is leading the championship. So important for them, even 3 laps down, to keep going.
Well, of course, the Valley Esports 23 squad with Bince at the wheel, they never finished Catalonia, so this is great news for them to get the title back on track. And with the 11 hitting trouble 3 laps down, this is going to dramatically shrink the championship standings going into the next couple of races. And especially the North Slide, the next up. That is one, if not the hardest race we're going to do this year.
Zarganov continuing to challenge Guzowski for a 5th position in the 259.
Just trying to hold back then as they head down the Wellington Straight. Again, like the Hangar Straight, named the Wellington because they did house Wellington Bombers as they come through. Fantastic, isn't it, this racetrack? It's steeped in British history. It's some of the best corners in the world as well. I think as well, Silverstone, birthplace course of Formula 1, and definitely the home of British motorsport. There's nothing like it, I don't think. Even you can forget Spa, Monaco, Monza. This place is just so special. There's a real buzz around the circuit and at any event as well. It's weird.
But certainly unique.
Yeah, you don't get that buzz in Catalonia.
Oh,
who was that flying through?
That was Bentz, wasn't it?
That's the valet, yes. Lapping the LMP2 field.
So that now enables me to have a little look about where they were on the standings as well. So the driver track is so tightly packed, you can't see where they are. McDuff is on his own at the moment, actually. He's now 3 seconds back from Savannah. He's got a lot of gap for the backers. And he's
spun him.
That's the second time that Bentley's been around today.
That is Nick Homewood, isn't that one of the driver stewards? Is he going to give himself a telling off for that?
We'll have to see.
Tom's in the chair at the moment, isn't he? So that's going to be quite fun. So Santo gets a second spin down at Brooklands here in about 20 minutes. So that's not great news for them. They dropped to 7th in class now. As this is the battle for 17th. With the
was just
139
trying
squad.
to recover ground after his reversing in the pit lane incident.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. So, did he have some sort of damage or something that's caused him to come into the pit lane?
Here's a battle between Bore and Van Sant.
Just trying to get through. Bore's gone to the inside down at Farm and has got through. David, go on.
I was going to say, yeah, Martin, who was looking at here, that definitely looked like a bit of a corner cut going into turn 1. He was, and as he gets tagged by the lead GT car.
This is not great news, is it, for the amount of drama? Pastorina trying to help back then and just getting mugged everywhere. David Martin then holding back. A little bit of manoeuvres further back with the rest of the LMP2 fields. It's getting close. That's Mark Peters just behind him. We cut to...
Oh!
That's not going to help Van Sant at all.
Well, he's in the sand, at least, down at Copse Corner. So he's dropped to 9th now in class. That's never great news, as we see. Is that a slow move at 97, or just... I think he's recovering from something there, isn't he?
Yeah, down in 9th. Not doing too bad for it. 97, which I believe is a new entry.
Yep. I completely agree with you there, Ed. As Blitz, look at that, 11 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. It's insanity at the moment. Rory McDuff is 2.5 seconds away now from Bertrand Savagna, as there's all sorts of mayhem going in as Lahoven gets spun round in the end, it seems.
He held it well, though.
Yeah, he does. That was brilliant. The Porsches was a bit too rough and on the edges there coming into Vale.
Well, here's our Gordon now, taking advantage of the LMP1 to attack Guzowski once again.
So Tom Dillon's stepped in as race director this weekend. The yellow out in the first sector. If we see what's causing it, we'll switch back. But we've got 2 penalties coming through, or decisions really. It's involving the VMS Sun Edit Racing 26 squad and the Team Iris 77. It's a warning to the Team Iris 77 and LMP2 for unsafe rejoin, avoided penalty due to it being lap 1. Just be careful. The second decision came as well. It's involving the LMP1 Valley Esports 23 and the LMP2 Reading Game Studios Racing 72. Ooh. No further action. The Reading Game car has made a slight mistake on the wet line. Just an unfortunate result.
Sellers person in the pit.
Yeah, in the pits from P4.
I think he wants to get off those red tyre.
Yeah, so he'll put dries on them. We've got more rain coming as well. It says light rain. I'll refresh the page. Light rain coming at 4 p.m. according to this monitor. So in the next 50-odd minutes or so.
The Gordon getting right in the slipstream. Guzowski not going to be able to do too much.
So Sellers has changed onto the medium compound tyre. So he's now on slicks, as we guessed.
Yeah, coming back out, and he's dropped down. He's dropping way down the order now into the LMP2 battles as well. Eric Neath will still be there. With, you see, Blitz leads 12 seconds to Savagna. McDuff 14 seconds back. That's the gap to the leader. Zagorov now closing back up.
I can imagine that the pit exit on slick tyres is going to be pretty treacherous because so far we've only had a few people come through there, so I can't imagine there being much of a dry line there.
He's still in the pit lane. I thought he'd come back out, but he's dropping way down the order, so there must be more change going on there than we see. So unusual, though, 25 minutes into a race to have this long of a pit stop, and he's got going now.
Just coming out. They would have probably topped up on fuel, and they're going for another full stint. And yeah, as we said, on to medium tyres.
Yeah, we cut the pit exit line.
Yeah, cut the pit exit line there.
And to be fair, he's only lost 1 position to Eggert.
Yes.
In the LMP1 order, anyway.
He's going to be much faster now, though, on these soft tyres, so he's going to get that lap back quite quickly. So watch out for him, Bradley Sellers, later on in the race, as more trains forming with the LMP2 and GT3 squad.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether or not we start to see any reaction from the leaders. Although McDuff is on those slick tyres, and he was lightning fast at the start of the race, but seems to have dropped away a bit since. So maybe those tyres are good for the first handful of laps of a stint, and maybe they start to drop away a bit.
I think you're probably correct as well.
Well, he's
those
caught up to Sepiana
wets.
again.
McDuff is strangling back. I think that he's caught back up though because of the GT3s that are in the way.
There's another one.
Was 1.1 second back now, and that's LMP2 in the way. This is a bit tense on the battles. He touched the back. McDuff getting in all sorts of problems now as they come round into Aintree before the Wellington Straight.
He's going to be passed nice and easy. Although he's going to want to try and cuts across onto the dry a bit too quick for my liking. Kind of takes away the braking spot for the LMP2 driver. But yeah, he needed to get on the dry line, or else he'd have probably been going straight on the wet one, those slick tyres.
And there's Neef, having got back into the race. And what lap time has he been set?
I'll be back in 30 seconds, Ed.
Oh, sure thing. So Neef setting 1:43 his best lap. Last lap 1:52, which is not too far off what the leaders are doing. But certainly Neef can get back into this one if he can clear the MP2 field, of course.
Some 3 laps down on the leaders. Did we actually learn, or anyone find out what the reason for him, was it a disconnection or something?
I believe so. Wasn't said by anyone. Might have been said in the YouTube channel. Sorry if I'm sounding a bit muffled. I don't want my dad coming back in and telling me to shut up, basically. So, don't get excited. Don't get excited. Don't talk too much. And also having the echo in my ear, it kind of puts me off big time. So.
Yeah, McDuff is now in second position. 26 seconds off the back of Bintz. So Bintz is cleared off.
So Sepiana made a mistake there.
Yeah.
Not the first one he's made in this race either.
And there's just action everywhere on the track. It's hard to keep track of who's where and what's going on, because the Silverstone Circuit can produce drama and then add a fine layer of water on top, and it produces even more. As we see Alexander Model in the pits, currently 16th overall.
Interesting to see if he switches tires. Sorry, I'm sounding like someone who has forgotten to speak English.
Oh, and that was Jeff Gritz trying to take a position there at 7th, and well and truly getting it locked up. And there was a collision there. I didn't quite catch what the other car was.
And that's like Bradley Solis through for position after his pit stop. And Carl Magnus Bore was, I believe, who he was fighting with.
Yeah. Although Sellers is in LMP1, isn't he?
He's in P11 overall. Half of the LMP2 field.
Right. Yes. So the car was Magnus Boris that he had a collision with down into, I think that was Brooklyn's corner. Yes, it was Brooklyn's. And yes, I wonder if the stewards would be looking into that.
Looked a bit like the stewards had their hands full.
Yeah,
quite honestly.
Look to 4th place Pascal Egger and then swap to Felix Newberger, who's currently 3rd place for the P2, and he is chasing down Primavera.
Not sure if the value of Daniel Primavera has got the pace to keep the number 3 behind in this phase of the race. Is the Williams Esport has been what kind of lap times has it been set in? Let's have a look. Newberg. There he is. 153 last lap. Actually, only a tenth slower than Primavera in front of him.
Yeah, it's updated. Oh no, that is last lap. 153.1 Primavera, yeah, temp quicker. I was looking at best laps for some reason at that point.
No worries. I've done that several times before.
But we're starting to see Bence, who already has, although McDuff is actually starting to close up. He's brought what was near a 30-second gap down to 22 seconds. Bence is starting to get the hammer down a bit. He did set the fastest final sector of the race.
I do apologise, by the way, for stepping out. It's now snowing very heavily where I am, and it was affecting our internet leads. So I had it to the box, so I had to go and move them out of the way because they hang out of a window, and the snow was on them, and it was interfering. So I had to move them.
Are you sure you just didn't step to look out the window and go, "Oh, snow"?
No, I got waved in out the side of my eye, the commentary box, with the paper note saying "snow bending leads." I was like, what? What's snow? And I looked out, and it's very thick, heavy snow. So I've had to get those out of the way. I've literally hung them so that they don't break. There's a little pipe that's at the exit of the bathroom. I've just hung it over that, so that's okay. Spin up!
Kozowski.
Running sixth in LMP2.
Finally,
I think he was fifth.
Gets through.
Yeah, so he was running fifth, and he's just lost out.
But he had Sellers, who was recovering from his pit stop, and he's been on the same tyres as Rory McDuff, and climbing up the order.
Yeah,
slowly.
McDuff's taken second, I see.
Yeah, McDuff. I think
Fabiano made a big error.
Yeah, made a mistake, gave the position away. And that's allowed McDuff to stretch his legs and show what the car's potential is with those slick tyres on, and he seems to be fast.
Fastest first sector got to Jason Blintz on a 27.440. So track's getting quicker and quicker and quicker.
Yeah, I think Blintz is getting the hurry up now that McDuff is starting to close in because a lap or so ago he started setting fastest sectors then as well. So because McDuff is definitely coming.
This is going to get exciting then. Battles on all over across LMP1 as well. LMP2 starting to liven up. GT3 still as chaotic as always, as you can see. And slipping on the inside there. That's a move for P7, I think. Oh, it could be. Is he passing 12th? No, that was Carla Hagen passing. I think a lapped car actually.
No, it was fifth position. It was
great.
The BMW of. Let me just go through the timing screen. It was the. Is it Eve or Leave?
I can't even see it.
Valentine Leave in BMW for the TGM SimSport team.
ELEV, isn't it?
TLEV,
yeah. ELEV, yeah. It looks like an L when it's an I, doesn't it, on the timing screens?
Yeah, I couldn't tell. Yeah, I couldn't tell.
This is capital Y.
It's capital as always. Just get the little I at the top with the two lines. That'll sort us all out. As we see. Bradley Sellers, P5 now. He's dropped right to the back, but he was the first one, remember, to change over to tyres, wasn't he? So he's on hards, isn't he?
Mediums.
No, medium. Green medium, yeah.
There's a good little battle for 6th in GT3 between Will Calgary and Joseph Toth, Full Street Boys and EVA Racing Team.
He's caught up to him massively quick, isn't he? He's only just made the overtake to get into P7. Now Zoltan's sort of slowed down. He's going to the inside. He's going into Abbey. Backs out it. Pascal Egger comes into the pit lane and puts on purple tyres.
Purple tyres?
What on earth are the purple ones?
The softs aren't.
Purple wasn't on the script.
Yeah. Blue, green, white, yellow, and red. They've combined the blue and red.
As the Caligari goes a bit wide in the second part of the loop.
I know Tom can
This is
hear us at
great.
race control. Can you whisper to us what purple means? Because we haven't got a clue as to what that is. He doesn't have a clue either. So thanks, Tom. Well, we've got a mystery tyre going on Pascal Eggert's car.
We've got some mystery tyre that's just appeared out of nowhere. Are they running some...
Maybe it's they've only changed one corner of the car.
It could either be it's either slicks or wets. So it's not. Is it intermediate?
Well, an intermediate apparent is supposedly meant to be yellow marked tyre.
You are correct. Yes. Slick intermediate, like they had in WEC all those years ago. The half slick, half intermediate tyre that lasted a season. That's how bad it was. Yeah. Side by side action still. As the LMP2s get through, as Molto going a bit. That was one of the McLarens going wide as Modal gets ahead.
Is that our leader? The one that's getting...
Pastorino, yes.
Malotai pits from 4 in GD3. Oh, Nick Conan narrowly avoiding the back of that's our second place GD3 run of who is that?
third place, isn't it?
Oh, it would be a silver permit because Nick Conan's recovering. The Prima Bond have not had a best start to this one. They're all recovering.
Purican's in the pit from fourth position.
Like busy in the GD3.
In the LMP2. So obviously he was catching. No, he was ahead of Newberger, wasn't he? And Newberger was catching. So
he was closing out. Yeah.
Yeah. So just trying to see what everyone is moving on to. So Savannah. No.
Oh.
Oh. Yeah.
Santo.
Getting past Santo.
The Bentley has been in the walls today. I mean, I hope that is a very well-built, rugged, robust car because it's been in some slogging sessions today.
It really has. 2 spins down here at Brooklands does not boast the ego.
Pastorino's trying to lap him.
Oh dear.
And he's being held up actually by Elev. He made a great move on Santo.
I hope these guys know this isn't for position. Look, they're flashing the lights, but they're trying to hold each other off because here comes the Bentley trying to go on the inside. 3 to 1 doesn't go. My goodness.
But the Bentley's got the position back, so
hands down
on
yeah.
Elev, yeah.
So
Valentin Elev back down to 6. Being caught out a bit there.
blue flags flashing as they come through Maggots and Beckett's. The LMP is trying to get out of the way.
Oh, it's just not a fun place to be lapping cars, is Maggots and Beckett's. And it's not a fun place to be lapped either, as we've seen earlier with the leader of, was it Pastorio, who was well and truly offline, and it really messed his exit out onto the hangar straight.
Homewards now trying to come back up the back of Elev as well, as is the yellow sector 2 as cars hit pit road.
And that is Oliver Purican, who he pitted from 4th, didn't he? So he's been in there for a while.
Yeah.
Yes.
Still got no clue what Pascal Eggert's tyres have put on. It is a purple. I'm frantically Googling the answer to try and see if we can see on the R-Factor regulations. But it's a new one to me. Unless he's gone out on super softs. No, that's a new one.
Alloys and grit coming in.
Is it because
11 Homewood? I think it's a good little battle. Oh, Homewood goes off. Oh,
that's a big one.
Takes out the one of the brake marker boards at the same time, and that's again, as I said, it's not fun lapping a car through Maggots and Beckett's, and that is Bradley Sellers on the slick tyres, having to go offline to lap a GT3, and that is what happens when you're on a wet track with slick tyres.
Yeah, so Roy McDuff, the only one to really make that gamble work.
Desperately, I'm still trying to find out as well. I haven't found a thing as to what these purple ones are. We've seen that flash up on the timing screen before, but we'll keep an eye out. Rain is predicted, by the way, remember, at 4 o'clock. But there is a little chance in the next 10 minutes I'm seeing that. So this is quite entertaining if there's a sprinkling of rain.
And the leader pits from LMP2?
Yeah, and that would make sense if there is such thing as a super soft tyre. The super soft tyre is going to wear quicker, so you'd have a quick stint where you'll burn the tyres out, and hopefully by that point it would start raining. You'd switch back onto some form of wet weather tyre, maybe.
So we're thinking it is supers.
I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. I'd agree.
I mean, that makes sense in my head, but as we know with the colour allocations for these tyres, it's not. It generally tends to be something completely different to what you think it is.
Yeah, anything can happen in the next half hour with anything in tyres as well as they come through. Battle still going on. Pastorino holding up as there's a number of cars from LMP2 in the lead into the pits as well, so it's all going through.
Homeward pits now as well in the triple four after his mistake.
That is one of the LMP1s in the background coming in.
Yeah, so Guzowski is leading at LMP2 on virtue of not having pit yet.
Homewood nearly putting it into the wall on the entry of pit lane. I thought it was going to be David Coulthard at Adelaide.
I can do my best Murray Walker. Oh!
Never seen that before.
Yeah. Blitz, Blitz still leading then as Savannah, as you said, dives into the pit lane for the 20-team Mugen Sim Racing.
Clearly, the Inter's not working for Savan. He wants to dry tyres.
Oh, race leader
Vince
penalty!
with a penalty.
For corner cutting, presumably.
He hit it, yeah, decision 6. He took out the Team Iris 77, so the Valley Esports 23, a 20-second stop-go penalty. And Tom's reasoning, you were not sufficiently alongside into the corner, took out a GT3 car. There was probably a bit of an opportunistic lunge. So the race leader hit with a 20-second stop-go. He's serving that now. McDuff takes the lead.
Wow, so music to the ears of Team Iris.
Oh, he hit the wall! He hit the wall! Vince hit the wall on the entrance to the pit lane, so he has done it.
Gonna need a bit of repair.
But at the same time, for McDuff, he's got, I think, no, he hasn't. It's a different LMP1 car behind by the looks of things. I was thinking, who's that was up the back end of McDuff, but no, it says there's about a 20-second gap, obviously, because Savannah pitted.
Lead on, McDuff! Thank you.
And there we go. There's
Bintz coming up the pit lane.
Yeah.
27 seconds. Bintz
So
was
it's another
stationary.
brilliant allow. Guzowski has also hit and lost the LMP2 lead.
Whoa.
Primavera.
Possible light rain in 35 minutes and stopping 15 minutes later. That's what we're being told.
And Jensen Bitts being horribly held by the Bentley.
Oh!
Let's see what the gap is between. Will we see the third place in the background? I think we did just then.
Savannah's a long way back.
Savannah's way back, yeah.
I was looking for a purple car. I saw a purple car, but I think that was the LMP2 car. Mugen.
Happy Zooks.
So track temperature 29 degrees, air temperature at 7 degrees as well. Possible rain in the next half hour as we come up with 15 minutes to go this first of the 8 hours to be completed. Yellow again, third sector. And I can't see who that is.
Freeway battle for the lead in LMP2 between Primavera, Newberger and Borre, all within a couple of seconds.
This is very, very tense stuff, isn't it, this one?
Indeed, and McDuff is getting the hammer down. He's set personal best first sector and a fastest middle sector, although it has dropped away from him. Third sector!
So that's who's got spun round there. It's definitely one of the MP2s. Is it Zooks?
I think Zooks is a bit further away.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Here it is. So Zooks is there. So
It was Bore, I think, going into the pit.
no, he already darted off. So I think that's just another further
And
back.
Binks
And that's
having to
Binks-
pit again.
Yeah, so has he got? Will he have damage from his trip to the barriers? And I'm assuming he'd be pitting for. This would have been a pit for tyres anyway, as this is everyone else is starting to do that.
So Savannah is going to take second place now as they're passing Vale. And into Club. And moves up to P2.
Yeah, and there's possibly how far away is Sellers away?
Lap down. But
Hey.
I know what you mean, to unlap himself.
Yeah, Binks is coming out now. So Sellers won't get the chance.
Trying to find him on the driver track, and it's quite hard because they're all mixed up together.
That's absolutely a free pass.
Well,
Sellers has unlapped himself from
Yeah.
the back of Samania and from Vince as well. So yeah,
Oh!
27.
That looks like a GD3 spinning. Oh, it's
And it's
Primex
called-
in a
it's-
battle. with
It's
Elo.
caused to traffic,
Oh!
He'll have to stop there.
and that was Elev just getting punted as race leader McDuff into the pit lane. He's got 56 seconds to Savannah, so this will be hopefully a very quick stop.
Well, yes, he had approximately 20 seconds over him before, or because Savannah pitted. So, yeah, it should be pretty
Carl
easy.
Magnus Bore finally leaving from his stop.
It's trying to work out where everybody is on the circuit at the moment. It's quite difficult in these pit stop battles. 158 seconds now, it says on our monitor. McDuff has. Now it's switched back to 56, so we'll have to go on the timing tower because that's saying 35. So believe whichever one is going to show us as either McDuff or Savannah leading the race. Bince is only...
There's Savan. So it's
He's
about
only
30
6 seconds back. Bince is only 6 seconds back from Savannah, so that's closing up. Has Savannah made an error then?
Well, yeah, to be 56 seconds off the back after.
Elev under pressure again. Who is that? Behind him. Or ahead of him now.
That is second place overall.
That's
for
him being lapped.
or
Ivanichenko.
Uh,
Ooh, Egger!
Oh, and that's yeah,
Not getting the braking. Quite right.
and
For a
it
chapel.
would appear for Josh the snow has
Baited.
the
the
snow
time
is making havoc on his internet. So apologies for that.
Or with a Bentley. The Santo seeks revenge on Nick Homewood. Look at Homewood, he really struggled and
Well, around the corner of Luffield, it is usually a double, kind of like a double apex corner. You go in, clip the apex on entry, then you drift out wide, and then clip it back again
Yeah.
on the exit. And what
Oh,
you're
gosh.
seeing is Santo. Oh, and his homework decides to do a bit of grass cutting on the way into Cops, and that has cost him as Santos takes 4th position.
No idea what happened there. He said that the remote host had disconnected the session, so no idea. But
we have a
back
battle
in.
for the lead in LMP2 between
1.2
Newberger and Primavera.
Bince is fluctuating between either 8 tenths or 1.8 tenths. I think Bince has made a second mistake because he was inside 8 tenths of Savannah. Now he's dropped. That's
Oh!
why. He's in a battle with the GTs and LMP2 field, and he's lost 3 seconds.
Yeah, and he's probably angry at this point, having had to do that 20-second penalty and hitting the wall on the entrance to pit lane whilst going to serve that penalty.
So definitely not a happy chap right now, and he's just been repassed as well, actually, on the battle, and this is not going well for Bince.
Let's clear him now, pal.
Finally.
And you're now starting to see that dry line, at least, is starting to expand a bit. Almost that you could go 2 abreast on the dry line in certain areas.
This race is well and truly underway for overtakes until the rain comes again.
Within a second, Newberger really setting the lap times alight.
Possible light rain starting in 15 minutes, stopping 20 minutes later.
Rivera looks very vulnerable in the valley, and he's looked in command so far. But that could change. Look at this. Oh, having to really clear the GD3 there.
McLaren going way wide on the exit.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, as we see the LMP1 car coming through, it'll be interesting to see how heavy, obviously we said light rain, so is that just going to be a case of just mental rain, you know,
Yeah.
not necessarily having to change tyres depending on the intensity of the rain?
Oh, you cut up there. I couldn't hear you there.
Oh, sorry, yeah, I was just saying how it may be just light rain, in a sense, but it's light enough that it can stay on their slick tyres and may get away without having to change back onto a set of intermediates or wets.
Exactly.
The mental rain, yeah.
I think the bigger challenge is getting the field to last.
This could be very treacherous moments this early on in the race as well. It may as well be a 6 hour because things are going to try and change dramatically. This climatically even as well with the rain.
Yeah, it seems the clouds are starting to move in a bit now because we did start to see things brighten up slightly, and it does appear that some clouds are moving in now. That will drop the track temperature. Oh!
Oh my word!
The LMP2 leader spins.
Oh!
Wow! Newberger takes the lead, but that's a Hakkinen moment on Schumacher. Wow!
It was in '98. Another wet day in Northamptonshire.
So that was a bit of a brown alert, maybe, I would say.
I think for the both of them, they'll be needing a change of underwear at next pit service.
Zux will be licking his lips now, because he can probably snip a chance at second if Primavera does that again.
Go on.
I was going to say, with that, he's now got the opportunity maybe to slipstream up or catch up onto the back of Primavera and drag each other back to the lead. So we could eventually see a 3-way battle for the lead.
This would be legendary for a 3-way fight for the lead.
That did look to be Sux right on the back end then.
I thought, yeah, well, Zook's trying to have a go. I think he's trying on the inside of Primavera, and takes it at Brooklands. Nice move. Oh, he's been double passed.
That's one of the Mugen
sellers. Oh no, Mugen, you're right.
Savannah with speed 2 going
Primavera
through.
really struggling at this phase. So is that just the Inters going away?
He's been on them for the start of the race, so presumably. Don't think the Olympians have pitted yet. Oh yes, they have. Ignore me.
Yeah, you can see that he's having a few twitchy moments. He even going through cops, which is not really a place you want to be having twitchy moments. Yeah, I think.
Oh, look at this! Vince has caught Savannah again. After all that.
Yeah, and he's looking for the inside as they go into Stowe, but no, not quite.
That was definitely a interesting moment. As he's got a big tank slap there, my goodness me, he managed to hold that one.
Getting too greedy with the curbs there, and obviously the curbs are wet. He'll be on those slick tyres, and yeah, he's possibly forgotten how, as we see Primavera coming into the pits to get rid of those very worn tyres.
Well, as you said, Ryan, Vince is racing angry at the moment after what's happened during the race.
Yeah, but he's caught back up again to Savannah. but obviously he's on the slicks and he's got the harder. He's in the harder position because he's got to go onto the wet part of the track to do the overtake. And you can see in the background that looks to be a fight in the LMP2 in the background. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Bince manages to overcome the struggles he's found himself in.
Is that?
Oh,
was that a retirement?
Yeah. Let me have a quick look at that.
As Bince trying to go on the inside of Savagna into Cop's corner, didn't work out. 4 tenths between them, so I hope we're calling it right. We are.
He's
off!
And he's off. And at the same time, we're seeing Primavera as DNF.
And look, but he's being held up.
Oh, and he's got a good run. But Bince has got forced off onto the wet stuff, so that would have slightly thwarted his lunge. But he's going up the inside into Stowe. Now, can he get it stopped?
Well, they touched ever so slightly.
Good driving by Savagna.
Now, I would be on the radio if I was Savagna saying he gained an advantage. He slipped, he cut out Maggots and Beckett's and was flat out down the hanger straight. He didn't have to lift. So he's had a big advantage there. I'd say he'd have to give the place back.
But he's going to have a go back. He's had a look because they got thwarted by the LMP2 cars, sorry. But no, not quite. Bince still stays in second position. As he's gone wide, and he's gone onto the wet stuff, so that's given Savagna a chance back. He's going to have the slipstream as they go down the back straight that is the Wellington straight. Now, let's see, is he close enough? I don't think he's going to be close enough as they come into Brooklands.
It seems Primavera's out in the LMP2 valet, which is a shame. As Zargano pits.
I would be on the radio right now and to the team saying he cut the corner, he should give me the place back. That he missed out so much of the track. He kept his foot in it, and he had this speed advantage down the straight. That is gaining an advantage, leaving the track and gaining an advantage. So, yeah. He did it again, didn't he? Yeah. I'm surprised we haven't heard anything from the shows just yet about it, but they've got to do all the forms, haven't they, and get that sent out before the decision can be made. But meantime, Bince second, Savagna down to third, and is not happy at all as they come into Stowe. Down now to Vale as... Is that another car retirement from Zargordine?
Zargordine's just pitting.
Right, okay.
Oh, just clear the GT3.
A little bit close for comfort there. Club corner. McDuff leads LMP1. Roland Zooks leads LMP2. Pastorino leads GT3 at the moment as we approach the 7-hour mark to go.
I must confess, I've seen Rory McDuff driving in the Indy Pro Formula Sim Racing series.
Oh, hang on a minute.
Bince gets horribly held up.
Yeah, horribly held up, and that gives Savagna second position back. Now, what can Bince do to respond? As there is an absolute cluster of LMP2 cars, GT cars, and that has allowed Bince to get held up and Savagna to clear off. He's probably pulled out a couple seconds now.
Oh, still trying to slipstream the way through as the Bentley gets out of the way. And I think normal order now has been resumed with Savagna going to P2 and Bince down to P3. Oh, who's that spinning backwards?
In the background.
Yeah, so Homewood having a trip into the kitty litter at Cops. Looks like he keeps it going again. No real wing off though.
Lucky to get away with that.
Yeah, no need for a code 80. That was a close one.
That's the thing. When you've got miles of runoff at Silverstone, luckily, we haven't seen any code 80s because we haven't seen any massive offs yet.
Fastest lap of the race for Bradley Sellers.
1:40.311.
Here he is, trying to catch back up. And could well do so if these two keep squabbling.
It's now trying to get back. Was it 5 tenths between him and My goodness. He's going to have him. I can feel it. Maybe coming into Village. Nope. Backs out of it. Little lock up there for Savannah as well.
I feel if he gets a good run onto the Wellington Straight, he might have a chance into Brooklands, although he seems a bit too far away.
No DRS either, so yeah, he's not going to make the move here. Absolutely not. 7 hours to go then. We've just clicked over the first hour.
What a first hour.
Yeah, it's full of action, isn't it? 8 hours worth packed into the first hour. What's the rest of the race going to be like?
Yeah, are you going to survive the next 7 hours?
I don't know. Thankfully, it looks like I've got some scheduled breaks that they've put me in for. Yeah, Tom's just said as well. There he is. He's not surviving the next 7 hours, but you'll be fine. Don't worry about that, Tom. Bince is closing up on the back, isn't he? Now he's 0.4 away.
Yeah, and he's had a really good run through Maggots and Beckett's here. He's trusting the curbs a bit more than Savannah, and that's going to give him a good tow as they come onto the Hangar Straight. Is he going to be close enough for a move into Stowe? Not quite, but he's there. Runs a bit wide though. But yeah, you feel that we're going to get another build up to another crescendo sometime soon between these two.
It's all good through Vale. Now into Club. Back down the Hamilton Straight towards Abbey. Looks like the dry line might be starting to get a little bit damp. It's not due to be raining out there, but who's running offline and bringing the water on? Rain scheduled in 13 minutes.
Oh, and they've been held up by one of the LMP2 cars, although it's kind of... that's a massive...
ring of death here.
That's a risk. And he's gone wide as a result, but that was a lot of faith Bince put in there.
So what was becoming an advantage for Bince, because he managed to get right up with Savannah, it became a massive disadvantage.
Because Savannah was able to go up the inside really early, whereas Bince came up on him at exactly the wrong point.
Yeah, and that is the joy of multi-class racing with slower cars on track. It really does put a few spanners in the works for drivers.
Oh, and Paracat. The 46 was running near the top 4 in LMP2. As Caligari gets a penalty in GD3. Where is Will Caligari?
Third.
Oh, dear.
And it is a 10-second stop-go penalty for hitting the final Vond 444 squad.
For hitting Nick Homewood. That's why we saw Homewood spin off.
Yeah.
The reason why Max Verstappen. You need to touch your car as well.
It was alongside you, and even though he was being lapped,
who's that
nowhere
off in
to
the
go.
background? Was that the Mugen LMP
Savannah?
It was.
Oh, yeah, it's Savannah, yeah. It's Bertan Savannah. And
It's
that
got
puts
lost
Bince
it
to
at Stowe.
second.
A big error there. Not for the first time, by the 22.
My goodness.
Jens and Bince really saved those two. It felt like Bince was faster, but making more mistakes and going offline. Whereas Svenja's finally made an error of his own, and now Bince is free to chase McDuff. But McDuff, I was about to say a while ago, really impressed me in IndyCar for Formula Sim racing. He was able to really race well on ovals, and he's proving at Silverstone he can do it on a more traditional racetrack, leading by 40 seconds in the number 8 Iris.
Not a bad way then to keep going.
And there was a crazy moment where Rory McDuff was sandwiched in between, I think, Michi Hoyer and David Maroksek. They were squishing him, and he was just about able to Indianapolis at like the fastest turn. He was able to just about avoid spinning off. As we look at Milotai struggling. Oh, here we go. Look at this.
Oh my goodness me!
There's Homewood in there.
Yeah, Tibble Kiss just got Milotai. He's really struggling.
Van Zandt's coming to the pit lane again, so he's had enough of all this battle and wants to stay out of the way and be very, very kind to people.
Is that Rory McDuff?
Mess. Yeah, McDuff's in it.
Sellers has set a fastest lap. I think Sellers has just caught up onto the back of this group as well. Is that?
He's still saying 29 seconds away, so I can't see why McDuff would be in there.
Isn't that Sellers' car?
There he is. He's actually right behind.
Yeah.
About 90 seconds down
So he's a
on
lap down.
Savannah.
On Macduff.
My God. Well, this is turning out to be a bit more of an interesting race than we ever thought it would be.
And this is Eric Neath, who's coming back after what we believe was a disconnect earlier.
Yeah,
So
he's
that's
got
why he
into
didn't
the
have
13th
times.
overall in the overall order. As we look at Savannah holding off an LMP2.
We did wonder why he DNF'd so much, at the beginning of the race.
Yeah,
3
but,
laps down, though.
Big
That's a
setback
big one.
there. Coach Eric Academy, who won, of course. LMP won the opener at Barcelona.
Oh,
Yeah, someone in the background behind Molnar having a moment in the LMP1.
that is the Mugen of Savannah that was having a moment.
Yes, I think Savannah's tyres are starting to cry enough, which is why we saw him backwards at Stowe.
How old is Savannah's tyres? Let's have a look.
He's been on the Blues.
He's currently been on them, I think, 20. He's done, I think, 25 laps. Is that? I think on his current tyres. No, he did 25 laps on the previous stint, so he's done 13. So he's not miles away. He's still got probably another set of another 12 laps to go on this stint on those tyres.
Sellers has hit the pit lane.
Oh, there he is. So that early pit stop didn't quite work out.
I don't know if he's done that just so he can get out the way of that gaggle of cars that he found himself at the back of.
Yeah, I certainly think Sellers has got amazing pace, especially in these conditions. But it's a case of having to make up that gap. Him and to an extent, Eric Neath sort of in the same position. As Sandak looks like he's in trouble in 5th place because we can't see him anywhere. There we go, DNF.
DNF.
Gudowski DNFing. Guzowski, so the LMP2 field really in trouble. So that's Guzowski's teammate, Mandak, retiring from the race. So there we go.
This is all happening now in the first. So in the first 7 minutes of the second
Ivanichenko
hour.
pits as well.
Spin,
Oh,
Eggert!
On the purple tyres, Eggert spins at Stowe.
Still
just
no
like
idea what they
Savannah
are. If anybody knows what the purple tyres are in our Factor Endurance, please put a message in, because we have not got the foggiest as to what he's got on.
Whatever they are, they're not too great in these conditions. Because Eggert has not really had great pace. As we look at Primavera, who's gone back in the race in 16th position in LMP2, struggling as part of a big gaggle of cars. As Caligari comes in to serve that penalty in 3rd. So Santo, I think, is going to take 3rd if he's close enough on the road.
Pastorini's just done a fastest lap in the GT3. It's a 2:01.469. So that's gone fastest overall as some drivers start there on wet tyres. Neubauer's out there on wets. Jeff Gritt's out there on wets. And Neil Conan out there on wets. Yellow 3rd sector now in there as well. But gone green. That's why.
Oliver Parakin having another moment. So into the points. Very much out of the points.
Yeah. I think you're going that one, Ed.
Yes, not so fun when into the points are on the podium, in which case they get loads of points and you can't make fun of them. It's Nick Conan also going off at Stowe, but luckily keeping it pointed roughly in the right direction.
Weather forecast saying it's raining now until later this afternoon, and it's starting again tonight. So apparently it's raining.
Oh, look at that gaggle!
Well, at the
Joseph
moment
Todd.
on the weather tracker, it is still sunny apparently.
Yeah.
Although I don't see much sign of any sun, but
What do you mean? It's the British summer.
yeah, I'd be out there topping up my tan right now.
I mean, not to. I went paragliding yesterday. Just, best time.
Nice.
That sounded like a brilliant day to go paragliding. Did it sweep you away anywhere nice?
Believe it or not, I ended up in a place called Narnia.
Ah.
Did you go for a cupboard?
No,
Interesting
well,
place to
yeah.
do paragliding.
Then again, I did phone up Toto and say I don't think we're in Kansas anymore.
Oh dear.
He didn't really laugh. He just said, He was very monotone about what he was talking about.
Oh, silver permit going off its cops and rejoining. So, still treacherous offline.
No offense to silver permits here, but I know a horse called Silver Permits as well that runs in the Goodwood race. So that's a little bit eye-opening for me. But, I hope that's their real name. If not, then they must know the same horse, in which
An
case,
interesting
DM
line
me.
by Alexander Modal in 14. Who've been doing
Don't-
okay in the number 29.
Is that a car backwards on the back straightaway? No, it's not. Well, it could be actually, because there's no local yellows, but there are cars still stopped on the timing screen, so I think that's frozen somewhere. I'm just trying to think. Is it Hallows who went round somewhere?
Yeah,
Is
Hallows
Peter Tinnerfall? Yeah.
A couple of incidents in this race. But Permit is now 1.8 behind Tibor Kiss in 6th. So top 6, still very much up for grabs if he can catch the Aston Martin GD3. There's Nick Homewood. Yes, he's just holding off, I believe that's Simon Kingsbury, who's just dropped out of the top 10. And he's got a board number 97.
Getting very cold in my commentary box again. I don't know what's going on. I was boiling a couple of minutes ago. Now I'm freezing again. The only thing I can think of is that it's snowing again outside or something. Oh, hot chocolates to the commentary box personnel, please. That would be very much appreciated.
I don't think your family are listening, and even if they were, I don't think they would appreciate being made to fetch hot coffee, hot chocolate for you.
No, they probably wouldn't. That's another story we can tell later on if we have a code 80 about hot chocolates. But this three-way battle now, the world trying to lap each other.
Pastorina pits from the lead in GD3.
And what tire's he going to put on? He's on slicks at the moment.
Yeah,
Long
but
stop.
it depends on the weather. Still dry at the moment, or drying. But,
Yeah, keep an eye
the
on the weather
GD3s, Liam Rance was saying earlier, the GD3s were the only ones who could really make the dry tyres work in the first few laps. Apart from Rory McDuff, of course, in LMP1. Seemed to be the exception to the rule. And even he had his struggles in the first couple of laps. But it's worked out now. As Pastorino, who has built up a huge lead, it must be said, will probably have to relinquish it to Ivanichenko. It's about 60 seconds. No, he will come out ahead. He was about 70 seconds ahead of Ivanichenko.
More overtaking than being done. So Bradley Sellers is a lap down. Eggett's a lap down. Neath, as we know, is 3 laps down. So 3 cars on the lead lap in LMP1 as another yellow comes out, goes
That's
green
some
again.
good lapping by Pascal Eggert there. Going in between the GD3 cars. Like a mobile chicane there.
He's been very
the first
smooth.
corner. It comes.
Oh,
And he hits the side of the
Aston.
6th place Aston of Tibor Kiss.
More contacts, my goodness. They
That
just
was-
avoided
that's
that
the
one.
That
Iris.
was close from the
Me
Iris.
too. So, yeah, the classes. It's surprising that we're seeing so many of them trip over one another. I thought Magnus Beckett's would be a bit tricky, but we're seeing it even in the loop at the sort of arena section.
Luckily, it looks like they're all just beginning to order themselves together in terms of who's laps down, who's on racing lead laps, and we're hitting the second of the pit stops as well routine. Still 6 hours and 46 minutes to go. Rain predicted in the next 10 minutes apparently, so it's coming and going, which is always the interesting part.
I think I'm going to take a very quick bathroom break. So hopefully I'll be back in the next 5 minutes. By the way, if I sound a little bit less like a caveman and like I'm stringing together...
Oh, and that's
Bins from second. That's in Brooklyn.
Where's
He's gone right in the
Savannah?
gravel.
There he is.
Is that Savannah just going around there?
That was,
Yeah.
yes. Very narrowly avoiding him. Just as I was about to take my own trip to the proverbial kiddie litter. He goes and bins it. Jansen. Once more. It seems like the two are trading mistakes. Savannah and Bentz. Brilliant to watch. and brilliant for Rory McDuff as well, because it allows him to stretch his leg. But anyway, I'll be back very shortly, and for now, as McDuff, Sooks, and Pastorino are your leaders, I'll leave you in the capable hands of Ryan and Josh.
Thanks, Ed. As Toff goes off the track there on the back half of the circuit, Maggots and Beckett's. And a bit wide, but he's just getting out of the way of everybody. Looks like he actually might have a problem the way he's darting to the wet part of the track.
Well, there's drivers, that's the problem. You'll be coming off of there, you'd have dirty tyres, and you also would have lost all momentum. So if you're kind of dawdling on the racing line and a fast car comes through, you're kind of going to be somewhat in the way. But he seems okay. He's going on and picking up pace as normal.
As the gap now between Savania and Blitz is just less than a second between each other, because, of course, without the leader's point of view, as Van der Sande running third in LMP2, now closing together. So it's all action eyes up front, and that is Kingsbury. I think he's just gone off the track the way we cut to him.
Yeah, so he was pressuring Nick Homewood for position, and he's just made a mistake going into Cop's corner. So that's given Nick Homewood a bit of breath, as we see Bince on the back end of Savania, who's just being stuck behind one of the GT cars, and Bince is going up on the inside into Cops. They go side by side, and Bince goes through.
What an amazing move!
Bince takes second position, and they didn't touch, amazingly enough.
Lewis Hamilton right now. Write that down! As he comes through. So Bince takes second, Savania down to third. They trade positions once again. McDuff leading away now, 43.8 seconds in front. As into the pit lane comes David Martin for the Reading Game Studios Racing, and Felix Neubauer takes in. So Roland Zux takes the lead from LMP2, and Felix Neubauer comes into the pits.
Yeah,
100, go on.
It doesn't look like Bince is pulling away too quickly to Savania because of some of the traffic they come across. So coming across an LMP2 car now.
It's struggling to get through in the corners, but braking late. Oh, as again, they're together by only a tenth of a second. So 9 tenths now separate Bince and Savania. We need to stick with that battle, but we're on auto director. As Alexander Mola now just going back up from P16. Van der Sande, I think, is going to go back up.
Did we say Newberger's in the pits in P2? Did we say that?
Yes. Yeah. And he's about to be passed by Van der Sande, I think. Although, yes, There we go. Van der Sande takes second.
Oh. Did someone say auto director was getting in the way? Because I can fix that.
Stick with Bince and Savania then, Ed. Just hit that, because they're getting really close together again. Here they are. This is the battle to watch.
Yeah, he's a few car lengths behind now, is Savania from Bince. However, if he has a good run through Maggots and Beckett's, he could get a good run onto the Hangar Straight.
It's a very wide dry line now compared to the start of the race.
Yeah, and I've noticed Savania's now finding some confidence in using the curbs, where that was one of the things I noticed earlier when Bince was following Savania, that Savania was staying away from the curves where Bince was attacking them, and that was where he was making a lot of time up in the earlier part of the race.
As he comes into Vale, jumps over, she say, look, there's more traffic in front now, so this will bring them close together again as they hurtle down the Hamilton straight. Bince overtakes and gets ahead of the
two GD3s in between that Savania's got to negotiate just around the outside. Well done.
Yeah, that's a round of applause and a half as the Aston cuts him off.
And was that a move for position between the GD3s there?
Oh! He got tagged by the Aston, and then under acceleration he caught the wet tyres on the wet track.
Very wise of the McLaren there to back out when it saw it was alongside Savania. And this time, Savania gets him into Brooklands. That's Abbey and Brooklyn, isn't it?
It's Brooklands, and they're going into Luffield now.
Luffield, yeah, sorry. I forget what the corner before Brooklands is at the end of Wellington Straight. Aintree, of course, named after the old other British circuit that has now been turned into a Grand National, or horse racing course, of course. Much like Goodwood. Although Goodwood sort of has the road bit as well, whereas Aintree, it's kind of dirt at the moment.
Yeah, Aintree's race course, of course, now for Grand Nationals, but the actual race track for motorcars, it's still there, but it needs a lot of TLC. They sometimes run classical demos there, but it hasn't held proper racing for in terms of motor racing for decades now, which is unfortunate.
Cool. And Donze hits from 7th, as Petras is always also being serviced, which lets Gordon get a few places back, because Gordon has really lost that after his own stop, and as Savagna dropped to 7 seconds behind Bin. It looked like, yeah, he had some kind of hold up after over the spin, of course. That would happen.
As we said earlier on in the broadcast or during qualifying, we have and he's off again, Savagna.
He just lost it in the middle of the. That's a very odd place to lose it, because he was having to go offline to lap the duty free.
Well, those tyres will probably be starting to go off a little now, because his previous stint he'd done 25 laps, and he's currently done 22 laps on the current tyres.
And rain starting apparently in 3 minutes and stopping 15 minutes later. Now, we have got live weather switched on, which means whatever happens at the real Silverstone happens on our Factor 2 in the endurance race.
I'm amazed it's dried out as much as it has. Although here in Yorkshire, it is actually going quite bright.
It's still snowing where I am.
Well, that shows the microclimate of England. As the Zooks dives into the pit lane, hopefully to be surfaced.
The sun is actually out here in Wiltshire.
Eric Neef going a bit wide as he struggles to recover ground.
So in Yorkshire, it's cloudy. In where would you say, Ryan?
Wiltshire.
In Wiltshire, it's sunny, and here in Grimsby, it's snowing. So.
Oh, McDuff is round.
Oh, and he gets tagged
by the Ring of Honor LMP2. Oh, what a nightmare there. And Rory McDuff lucky to get away, but does he have damage? And that was I think it was Mia Levers who may have hit him there.
Oh, he's got damage. He's got loads
puncture.
of damage.
Suspension or puncture?
That's the steering.
That would be
suspension. We have come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
Well, looks like Race Direction was paying attention.
5,
and McDuff, 4, he stopped
3,
just to let him back through there.
2, 1. Code 80 enforced. Please make sure you're on first gear in code 80. Thank you very much.
It was coming to the time for the pit stop anyway, so it saved McDuff, but bleed, poor country. Great tyranny as they come through. Lay thou their bare shore, for goodness dear, do not check there.
Yeah, 47 seconds is the gap between Bince and McDuff.
So I think there's a possibility that he might pit and still come out.
But the code 80 is for McDuff. So once he's in the pits, Bince will be back up to racing speed. And he's already catching him a little bit under the code 80.
No, he can't keep up, can he? Look, he's struggling to keep on.
Certainly big tension there. And was it Mia Levers who hit him?
Yeah.
Oh no, it wasn't Mia Levers, it was his teammate.
Oh no, it was the other one teammate, yeah.
Now, the gap was 47.3 when the code 80 was called. And
it was Conan.
Oh.
Nick Conan didn't exactly cover himself in glory and is now in the trouble again. And he also has to dive for the pits for repairs. So he didn't come away unscathed either. McDuff now entering the pits, so the code 80 should be ending pretty soon.
Drivers, we are back to green in 10 seconds.
Well, obviously you'll have the damage repair to do, so that's going to take up some time as well.
A bit of bad luck for Rory.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
So Bits now, does he pit? Does Savagna pit? Or they're both going to stay out there?
Well,
and we're going to race on.
Could be the only thing that could save McDuff. And look at him weaving.
I think for Bince at the moment, on his previous stint he did 27 laps on his tyres. He's only done 21 laps. Now with the threat of rain coming as it goes off, with the threat of rain coming, I'd stay out and wait until the rain happened. If you can stay out long enough, I'd stay out, wait for the rain to start, and see what the conditions are like, and then.
And Savannah's doing the same. They're both staying out.
Although I think Savannah will have to pit sooner.
It's
So
raining.
Vince retakes the lead then.
According to the weather forecast, it's raining.
It's showing still on the
Sunny, yeah.
It's sunny on the live timing.
Well, the weather forecast that we've got that got sent over to me says it's raining now. So we're yet to see if the game
It says
takes
overcast
over.
on the timing graphic.
So is that going to change to rain at
The
any
temperature
point?
has gone up. It was 7 degrees at the start. It's gone up to 9 degrees Celsius. So certainly the temperature not changing a huge amount, but that's not hugely relevant in terms of whether it's raining or not. As
So
McDuff
He'll stay
continues to be
third.
serviced. Back to Sellers a lap down, so he's definitely going to come out ahead of Sellers, but he's lost first and also second.
He's also lost that lap he had over Sellers, which is a nightmare.
Yeah, real, and it wasn't McDuff's fault at all.
No, it wasn't.
Conan just attacked him.
Well, no, I think
It was the GT3, wasn't it?
He'd already been tagged, or he'd
That was
spun
it,
around
yeah.
trying to lap a GT3, and then, yeah, as we see how wet it is in the pit lane as he exits his pit booth.
So is it raining yet? I can't see any spots on the lens.
Oh, who's that off in the distance?
So
It looks like BMS, Sun it is.
Two, yeah.
Just come out right
It's
ahead.
raining. Yeah, I thought it was. We've just been told in our ears it is light rain at Silverstone. Very light rain.
Yeah, this would most likely just be mental rain at the moment, so no need to dive into the pits yet.
Savannah's in.
Yeah, there we go. So McDuff, will he get back into second? He's 90 seconds down.
Yeah, so Savannah's pitted. He's gone 24 laps, so a lap less than he did on his previous stint. So it is roughly, as long as he doesn't blink too quickly and have wets put on because it started spotting.
That would be the wrong decision completely. So I think it might stick another set of slicks on. Or would you risk intermediates at this point?
Well, no, because I think if it is generally very light rain, the track temperature is still 29 degrees, so it's still going to stay with a dry line in theory.
I don't know what the shortcut is to get rid of the weather icon. So I'm assuming... There we go. Clearly, Tom knows it. As Savannah continues to be serviced. Where is Rory McDuff? There he is. So he's going to come out a couple of seconds close as Marco Pereira. Ooh, that's not a great line through Maggots Beckett's chapel.
That's the MotoGP line, isn't it, as he goes through?
It's a rallycross line, if anything. I wonder if that car's damaged or not. As McDuff retakes second position, and he's 109 seconds now behind Jansen Bint. But Bint's yet to stop.
Yeah, Bint's, I think, let's see on the stop tracker, he's currently done 23 laps. Previous stint he'd done 27, although it seems some of the guys here are starting to go a little bit shorter on their stint, so I think we might see him in the next lap or two.
To see if there's a penalty for the McDuff incident for the GT3 run.
Yes! The 97, I think, has got a 10-second stop-go penalty for held up the Mugen under blue flags.
That would be Simon Kingsbury, just still behind Nick Homewood in 11th, I think. Oh, look at this! Run 6 having to get well out of the way for the sister. No, that's Bradley Sellers. He's just letting through that as we see confirmation of Kingsbury's penalty. Not Kingsbury rules tonight, that's for sure.
Is that an LMP car with a rear wing missing in pit lane just then?
Looked like it.
Conan?
Was it Nick Conan?
Well, he's the only one in the pit lane I can see on the monitor.
Yeah.
It is Conan.
Oh, there we go. The rear wing.
It
Just been popped on as we cut to him.
That was brilliant timing.
Yeah, the Freedom On mechanics. There are a lot of Freedom On supporters in the YouTube chat. So hello to that, and let's hope Pascal Eggert can salvage some glory, running 5th in LMP1, because LMP2 not going too great, and GT3 Nick Homewood running in the top 10, but really more in a battle with nobody. He's 45 seconds behind Joseph Toth for Paul Street Boys, as Bintz pits from the lead. There he is, and the BMW in as well. That's Simon Kingsbury, of course.
That would be serving his penalty.
This might help Macduff. I know he had that accident, but he's
Well, this will be
pitting
crucial
out.
now. Who's going to come out in front?
Yeah.
And
When that rain comes,
is
heavier.
Bintz going to take a gamble? Because the weather seems to have turned just a little bit.
Light rain stopping in 8 minutes, it says.
Ah, there we go.
Bintz has done it. He's been dropped from the front. Rears are up now.
I think Bintz is on the blues,
Yeah.
which are the hard
Soft tyres.
soft tyres, and Macduff is still on the green
Mediums.
mediums. Sellers on the greens as well. Savannah on the blues, which are the
And that's a
soft.
slow-moving LMP1 car just there.
Oh, is that Neef letting Zooks back through?
Oh.
Yeah, look. So he's been held up by the GD3.
He's blitzed past them now again. So that was, I think, logical to sort of get out of the way of their battle coming through the loop and then just blitz them down the Wellington. 27 seconds. Macduff closing now. Pit stop over for Bintz. He's still leaving the pit lane.
It's going to be a slow exit though. So Macduff is going to get the run as we see Santos come in as well. Here comes Jansen. I think he's going to do it. Here comes Macduff. He's too far back. And Bintz maintains the lead. And Macduff, through no fault of his own, down to second then. And with all the works still to do.
But
Ira's not out of it yet though.
Macduff will have the warm tyres, so he's got that in his favour. It'd probably take about half a lap to a lap for
So the gap,
Bintz's
10
tyres.
seconds. And 5 to Savannah. So the leaders in LP1 all within about 15, 16 seconds. Is impressive. As Bore pits for the LMP2 Iris in 4th. Van Sam has had a quietly impressive run in the 47 because he was spun near the beginning and he's got all the way back up to second. Albeit 76 seconds behind Ron Zooks, who in the Mugen 21 has really controlled things at the front ever since the 33 hit trouble.
Once again, some fantastic run in this race. We are, 90 minutes in nearly? Over that.
Oh, look at this. Grit's just been overtaken by Petrus, Marek Petrus, who I don't think he'll be too keen about that, as Bore, having pit, lets them both into the top 8 or so. Then, we haven't talked about much in the Reading Game Studios car getting into the top 8 in LMP2, as we see yellow in the first sector. Not sure who that's for, or what that's for.
Just it kept flashing on, didn't it, as well? Before he got disappeared.
It might have been Jeff Gritz, because look, David Martin is now ahead of him. Just after we cut away there. Still having a little battle. And Jeff Gritz in that bright green entry. Don't believe that's an entry we've seen before, the 828. So certainly impressing. But we're battling with Petrus, and now they're struggling to keep David Martin in sight. Now there's a Callaway Corvette. That would be the EFA racing machine that goes very wide to let them through. Battle seems to have been ended somewhat. Savannah is now about 2 seconds behind Macduff as Neath pits from 6th.
Neath then, he had that lap. He made up 2 laps in this pit stop stint. Now he's going to lose another lap, so he'll be back down to +2 instead of +3. So slowly catching monkey. Still 6 hours to go in the race. As Savannah under pressure with more cars trying to go through left, right and centre.
There you go. You can see McDuff in the foreground, just pulling away slightly because of the traffic. But Savania showing slightly better pace at the moment. So McDuff under pressure once more.
So Neath drops behind Roland Zooks as well on the official boards. But of course, he stays 6th in class. As Martin Velotai, 3rd in the GT3 running now. 93 seconds back for Pastorino, who's leading this race. Once again, some fantastic runnings.
And David Martin gains another place past Jeff Gritt. So, Reading Game having a fantastic phase. David Martin really impressing. Is that him getting back past Jeff Gritt? I think that's what's happened. Yeah, so Jeff Gritt overtook while we were away. As Conrad gets on board the Coach Eric. That'd be Titus Conrad, who of course one of our title rivals in the touring car series is Jeff Gritt. Lets the valet through, the race leading valet in LMP1.
Just slipping up the inside. Another great little manoeuvre. What's that line from Mud? Oh, they touch! And that Bentley again gets another shove from the side.
Santo's been a real punching bag, isn't he? Running 6th for the moment. So not out of the fight for the podium. But certainly, the Bentley is proving to be a big, heavy block that other cars can't seem to avoid.
It's big enough, isn't it, the Bentley, to be fair? And it's got
coming
a big
from a long way
target.
back. You should do anyway.
Like
Le Mans, that thing's going to be impressive if we did Le Mans this season, which we're not. We'll have to see how it goes up the Nordschleife. That will be something to watch.
I can't wait for the Nordschleife. When is that? It's next month, isn't it? And I think it's the
almost
same
exactly
weekend.
a month's time.
Yeah, it's the same. It's Saturday, which is the qualifying day for Bahrain. And I think I only do like an hour or so because of other series on the same weekend. So that's really annoying. I love the Nordschleife there.
Looks like McDuff has been impeded a bit by the MP2 field as Rafael Meyer in the 42 has a little bit of a wide entry into Cologne, but just about collects it.
Very nicely collected.
Continuing to pressurize that second position. He's closer than he's been for a while now. Within 2 seconds.
Yeah, 1.9 as they come in. Just one mistake from either of them. But with Bins taking the lead, McDuff closing him in, we've got a 3-way fight in our hands.
Yes, and David Martin now closing on Petrus for 5th position. So this is turning into a good race for Reading Game Studios. The beginning was a little bit anonymous. They come on good, and David Martin doing his level best to keep the number 2 in sight. As Savania as well getting involved in the same part of the racetrack as McDuff laps the two of them, and we saw the light blue and white car going off at Cox there of whoever that was.
We go around the outside now. Several cars still in the
Modal,
way.
of course.
Savania now right behind McDuff as they come into Stowe. Now the battle is on for P2.
And Martin almost had to go at Petrus then.
It's handy that these two are right together on the circuit. It's making it extremely easy for us commentators.
Oh! He's got a great view of the back of the Iris now because of all this traffic. Oh,
They
he bumped him! He got a bit too close there. But he couldn't really have reacted in time because there was this concertina effect, wasn't there? And there's a yellow flag behind.
It was all bumping.
Martin got grits. Oh no, Petra's still ahead actually. Although not by much. And Martin fancies a go. Here he comes. Up the inside. Oh!
It's too deep.
And
too deep.
But, Savania, luckily, not quite able to pass.
6 tenths the gap. Martin's got through. No, he's back down now. Here comes Savania on the attack from McDuff. He can't sling it on the inside into Brooklyn. He's too far back. That's disappointing.
He got so excited.
I know. I was like, come on, we got an overtake going on here. I was like, oh, decided against it.
Savania still right in the slipstream. So every chance. All the top 4 on soft tyres now. So we should see them evenly matched for the rest of the race. And certainly Mugen and Iris really needing a strong result here. And I think Rory McDuff would be eager to get on song with Jansen Bin rather than worrying about fighting with the Mugen. As Zagornev makes another stop.
I'm going to stay until this little battle has concluded, and I'll go on my hour's break that is scheduled and return.
Oh, look at this!
My goodness me! Here we go!
Around the outside. Is he going to make it stick? Oh no, Rory McDuff had that one covered off. But is he going to have to go a little bit offline here? No, he isn't. But 2/10 the gap between these two. Look at this.
Can we please remind all drivers to keep their headlights on, please?
Awesome, Tom.
Oh, never mind that. We're watching a close battle here, Tom.
Yellow sector 3. It's gone green now. My goodness, who's going to make a mistake then? All the runners in the top 3 in LMP1 have made mistakes.
McDuff had a little twitch there on the entrance to Wellington.
In the toe again. He's going to look to the inside to Brooklands.
He's a bit too far back.
Oh,
but
hello,
here
Paul
comes
McLaren.
looks like one of the Fring of Ons.
Nick Homewood, is it?
Oh, and Savannah a little bit tentative, lapping Homewood.
It was Nick. Yeah, you're right there, Ryan.
Actually, he's got the other duty-free to negotiate.
Now, McDuff doesn't actually have anything to slipstream off of now, so he is punching a nice big hole for Savannah now.
Well, but Savannah is wide, and that might give McDuff the breathing space he needs.
Maggots and Beckett's hits the apex nicely, keeps on the dry line. Into Chapel. Sophie Jones into the pit lane now for the 26 Sunadits Racing.
So Martin did get by Petrus while we were watching this, by the way. So top 5 for Rudengame.
Oh, fantastic.
And he's not far behind Zagornev, who's just stopped as well. Although Zagornev starting to punch in some quick lap time. Bid to catch Newberger for the podium.
Sweeps it round. Come on, back on the power now.
You're supposed to be impartial here. Who are you cheering on?
I'm actually... Well, I like McDuff just because I've been able to do so many of the references to Macbeth tonight.
Whenever I see... When I was doing the FSR commentary highlights, it listed his name as R. Macduff, which I always interpreted as Richard Macduff, who's a character from the Dirt Gently novels by Douglas Adams. As Kiss enters the pits, which lets Primet and Melotai onto the podium. But Savannah now very close.
Oh, yellow sets 1.
Threatening indeed. As Sandra van der Sand has to let Nee through. For 7th on the road in the overall order.
This could be a big help now for Savannah because Macduff's been held up by LMPs.
Oh, but he's going to come in right into Cops. And who's that ahead of him? That looks like one of the Into the Points cars. Might be Oliver Parakin.
Can't quite tell from this angle.
I think that is the number 46.
Oh no!
Savannah off! And straight to the wall.
Straight into the wall.
Oh, and he collects it. What happened there? I looked away and he just lost it.
It looked like he was just carrying too much momentum into Maggots and Beckett's, and the back end just started to go, and he just couldn't save it, and that is definitely suspension damage there.
And not going to need a code 80, so that's going to hurt the Mugen even more. So Bradley Sellers, this is good for him, because it means he's got a chance of the podium now. But the Mugen will have to come into the pits, because you can't really drive around that kind of damage. So, mistakes.
Yeah.
The 23, the 8, and the 22. It's really going back and forth between these three, isn't it?
And the problem is we are going to have now, as you saw, the car was sliding a little bit into pit entry, is that where we've having the light sprinkle and the rain, the pit lane should actually start to get wet, where we're not really getting cars running over the track surface, unlike we are the main track. So that'll be interesting. But so far, everyone's managed to enter pit lane fine, unlike we saw earlier.
Sellers up to third then. My timing graphic is telling me that the rain has stopped at this moment.
Ah, yes.
So that shouldn't be too big a concern.
It's showing a stopped on my side too.
Meanwhile, Milotai, having pit, has let Permet back into the top 3.
Van San comes in from second place in the P2.
There's Sophie Jones, who's gotten on board the number 26. Seen too much of Sophie Jones this season, so great to see Sophie in the mix, in the midfield in LMP2, and the BMS Summits car looking to make ground. But here's Titus Conrad continuing on his way. Eggert, I think he's going to be too far behind to take advantage. Is he? Yeah, there he is.
Yeah, still on those
And there's
purple
Savannah.
tyres.
He might catch. We'll have to see, actually. But certainly Conrad, a couple of laps down.
This is
Sellers.
a long stop for
I
Savannah.
think Sellers has had a quietly impressive comeback to get back on the lead lap, because he was a whole lap down at one point.
Mm.
And here comes Eggert.
He's been fast.
Savannah's out. So
Yeah.
just ahead of Eggert, actually, to the tune of a couple of seconds, actually.
Yeah, Sellers has been consistently fast and stayed out of trouble, but now I've said that, that's probably done it for him now. But but yeah, he's just been chipping away and stayed out of trouble, and with that, he's pulled his way through the field.
This is Martin Malota having a battle with Chris Davis for 6th. Here we go. Looks like he's going to try and move up the inside. Oh, look at the moisture on the Mugen Racing windscreen as he gets over the curb.
Gone now,
Chris
though,
Davis.
which is great to see.
Chris Davis doing a great defensive job at the moment to keep what you'd expect to be a much faster car and driver combination behind. Davis eager in that number 1 car to hold on to 6th place as Zagordanev is able to overtake Van Sand. I think Van Sand is in trouble here. Here he is. So something happened there. But let's go back to this battle for 6th in GD3. It's Kianek, sorry, not Milotai at the wheel. I sound very silly now. But it's definitely Chris Davis still in the number 1 as he's been in since the beginning.
Oh, round the outside goes one of the other twos.
There's a whole separate race going on there.
Oh, someone's off in the
Someone's
background.
a big time.
Yeah, they've completely skipped Chapel. Not sure who.
Trying to say, I could see some purple on it. So was that Mugen?
Wasn't Savannah, was it? Oh, it might have been Sellers. There's Savannah.
I didn't. I think it was an LMP2 by the shape of it.
Who dropped seconds?
Well, Chris Davis has gone the pit lane. Yeah, so bailing out of that battle.
More purple tyres appearing, this time for the 139 Final Von Motorsport squad.
Well, they seem to be the ones doing it, because Eggert is the other one on the purple.
Yeah.
So that's the Fringabon tyre of choice.
So have they gone out back in the garage and just found these random tyres that no one else knows about?
Yeah, they just put them on the carbs and just gone, shh, don't tell anyone.
Oh, that looks a bit slow by Stanislaus Pajal. Pajal really looking a bit tentative for his stow, but the 66 getting back up to speed again. Homewood chases down. That looks like the Paul Street boys. Oh no, that's Permits who's lapped them.
And on this note, I'm going to take my break. I shall be back in an hour. Have fun, guys.
Will do. Cheers, Josh. There's Pajal getting back up to speed as there's a little battle going on behind. Well, that looked like Modal in trouble. Is that Hallows he was battling with? No, it wasn't. It's actually nobody. He's being lapped.
Yeah, that looks to be. Is that?
Oh,
as we see,
Ricardo Riva for the EVA Racing team was running 6th. That lets Kianek through into 5th.
had he been tagged then by a LMP2 car?
Possibly. I think he may have lost it on his own there. But hard to tell.
I've just come back in because we finally have an explanation as to what these purple tyres are. Are you ready?
Oh, go on.
Liam Rance, who's put in the YouTube chat, purple means a mixed set of softs and mediums. So it's probably mediums on the front and softs on the rear. So that's what the purples are. It's a mixed front as Bradley Sellers into the pits. And for that, I'll take my break.
Thank you. Well, I suppose we should thank Liam Rance as well. He's a runner-up in GD3 tile chase for DDoS, and a race winner as well. So we should thank Liam Rance for sharing his expertise. I'm elongating the last letter of each word.
Those LMP2 cars, they just look like they're slipping everywhere. They look like every corner they're just going to slide
Martin
off.
up to 4th now. Look at that. Is that Jones he's got?
Yeah, and who's that? Just a head that's just
Jonathan
gone.
Jones, of course. In the dark blue number 47. He's just gotten on board. Was running second for a long time.
And then behind that is Grit. So this is a battle for...
Oh, Grit's going through.
Yeah, so this is effectively
was that
a
double
battle.
move by Grit on the lapped car?
Yeah, on the lap car and for position. So this is 4th, 5th and 6th all in the same shot here.
Excellent LMP2 battle though. And you have to say, Reading Game having a very, very strong race. Only 4 seconds now behind Zagordanev. There's a podium in it for the 72 here. That'd be the second podium they've taken as the 73 of Wayne Newton, who's just gotten on board of Rookie Monsters. I lost position to Savannah. So Mugen back into 3rd.
McDuff's finding pace because on his last lap he'd done a fastest middle sector.
Ooh, indeed. That is impressive. Still 23 seconds between Murray McDuff and Jensen Binst. Work to do for the Irish number 8 as Jeff grits his teeth, brakes for the pit lane speed limit, and enters the pit lane. Oh, plenty of action then. Seems like we finally arrived at a lull. Let's look at Jager being lapped. And Pajald in another battle.
And that appeared to be Bince stuck behind those two there.
Yeah, he's behind Grits, who's just gone the pits, of course. He's just letting the leader through from LP1. Eric Petris. Got Van Sam, Jonathan Jones, sorry. Quite a way ahead of him. So, feels like there's not really too many close battles. Martin really closing on Zagordanev. Zagordanev's pace has just disappeared, hasn't it? Hermits makes another stop as Modal goes wide. I've done that myself on several occasions, but not quite that. You should have collected before that point. Modal getting well out of the way of Rory McDuff.
I think he was looking for because there's a little tarmac bit that joins back onto the track, and I think he was looking to rejoin there rather than going across the AstroTurf, which is still probably quite wet at this point.
There we go, 2.2 seconds separate David Martin. Oh, as he just flicks out of the way of the lapped Bond car. I know he's got an LMP2, GD3, sorry, in front of him. Paul Street Boys, it looks like. He goes to the outside for Club. Up ahead of him. Oh! He gets hit at the back by the Paul Street Boys car. Oh! And all of David Martin's hard work undone there. As through goes Jonathan Jones.
Has he got any
can't be
damage?
far
Because
behind either.
he's got a whole lap that he's going to have to go round if he has. It does look to be slightly left hand down.
It doesn't look too bad. He didn't quite get the Rory McDuff treatment. But that was frightening to be on board for, as Kianik sets the best lap time in GD3, down in 4th, as he tries to catch back up to Santo in the Bentley. Number 7 Bentley, who really is a survivor of this race. It turns you tag him at the rear. Laszlo Santo keeps going. Runs in the top 3 for the time being. David Martin will be a little bit annoyed with that Paul Street Boys car. No
Yeah,
doubt
he
be in
does.
trouble.
Oh, it's starting to rain again.
It is. It looks that way. David Martin closes back in on Jones, of course. Homewood. Catch Kingsbury. But he is quite a way down. After Kingsbury served his penalty as well. So
Yeah.
actually, Kingsbury has had a really quietly impressive stint.
Homewood, there's a lot of cars in one shot
And that's
there.
Boros, who I believe was the one who hit David Martin.
Yeah.
As three classes struggled to make it through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel.
I think he's got damage there because he seems to be struggling going through Maggots and Beckett's there. Now, yeah, obviously with earlier with Nick Homewood, he did have that off.
Oh, Jones being overtaken. Well, that's because Martin's going to the pits. No wonder. So maybe there was damage, or maybe the tyres have corroded enough.
Let's have a look on the driver tracker to see what is going on regarding Jones.
In Jones's factory was ahead of Petrus.
Well, Jones has only managed. I'm not sure how correct that stint is because it's saying he did 11 laps on his first stint and 6 laps on his.
Well, it's Martin who's gone in the pit. So I don't think Jones.
Oh yeah, Martin. That's it. Martin's in the pit. So, Martin's pitted. He's done 18 laps on his current tyres. Yeah, pitted a couple laps earlier than his previous stint.
So big leads in LMP2 and GD3. Neuberger trails Zux by 81 seconds. Pastorino in the 64. Oh, it's Rafael Mir nearly hit Samugan. Just about avoids catastrophe there. Ivanichenko in the 48 trails Pastorino by 90 seconds. And that's with, I believe there was a penalty. Oh no, Pastorino just had a slightly slow stop. Felix Neuberger goes a bit wide.
Oh, there's another car off in the background.
Yeah, that's not going to help Neuberger to catch Roland Zux at all. I think Pastorino, the 64, I believe, won in Barcelona as well. So they've been quietly impressive as Sousa lets the LMP1 through.
He was the one that we saw going off at Cops in the background.
Yeah.
I think, has he recently taken over that car?
I believe so. That's the 40. It did actually qualify quite well. Interesting to see so many troubles. Look at Boros. Hello in the second sector. As Simon Kingsbury gets lapped by the LMP2 of Modal.
And you can see Homewood in the background now, so I think he's possibly catching that.
Oh, Jensen trying to get by the Aston. Marco Jensen in the 37 running 6th, just behind Toff. Joseph Toff there. Oh no, that's Boris, of course, in that car at the moment. Trying to think who that was we were just watching. They're still battling, Jensen and Toff. Oh, there we go. Jensen now having to let the LMP2 field through as Eggert is hit trouble. Not sure what's happened to him. He's disappeared. It's been a disconnection for Fringa Bond that was running in 4th place. Was just about getting their race together. And the 137 has hit major troubles there. So Bradley Stullis is going to go through. There he is. Wayne Newton, rather, in the 73. Certainly makes the job a bit easier for rookie monsters.
Interestingly, the Fringa Bond.
Oh no, there he is. Must have been a camera glitch because Pascal is continuing.
Oh, and that's Toff.
Christian Toff. That was who we saw battling with Jansen. And Jansen's still there in the background, just being lapped by the Reading game, I think.
Neuberger's in the pits now.
Yeah, there we go. We did see Neuberger starting to struggle as Primavera continues his fight back. So Valet not out of the picture in LMP2. just yet.
Interestingly, the number 140 LMP2 Ring of On car of Joop Leverhoven,
Lahoven, yes.
Lahoven, he's on full wets. Apparently,
Interesting.
according to
How's
our
he doing?
tyre
He
sheet. His previous lap times, he's a fair. He's a bit off the pace, it seems, compared to the people around
Yeah,
him.
it looks like he's on full wets, or it could be a timing glitch.
He's on full wets, but he is lapping some.
Oh, Hudson getting well out of the way there.
Oh.
That looks a bit all over the shop as we go to 6 hours remaining. So at the end of hour 2. Certainly. Great battle for the lead in LMP1. LMDH, sorry. I keep calling it P1 when they're clearly hybrid cars or hypercar. And then LMP2, Zux is way out in the lead, and there's a great battle for second through to about 7th. And then GD3, again, this is a big battle for third, really, between Santo, Kanik, Toff, and Jansen. This Miata is serviced. Joud is fighting with Petrus, who's in the pits at the moment. There we go. Yeah, place gain for the 66. Certainly, as the rain clears, but not completely, of course, Ryan.
Yeah, it's
So the challenge is judging it right, as we saw with Lahoven going on the red full wet tires. You're going to see some interesting calls as the race develops, even if weather mainly stays the same. It'll be interesting to see who's going to go on the soft tires and who's going to go on the mediums and the hards, and who's going to occasionally flop for the inters or the full wets as Jago. As the flames spit out the side of the Corvette as he battles for a 12th position. There's Lahoven. I'm not convinced he is on extreme wets, given his pace. But certainly sliding at the rear. Oh, I can believe it now. That's for sure. Maybe I can trust what you tell me, right?
yeah, because his previous lap time, he's been high 150s. His previous lap was a 2:04 actually, but he's generally been 4 to 8 seconds slower than the other cars in his class.
I definitely think there was an error earlier with the camera. Because
Yeah.
Eggert doesn't lost any time at all to Savannah. He's still about 20 seconds behind. Oh, in fact, he comes to the pit lane now.
And this is
Toff fighting with Jansen. And Jansen a little bit quicker at the present moment.
Yeah, it looks like Jansen's going to have a good run coming onto the straight as we see Bence Boris having a little off. But on with Jansen, who's got the slipstream, but not quite the drive I thought he would have down the straight.
I think the McLaren is probably the slightly better handling car, at least in these conditions.
But that Aston Martin just looks loose at the back end as we see
Looks like an
Savannah coming
Irish slapping
through.
it, followed by the BMS Sunny's car. Zux pits from the lead in the LMP2, and 137 seconds the gap to Naxardi, who's gone on board the number 3 as Jansen gets loose into Cobbs.
Yeah, it's definitely his backside would have been going at that point because that's a massive place to have an incident. But the Aston ahead doing a bit of grass cutting. Let's see what Jansen has.
Yeah, Toff, Christian Toff really under pressure.
Yeah, although Jansen kind of cut. Oh, that's because he's being lapped.
Oh, look at this. We're seeing a move in LMP2. The two cars lapping each other. Jones being lapped there. And they're coming upon the Aston.
And this is probably going to hold the Aston up slightly as they come into the final chicane, which is going to allow Janssen a little bit of time to close up, although not too much.
He's a bit closer than he was.
Yeah.
He's almost exactly a second.
The thing I do find with these onboard shots is it makes it look like the car you're following is further away than it actually is.
I always find the opposite. It's sort of fisheye lens. Everything looks really close and claustrophobic. As Zux continues to be serviced. I should check the steward decision chat every now and again. Now Josh is gone. Because otherwise I'll miss any key penalties or decisions being investigated. Let's have a check. 17 new messages that I've missed. Tom Dillon says about 20 minutes ago, next steward in will be Pascal. I'm leaving now to get in the car. So clearly Martin handing over to Tom Dillon in reading game. Might be why they've dropped out of the top 7 in LMP2. As Bint sets fastest lap of the race and he extends the gap to Macduff to 43 seconds. So the 23 Valet responding well to the pace of Rory Macduff and the Iris.
I think the graphics are a little bit out on the stream because on the timing board it's saying 23 seconds as the gap between Bintz and Macduff.
I'm seeing 43 on my end, and I can see the overlay controls as we look at another LMP2 lapping this battle for 5th. Last decision by Tom Dillon was number 14, which was the 10-second song go for the number 97 for holding up the Mugen under blue flags, which I believe Tom mentioned. So Tom said, I've got to go prepare for my stint. Oh! Did I miss something there? Or was that just a close lapping?
No, I don't think miss.
I heard a sharp intake of breath and convinced I would miss something while I was reading out the series decision.
Oh, no.
But yeah, so the reports are going to be a little bit behind the next steward, but Tom can still call code 80s as Marco Jansen, like by another LMP2 as Meyer in the 42. Raphael Meyer is serviced in the pit lane. He's going to lose out to the 828 at the end of this stop. Macduff instantly has got the gap back down to 37 seconds, so he's responded well to Bint setting the fastest lap. Savania, after going off at Maggots Beckett, has now really lost touch, over a lap behind. And Newton remains 82 seconds behind in the Rookie Monsters 73, behind Savania. The Rookie Monsters, their recovery has halted somewhat since Bradley Sellers got out of the car. As there we go. Decoltot takes 6th in LMP2 from, and there's Dylan, who's gone up to 7th. So clearly recovering from the pit stop for number 42. Jansen. Oh, was that a little mistake by the Christian Toff? We've been watching this battle for quite a while now. Jansen just continuing to shadow Christian Toff. Oh, little wiggle there on the straight. Board with the McLaren. Number 37 can do. Very much the closest battle as Zux on fresh tyres sets the fastest LMP2 lap of the race, 147.4. Wrestled with the car in some of these fast corners. Oh, that's really wide. And that's interesting. Yeah, it looks like Christian Toff is setting up, compromising his entry into the loop to sort of get the best run onto Wellington Straight So he clearly feels the 37 would be a threat if he just took the normal line. Oh, and twitching as well as they let the LMP1s through. There's the race leader.
Interestingly, the circuit's definitely improving as lap by lap, as we've seen both McDuff and Savagna put in personal best laps on their previous lap. And there's many other green sectors and personal bests throughout the field on the last couple laps.
Indeed, as we see yellow in second sector.
That's...
So who exactly is that? Primavera, who's caught up to Sismiada in his recovery. Certainly Primavera having a strong race despite his earlier misfortune. Also keep an eye on that Jansen-Toth battle. Jansen's still behind at the moment. Seen for the Coach Eric car how hard it is to recover from a disconnection, and here we go. Primavera gets his chance. This is Miata very wide into the last corner.
Yeah, it's very tight into that last corner. It's very opportunistic to get a move through there. In fact,
Darth pits, but we're watching Primavera fighting for 12. This is Miata struggling in the traffic somewhat. And here's that Aston, by the way, of Christian Toth, who gets wide to let them through.
Oh!
And they rub, and wide goes Christian Toth. So Jansen is going to have a run at him, surely.
He's a little bit far off, but yes, he's certainly going to have to run down the Wellington Straight here.
Yeah, and Primavera much closer though, as McDuff continues to be serviced. Should get ahead of Saviano. Certainly, this is a move for McDuff to undercut the 23 Valet, and he's already out. So quick stop. Primavera showing a lot of pace, a lot of confidence. See if we can turn that into a move. See another yellow in the second sector, which is where we are right now, on the nose cone of Daniel Primavera. Another yellow in sector 2. That must be the car ahead of the two of them. Down as Zooks lowers the LMP2 fastest lap once more to 147.2, 2/10 faster than he did a few moments ago. Or we got a lapped LMP2 and a GD3 in the way. So this will be interesting. This is Miata. Really has to slow right down and all over the curb. Goes must be, what's his name? Modal. Alexander Modal, of course. And Primavera not quite able to take advantage, but he's right with him now. Jansen 1.9 behind Toth. Primavera has a think about it into the loop. Thinks better of it. What can Daniel Primavera really do here? Because he seems much faster than Sismiada. But Richard Sismiada, not quite messing up big enough, and he's flashing the lights now too. Feels like that's more of an intimidation tactic, and up the inside he goes at Brooklands.
You got to be really
and
committed.
He spins! So there we go. Answer my own question. Sismiada gets on the wet stuff. No traction. Round he goes.
I feel basically that was pressure there. I think he saw
the flashing lights distracted him.
Primavera was having a go at the inside, and my thinking is that he just let off the brake a little bit more, but then he hadn't slowed down enough that the weight of the back end just caused him to pirouette at that point.
Here we go, back to the battle for fifth as Pitts responding to Rory McDuff's stop. So the 23 should get out back ahead, as it did in the first sequence of pit stops, after McDuff had to pit for repairs when his steering was damaged by the 97. Or was it by the second contact with the LMP2?
It was the second contact with the LMP2 which did the most
that was
damage.
what it really did for him. Real shame. It was the last place in the LMP2 at the moment, driven by Lopal Larvin in the 138, is it? 1 to 2, or 138 or 139. But Jansen continues to close.
Yeah, and obviously where Toff had that little bit of a hindrance from the LMP2 cars lapping him earlier, it's allowed him to Jensen to catch back up, and it's put him back into the slipstream. So now he's really starting to catch back up, and it seems Toff, as we saw going through Stowe, having a few instances where he's getting the slide on.
Oh, big lap by Vince. He set the fastest middle sector of the race, so on those fresh tyres, he's making the most of it. Saying the gap is about 50 seconds or so. Oh, and another wide entry.
Yeah, I don't know if he's trying to set himself up so he's got a better drive out onto the Wellington straight.
There's the gap, 37 seconds. Now 38, actually. So Bint's really flying at the moment. Now Jensen having to let the LMP2s through. Loses a little bit of touch with that 5th place as he goes right over the curb there. Jowl has gone into the pits as well. So he's going to lose out to Deckeltop and Dylan. Most likely. It's Dylan only in 9 seconds behind Deckeltop. It's a reading game. Looking to recover. They were running 4th at one point. Or they were 5th and closing on 4th. Until the Pull Street Boys car hit them. But Jansen is as wide as he dares. The cops. This is still the closest battle on track now, I think. Although Primavera continuing to close on Jan Donze for 11th. There's the reading game, actually, of Tom Dillon. Getting past Jansen. Soon to get past Christian Toff as well. Must be Deckeltop in the 828. Between the two. Oh no, that's the 828. Of course, the Barrett green and black car. Here's a battle, actually. Tobias Blimschein, who was commentating with us at the beginning, in a battle with Petrus. And Blimschein is up the inside, in the Iris. Oh, look at this, they touch him to Stowe! And Tobias is going to have to get really brave if he wants to pull this one off.
Oh, did they touch again, I think?
Almost looked like it, yeah. Petrus almost off track there. But looked fairly clean by Tobias in the 77. Petrus down to 10th.
We said we were only speak positively of him.
Yes. I've remembered that now, mysteriously. Go back to my favourite battle. The one that almost gets going. And unfortunately, Christian Toff, a little bit too smart to give Marco Jansen a chance, really, to overtake him. But Jansen, certainly looking like he's got the better setup car. A little bit of an advantage through some of these fast corners. The Aston, I think, a little bit quicker down the straight, but struggles to get it slowed down for the twisty stuff. Give my technical feedback there. Anyway, we are 2 hours 20 minutes into this one. Are we?
Nearly 2 hours 20 minutes. We're just shy of it.
Guys, jumped the gun a bit. But
by about a minute and 30 seconds almost.
Although I did just make fun of this battle for not quite getting going, I really enjoy these battles where you have two cars running close together the whole race, and it's just a case of one little slip up might hand it to the other team, especially with all this traffic trying to lap them.
Oh, that's not what Jensen wanted.
Yeah, and Christian Toff is now going to have to let him through just after the last corner here. That looks like Zargordanev, I think. Is it Zargordanev? It is! There we go.
Yeah.
The 259. And in fact, we've got more lap traffic looking to have a go. at Jensen.
Oh,
Oh, that's
That's
the
close.
Ring of Bond attacking the Sun Edit's car.
oh. Was there some contact between the Sun and its car as well?
Yeah, Sophie Jones, I think, just holding. Oh no, they must be in different laps. The Ring of Bond.
Oh. See, this is one of the frustrations for Jensen is you start to feel that you're the only one that's getting hindered by back markers. You always seem to or people are lapping.
Oh, there goes his
and as I
spins!
said that,
Oh, commentator's curse strikes again. First it was me, now it was you, Ryan.
I pass the baton back to you, Ed.
So there we go. Christian Toff gets a little bit offline, and that's all it takes for the half spin to happen. And as we say that, Ivanichenko hits from second. So Pastorino in the 64, now a lap ahead.
Oh, hang on, Toff's coming back at him, and he is back through.
There is a little mistake then. Did Jensen let him through?
I'm not sure. I don't know why Jensen would, because I didn't see him do anything that would warrant him doing that. But
Yeah, maybe a little bit of mistake at Cops then.
and that is our lead, Pastorino, coming through.
Yeah, Pastorino's had a peerless run so far. I think the 64 also won at Barcelona, if I remember correctly, as Jansen gets really slid in there as Conrad revisits the pits. Number 11 continuing to struggle as Coach Eric seek to make up ground. Yeah, Conrad is still a lap down on Listola, who's taken over the 137. Closest battle in LMP1 is that for the battle for the lead, which I believe is about 30 seconds. Let's look at Jansen again being hounded by the LMP2 field. Scaddy. The Scaddy got to worry about.
So he's P2.
About 19 seconds ahead of Zogoldenov. So nothing too much going on there.
And isn't that Sooks just behind him to lap him? Or
It could be, yes. I think Zooks has lapped pretty much everyone else in the LMP2 field. He's having a Pastorino type drive.
well, that's the problem. When you're having such a dominant effort, you get less time on screen.
It does seem that way, yeah. The guy. There he is.
There's Sooks. So it wasn't Sooks. It was someone else.
Okay. Zook's very much on his own. So he was actually battling with Neef a while ago, but Conrad rather. Conrad has since pulled away. Neil Evers. Oh, in a battle with... that looks like Blumschein.
Tobias
Gaining another
Blumschein.
place. Around the outside, Tobias Blumschein. So the Irish driver continuing to gain ground. And closing now, next on the road will be Tom Dillon. So we could see the Tobias Blumschein, Tom Dillon, a commentator battle. I would like to see. Where is Tom Dillon? There he is at the end of the straight. Trying to catch Jeff Gritz. And that looked like a bit of a slide into Brooklands that Tom Dillon did well to hold on to. So, Emil Evers is going to struggle to hold on to Tobias with the pace that Tobias has been showing. 150.2 last time around, I believe. His best lap, 147.9. He's up there with the best of the LMP2s. Renzuk's best lap, 147.2. So that really shows you where the ballpark is. Oh, it really does feel like everyone's relaxed a bit now. After all that action.
Yeah, I feel as soon as you say that, though, something suddenly happens.
Yeah, the 259 emerges from the pits with Dima Kors.
Yeah,
at the
no one
wheel.
seems to be taking much notice of the pit exit line there.
And Jansen has dropped to with it. He's dropped to 24 seconds behind that'd be Christian Toff. So something's gone horribly wrong for Jansen then.
Oh, is he crabbing there?
Could be. We'll have to see if a code 80 gets called. I think they're relying on us to notice when someone hits trouble, aren't they? Because a lot of the race directors are driving a joke live and has another moment. Is he still on the full wets?
No, he has changed. Now he's on the blue mark tyre, so that's for softs.
So still just struggling for rear grip and traction.
Yeah, however, since he's moved to the softs, his lap time has picked up dramatically.
Jansen definitely in some kind of issue. Yeah,
yes.
That looks like he's crabbing, and he has been for some time. That might explain why he let Christian Toff back through. There's the Stoller lapping Christian Toff, it looks like. In his pursuit of McDuff, who's lapped him. So the two LMP1s on different laps. There's Pesarino pitting from the lead. That's Blumschein in there as well. So number 42 has gone back through, as has Primavera. So Blumschein's great stint come to an end. Is that Krennic in trouble? I just had a slightly slow exit from Chapel onto Hangar Straight. So I guess we get to the phase of the race where we talk about things that have nothing to do with racing, if we want. Look at Listola recovering from a slight off at Cops. Getting very over the curb as well. So the Fringer Bond on those purple mixed set tyres, gaining confidence. As Mia Levers also visits the pits. That's going to let Primavera back through. There's Jones. Top 3 in LMP2. He's only 54 seconds out of Pajal. So the 66 is going to get on the podium.
For the moment. I mean, it all seems to change.
Oh,
side by side.
That's Decaloot getting past Cause.
And that was
Cause had only just got on board. So that was side by side for Magus Beckett.
Yeah, that's that very scary move for both of them. Good wheel-to-wheel racing. That it didn't end up in a plane crash, because they quite often do.
There you go. Deckeltop. His reward for that bravery is 5th place, and not too far behind Bajal either, is he?
No.
8 seconds.
Yes.
Still all to play for it, and that battle for the LMP2 podium. I think number 3 of Naxati might be a bit too far ahead. The entry list, I forget. I'm pretty sure. Is that one of the into the points entries, or is it Royal Blue? I forget. Savannah fits from 3rd in LMP1. There he is.
Yeah, is that going to drop him behind Newtown?
Is he going to drop behind Newton?
I'm not sure.
Oh, there he is.
There he is.
So almost. Oh, he's a lap down though. So he's going to go back on the lead lap. I don't think Newton, even Wayne Newton, is going to be fast enough to get in front of Saviano and make up a whole lap on him. Unless Saviano has a very, very slow stop, as David Naxati has a little twitch at Brooklands.
Yeah, these LMP2 cars, they just seem like they're on edge all the time in these conditions.
Yeah, they do. Definitely feels like the GDs, they're sort of used to the lack of grip. The LMP1s have naturally got more grunt and more downforce, and the LMP2s are in this sort of stuck in the middle kind of line, where they haven't got the power of the LMP1s, they don't have the grip, and they don't quite have the drivability, as it were, of the GDs. I'm going to change for position somewhere. Nope, I'm just seeing things. Oh, it's Blumshine. He's caught up to Skazbolik's Delhi in the Paul Street Boys 738. 758, sorry. Let's watch this. Because he should be going right up the inside as wide goes the Paul Street Boys machine. Through goes Blumshine into 12th. Already getting in the mix, but getting boxed in by the GD3 battle. And
that's
just
not a that's not a way to try it. That wasn't threading a needle.
Oh! And the Free Von car spins trying to avoid the GTs.
That was. I didn't think that was quite threading the eye of the needle. I think that was just make a gap myself.
Yeah, there he is. Oh, it's all gone off there.
That was
That was the Paul Street Boys car, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Delhi. Another mistake then.
Oh, it was off. Then there's another one off. That's the Corvette.
That's the 58 of EFA Racing team. As Liam Rance, who was commentating, sets a new best lap in GD3, 2 minutes 0.7. So where is Liam Rant in the order? Must be fairly in the mix there. Liam Rant's 24th overall for Satellite Racing 64. He's gotten on board the lead car, of course. So no wonder, as we see, that looks like Listola in trouble. Yeah, there we go, just emerging in front of the VMS LMP2. Yeah, all happening all of a sudden. Like the rain's increased, so it just looks like drivers starting to fatigue. Yellow in the first sector that clears up. With the gap at the front, 30 seconds. Room it up has closed a little bit.
Oh, there's another car going off at Maggots and Beckett's there. It's completely straight lining it. I think it was
Listola?
No, not Listola. I think it was the LMP2 car that's in the background.
Alright.
Oh, and we
it's
have
Krennic missing a rear wing. So number 29 in trouble again.
Luckily, just next to pit lane.
Oh, so no need for a code 80, I guess.
No.
Pause. Still within about 2 seconds of Jonathan Deckeltop. Sorry. So the 828 not completely clear just yet.
There it is, Jones. I believe it was him.
Sophie Jones in the BMS. Sunny's car. Goes. A solid job so far. About 40 seconds behind the next car of Owen Kilhalsvik for into the points. As for Jow in the top 4, chasing that final slot on the podium. Currently held by the other Jones, Jonathan Jones, in the 47 into the points car. Into the points looking for their second podium in a row in LMP2. Deckeltop visits the pits. The course is going to go back through there. And Tom Dillon will get into the top 6.
You know, I said I'd pass the baton to you earlier.
Yeah.
And then you said that they're on the way for another podium. Is that another baton pass? Yeah.
I think that's just establishing their goal.
Yes.
Rather than a prediction. Although, I would not be surprised if they're in the mix at the end. But let's see what happens as Will Kenwright in the number 2 negotiates the field. 18 seconds behind Deckeltop and closing. Because there is Newton in the 73. It's going to let Listola back through. So the 137 and the 73. Swapping positions every time they pit, it seems.
And are we due for any more rain at all?
I don't have the weather radar that Josh does. But I would say no. There's Zoltan top who's gotten on board the number 22, sets a personal best first sector. So Mugen have not given up on this win just yet. They are still a lap down on Rory McDuff, who is about 30 seconds down on Jansen Bintz. Valet in a strong position in LMP1 at the moment. Mugen leading dominantly in LMP2. And it's a 64. Is it satellite racing?
That's Tom
64.
Dillon looking to have a slight instant. Or
Liam Rance sets another fastest lap of the GT3 field.
He is on it.
2 minutes 4. And there's Jones. Oh, it's Krennic has his own off-track moment.
He's just come back from after having his rear wing put back on as well.
Yeah, so Krennic certainly pushing the limits.
And that
Marco
is...
Pereira stopping. That's the wrong pit lane entry, my friend.
Yeah.
Is he just letting the field through?
I don't know what he's doing.
Oh, he's heading for the wall. You think we cut away there? There's Vice Blumschein continuing to fight.
He's not run out of fuel, has he?
Oh! Blumschein just hits the side of Homeward. There he is. He's still
limping.
Going. Marco Pereira.
Has he run out of? Oh wait, he is going, but
Jansen, who's having fallen back to 12th, was fighting for 5th, and now seems to be just about holding on. Yeah, we find that car that's slow to a crawl. Oh, Santo goes off in the second place. Bentley.
Oh, manages to get it stopped though.
There we go. There's Marco Pereira.
Yeah,
I'm surprised we don't have a code 80 for this.
Oh, he's got damage. He has got damage.
Horribly damaged.
Yeah.
He's doing well to avoid everyone at the moment. As Primera, I think, has just gotten into... Yeah, that looks like he's just behind Mia Levis now. So that is a top 11. Oh, around the outside of the McLaren. That looks like the number 3. Number 1 of Davis, rather. That's running in 6th. Go back down to Pereira, who's running last of everyone. Even Jagustin, who we just saw there in the pits, is ahead of Pereira. He is 39 laps down on the leader in GT3. As Dylan dies for the pit lane. Currently, he can't call the code 80 because he's in there. Oh, on the grass now, so it's not handling too well.
It's showing that he's on full wet still as well.
Yeah. Pereira might want to change. Or is it Dylan on full wets, you were saying?
No, Pereira.
Pereira. He's retired now.
He's retired,
He's gone into the pit lane. So that's his race run, essentially. Here's McDuff. 29 seconds now, down on Bintz. So he's been chipping away. Could really go either way at the moment between Valet and Iris for the overall victory. Pajal, only about 4 seconds behind Jonathan Jones. So there's a little battle for second that's really heated up in the past few minutes. Santo hits from second after he's off, we saw earlier. So he's going to potentially lose out to Christopher Kianik, who is 4 seconds behind, so almost certainly going to get through. And Abascal the Rascal, in the number 48, he's definitely going to get through onto the podium now as well. But Christian Toff, some way down, 75 seconds down on what's happening ahead of him. As Pajal continues to close on Jonathan Jones. So let's keep an eye on this battle. Cool. Overtakes Santo. Still in the pits. Actually being held up by Chris Davis a little bit, but he clears him now, and he's got the LMP1 of Newton is about to lap the both of them.
And then you got Bintz just behind that as well.
Yes. So Newton doing his level best to stay on the lead lap at the moment. Crucial for him, and through he goes. into 2 hours 40 minutes into the race. Nearly at the end of hour 3. Not a whole lot's happened in this hour, must be said. A couple of little battles here and there. It is starting to settle down somewhat.
Yep.
And it looks like the car we saw going very slowly, driven by Herrera, the 127, has been disqualified. That's why it went banned to the pit lane.
Right.
Explain that. Decaloop, 3 seconds exactly behind Florian Weppler in the 42. Closing. That's, I believe, the battle for 8th in LMP2. But this battle, meanwhile, for 3rd, only less than 2 seconds in it. Now, we'll have to hope the traffic helps him out here. Looks like it's doing so. Because there we go. He's now right behind Jonathan Jones. Here we go. He's got a great run. But they've both got to clear each other and that GD3. Next Sadie makes another visit to the pits. Pajard has a look at the inside, but he's not close enough to execute. Jonathan Jones holds on to 3rd, but Iris would so dearly like a double podium in LMP1 and LMP2.
I noticed there's still actually, from that onboard, there's still actually a wet patch, quite a big wet patch under the bridge, coming down the Wellington Straight.
Jones looking a bit vulnerable. Purple Iris machine of Stanislaus Pajal.
He's got a good run, and they've got
It's a reading game, or is it in a GD car?
a GT car ahead, and they just about, I was wondering if they were going to catch the GT car.
Yeah.
But I was wondering if it was going to be during Maggots and Beckett's.
That was the EFA Racing, number 58.
Pajad's having a go, but he's not close enough. I was wondering if it was going to play into Pajad's hands if they'd have caught it at the wrong point. But it was just a little bit too far behind.
Oh, look at that. Jonathan Jones getting very deep into club.
Definitely starting to feel some sort of pressure now.
Jones driving very defensively now. Half a second between them.
Oh, that's very wide from Pajad there. Just flicked it in a bit too much there.
Just dive in and see what happens. That seems to be the Stanislaus Pajal strategy at the moment for these corners. Once again, gets a better run onto Wellington Straight. Yellow in the first sector. Not sure what that was for, but it's cleared. Yellow again.
It seems Jones seems to be able to set the car. It's going around the outside. No, there's just.
He tried that the previous lap too.
Yeah, the grip just seems to fade away as he drifts into the corner. It looks like the move's on, but then it just starts to dissipate.
Wet patch is definitely disappearing as Petras, I believe, has lost out to Martin lower down. Oh, that's because number 2, Kenwright, as Pajal goes right off into the wet stuff. Offline. Off track, actually. So that's going to hurt his charge.
But he's back on it, and he's already actually taken a car length back going through Maggots.
Oh, there we go. Just emerging from nowhere. The LMP1. That looks like the Kojak car.
But now that's going to give him a bit more of a slipstream to hopefully drag him back a bit.
Certainly that's disappointing for the 66. Take him a little bit longer to clear Jonathan Jones. All the while, David Naxadi makes hay. 63 seconds ahead of them. Anyway, We have 5 hours and 15 minutes remaining in these 8 hours of Silverstone. Bajal continuing to pressurize not Ronzux, Jonathan Jones, of course, for third.
Managed to close back up.
Yeah, and Zux actually pits, so I was predicting that somehow. That's why I mentioned it. But he's got a big lead. The next Addy is that looked like Coach Eric facing the wrong way.
Yeah, it is, and he's struggling on the infield to get back on.
That's Titus Conrad. Wouldn't expect that from him. One of the leading drivers in EERC touring cars for Coach Eric.
And
winner of the first round last time at Barcelona. For the endurance team, of course. And the race has not gone to plan for them at all. They've dropped another lap to the leader. They're now 4 laps down on Jensen Bintz. Not the plan at all. In fact, there's McDuff ahead of him. A couple of laps to the good. But anyway, let's go back to the battle for third in LMP2. Now it's got a great view here. There's the Aston on the left. Takes it down the inside. And now he's right.
Oh, he got on the wet stuff there and just locked the back end up.
That was a scary moment there. Good job. I'll say one thing for him, he's fun to watch.
Yes.
But Maguli's taken over the class leading 21 for Mugen in LMP2. 115 seconds now ahead of Max Saddy. McDuff has really faded away at the end of this stint. He's dropped to nearly 50 seconds down on Bintz. Jonathan Jones, to his credit, doing a very good job, I feel. Into the points. Doing well to hold off an experienced team in the form of Iris. Got some brilliant drivers at their disposal, and a 47 making a big impression so far in this race.
Yeah, now this is where Pajad seems to get a good run coming into Maggots and Beckett's. He just seems to absolutely throw the car through. He gets to gain about a car length through there usually.
Yeah, certainly Pajad's commitment not in question, but occasionally he overcommits, gets the rears onto the slippy part of the circuit, and has to save it. Can't fault his reactions either, as we see yellow in sector 2. Not sure what that's for. We think of a topic where we wait for Pajal to mount another attack. As Lastola hits, which is going to let Newton through into 4th. Pajal goes wide to set up. We'll run to Wellington straight. They're both going to be lapped by McDuff in the immediate future. So Pajal will want to try and use that to his advantage.
Yeah, and he's definitely back with him again, but is he going to struggle going through cops in the dirty air like he did previously?
The bright blue, well dark blue car of Jonathan Jones.
Yeah, Jones taking that double apex, which has given him a good exit out onto the old start-finish straight.
Newton has not had a great stint because Lastola has pit and come out ahead of him. The gap's starting to form at the bottom of LMP1 as through goes McDuff. Of course, to keep up with Bintz. Oh, look at this. Jones getting a little bit in the way there. Has to move offline. As Kianik hits from second, and that lets a Baskel through into second in GD3. Freshly timing over. You. Oh, and that was looks like Coach Eric, or is that Newton? Well, I
I think it's Coach Eric who spun earlier.
that would make sense. Oh, well over the curve, just about saved that one.
There's a GT car coming out of pit lane, just slots in front of them. That looks like the Mugen of. Is it Rance?
Yeah, that'd be the class leader. D4.
Which is giving. Oh yeah, this is giving Pajad a big run.
Oh, here we go. Up the inside.
He's on the wet.
And he's on the wet stuff. And Jonathan Jones do anything about that?
About gets it stopped.
And look, the 77 is coming through to try and unlap itself as well. So Iris taking a big advantage here and taking third place in LMP2. Certainly, McDuff, things not working out for him in number 8, but his teammates having a much better run. Now struggles to keep the 77 a lap down on it.
Ooh,
and now they've got the number 7 in the way.
He's turned in just at the wrong time there. Looked like Jones was going to have a go going through Maggots and Beckett's, but
here we go, Blunshine. He's got the run to unlap himself.
He's got the outside.
There we go. Oh,
no, but he holds on.
Jones, yeah.
Fair enough.
Now he's going to have to unlap his teammate somehow as he bids to get back into the higher echelons of the top 10. So the LMP2 strategy is really interesting. It's all going back and forth, isn't it? As we look at further down, I think Milotai is going to the pits. Here he is, as Kianik, sorry. So that hands third to Zagvi. Homewood is in a little battle with
yeah.
So Christine off has just lost out to Nick Homewood.
Yeah, Homewood's up into 6th now.
Good for the 444 squad. Position gain for them.
And there's your leader. Yeah, we haven't seen him for a while. It's Bince.
Yeah, Valet have taken pole position. Had a bit of a tricky start. But since McDuff got hit by the... there's Pereira. Still in the pit lane for some reason. Race director fascinated by that. And Jensen Bince, since McDuff got out of the picture, he's controlled things. There's Blumshine nearly coming to grief at Cops.
And Blumshine's got past and unlapped himself on his teammate, but in doing so, they've got into this gaggle of cars, and this could allow that's Jones in the background to potentially catch back up.
And this is who Tobias is chasing at the moment, which is Will Kenwright.
Yeah, and that's Tobias just in the background coming onto the hangar straight.
Kenwright is in turn, I think, right behind the Ring of On. Yeah, there we go, Mia Levers. Pity a little battle for 8th then. But things play out in that way. Pajal,
and look who's right behind him again.
It's Jones, yes, as McDuff dives into the pit lane to be serviced. LMP2 really attracting our attention now. So look at McDuff in the Iris. Fresh tyres on. And steady now, within a second of the other Iris of Pajal. You.
Jones just getting not the best of exits.
He was struggling with that when he was battling with him earlier. Things like into the points, holding on, losing on the podium. But they need to be careful because that 77 car, if they can keep the pace up, they can see another Iris battling them later on in the race. Still 5 hours to go. Moinier gets on board the 8. So, Iris deciding to give Rory McDuff a rest. I hope that Loic Moinier can close the gap to Valet at number 23. Oh, Jonathan Jones missed a gear there. Went up really quickly.
Hello, Ed. Hello, Ryan.
Oh, hello.
And back is Josh.
I just got 2 text messages from you, Josh, that just said, back.
Yeah, I think it just sent through. Wi-Fi's been horrendous in the box. Update, it stopped snowing on my end, but I went down to the end of the field, and the little river we have is frozen over. So that is interesting. So,
it's dried up,
yeah.
mostly at Silverstone. It's only the runoff and the inside of some of these corners that looks a little bit damp.
I can see it looks like for the remainder of the race, it's going to stay dry, which is good, but there could be a chance of rain when we hit the night shift, but all looking good. And I noticed as well that it's still the 23 leading the way for Valley Esports, with Bits at the wheel.
Jansen Bits having a very strong stint, was pulling away from Rory McDuff, and now Loic Moinier has gotten aboard the number 8 Iris in a bid to catch back up, but of course he's lost time due to the pit stop, so the gaps look pretty wide at the moment. It's Liam Rance. He's been setting the timing screens alight in the 64, the Satellite Racing squad, in a league of their own. I believe 64 is Satellite Racing, who won in Spain as well in the first round. Look behind, someone going very wide there. It's Will Kenwright, of course, who's struggling to catch up to Neil Evers in the front of on. And Tobias Blumschein, that purple car behind, is catching him. So Tobias, on a bit of a mega stint at the moment, closing in on everybody.
So that's the 29 just going off the track a little bit.
Yeah,
out
another
of turn
misadventure for Radim Krennic in the 29 crew of Royal Blue Racing.
Quite interesting manoeuvre. Zoltan Toff then up into P3. He's changed over with the 22, hasn't he, on the rig. So we've seen our first driver changes in the
Chris
hour.
Davis, number 1, who was having a good little battle. He's doing well to keep Nick Homewood behind him. But now, in the pits, I think Homewood, who we just see in the foreground here, being about to be lapped by the race leader, Homewood should be getting into 5th position, which is great news for the Ring of Honor racing fans. And was that Vince heading for the pit lane?
Yeah, I was wondering if that was the case.
It is.
Yes. Will we see a driver change at this point? Because he's basically been 3 hours in the car.
Yeah, well, that'll be a response to Iris then.
And plus qualifying time as well, because he did the qualifying. So he's been in there for 4 hours.
Okay. We're just looking at Abascal, the rascal, in the other into the points car, number 48.
This is going to put Mounier back on the lead lap, which is great news, and it has done so.
Have you guys been impressed by Into the Points Racing's performances in LMP2 and GD3?
Yes.
They took the LMP2 podium last time out.
Massively, yeah.
They're running 2nd in GD3, and they were holding up to 3rd until Stanislas Pachal just got past them in number 47. Jonathan Jones doing a decent job.
3rd in both of the classes as well in LMP2's point standings with 15 and 15 in... No, sorry,
Tobias has got a run here.
Oh! Had a go at that, but that looked like the Will Kenwright just turned in, and Tobias did not want a collision.
Good job here from Tobias. Let's see if he can get the acceleration out of Club Corner down towards Abbey. It looks like...
And meanwhile, Jansen Bintz should be just about to exit the pits here.
Oh,
Tobias has the pink at the end of Hamilton Straight.
That's his car just there, isn't it?
Oh,
Just
yeah, there we go.
Oh, it's in the way.
To the
So,
inside.
oh no, it's a GT car.
Oh, that was close. And Tobias just about squeezing through on the outside, but Will Kenwright is still there.
He didn't muscle him off though, so Good clean racing. That's going to give Tobias
Kenwright
the
goes
run.
wide onto the Wellington Straight, and they've got lap traffic ahead of them. Tobias has got the inside. Is he going to break
Gonna be on the
into-
whistle-
the rear
Oh,
steps
the
out! There's
But
a
that-
little side tap there. But Tobias holds the inside now for Brooklands.
Puts him up
There he
into
goes.
ninth. They had to lap the LMP, the slower LMP2 car as well, and yeah, it just was 3-1 at one point.
Yeah, that was a really difficult situation, but Tobias just about coming out on top. And his teammate, Pajal, also in the pits at the moment, has dropped to 6th. But
There was a Porsche wide as well, further back, that we saw going off, as I've got pinging going on in my ears with people texting, which is annoying. But it was a good, strong move from Tobias, and for once, I think we can actually say some good things about him, because we always say about how
well, he had a great
he's
stint
unlucky.
at Barcelona as well.
He did. He
It
did
was-
have a brilliant one.
They just lost out to the points, funnily enough, right near
Yeah.
the end.
Yes.
As a-
Well done, Tobias.
Yes, so
Well
certainly 2 great races in a row. And let's not mention the touring car race
That's
last
a-
week.
What happened to the touring car race, Ed? I
Well,
don't know.
a certain commentator team took their first win in their first good race.
Yeah, what is it again? Hamilton? No. Hunter?
Human BS.
Yeah,
believe they're called.
something like that as well. Named after some hunting animal sport and some tree, something or other. I don't know.
Oh,
So,
look
but,
at this.
yeah.
Christian
well,
Toff has caught right back up to Nick Homewood. And the rear! Just about holding on through Chapel. But this looks like an interesting fight. So Homewood has jumped Toff. I think because Toff pit, didn't he?
Yeah, Zoltan came into the pits. And
Christian.
Novak's taken over at the 23 squad, by the way. I don't think we mentioned that just yet.
Over the curbs in number 16. And into the pits goes Homewood, so there won't be a bat. There we go. In goes the Free Bond car. So, Toff back up to 5th.
Come on, Nick. We need something to talk about with some battles on the circuit. There aren't that many going on. Zoltan
Well, the
Toff.
battles that we have had have been pretty
Yes.
entertaining, to be fair.
So we now understand that the purple tyres on the tyre screens are a mixed set of mediums and
Homewood
softs.
just coming in front of the, it looks like the VMS car.
Pascal
It
Eggert
looked almost
is,
like they
yeah.
were going into the same pit box there.
Pascal Eggert has taken over as race director from Tom Dillon. Now that Tom's in the car, and Pascal is typing in the steward's decision chat. So we're going to see some penalties for the first time since 4:36 earlier on UK time, of course.
I believe Loic Mounier has closed a little bit on Martin Novak. The gap on the race view is 35 seconds, when it was about 40 or 50 not too long ago.
I don't look forward to the race directors post race because they've got 15 decisions to do post race. That's a hard one to swallow. But cars now beginning to form down. We're into the third hour, into the fourth hour, and at the end of this, we'll be halfway through.
Indeed, we will. So,
Who sang that song halfway there? I can't remember. was-
Living on a Prayer?
Bon Jovi.
Bon Jovi, yeah.
Bon Jovi, that's it. Yeah, Living on a Prayer. Thank you.
We had Macbeth earlier,
Yeah.
and now we have Bon Jovi.
It's
I didn't
alright,
get to use any of my Shakespeare quotes. I studied Othello for English literature about
Well,
10 years ago.
It was like one that it's tragic. I've got to say this in context. I hope nothing happens on the track. But we know that Meatloaf died recently,
Passed away, yes.
and he had COVID, and that was the cause of death. And I've just said it as well. It's one of the most taintless jokes, but I found it quite coincidental that his cause of death was COVID. And I said, well, isn't that a bat out of hell? Because, of course, the rumour COVID started with a bat in Wuhan market. And then, of course, for them to kill Meatloaf, one of his most famous songs was Bat Out of Hell. It was just unbelievable to me. Yeah, I mean that's still something that shocks me that Meatloaf's no longer with us. I mean, you look at the music list from the 70s and 80s as well, and just so many famous ones are falling off now as well. It still gets me that David Bowie's not here. The amount of things with David Bowie, still legendary, of course. Nothing's killing off ABBA, though, is it? They've just come back for another tour. Although not at the O2 Arena, which, if you've been watching...
Well, the roof blew off.
Yes.
Well, part of the roof. I used to go to uni right next to the O2 Arena.
Did you?
So, I did. I went to Ravensbourne. Just right next door. So they probably got a grandstand view. I doubt many people are outside when that happened, though, with 122 mile per hour winds or whatever it was.
Well,
of course, Dima
it's
Course
bits.
visits the pits from 4th. So
Yeah.
Tom Dillon, I think, is going to be promoted up to top 4.
Oh,
Lauren Wepfer. Sorry.
wide a bit, yeah.
I'm not sure where Florian Weeper came from. Maybe he was going for a sweeper in the number 42, so that was why I got confused.
Well, just talking about the O2 quickly, is off goes Christoph Kayak.
That's a big mistake from the 88. They were in a battle trying to catch up to the number 7. That's not going to help at all. In fact, good thing Toff is quite a while behind after his stop. But I think Yannick might be coming in for fresh tyres now soon. This is a battle. This is Carmen Explorer after his pit stop. He's gone back on board the 66. And here goes up the inside.
There's definitely contact there.
Of Decoltot, as I call him. Because I'm very bad at pronouncing French names. But Jonathan holding. And there's actually this is a freeway battle. Because Course is just emerged right in front of the two of them. So, Carmen Explorer will look for another chance up the inside of Brooklyn. He gets the nose up. But Decoltot pulls across.
That move gives you a bit of false sense that you've got the move done because of the double apex line. You go wide and you think, oh, the door's open, and then all of a sudden it slams shut.
Here we go, battle for 6th position then. It's Bore, Decoltot, and Course in front of us. Okay, we'll call Carl Magnus Bore past these two earlier. He's now going to have to do it all over again. The 66, mired in the midfield.
Bore's got a good drive here, but is it just enough to go up the inside?
Decoltot's got the outside. Oh, and they have to let the LP1 through. But he might get a chance, as Decoltot has to go really wide. Through goes Bore at Stowe. And the race leader, there's somebody went into the pit lane to avoid them, and Decoltot thinks about coming back on the inside into club, but decides not to take out the Iris. And now that allows Course to pull away just a little bit. Is he going to go around the outside of Course into the loop? Yes, he is.
Oh, he's going to smash into the side.
Nick Homewood and nearly our leader.
Oh, Bore playing a little game of pinball there.
My goodness me.
And,
so they've really got to be careful because damage at this stage of the race, it could be costly to get that back.
And Decoltot
time you lose.
fancies to go at Course now as well.
Yeah, he's got a good run here.
Up the inside into Brooklands. Here we go. And the green 828 slides its way through.
Oh yeah, but of course isn't giving up here, but he's found a McLaren at the wrong place.
There's that into the points car. Is in the way. Oh,
That's
there we go.
tense.
So a bad couple of laps for Course. From 6th down to 7th. No, 5th down to 7th, isn't it? This was the battle for 5th, of course. This has been completed. Conrad pits again.
Yeah. Oh, here's Tobias.
Here he is. He's not too far behind that battle, only about 26 seconds to 9th place, which is, I believe, the...
Come on, Tobias.
Will Kenwright, of course.
Oh, yellow sector 2. That's wide, spinner.
Yeah, not sure who that was.
That was...
It's one
Aston,
of the two.
surely.
It's the Aston, yes.
BMW, I think.
Oh, I'll take your word for it.
It'd be the 97 then.
Good, probably so. Jones pits. That's Jonathan Jones.
Yeah,
For
so
the
Dylan
47.
into the top 3.
That's
Reading
it,
game on the
Kingsbury.
podium. So great stint by Tom Dillon, actually. We haven't seen a whole lot of it, but it's been very clean and consistent. Of course, all of the LMP2s on different strategies, it seems. And there is Jonathan Jones coming back into the fray. Behind Coors. Just behind Coors, actually. I think Bore is at the moment on course for third, because the 72 is yet to pit in this stint.
I see what you did there.
I say stuff and then I don't realise what it actually means.
But with that, I am going to head off. It's been fun doing commentary because, again, we've had an action-packed 3 hours of racing so far.
Oh, look at this! The Ring of Honor trying to unlap itself from the third place Sultan Toth and succeeds. So, good effort by Cal Listola. Not every day you see Ring of Honor dive up the inside of Mugen. But anyway, see you later, Ryan.
See you later, Ryan. It's been a lot of fun. Have a great rest of the day.
Oh, Kovacs has a bit of a moment there in the Paul Street Boys LMP2.
And we'll see you next time as well,
Yeah.
Ryan. I just realised you're not in the rest of the race.
Yeah, can't wait for the next.
Yeah, Nordschleifer next.
Oh, that's going to be Green Hell.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Oh! I'm seeing a couple of DNFs on the board. Toff, Deckeltopt, and Bore dropped off the timing screens there. They're in the pit lane, so this isn't a timing glitch. This is definitely disconnections.
Live, yeah. Wow,
But
so
bad news
Zoltan
for
Toth.
Mugen.
Did this
Bad
happen in
news for Valet.
Barcelona?
Not Ballet, Iris.
Yeah.
We've had some disconnections, yeah. But
Boar and Delicate off. Now Zoltan Toth. Well, it's
well,
a
that's
question.
a big shame. But it does hand third place to Tom Dillon. 19 seconds out of course, who has pit.
We've never had a situation where we've had to red flag for a server glitch. Let's hope we don't have to have one today.
Well, that was 3 cars at the same time.
Yeah.
So desperately bad luck for Mugen. We're still just about in the hunt for the win in LMP1. And bad news for Iris 66. And for that, for the 828, who are having a great run. Them and 66 having a great battle, but then both disconnecting. So we'll have to see. But the race carries on without them, at least for the time being. And there's Fabian Ballet on board the 33.
Oh!
Oh, Naxati, very wide. Naxati looks like a... Oh, the steering's gone. He's got to
this
do
will
a
be
whole
code
half a
80.
lap with wonky steering.
They might code 80 it if he's having to go slow. We'll see what's going to happen.
Well, if they don't, then that opens it up for Tom Dillon to get into second place. He's 104 seconds down as we see Listola and Ring of On take third in LMP1, which is great for them. Rare to
Yellow's out.
see the 137 so high on the board. But Newton only 42 seconds down on Listola. So game on for third in LMP1.
Third time's charm. Media's just on a 139.543. Fastest lap of the race so far.
And good news, Toff is back in the race, having only lost a few laps. Bore is back as well. There he is, down in 11th in LMP2, as Naxati makes it to the pit lane. So it's only Deckeltop yet to get back in. So we've only lost one from that, but a big blow for the 66 and the 22.
Yeah, now Cassidy's back in the pit
lane.
lane.
Oh, here's a battle.
And
Jonathan Jones.
Oh, he's got touched there ever so
Of
slightly.
course, has got back in front of Jones.
Now, is Jones going to claim that he was forced off the track? I'm not too sure, because there was a little bit of bumping between them down the Wellington Straight.
May not be over yet. It's all kicking off now, isn't it? Disconnections, bumping.
Well, I'm back, so he wants to give me something to talk about, obviously.
Oh,
this happened when you came in back in Barcelona again after your lunch.
Canik takes fourth in the fastest lap in fourth from Liam Rance, the race leader. So Mugen 88 after that off struggling to catch back up to the Bentley, but doing their best. Oh!
Whoa! Oh,
And Jonathan Jones spins! So caught out horribly there, but just about. Well, he did well to avoid facing the other way there. But that was a scary moment there for into the points.
You don't reckon that was a brake test, do you? Because the amount of deceleration that was
No,
weird.
that was Cause being quite cautious.
Yeah, okay.
And I think he got caught out there. Tom Dillon into second now.
Munier does a 036, and goes up with another fastest lap. So he's starting to close down that 21-second gap to Novak. As Jones slings it round club corner down the Hamilton straight once again. How much time did he lose on that board?
Well, not as much as Nat Saddy lost by damaging his steering. We'll have to see if there's been any stewards' decisions on that from Pascal Eggert.
No further out. Oh, that's 11. That was 11 minutes ago. No, we're fine there. Zoltan Toth back into the pit lane, by the way.
Oh.
So insult to injury.
There's some other issue then.
That's annoying.
Pascal says decisions 15 to 28 will have to be done post-race. So no further action for into the points 46. After playing the track, I guess.
Zoltan Toth has dropped down to last in class now, 6th as well, and he's been passed by Neath. So after running on the lead lap, he's now gone to 4 or 5 laps down.
And there's Deckel Top entering
off?
the pits. No, it's just a very thin rear wing.
Yeah, that's very, very thin for the LMP2s.
I wonder the 828 was so quick down the straight. As so yeah.
Massive.
Look at this. Naxati is come out in 7th and he's battling with Tobias. And Tobias is through.
So up into P7 goes
Tom
Tobias.
Dillon enters the pits.
From P2.
Yeah, that's a big moment. But that's going to let Cause. Here he is in the 259 through into 2nd position. So it's really become a battle between Reading Game, 259, and the 47 into the points car. For 2nd position, really. That's the big battle in LMP2, with more just over a lap down on Merguli. But if anything happens to Mugen in that LMP2 leading car, that could be a battle for the win.
I think Martin Novak must have made a mistake on this lap because he's down the gap now to 15.4 seconds according to the timing screens. The tracker on the grid finder, as you can see on the screen, that's showing 23 seconds the gap. So we'll wait until they cross the line to see which one is correct. But it's lap 112.
Oh, a bit wide by Tobias. And is Naxati going to try and sweep around the outside here and take revenge?
They can't tag the sweep
and that's the race leader. Oh, that was messy.
Oh,
he bumps Tobias as well.
What is Novak doing?
Messy. And Tobias keeps position. And Naxati has to cut the inside. But it felt like Novak came upon a battle. Didn't want to wait. Because Munier is only 22 seconds down.
Yeah,
so
that was...
The number 8's been catching. So Novak, under pressure, barges him out the way.
That's reckless for Martin Novak. That could have caused a bigger accident. That's reckless and dangerous as Wayne Newton comes in for the Rookie Monsters in the 73 squad.
Yeah, what I was going to say is with the 66 having lost a couple of laps, the 77 that Tobias is driving is now the lead Iris in LMP2.
Oh, yes.
And now, after Tom Dillon's pit stop, he's emerged just a second ahead of the 77. So, the fight of the commentators is imminent. Let's have a look.
This is going. This will be fun when they get back in later.
Yeah. Let's watch this battle, because it is the closest on track, apart from Jones and Cause. Because Jones has caught back up to Cause. In fact, let's watch that, actually. Where are they? Here, yeah?
Riding on board with the number 3. Wait, so 3rd in class, the number 47.
That's the 259 ahead of us then. And Jones has a... Oh, bit too far behind to go up the inside there, my friend.
Yeah, Martin Brundle with Michael Schumacher in the background. There's Tobias running P6, closing down on. Is that Tom Dillon ahead of him?
Yep. But
I mean,
Dillon holding the gap at the moment. And there's Ken Wright, who's sort of.
Whoa! Ken was a bit close to contact there.
Oh, he seemed to be unscathed.
He's got through. They're very dangerous, aren't
A second
they,
behind Course. And Blumschein, 2 seconds behind Dillon. So Dillon on the fresher tyres, starting to pull away. And next Addy actually still right behind Blumschein. So Tobias not out of the woods just yet.
Slowly, catchy monkey. We've got to be careful
Here
now,
they
haven't they?
Let's not forget this number 3 car has been into the pits itself for repairs and new tyres recently.
Power.
Love this little gold Rebellion livery for the Williams Esports.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Oh,
I
another mistake by Tobias on the old
Oh.
tyres. And is next Addy going to go around the outside, or is Tobias going to bump into him? Oh, looks
They've
pretty
kept
clean
it
so far.
civil. Oh, wonderful. There's the contact.
Oh, and Tobias flashing the lights there. I don't think he's entirely happy about that one, but he's not going to dive up the inside at Cops.
Oh, it's a bit risky there from Naxady as Tobias drops down to P7 for the 77 squad. But I think Tobias probably should have been given that move back with that. It was a fair move, but a bit on the nose for a gentleman's agreement there. Because
There we go.
questionable, the decision.
We're not supposed to criticise them, so I think Tobias on the old tyres doing the best he could there. As oh, look at this, Jonathan Jones sees an
no
opportunity
room.
to get up to second here, right down the inside. Is he going to be able to move on the 259? Sorry, no. And,
That was close. I mean, I thought he would have braked later, but there was 4 cars there side by side coming into Brooklands. One of them would have had a horrific accident if they didn't back out. So wise move, thinking late in the race he could have it back. Maybe even now, as he tries to look to the inside, coming through Cops. He's a bit too far back, but does he keep his foot down? No, he lifted ever slightly. Heavier fuel load, of course, compared to qualifying earlier on.
the Blumschein is kept with Savvy. Only less than a couple of tenths between them. Let's have a look. Oh! Next
that's-
Addy goes off. And
I
through
thought it goes Tobias.
Yes. It's a big mistake then. Didn't see if he got pushed or anything.
It could have been
Oh,
a
here we go.
lockup.
And the 259 of Course being held up slightly by the Aston. So Jones looking to take advantage.
He wants to go for a move at a part of the track that he doesn't have to defend at the next corner. That would be Abbey and Farm to make the move, because you don't have to defend that much into Village because it comes up quite quickly.
So who's your money on then for second place here?
Jones.
Is it into the points?
Yeah.
Interesting, because we've got Dillon and Blumschein, who've been doing really well and recovering. And Dillon, especially on some fresh tyres, I think Reading Game could be the wild card here.
I'll stick with into the points. They're looking
All right.
mighty at the moment.
Well, I'll stick with my friend.
Oh, he's gone too deep. Cars went too deep, and Jones goes through.
Oh, that was careless by Dean McCaws, the Cyberline driver. Clearly not used to running so high up the LMP2 field.
Altitude
And,
sickness.
Braked a bit too late, yes. And that was all the invitation Jones needed. And you got a feel for Iris, because the 66 was well clear of Jonathan Jones when it had its disconnection.
Zoltan Kovas into the pit lane for the 758 squad.
Oliver
So,
Parakin
yeah.
seems to have retired as well in the
Oh.
46. But Bore has got going again, albeit down in 12th and quite a way down on Sismierda, who's in the Kovacs, sorry, who's in the pits for Paul Street Boys.
I tell you what, I've no idea what's going on with my heater. 1 minute it's blowing out cold air, which is making me freezing. The next it's setting my leg on fire. I've got no idea what's going on with it.
Oh, that
Who's
looks like
that?
that looks like Listola sending the little polystyrene board flying. As
Just blame the
Magooly
storm.
heads from the lead in LMP2. There he
For
is.
the Mugen Sim Racing 21 squad.
That'll put Jones 1 lap down rather than 2 laps down. Parakin rejoins the race in the 46. Well, that's good to see. And only 13. They're not a whole lot far down.
No,
There's a
still in.
Baskel also in the pits in GD3. Second, so Zagva, I think, is going to take. Here, there we go.
Yeah.
So the Bentley up to second.
The Stolo's going
Doing a
wide
great
everywhere.
job, actually, to keep the 64 of Liam Rance just within a lap. Because they have been dominant, much like they were in Spain. Henrik has made it to the pits, so Dylan will go up to fourth now. There he is in the background, just avoiding the wall.
So they're going to hold it together.
Looks like Naxati in a battle with Tobias again after his little spin.
They've just got to be so careful on all of this as well.
They're going to overtake Kenwright, who's in the pits.
Here we go.
Here we
Looks
go.
to
The
the
battle.
inside.
Battle for fifth then, and Naxati takes it very easy actually.
I can hear myself echoing over the earphones as well, so you must be having a right headache right now.
Well, I'm used to it at this point. As also up front, interestingly, Moynier within 20 seconds of Novak, although Novak has just pulled out a little bit to just over 20 seconds. But I definitely think Moynier doing a sterling job in this stint to get the cramp down. But Naxati, he's not done with Tobias just yet. And Tobias will have to really soak up the pressure.
Yeah,
I don't think
Pits,
he's had to deal with being the lead car in one of these LMP2 races all that often before. So certainly, he's got a great chance to prove himself once more.
Track completely dried out now, which is great news. Everyone back on dry tyres. No risk of rain for the remainder.
Next 4.5 hours. Oh, Naxati! Well over the curbs at Cobbs. This is why there's track limits, ladies and gentlemen.
And
Moynier got the gap down by a couple of seconds again. So let's hold on this battle, because it's the closest one on the circuit. Coles has dropped to a few seconds behind Jones. Look at this traffic ahead of them.
Just trying to dive on the inside, getting through. Yellow first sector, and it's sticking. So who's gone for a spin? My goodness me, that would Pelly was getting a bit close there, wasn't it?
Like the 37 there. It was just holding off Naxati. Holding him up. And here's one of the 301 cars, the LMP2. Like the top 7, of course.
So dangerous right now as well. Looks to be keeping through okay.
I would have to say, if 137 can get on the podium at the end in the next 4.5 hours, I think that would be an amazing result for Bond Racing, because they never had a podium in LMP2 or LMP1, I don't think. They've had a win in GD3. Oh, Tobias gets well over the curb there and holds up Naxati, so luckily Tobias getting away with that one, but Naxati will get a bit of slipstream down the Wellington Straight. What's he going to do here, Josh?
Tries to look to the inside line. Still, no, it just backs out of it. I thought they were going to go for a dive bomb. I would have gone for it and just sort of looped it round the outside. Got the apex speed. See how much time he gained there as well. Now through Woodcote, keep the throttle pinned, and now it's going to be he who dares wins as they come through, but he's got to tap through as well as the Yvonne comes through.
He who dares wins. Great movie with Lewis Collins from
Oh, I was going for Del Boy.
All right. SAS motto.
Yeah, but now you go for it though. He who
Although
dares
in the
wins.
US,
That's a
the
great
film
movie.
was called The Final Option or something like that. Professional is a great series, by the way.
I'm not going to say what I was going to say. I'm retreating my words.
Naxati loses a bit of ground through Chapel. We'll have to wait to have another go at Tobias, much to the relief of Tobias Blumschein.
As they come through.
Dylan closing little by little on course. I really think the 72 is in the best position outside of the 21, which is a lap ahead of everyone in this LMP2 fight that we've been focusing on. Rance still a lap ahead of Zagva. So really, Abascal, Kanik and Zagva are the ones fighting over second at the moment through the pit strategy. Moynier, I think we could see the number 8 pass number 23 before the end. Okay, interesting text from from Josh.
There's another one coming through as well. Here we go. It's like
look
a
at
side by
Aston.
side.
Ooh.
Yeah, the Aston getting out of the way, and now here comes the Rebellion. Got the toe down the Wellington Straight towards Brooklands, and isn't going to make the move on the inside.
Well, let's have a look at the timing between Novak and Moynier.
Yeah, just holding back now as well. What was it 6 seconds between them? I think that's the
By the way, can you
individual
tell
gap.
that I love this nose cam? It's all the Paul Street
Wow.
race car. Just enough gap for Nexetti to thread through there.
I'm loving this camera. It's a fantastic one as they swing through Cop's Corner, losing the rear of us slightly.
So, last lap, fastest purple sector of anyone for Lloyd Moynier and Team Iris. The gap on the timing screen at least, just under 15 seconds.
Game on.
So
gonna
I
have a
really think
fight.
Novak struggling compared to Moynier. So Valet under a lot of pressure now. We'll have to cut to that battle fairly soon, I think.
Oh my goodness me, they're sliding
That's
through.
been held up again.
Yeah, Paul in this 97. As they come through into the braking zone for Vel. Was that contact? Or was it a bit... Oh, he's gone for it. Tobias gone
Up the
wide.
outside goes Nexetti, and he switches to the inside. Nothing Tobias can do here, surely.
Whoa, he holds on. He goes on the Felipe Massa line. Completely off the track. He'll have... I think that's pretty much fair. He had nowhere to go, so I don't think it's gaining an advantage. Just the move was never on at that part of the track.
Yeah,
so I think
certainly.
that's fair.
But certainly Tobias fighting hard to keep that number 3 of David Nexetti behind him.
Nexetti's
This
going
crucial
for
phase
it.
of the race. Oh, a bit premature, but he's made it work. Wow. Great stuff by
Fantastic.
David Nexetti.
Oh.
Oh, again. He pushes Tobias off track, and Tobias will not be happy about that in the least.
still
In fact, he's
touching.
still there on the outside, not giving up just yet. So Tobias, a valiant defense, but the tyres starting to fade. He's having to make the... Oh, flashing the lights.
He's
Not
really not
happy.
happy. Yeah.
Oh. But
Oh, incident involving the Bottling Motorsport 28 and MP2 and the Valley Esports 23. No further action, a racing incident.
okay. So we're Bottling Motorsports number 28 in this race. They are...
Way down the order.
Yes,
Can't
they
even
are.
see them on the timing screens.
Oh, is
And
that the number 3? Technically. Or, let me have a look.
Yeah, well, while Ed looks at that as well, lap 1-2-2 of the race on the international circuit, and here's Liam Ranch leading the way in GT3. He's got a lap to the rest of the field. In fact, closest battle. Oh, and Lestrola into the pit lane. Interesting.
So is that going to give up the place to Newton?
2
then?
laps between them, I think. Might do.
125 seconds to be precise. But that's almost a whole lap.
Yeah.
So I think Cal Lestola will be okay here. Maguli leading peerlessly from the front. Although, further back, it's not so clear cut at all. Nexetti only about 11 seconds behind Tom Dillon. So Nexetti could catch it if he continues that pace. Moynier has lost a bit of ground the last couple of laps. Still about 20 seconds on race view. On the live timing, he's about 25 seconds behind the race leader. It's Kianek. Oh, has a brush with the grass there.
Yeah, no idea which one to believe. So as soon as we're together on the circuit, we'll believe that one to come through. As
Nice.
yeah,
Starting to lose touch.
well, as you say, old tyres. He's nursing a longer stint.
Yeah, that seems to be the strategy. Perhaps it'll work out in the long run as Liam Rance enters the pits from the lead in GD3. Probably to hand over because he's been in about 2 hours now. Here he is.
As yeah, he'll get wash, polish, and a new driver will take over and head out onto the track. The Stoner back out, 3rd place, didn't lose a position. Fantastic. So that was some quick teamwork. I must assume it was just fuel then, and they're double stacking the tyres.
I would suspect they put on new tyres. Let's have a look.
Oh, Nick Homewood's
And
taken
especially if they're
over.
using the mixed set.
Yeah.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Nick Homewood's now back in race control as well, so has become race director. Although no one's in the stewards chat room as well in the admin pits. It's just me and Ed at the moment.
They're saying that Lestola has done 25 laps on these mixed sets. He's done 2 stops. Oh no, he's just done his first lap on the new set he's put on. So Lestola has definitely changed tyres.
Oh yes, I've just seen those stints that you can get hold of. I didn't know we could do that. That's new.
Well, I think it's been there a while. It's just new to us.
It's new to me for sure. I didn't notice that before. Track temperature at 29 degrees. It's remained consistent throughout the race as well. It's just dried out a lot more.
The Irish cars lapping one another, and Lloyd Monier clears the Bull Street Boys car as well.
There's Thomas.
Oh, a
Alvassal.
penalty for Naxati. Wonder what that is for. We shall have to have a look.
Cutting across another car in the braking zone and causing a collision. It's a 10-second stop-go, Ed.
That might be why we saw him spinning just before that battle with Tobias.
Hit the number 64, Satellite Racing.
Oh dear, that's the class lead in GP3.
So that
Let's
might
have a look.
explain why Liam came into the pit lane.
Here he is. He's not going in yet. He's 10 seconds down on Tom Dillon, and that'll be a relief. There he goes in to serve the penalty. So, really, it's all going reading games away at the moment. The way I see it.
It is going their way for once. Everything seems to be going right. So, big thumbs up as count to 10, everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Get a little drink from the side. Get ready. Eat your burger. Put it back out and go.
Listen to that.
10.1.
Revving. So
He was
Naxati,
ready.
eager to get back in the race.
At least they came in and served it immediately. Didn't wait another lap or so. There's Christensen Tom coming through now. Down the
Cool.
Hang
And the
Street.
Bentley pits, which is going to hand second to Abascal. Moynier also pits. He was starting to lose time.
This could be a crucial bit of the
No back.
race.
So yes,
He's
Moynier
trying the undercut.
needs to put some fresh tyres. It seems the number 8 crew are constantly undercutting the 23 Valet. So Iris going aggressive to try and go for the win, especially with the 22 out of the picture. It's between the two of them now. But I have a feeling
Absolutely.
we're going to see, crucial for the championship, that the 22's fallen behind number 11, because remember they beat them in Barcelona as well. When the 11 had that disconnection earlier on Coach Eric, that was a big opportunity for 22 to gain ground.
Yeah, Liam
And,
said as well, a leader in the GT3, Liam says, only been in one stint. It feels like 2 hours.
It does.
He's put in.
And Lestola is let through by the 444 machine of Mario Valencia. Lestola
Yeah,
doing.
fan of Bond.
I think this must be a 137 crew's best performance. Pascal, Cal, they've all done really solid stints. There's a couple of moments off track, but much less than we're used to seeing. I haven't seen them drive this well since Daytona 24 Hours last year.
They scored 10 points back in Barcelona, of course, and I think you're right. This is their best performance for a long,
bring 'em
long
on.
time.
A team on the rise, that's for sure.
Shame we're not doing Daytona again this year.
Considering the first attempt got called off, I'm kind of glad.
Did he
It was
get
a
red
great
flag?
track, though. We had to take 2 weeks to do the proper 24 Hours of Daytona because the first attempt couldn't be started for various different reasons. But,
So that's why it's not on the calendar.
I assume so, to do with the track. Let's look at Liam Rance pushing, continuing to build that gap to Abascal behind him. Thomas Abascal, 40 seconds down, I think. So he's not a whole lap behind. No, that's Sagva.
47.1.
Sagva, who's
yeah.
40 seconds behind him, sorry. Sagva has emerged from his pit stop about 40 seconds down. So Abascal should come back behind him when he has to make his own stop in about 10 or 20 minutes time. So Moynier, 77 seconds down. Novak hasn't instantly responded. So that seems to me that the 23 are feeling a bit more confident now, just extending. And in fact, 139.0 it's like Moynier set another best lap recently. His last lap was a 150, but that was coming out of the pits.
139.036 isn't his best lap. Novak pits.
Oh, so he is responding. I was premature there.
So is this the crucial moment at this part of the race where they're going to dive in, change tyres?
You'd think he'd be okay, but Moynier might have closed the gap from 20 seconds down to 15 or 10. And that's going to be where things get very interesting.
This is a bigger part than the race. 51 seconds between them. Pit stops around about 1 minute 20. This is going to be tight. There's Moynier
as he continues.
Here he is.
See how he drives, knowing how close it's going to be.
Novak was only 21 seconds stopped and 45 seconds in the pits. He's taking fuel only.
There he is. He's rejoined the circuit. So here's Moynier.
So Moynier's on fresher tyres. This is going to be interesting strategy. So double stint for the tyres. Oh,
Gap's about what it was then. By 26 seconds.
I'll take this. This is going to be good. So that nullified the pit stop advantage that Moynier thought he had over him. So that's disappointing. But we're going to have a very exciting race now. Simon Kingsbury, P8 at the moment, GT3.
Kingsbury's actually had some pretty solid stints here, considering his lack of experience at EERC level. And he's trucking along at quite a little bit behind Mario Valenci. But certainly looking to get some good points out of this one. Over 4 hours to go, so we're nearly at the halfway mark. As Liam Rance lets the other class leader, Martin McGilly, through to lap him again.
Nearly halfway, yep. Not bad at all. Quite an exciting couple of hours, but this is where the race starts to quieten down.
Oh, as Lastola just goes off track, lapping the into the points GD3.
And completely nullifying the point that I was making. So, yeah.
Big gap still to Wayne Newton, 98 seconds. But the rookie monsters will be pushing. They want to get their first finish and possibly their first podium this season as well.
Carl Magnus Bohr into the pits. From 17th and overall.
Yeah, still recovering.
And here's Kristen Toth now. 5th in class for the GT3 squad.
Yeah, not bad for the Aston Martin. They've been on the defensive. And sliding at the rear. So the tyres are clearly, the rear tyres are crying enough there. That's what I read into that. Top 41 seconds behind Kianik. But 55 ahead of Chris Davis, who's done most of the race in that number 1 car. Oh! Tokyo drifting at a Stowe there.
Too fast, too furious.
Just about surviving that as we look at Ken Wright and struggling to catch back up to whoever Will Ken Wright was battling with, which is, of course, Fabian Ballet in the 33. And the 33 recovered well. They were leading the early stages before they had an issue. They lost a couple of laps. They're 2 laps down, 19 seconds behind Mia Levers and the 139. So nearly in the top 7. So the 33 has got a podium in the opener. Didn't they win the opener, actually? Yeah, they did.
They did, yep. Sorry, just catching up on what you're saying there.
So, yeah, certainly, Valet, impressive recovery drive. I think the 33 actually got disconnected, didn't they? It was the sister car that won.
Yeah.
So Ballet
33 won. 33
having another strong performance.
According to our time, according to the graphic we've got up in the box, it was the Valley Esports 33 who won. 25 points on the board. from Catalonia. So it was the other. It must have been their teammates who disconnected during the race itself. Last time out in Barcelona. Fastest lap times are coming still. Jonathan Jones done a 1:48.9. Ken Wright 1:49.3. So beginning to close down. And I suppose this is actually a good test doing in 8 hours because, of course, next week we've got F1 testing. And
Of course.
But luckily, I'm not doing all of the testing. We're doing 1 hour. We're doing the last hour of the morning and afternoon sessions. So it's only 2 hours a day I'm live for.
I was just thinking, incredible that we've only had one Code 80 in this race.
Yeah, I was just thinking that as well. It's only been thrown once. Oh, saying
that. Trying to cause another. I'm trying to throw away third position.
That was a bit close. That looked to be catching the curb at the exit of Stowe. A bit like we saw Verline doing F1 a couple of years ago.
There we go. He's lost over 10 seconds then. 79 seconds the gap between himself and Wayne Newton.
Oof.
Let's hope he doesn't rue that in the later stages. But Listola has got himself collected up again. And now has to make his route once more through the traffic. Never know, it might have been the traffic that spun around there.
Yeah. Quite a car. Oh, maybe not.
That was a bit all over the place, like he just lost stability.
I wonder if lag.
Possibly.
That was a very strange snap. As we see, Martin McGurley
Not
leading.
a great place to have a snap as well.
Yes, not that part.
I think he just got the wheel onto the grass and AstroTurf on the outside there.
I'm trying to think what could cause it. Lag is issuing my thoughts, but very, very bizarre and extreme reactions as well between them all. As the Bentley, the number 7 Bentley, third in class, somehow.
Looks like Simon Kingsbury's under pressure from Kovacs.
I think Kovacs was just in the... No, he wasn't just in the pit lane. It's the other one he was in. As he's gone wide.
Kovacs has to go wide to let the race leader through. And the LMP2.
It was
here comes another LMP2. But, look at this. The 97 BMW under real pressure here.
Course in the pit lane.
Hold on to 8. And yet the 259 hits, which will let Dylan through onto the podium. 13 seconds between Tom Dillon and Tobias Blumschein. So we didn't quite get the battle of the commentators. Tobias really getting the better. Tom getting the better of Tobias, sorry.
Paul Street Boys 758 has been allowed back into the race with a 2-lap penalty. Headlights not switched on.
Well, it looked like number 8 was heading for the pit lane for a second there. Here we go. Wall Street Boys looking to get into the top 8. 753.
Yeah.
Pushing. Blumschein pits now as well. So him and Kors committing to the same strategy.
Yellow sector 1. What's going on? Gone green. I've gone for that. Don't need code 80.
Up to 4th as well. 23 seconds. 27 seconds behind Dylan. Kovacs can smell the top 8 position here. They're a bit too far behind to capitalise on Blumschein and Kors in the pits. Kors now gets away. Look, there's second place Moynier coming to lap them, and wow! This is the 97. So he has to go around the outside, easy to do in the faster car. And through comes the other Paul Street Boys to presumably assist the GT3 team. Around they go at Luffield. Ooh, and they're going to get the 97 before they go to Cops. So Simon Kingsbury now well and truly up against it. BMW in front of Skazwolek's Kovacs. So tricky with the cars lapping them through Maggots and Beckett's. Sure, they don't put a foot wrong. They want to get into that 8th position. Ballet is right behind Kors, interestingly. If a 6th. So shall we switch to that? I think we should.
Absolutely. Can you hear me?
Here he is. Oh, yeah, I can hear you fine now, Josh.
Fab. Headphone disconnected, but we're back.
So here they are. Don't forget the 259 was fighting for second not too long ago. And the 33 just had a big deficit to make up after being disconnected. Oh!
That's a big slide.
Get the
Just
most
about
out of
holds
those
it.
tyres. There's Toff pits in the number 16 from 5th in duty free. So I think Toff's starting to lose touch with the 88 of Christopher Chiani.
Are the two Toths related, by the way?
No idea. I think if they were, they'd probably drive for the same team.
Well, I don't. Well, I'm not too sure about that, but I'll ask.
Okay. It might just be a common name in Eastern Europe. There's Jones now, pits from second, and into the points number 47. Dylan will take second now. As Ballet has lost a little bit of time to course.
Novak still 22 seconds ahead now of Munier, but according to one timing screen, it's 17.3. So
Kovacs
Yeah.
still within a second of Kingsbury. Battle continues.
either way, the gap's maintaining consistent for everyone across the board. So this is a much better race than what we saw in Barcelona, because it's becoming to get more strategy play. One wrong pit stop, one error could cost you big time, as the LMP2s finally close up on the same lap together. Well, in terms of the
overtake
intervals, yeah.
At Silverstone, in a few more places than Barcelona. Ballet still behind course. There's in number 40, Roy Ton has got going again in the LMP2, and is starting to pick off the stragglers in duty free. Heath pits again. Oh, look at this!
My goodness!
So Kovac's now right behind the number 97 in the battle for 8th.
97 in their second race, isn't it? After Silverstone, after Barcelona?
Yes, and Kingsbury under real pressure now. Kovacs has got a great run as they approach turn 1. And Ballet gets past Mia Levers, who pits. So does Cause. Go. Approaching. Oh, but he's got the VMS car. Lapping the both of them. Oh, that was clean. That could have ended a lot worse.
I think that's one of the cleanest bits of racing we've seen today.
Oh, and Kovacs goes through wide. Goes to number 97 BMW.
Oh, they're still touching. There's a little knock there. And that's why. 1, 2, 3, 4 abreast.
Oh. It's a good thing Silverstone's as wide as it is.
Ugh.
And oh, is that looks like a Ballet getting in front of the 259. It is, of course. So we saw both battles converge. As Lua sets a new fastest lap of the race. 146.7. Where's 10 Lua in the order at the moment? Get that out.
15th overall, which would put him. I
He's
think,
taken over. Has he taken over the
12th.
66? Oh no, he's a 77. He's taken over from Tobias.
Right, so Tobias out the car, yeah.
There we go. So, 2 battles resolved themselves. Moynier within 22 seconds of Novak, although Novak just pulled another few on him. Kingsbury fighting to stay with
Anyone?
Kovacs. So you not quite able to keep him behind. It looks like Cause having a go at Ballet again.
This is still, this is still out there, isn't it? As there's Martin Novak leading the way, only 10 seconds now. The gap between
he's lost
Mooney
a lot
as
of
well.
time somewhere. So there's been some kind of incident.
I think he's been held up quite a bit on this last couple of
Because
laps.
look, there's Mooney.
Yes,
He's been in a long time.
it's all that battling with the LMP2s for lapping. So this is it. Game on. 10 seconds to go. Here we go again then.
The big battles in the 2 prototype classes. Dylan only 3 seconds behind Jones for second. Cause keeping Ballet very honest indeed. I think Ballet's done a superb job
Oh, massively.
in the 33. considering how far behind they are. He's probably on much older tyre to be able to pull that one off. Meunier, sniff of the win. Remember, they've not been leading since they got taken out by the Paul Street Boys car.
Still keeping it cool.
We'll certainly hope his efforts didn't go to vain. And Meunier gets the gap below 10 seconds. So the battle is on, well and truly. As Dylan continues to be serviced, and Max Addy comes in as well. So Dylan is going to get out before Max Addy as Krennic gets well out of the way.
Yeah, too much. I think he locked up ever so slightly.
Neef has somehow the 22 have jumped Coach Eric for 5th, which is crucial for the championship. But there's a lap between them almost, or at least 40 seconds.
So let's take a look at the Bentley number 7, who's certainly been to the walls today. Still running in order. This is great news.
Well, they've done better than a lot of the others that have avoided the walls.
Yeah. You can see the bit of bodywork damage, but looks okay out there. 4 hours to go.
Newberger gets back on board number 3. I think this must be Boldly Motorsports number 28. They just don't have a livery, so they use the Williams one.
Looks great though.
It does.
As they accelerate out of the loop.
There we go. So Evers just jumps Schneider, who gets on board the Reading Game car. So Tom Dillon's great stint is over.
He'll be back in the commentary box, I think. I'd
be interested to hear what he has to say. Because running second, that was a great effort.
According to the commentary schedule that he put in, it's going to be me and Tom and you, Ed, until 6:30. And then it's you and Tom for 2 hours from 7 till 9. And it's me and you for the last hour and the conclusion.
Ali now up to 3rd with the way the pit stops have shaken out. But I think he must be coming in again soon. As long as he's been on those tyres. Let's have a peek.
You can double check. Yeah, just for everybody watching, we do actually have commentary schedules so that we know when we're not tripping each other over.
He's been on the green tyres, which are the hard ones, for about 22 laps. So he did 15 on the first stint, or the previous stint. So he's extending here to try and catch back up, gain track position. Oh, Meunier, very close now. Look at this. Oh, Novak spun.
No,
race leader spins coming out of Chapel.
I was
no idea what happened there.
I was wondering why that yellow flag was out. I think he must have got on the grass, something or other, because now he's lost 10 seconds to Meunier. He takes the lead. I was looking at the timing screen.
Crucial moment there. Novak and the 23 had led for so long, but number 8 back in charge, and it looks like Valle got a real battle on their hands if they want to win in the LMP1 again. Big gap to Listola though, for about 2 laps, so no threat from behind. With all due respect to Calistola and the Fring of 137 crew, who are doing superbly well to run 3rd in the first place.
Now this gets extremely personal.
8 seconds between them, so Novak is going to have to pull out something special. Been in a while as well, so I think he might be a bit more fatigued than like Mooney.
He'll probably change over soon and get ready to go.
Newton comes in.
Is this for a driver change or?
About 54 seconds behind Listola. So this is them trying to undercut Fring of On, catch up. Top coming in as well. So Mugen on the same strategy.
Interesting.
Mugen have been steadily making up ground, closing in on Wayne Newton. I think there's a lap between them.
They're going to feel very cheated because of that disconnect and come back in 3 laps down. That's not helped them at all.
Not at all. But such is racing. Pendulum can swing back and forth. We've seen Mugen win races after being disconnected in the first hour or something. Such is their pace.
Suzuka, 12 hours last year. Prime
I think
example.
Ballet won that one, despite starting the race with a smoking car and a missing rear wheel.
But the Mugans came back. They did lead until the last 10 minutes or so.
They did, yes.
After dropping out earlier on with an engine failure.
Speaking of Ballet, course continuing to put the pressure onto the 33 of Ballet, the valet of Ballet.
Sellers, Bradley Sellers, into the pits. I think he's just changed over cars now.
Yeah.
So that's him back at control of the 73.
So they're hoping Sellers can use his pace to catch back up to the Stoller. So it's Rookie Monsters versus Ring of On for that final spot on the LMP1 podium. Novak has dropped a few more seconds. He's 13 behind Moynier now. Iris looking good with half distance elapsed in 2, 1, 0. 4 hours remaining. So you certainly think this half, it's looking like number 8 have taken control.
It definitely does, and I cannot work out how to do whisper, which is annoying.
Okay, you can just text me if it's that important.
So as they come through anyway, Novak now 11 seconds back after that error. As they come through, here's the Stoner.
Being held up a bit by Into the Point, number 46.
Just listening as well as they come through on the back. I hope that went to you.
I didn't.
It did.
Okay. Oh.
As
Yes,
it comes.
that's
Oh,
important.
who's that off? There's a fine of Ond off. And that's not the race leader, surely. Who's gone off at the back there? Is it the Stoner? The 137? It was one of the fine of Ond has gone off down at turn
No,
1.
that's the Stoller, so it must be 139 or 138.
It's...
Oh, look at this! Lure side by side there as he attempts to catch up in the 77. And look at this!
Side by
That's
side
Kenra he's
maneuvers.
battling with.
This is some interesting little attack, isn't it?
Indeed. Now, is that Lure trying to unlap himself from his teammate? They're just ahead of him.
You can't.
Or
not
is he trying to
watch
lap
this.
him?
Yeah.
I'm confused. Yeah, there's Bore, who's a couple of laps down.
Lap him, yeah. Well, yeah, he's running P11 on the board. Riding
Surely
the ball with
let him
Lawyer.
through. And he
He's
does.
done it. Yeah.
There he
Pulls to the
goes.
outside.
Then the battle, of course, with Schneider and Reading Game. Very important. The 7th at the moment, but it could be for the podium later on, depending on the pace of those ahead.
There is not one turn on this Silverstone track that doesn't have a car on it right now. There is such a gaggle of cars separated around. It's fantastic. Every part of the track has a car on it. So you'd just be glad that you're not a marshal and there's debris out there. You have to run out there.
I should check the...
Indeed.
Okay, there we go. That was all.
Media leads in LMP1 by 14 seconds. 15.2 now. 16 seconds. My goodness me, it's accelerating dramatically. Unless Novak's made a second
That
mistake.
spin must have really hurt Novak's tyres.
Look early in the pits, so race
Larhoven
leader in.
as well.
Ah,
He must have been the 140. He must have been the one who we saw going off not too long ago.
having a
Also-
spin, yeah.
Also emerging is the GD3 of that looks like someone outside the top 7.
So we now know it was the 140 that caused that error. Munier goes through. Novak just behind. This is Novak.
Look on
15.
board, see his composure as he drops to 17 seconds down. Nearly 18 now on Moynier. Moynier's flying.
Yeah. Oh, passes the final bond into Pop's corner.
Oh!
That
A
was a
little bit of
big one.
indecisiveness there.
The car nearly looped back round on him. I thought there was going to be a big accident.
Newberger struggling to catch up to Kors. Kors still very close to Ballet. Ballet, I think, really extending to try and make his strategy work, but he could be vulnerable to Kors if he stays that much longer. And oh, there's a familiar face. It's Sim Alloy getting on board the EFA, which has had a difficult race so far in GT3. Needs to really catch up to the higher points position. Anyone can do it. It's in Sim Alloy, who finished second in the feature race, main group race at touring cars here in the Hunter Birch simulation colours. And oh, Schneider has just been overtaken by Lure for 7th.
Oh my.
So reading game, losing the battle with Virus. I don't know who this driver is who's gotten on board the BMS Sun, and it's number 26, Jess Chirinos. Just says Chirinos. My brain stopped working.
It's the time. You have been on for ages, and you'll be off for your dinner soon. Yes, and then when you return, yes, when you return, I will go for my dinner.
Sounds like a plan.
Yes, I'll come back into the box for the last few hours, and I know that I think Tom's going to hop in with me for as long as Ed's having his dinner. Don't feel like you have to rush at all, Ed, by the way. Yeah, just enjoy your dinner. What are you having?
I've forgotten. I think it's curry or something.
Oh, very nice. Mine's Chinese, homemade Chinese food.
Oh, nice.
Yes, it's a black bean sauce with beef and onions. Oh, it's going to be fantastic. The smell of the house is fantastic at the moment as it comes through. I can smell it actually from the box.
Fallen over 20 seconds now behind Loic Mooney. So Novak really starting to fatigue, and it's showing in the lap time.
I think we can definitely nickname this race the race of the mistakes.
You can say about any race.
Yeah, well this one more of that.
142.9 for Novak last lap. For Loic Mooney, 140.4.
Wow.
Which is not far off. Only about a second and a half off their best lap time in that car. Bradley Sellers sets a personal best, 140.2. But he's trying to catch Cal Stoller, 124 seconds. But with just under 4 hours left, they're certainly catchable. So Ring of Honor need to cut out the mistakes. They want to get that podium.
They'll want the podium. They'll want to go for more, but they'll have to wait for it. But this is some fantastic close racing we've been seeing over the past, 4 hours and 8 minutes as well, because it's been one dramatic turning point for the next. It's brilliant.
Neil Evers, now he wants to go at Malcolm Schneider, but he's within about 2 seconds of him. Schneider has been slowly dropping off the back of Lure. Lure has been very impressive. Let's have a look. Lap times. 148 for him, which is 2 seconds off their best. Schneider has been setting 150s. Not good enough pace there, although Mia Levis just set a 153. So, not quite sure he's doing quite enough to catch us. Ballet dies for the pits. That's going to let Kors, Newberger, and Lure through.
So, once again, what's that I keep saying? Slowly, slowly, catchy monkey. That's what we're having here today.
Oh, look at that.
Wow, my goodness.
That was the 66 unlapping itself. Certainly holding up Mia Levis there.
Yeah, you can't work out what's happening next, can you? One wrong error, and it curtains your entire race. I'm very much looking forward to seeing what's going to happen in the next 3 hours. As it comes through, Valencia into the pit lane, and Valencia's got some support in the YouTube chat from Lorena FP. It says Valencia with big star love heart emoji eyes.
I think Valencia has been in a while, so that might be the end of his stint, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But certainly a good one. I think we just saw a penalty for Carl Magnus Borre, who we just saw barging
Yeah, Team 66, 10-second stop-go penalty for persistently and seemingly deliberately ignoring blue flags to benefit a teammate. Team risks disqualification if this happens again.
Oh dear, so Iris in trouble in LMP2 at least, but leading LMP1.
Not the best news that they've had here today. Definitely going to be sent home with a letter from the teacher.
Oh.
Please do better.
Modal nearly got hit in the back by the Corvette there. The club Corvette was like braking as late as it could without hitting her. It's the luck rather than judgment. Oh!
Wow,
another
goodness,
mistake for the Stoller.
Leste.
Oh, he's really struggling at Stowe, isn't he?
He's
not
now
his favourite corner.
backwards. Oh, don't code 18. That's good. That's good. No need for
look,
code 80.
Brady Stoller's now within 100 seconds. Every mistake they make brings Rookie Monsters a step closer to that
Step into
podium.
this.
So, String of On need to hold their nerve here. And Cal, he might need to switch over if he's starting to fatigue a bit. Hardness
Yeah.
kills. It certainly kills your race. May not hurt you in the sim racing wall. It's best not to keep driving if you've been on the motorway for 3 or 4 hours.
To be fair, you say that, but imagine if you had force feedback on. That would be a killer if you hit something.
Well, depends. Can let go of the wheel in that eventuality. The ballet's got going again, and he's catching Schneider.
Closing,
Pit stop.
closing.
Catchy monkey.
Yeah, slowly, catch your mic. Somebody get me out a t-shirt ready for next year. Or next race, actually, I should say.
Feels like the Stoller spins every time he tries to line up for the entry at the pit entry coming out of Stowe. He just spins at Stowe because the tyres can't cope with the sudden lurch of the right.
Well, it keeps him in, doesn't it, for the remainder? So
It
if
keeps
it works.
Sellers in the picture, and in fact he's overtaken him, such as the length of the Stoller's stop. So I presume they're changing driver. Eggert getting back in. There we go.
Now it's getting close.
So Pascal's race direction, I presume, is on hold for the time being. Or it might have been Nick that's doing it now.
So close between everything as well. Just literally trying to keep up your eyes with everything.
21 seconds. The gap
21
between
seconds.
Sellers and Eggert.
You're literally just searching everything at the moment. Keeping your fingers crossed, your toes crossed, your lucky underwear on, you're not slamming into the wall anywhere. Hopefully, this is quite an interesting end to the race.
Now they're really catching Schneider. Oh, look in the background. Into the points car.
Wow.
Again. Very low.
I'm having numerous errors come up on my screen at the moment, so apologies if I'm not making too much sense out of what I'm saying, as the computer's having a paddy.
Computer says no.
Yeah. Actually, it is saying no. It wants me to update some software, and I'm using it, so I can't. So, while I fix that.
Mechanic pits in the 88. We haven't talked about GD3 very much. There really has been a bit kind of hold station for a while. France leading a long way. Let's have a look at the gap. It is leading by the lap of Baskel. Baskel's 29 seconds behind. Zagver's 29 seconds behind Baskel. And then Kianik is about 57 seconds now, and Gary, because of his pit stop. Kianik trying to undercut the Bentley again. Will fall behind. Oh no, he won't, because Tippelkiss is a long way down. Over 100 seconds behind. Lua is within a couple of seconds of Neuberger. Ballet continues to pressurize Schneider, a similar distance behind. So LMP2, the real highlight of this race, this big second place duel mean, 6 or 7 teams with over half the race gone. Could
There's
really
still
go,
half the race to go?
could really go
What if-
any of 6 ways, I think. At the moment, it looks like Jones has got it. I wouldn't be surprised if Paws, 53 seconds behind, can catch him. Or Neuberger, 17 seconds behind. Then Lure, 1.6. In fact, let's watch. Oh, look at how wide Schneider's going there. Behind the PD.
So they're all desperately trying to keep it on. Tyres will be getting old for some of them. This is very, very tense.
It's a real strategic minefield in this LMP2 fight. Yellow, very briefly, in the first sector.
Goes away as quickly as it came.
Really nothing there. Oh, look at this. Ahead of Lure and Neuberger.
Tense between them.
That looks like Nassim Alloy in a little battle. Oh, and Lure delayed. There must be a way through here.
Wow.
And it's been held up really badly there.
They just won't give up. They're not giving up.
No. But Nassim Alloy, can you blame him?
No.
There he is. He's right behind, actually, Christos Segunas in the 37. They've had an interesting race. Alloy looks a lot faster at this phase. Oh, here we go, up the inside. Oh,
My goodness.
it's about avoiding disaster. I have to keep an eye as well on that Alloy Schneider battle. Alloy channeling his performances in the Subaru and touring cars. And to get EFA Racing into the top 10. We should run our own endurance team, Josh.
I think we should. It'd be quite interesting, wouldn't it, to have our own? And I
Lure
think actually, yeah.
has actually caught right back up. Let's see if we can find it anywhere. Here he is. Look at this. Ah, the 97 BMW in the way as Novak pits. Finally. Given the tyres are current enough.
So Novak comes in, and that's going to give Mooney the big advantage. Remember, he stopped a lap later than Novak, so he's actually on fresher tyres. Novak had that enforced error, didn't he? That cost him a lot.
Here we
of it.
go. Alloy setting up a move on Sekunas. Maybe a bit too far back.
Just running on
to
the
go
inside.
dive
Yeah.
up the inside and stow. Oh, look how close he is now. Board the Corvette.
Just holding it steady.
Still within a second.
Oh.
Ballet right behind Schneider now as well. So we should
It
watch
just,
that.
yeah, it snaps back, doesn't it?
Like the easiest car to drive, the Corvette. Neither are the LMP2s though.
They're not the easiest cars to drive.
Okay.
Bang on there with that.
They're the closest. If the free battles that are going on right now.
Oh, finally.
Keep on the brakes there. Oh, yellow in sector 1.
It's gone as quickly. Lawyer trying to go at the back now, coming out down towards Copse Corner.
Yeah, look at the red light flashing at the back of the Bowling Motorsports car. Neuberger on the defensive. While he's on the defensive, he's 15 seconds behind Cause. The podium starting to slip away.
They've got to just remember that there's still half the race, as you say, there to go. They don't need to do any heroics just yet. They don't need to throw it up the inside and make a bigger mistake that's going to take longer to fix. Just stay calm.
His Lure. He's going to be... Let's do this in order then. The order that they just appear on the track.
Yeah.
So Lure is probably going to be the first to make a move, I think. But place your bets. Who's going to do it first? Shouldn't bet against my driver Nissim Alloy, who's now only
Oh,
two tenths
that's right.
down. Here we
Put
go.
me in that position.
Look at that, both getting the slipstream off the LMP2.
Halloween.
There we go.
I'm not going to disagree with our drivers.
Here we go.
He's trying on the
Having a look up the
inside.
inside into club. And
Oh, it's going to be close.
Oh, Segunas defends.
Nice
So-
defending. My goodness, that's brilliant defending.
Christos Segunas put in an impressive, solid defensive drive. Ballet and Lua still
Thumbs
holding
up.
station. Munir pits from the lead in response to Bintz, who's gotten back on board. Remember, Bintz took pole. So the 23 still a threat. In fact, there it is, right behind this battle. They're going to have to give way. But
Oh,
Alloy, lets him go around the outside, loses least time. As the
And
MP2
back
wants him
on.
as well.
oh, race leader's in. Didn't spell that Mooney pits. You might have said it, Ed,
Yeah,
actually.
I did, yes.
Sorry, brain catching up with what you were saying.
Okay. I think the audience is in a similar position. And Alloy having a go at Brooklyn's.
Oh, look at
and he
that!
spins
Oh,
him!
no!
Oh, no! I hope Alloy isn't in trouble, but yep, he was the first to make the move. There we go.
Shoved him out of the way.
Clearly got a bit fed up there. Went up the inside. I'm not sure that Segunas saw him, or perhaps he was defending quite aggressively there.
That
But,
might be given a
I
penalty.
think Segunas could be a bit upset about that one. But anyway,
I would be. I'd be furious.
Lua attacking Neuberger. Ballet still a second down on the reading game car of Schneider. Lua not giving up yet. Hargitay, Oliver Hargitay getting on board number 8. I reckon Bintz could be a big threat to Hargitay, but it was a quick stop. 30 seconds, the gap just under 30. Oh, look at this!
Wow, dive bomb there.
We had
That
to
was
back
that
out
would have
very
had
late.
to. That would have been a big contact if he hadn't backed out of it. He's got a better run now down towards Brooklands. No, he can't go. No, too far back now. He's looking for it anyway, though.
Nobody told Turn Lua that.
No, he didn't. That's a hello, I'm still here sort of maneuver.
Oh, I think Neuberger, his tyres are looking a little bit second-hand compared to Lua. How long has Neuberger been on those? Let's have a look. Yeah, he's been on the reds for 23 laps now. Well, it says reds in the stint, but it's the green tyres, which are the softs. Because Lua are on the hards, which are more durable.
I've always heard that, to be fair.
Meanwhile, here's the gap between Ballet and Primavera. We'll have to keep an eye out for any stewards' decisions on the Alloy Segundo incident.
Nothing's being typed right now in the chat, which is interesting news.
Oh, having to let the race leader through. And now Neuberger as well.
Oliver Hargitay in control.
And the Bentley almost in the way as well. Oh, the race leader
Racing's
skips.
off. Oh, Lawyer gets tagged.
What happened there to Neuberger? He's right in front of him now.
Slipped round the outside somehow. No idea when that happened.
Yeah, no idea how they all got through then. Without coming to
Wrong-
grief.
Wrong camera angle to see it, but I would say it was 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. And to use another Martin
Neuberger
Brundle.
sliding.
Yeah.
New best lap time for Eric Neef. He's gone back
tagged.
ahead of Toff
Ow.
in the 22.
I
So
thought Lawyer was going to have a massive tag to the back of Neuberger, and
Hargitay has lost 10 seconds through that.
wow.
But he's gained a bit now.
And it's Jason Bintz back in control of the 23.
They're going to have another go.
And the inside left field?
Problem is they're being held up so much here. Look at the gap to Cause in front of both of them. It's going beyond 15 seconds now.
Yeah, 15 points. Yeah.
And Jones really taking control of second place and 43 seconds to the good ahead of Cause.
Come on,
battle for
fan
third
power.
now, isn't it?
Sadly so, with 3:36 to go, it's become third place battles. But the battle for the lead in LP1 looks like it's going to do what it did in Barcelona and go right down to the end of the race, which is always good.
To GD3, they start off really bunched together at the beginning, and then they space out by the middle. Whereas the others, they tend to space out and then close back in.
Whoa!
Oh, here we go. Lure. That was late. I think the rear tyres, are really struggling on Newberg, but he's staying out another lap. So that means we might see a move.
I think he's trying to play chicken with lawyers as to who's going to go into the pit first.
I think Newberger, one of the more underrated drivers in this championship.
I was going to say underdone, but I would have thought that was a bit too much of a food joke.
Yeah, but they're led at Sebring and a couple other rounds this season. They've impressed. Last season, rather. So bottling.
There's a 50-metre brake board that's just on the inside now, turn 3 at Village, and that came from the final Vond, and it's just...
I think Nick Homewood nudged that a while ago.
Well, he's the race director. He can redefine the track, braking
as he
and
sees
limits.
fit.
Yes, exactly.
Here we go.
Oh, no. There's an NMP1 getting out of the way there.
That's Coach Eric. But Newberger goes a little wide. But nothing too big.
I'd love to know what Nick Homewood's thoughts is, of course, because of Michael Mazzi being fired from the F1 race director role and being moved elsewhere in the FIA. And now that they've brought in an endurance race director in Eduardo Freitas, I'd love to know what Nick would think of that in terms of the fact that he does race director for Endurance Championship, and wonder what the crossover would be like. So I'll have to have a word with him. Whoa!
Oh, he hits him! And look, oh, how did he save that one? In
I
fact,
think he's
he
got
didn't.
damage.
Oh,
No,
there we go.
enough.
That was a bit hairy there.
And
But the
Nick
Paul Street
Homewood is
Boys car
typing. Yeah.
was sort of in the wrong place there.
Is there any damage to the back of Lawyer's car? It doesn't look like it. He's got away with that one by the skin of his teeth. And Nick Homewood is typing
But
already.
as he got away from wrath of race steward Nick Homewood,
Yes.
as Cause dies for the pit lane. I feel like I've said that a lot. I need to think of a new phrase for going into the pit.
Paul
How
Street
about-
Boys 753 against the Fine Avant Motorsport 444 investigated after the race.
Of course, Nick Homewood's squad there.
Yeah, and the Paul Street Boys 753, I think, has just been involved in the contact with Lawyer. Oh, so Corch comes into the pit lane.
Look, the 444 just getting out of the way of the 77.
History
444
repeats itself.
in a little battle with Wesley Bukout, who's just gotten aboard the number 1. A look around the outside they go.
And all of a sudden, the number 1's being mugged left, right, and centre as they come down with Wesley. Just
Oh, look at this. Wesley fighting back on the outside.
Valencia on the inside as well. Hasn't worked out that time. And is that Sunshine, I see, Ed?
I think it's been sunny for a while. Chris Davis struggling in front of both of them. So a battle for Davis? No, it's Kiss, isn't it?
Yeah, in P5.
I think Davis is a lap down. Oh, there goes the Iris.
Valencia is really struggling with control of that car.
Lure has also caught back up to
Newberger. Yeah. And that's all because of the traffic. It's all now because of the traffic. They're catching up with each other.
Oh, look at this.
Whoa!
They're all really in the way of turn Lure.
Lawyer's going to be really angry now that he gets to catch back up. And the GT traffic's in the way every single time.
And for Newberger, it's a case of just when I thought I was away, they pulled me back in. There's Vince, now 16 seconds behind Hargita. So the Irish struggling a little bit.
Lure
Lure in the pits. So it's very much in the balance. Crucial phase of the race now. Hargita can hold on from Jensen Bintz. And that stellar pace that he's been showing. Making inroads. Slowly but surely.
One thing that's worrying me is the fact is your dinner hasn't been called, mate. I was
I've
thinking,
been called down yet.
Yes.
So I'm not sure when we're having it. Might be at 7 in the end. There's Sergio in an unenviable position is Chris Davis.
McLaren
Takes the runoff. Is that Davis? No, it's Bukow,
Wesley.
Wesley, who has now got Valencia behind him. Yeah, Mario Valencia.
444 squad. The Fan Avant as here's your race leader for Team Iris, number 8.
Argitai. doing well considering all the pressure that's on it. Iris really need this win. Is that the VMS car? About a rear wing. It is.
Oh, this will be a code 80 for sure.
It's just as Trinos.
So I expect we're going to have the code 80 come across our earphones.
That steering is not functional.
Okay, drivers, we come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
Second code 80 of the race.
I don't know where that came from because I can't see anyone in the stewards chat room.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80.
Oh, and Kill Hausvik. 8K into the points 46. Also missing a rear wing. So 2 collisions there. As Neef pits. A fortuitously timed pit stop for Coach Eric. Will keep him ahead of the 22.
That's worked incredibly
Dallas
well.
is pitting as well. And ranks from the lead in GD3.
I think the door pit now. It's going to take them a while to get back into the pit, so perfect opportunity.
A perfect opportunity for me to check when dinner's going to be.
Absolutely. You pop off.
All right. I'll leave it on auto director for a few minutes.
You go off, and I think Tom was waiting somewhere around. Bradley Sellers comes into the pit lane, as we said. Neath in there as well. Eric Neath for the number 11 Coach Eric Academy, who are leading the standings at the moment on 25 points. But the Team Iris Racing, who finished third last time out with 15 points, going to rocket in now with a further 25. And they're going to now just keep it together to put them on 40 points going into the second half of the season with the Nordschleife, the 4th hours, into Lagos, Bud. That's in India, of course. And we've got more cars coming in as well. Zoltan Toth comes in. I think Malcolm Schneider comes in as well. Pascal Eggert comes in. So everyone taking this code 80 as a brilliant opportunity to stop in the pit lane. La Hoven in. Fabian Ball is in too. A little bit of drama there with the Final Von squad as well coming down pit road. As the race leader in
We
for
go
GT3.
back to green in 10 seconds.
Oh, and that's Rance in the pit lane as well. And Liam's just in the pit, still staying there. As the rest of the field come back out.
4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
And the race is back underway as the car returns to the pit lane, as you can see, without a rear wing. So the code 80 stuck on, as you can see on the graphic. But we are back to green flag racing. So the race is back underway. Bradley Sellers leaves the pit lane as the more come in as well.
Hello.
Hello, Tom. You've chosen the perfect opportunity to join because we've just gone back to green flag running, but everyone's diving into the pit lane after the code 80.
Yes, and it's actually been a really good race so far from what I've been watching.
He really has as well. And I kept across of everything from earlier on as Fabian Bailey leaves the pit lane finally from P5 and MP2. How was your stint?
Oh, it was a really fun stint, actually. I overtook the car in 7th, I believe, and we came out in 4th. So it was a pretty good stint overall. But unfortunate that there was no weather involved. I was quite looking forward to a nice little drive in the rain. But suppose you can't have it all.
Yes, it's got live weather, and of course, and it's turned out dry now in Towchester, where Silverstone is, half in Northamptonshire, half in Buckinghamshire. This circuit as well, it plays havoc with radio signals and mobile data, believe me, especially around Maggots and Beckett's area as well. You can't broadcast for toffee, which just comes through. As Pascal Eggert still in the pit lane. He's been there for 1 minute 18, but 49 seconds stop. So that tells me he's just taken fuel only for that stint, not new tyres. Did you double stint your tyres when you were in there?
I actually double stinted softs somehow.
Wow.
I went to double stint, or I was going to single stint, but then I realised I was going to lose far too much time, so we had to just sort of plough through. I was on 40% on the front left in the end. It was not a pleasant experience at all, as we've still got yellows in Sector 3, so I'm having a look through the order here to
Oh,
try and
who
figure
was
out what
that?
they
Do you
are.
see the background flying off the circuit? Look like one of the GTs. Looks like we haven't got a yellow, so we're all still good. As here is several of the cars I'm flicking through. Looks all good to me. Out there, the second, I think it was Mara Valencia, who we're watching now, who went off the track in the
I'm back.
444. Hello, Ed.
I
Any
just found out
updates?
dinner's in 40 minutes or so.
40?
Yep.
My goodness.
Bit late today.
Yeah.
Well, that's
imagine-
lovely. That gives
Imagine
me
my dad and my brother went out to eat ice cream just after all the snow finished.
Well, I'll go see when mine is, and then maybe I can have mine earlier than yours. So I'll leave you with Tom for a sec.
Is someone popping or is that someone clicking?
It's Tom.
Oh dear,
Oh.
I thought that had voice suppression on it. I am
Oh.
very sorry. Let
Nah,
me
that's alright.
see
Oh,
if I
great
can
race, by
fix
the way.
that.
It was, look at that. That looked like Coach Eric, I think, Conrad, just negotiating Mario Valencia at the entrance to the chapel out of Maggots and Beckett's. Great stint for the 72, because you were running second and third for quite a lot of that. And
We were.
Schneider still running fourth at the moment. So the strategy, you guys were pitting later than everyone else, so depending when the race ends, could really play into the hands of the 72.
It could be a race where we actually end up getting a podium here. Well, I have to see. I think when David gets into the car, that's
But
when
it's
it'll
this
really
man
be crunch
we're
time.
watching who could be the big threat, Fabian Ballet, who isn't in the pit lane, but is in fact on the circuit. So we should refresh the overlay to reflect that.
Oh
There
yes,
we
the
go.
overlay doing R factor 2 things as per usual. I did actually have a word on the R factor Discord and asking if anyone knows how to fix the overlay going haywire throughout longer races, and I was told by other people who run broadcasts that it's just an impossible thing to fix. It's no one's fault. It's just R factor 2 being R factor 2.
But certainly, I really enjoyed this race commentating. Didn't expect to be doing the first hour, but the weather meant I could. never rare that you're thankful for it to snow and hail very heavily. But certainly LMP1, LMDH rather, there's been a big battle between Iris and Valet. There was that big moment where 3 drivers disconnected at the same time. There was the 22, the 66, and there was another one, the 828, I think. All 3 of them disconnected at the same time.
Yes, I
2 of
did
them
see
got back
that.
in, but one of them didn't. 828, I don't think could rejoin. Big shame. So
Yes,
that was a bit concerning.
Flashed up on my screen, and I got very excited.
Because you knew that's 2 people you didn't have to fight anymore in
Well, it
LMP2.
was
Because the
Carpenter's
66 had second
catching
almost sewn
me.
up there.
And he was catching me on the strategy. So I was
77 is still going to be a threat. We were hoping that you and Tobias would have a big fight to fight the commentators.
hoping, but unfortunately it was a little bit too slow for me, as per usual. So
Please don't tell them that. As we look at Lua, closing on Schneider again. Oh, this looks a bit tense to Tom.
oh dear, I feel like I'm about to eat my words. Right,
So,
let's have a look.
Not for the first time, I hope.
Not for the first time. There's Lawyer now trying to have a little bit of a look at Malcolm Schneider in the slipstream, and there's so much slipstream around this circuit.
Oh!
Schneider locks up a little bit, and the
it
closing
catches
speed
Lua out.
there. Yeah, the closing speed there was incredible, and well, Schneider is on medium tyres, second stint. So I imagine Lawyer is going to be a little bit faster on the strategy. Lawyer as well, one of Iris's best drivers. He's almost been their poster boy of recent years. Heading through
Close,
Cops.
yeah.
Heading through Cops, quick shift down to 4th gear, and he'll get a track limit violation for that, I'd imagine, Torin Lawyer. Going into the green AstroTurf on the left-hand side.
But let's not forget, Ten Lua was runner-up in GT3 Championship. They were very unlucky, not quite to be able to snatch the championship away from Mugen after some brilliant last 3 rounds that they all won. And Lua fighting against Malcolm Schneider. Tell us a bit about Schneider, Tom, your teammate.
I just know he's a very consistent and relatively fast driver. I actually, this is only the second race I've spoken to Malcolm, actually. We didn't know each other before the...
sorry to interrupt, but Vince has closed on Hargitay for the lead
4, 5,
in LMH. Yeah, so Hargitay, his pace was not exceptional. He's had a few incidents here and there. He's done well to avoid. But Vince now within 4 seconds and challenging. The last lap, 142.4 for Hargitay. 139.6 for Vince. So Vince flying out there. The pole man, let's not forget, personal best in the last 2 sectors on his previous lap. He's on the hards.
It's being held up by all this traffic.
Yeah, here we go. Look at that. Hargitay dives out in front of his teammate in the LMP2, and we got the reading game in the way. And unfortunately, Lewis got past Schneider.
It's all go.
And through goes Vince, so Malcolm has to make way. And big threat now is Kors in the 259. Could take 5th away from Schneider if he's not careful. But Vince, meanwhile, senses victory is at hand. It's been a brilliant battle between Iris and Valet. Any preference over who you want to see win, Tom? Or...
Well, I think I'd be in a lot of trouble if I didn't say Iris. And,
well, Jansen Vince closing Hargitay at a rate of knots. It was only a spin, really, to put him in this position behind the Iris. So, a spin for his teammate, Martin Novo. So,
and actually, I think now Ed's back. I'm going to take this opportunity to go and get a coffee and perhaps a bath, soak the old back muscle that's been causing me so many problems recently.
No worries, Tom. Off you go.
Well, I'll see you. Just make sure to tag me on Discord if either of you are alone, and I'll come back and lend my voice to the cause. But, other than that, I'll see you all in a bit.
It's just happened, but thanks for that, Tom. It's Aloy, our driver.
Oh dear.
Found himself in getting a penalty for some reason or other.
Causing a collision. It's a 10-second stop-go penalty.
That would be with Segunas, the 37.
Yeah. I suppose it's at this time.
Aloy has also gotten in front of Iliev. He's about 14 seconds in front, so he's going to lose that. As Iliev has just been overtaken by Segunas. So actually, he's going to lose it to both of them. Look at this, side by
side, my goodness.
For 8th position.
McLaren through, yeah.
Oh, there we go. So good move by Segunas.
I suppose it's this time, as a team principal of the driver, I should get on the radio to Nick Kenwood and go, "No, Nicky, no, this is so not right."
I don't think that would work somehow. All on deaf ears.
We should. I honestly think next time as well. Obviously, because it happens on a. That's sector 1.
Race lead. It's closing again. 2 seconds now, and the pressure is not going to be bigger on Oliver Hargitay than it's going to be in the next few minutes. It's absolutely imperative that he doesn't slip up now.
Looking quite quick. I mean, the plan was, of course, I actually found out when my dinner was. It's in 10 minutes, so that's great. But
you might leave first, followed by me, and there might be about 5 minutes where nobody's around.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking I might delay my own, so that you can have yours, and then we've got consistent streaming. But we'll play that by ear. As Bits now closing in, 1.2
Should be about
seconds.
30 minutes for me.
Well, I might have mine come back, and we can tag tail like having a break time between each other. As
Aloy pits to serve his penalty, so he will lose 7th to the other shooty through. It's to Segunas and to Iliev.
Nicky, no. You need to reinstate the previous lap.
I don't know why you're so invested. We have nothing to do with either racing team apart from Nassim.
Yeah, to be fair, it's just one opportunity I get to say this about the race director. I must admit.
Has also caught up to Schneider. Here's the gap there. So Malcolm doing well to hold on.
I mean, I just was happy that as a team principal, both yourself and I, Ed, have won a race here at Silverstone as team principals. That was a great one. I missed it, and it seems like every time I'm not in the commentary box for a race, we do incredibly well.
In the reverse grid, certainly.
Yeah, yes, especially in race 2s. Yeah, so I'm just staying away from race 2s, which is pretty much, I think, fair.
We go within a second now for the lead in LMDH. Or ASMG LMH. It's probably never going to catch on.
It's evolving into the Points Racing 46 and the VMS Sun Edit Racing 26. It's a 10-second stop-go penalty.
Bodley Motorsport sliding at turn 1 in front of the Valley.
He's going for it.
That's the Bodling car.
It's a lap out the way, yeah. So it's a 10-second stop-go penalty for the VMS Sun Edit Racing 26 for failing to hold the brakes after spinning. Interesting penalty.
Is that Velestra?
Yeah.
He's at the wheel of that at the moment. Zagya is pit. So
Race
Sergej
from LMP2.
Merguli pits, so he'll be only a lap ahead of Dan Rusen, as Argitai is held up by the GD3. And this could be the opportunity that Jansen Bintz is looking for. Here we go, into Cops. He pulls out to the right, makes his intention known, but has to back out. And wisely too.
That was heart in mouth.
Amazing. Yeah. We're nearly 5 hours into this race, and the leaders in LMH are right together.
They are. And this is incredible. As they come down the hangar straight once more, the final Von going to try and break the toe between the two. As Argenti is just trying to slow it down, but Jason Bintz is right there as well. Roland Janssen born at the moment as he hurtles down to the Vale chicane, 3 tenths between them, and another car in the way.
I like the amalgamation of Jason Bourne and Jansen Bintz's names there. Let's look at this. He's now right on the back of Hargitai. What can Oliver do here?
He's blocking him.
So Oliver really on the defensive here. Jansen Bintz, I think he knows he's faster, has to take advantage in this stint if he wants to win for Valle. This is the critical moment that's going to decide the race, I feel.
I think Brooklands, that'll be a perfect opportunity. Gets a good launch out of Aintree as well, down the Wellington Straight. You can see.
Look at him breaking the tire.
Yeah, he's moving left and right. Very Verstappen manoeuvre as they come into the braking zone.
He's a long way ahead, though. He got a great run out.
More traffic, though. Yeah, more. Here comes the traffic there. It's going to slow them all down. He's got a bit wide.
It's the 444 and the LMP2. And look, here we go. Bintz on the outside. This is critical. They all hit each other. How did Bintz avoid that? But he's coming through.
I think, is the overtake of the season. The 2 lapped cars make contact and the leaders somehow avoid it.
Crucially, Bintz coming out ahead, and now he has to make for another GD3, and Hargitai is held up again.
Hargitai is going to need some Haagen-Dazs after that one. He's going to be feeling very, very sorry for himself.
But I think both drivers just relieved to come out of that unscathed.
Massively, massively.
Hargitai really has just got to do his best to keep Bintz in sight, because once, hopefully there'll be another change in the next 3 hours or so, and we can get possibly Rory McDuff back in the car for Iris. Have a grandstand finish between the two.
Roberto's just said in the YouTube chat, "Oh my God, my heart!" As Alan said, Chris Tompkins and Alonso says, "Hopefully there's no Mugen moment." Do you want to?
That was Mario Valencia hitting the 29, wasn't it?
Yes.
Driven by what's his name?
What's his name?
Alexander Modal, of course. For RBR team number 29, and he's just going into the pits now.
Yes.
As Bintz holds on to the lead.
20th overall. And now Chris has said, Loza said, look, a Mugen moment. Right, Ed, I'm going to leave you for 2 minutes on your own, but you're fine. You can stand by side at the back, though.
That looked interesting. So let's have a check to see if we can see who that was. Sandra Van San is now 4 seconds behind Dan Rusen. So second place is suddenly back on between Into the Points and Bottling Motorsport. Of course, not quite been able to get ahead of Schneider. Schneider's done a brilliant job, actually. Only losing position to Lua. And keeping it fairly honest, 30 seconds back. got Rafael Meyer. About 7 seconds behind Mia Levers. Battle for 8th. Team Rance LMP2 through. Number 42. Mario Valencia has been fighting Wesley Bucat for 5th, which is the closest battle in GD3. But you can see a long way ahead. But closing, Bucat not having the greatest couple of corners. Right behind Santo, the 2nd place man. Not for position. Of course, continues to drop behind Schneider. Lost another second there. There's a Van Sam. Argentite continues to drop behind Bintz. Whoa! Hargitay in trouble there. Spun at Brooklands. And is he okay? Is the steering damaged? Looks like he's alright, but he's now lost 12 seconds to the race leader. That's going to be a big blow. The Irish really need this win, but so do Valet. Only one of them is going to take it, of course. There's the battle for 15th between Valestra and Modal. Oh, look at Valestra sliding and slipping. That's Larhoven. Way behind, actually. That must be Mia Levers, a couple laps ahead. And here comes the 2nd place Hargitay. Oh, narrowly avoiding Valestra. He lets everyone through. Is that car not looking good at the rear tyres? But he doesn't go for the pits, oddly enough. Bore has just lost out to Rosenvig. Eden Rosenvig. The top 10. Max Bore will have to fight back. Throw on board and see what he can do. Oh, he's going up the inside, but thinks better of it. As here comes the sister car of Hargitay, who's now being held up. She's going to cost him in his battle for the win. Here we go. Now he's got the inside. He lets him through. But Max Bore back in the top 10. Pause. Just close right back up to Schneider. Modal, being attacked by the VMS car. Losing position. Great job by Balestra. Covering from his penalty. Van Sand right behind Rusin in the battle for 2nd. Here is Cause. Trying to course correct. Get back into the top 5. And even closer, Dan Rusen. So let's see what the into the points driver can do. Closes inexorably. Ooh, Bintz rather. So to 138.7. That's a blistering lap time. Not much Hargitay can do. He's being dropped right now. 8 seconds down. Bore looks like he gained another place there. On that's because Rosenberg is pit, of course. Sandra Van Sand, certainly one of the most impressive drivers in this LMP2 field, putting in a great showing. Really got to thank the 47. Stands a great chance of securing 2nd here, especially if the Bolding Motorsport car gets held up, which it does, by the GD3 lead. Oh, mistake by Bolding Motorsport. And Rusen is going to get past here by Sansan. Sansan down the inside, into the loop, but he's on the outside for part 2. Oh, almost hit again. Close, but fair racing. There was a penalty there for someone. But Van Sant continues to battle hard. Great view here at the back. Oh, and some traffic incoming. That looks like Nassim Alawi in a battle. Oh, and look at this. Alawi has to get out of the way, and they thread the needle between the cars. That's the 97. Driven by of course, Valentin Ilev, and he's cleared him. Van Sant looking to clear down Ruzen. Not looking too rosy for Ruzen at the present moment. Argitai has rallied a bit, cut a couple of seconds out of Bince's lead. Van Sant continuing. Put Ruzen under pressure as the LMP1 splits the two. Oh, and Ruzen wisely lapping GD3 as well. Of course, has got the Bentley to clear before he can attack Schneider. Lewis not too far behind Van Sant. Look at this. And to lap the Ring of On. Running way down the field. Ruzen under a significant amount of pressure from Into the Points Racing. Into the Points. They've been onto the podium. Surely it's not going to be long before we talk them into the victory. I had to change their name based on their previous success. So for me, they are onto the podium racing rather than just into the points. Set your sights a bit higher, guys. Reflect your current success. But Sandra Van Sant looking to make good on the promise. Ruzen trying not to bottle it. Sand on fresher tyres, looking very quick. Seems like it's really a matter of time here. Yeah, Van Sant setting himself up for Hamilton straight. Ruzen moves a little bit to the middle of the row, but takes the corner. Oh, a little bit of a slip into the braking zone. Could be lag, I guess. Oh, but here comes Van Sant. Senses his moment. Oh, the bottling car goes wide. And Van Sant's going to get a brilliant run down the Wellington straight. Here we go. He's going to dive up the inside at the last minute. Here he comes. Oh, thinks better of that. Here comes the lapped car. Van Sant. Oh, this is going to be tricky. Put a foot wrong. He goes up the inside. Oh, but he didn't quite get the run. Not quite enough traction. And Ruzen holds on to second. But this is a brilliant battle between these two teams. The points, of course, sponsored by Diabetes UK. Home race for the team. How much would they love another step up that podium? And you can see the marks in the grass where people have skipped part of Chapel and Beckett's. And tucking into the slipstream. Keeping the pressure on Ruzen. Making mistakes. Van Sant will be through like a ferret up a drain pipe. Modeling No. If they lose second, it's unlikely they'll get it back. So they have to defend like crazy. And in defending, letting 10 Lure, who is less than 8 seconds behind, close up on the both of them. So, gotta say, looking good for the 77. And oh! Sandra Van Sant almost had a go. I had to back out with the LMP1 coming through. Argitai just continue to lose time. 24 seconds down on Bintz. Oh! And Rusen nearly moved in on by the Mugen. Bit rough. Rougher than it needed to be. Yeah, for those curious, Museum Alawi is right behind Christos Segunas. Battle for 7th position as we reach the 3-hour remaining mark. Keep our eye on this battle for 2nd position in LMP2. Oh, look at the bottling car slide. Dan Rusen looks like the tyres are cried enough into Chapel. Andrew Van Sant senses Prey is vulnerable. Moment to strike. It's coming soon. Oh, Van Sant goes a bit wide though. And that's going to offer a reprieve to Dan Rusen. Leader, Bintz, pits in LMH. Going to allow Hargatai through into the lead. But Bintz will be on the fresher tyres. Andrew Van Sant closes right in on the back. Looks up the inside again. Oh, and just has to back out again. Ring of Bond LMP1 is coming through the lap. There we go, Hargatai back into the lead. The Sellers is 85 seconds ahead of Eggert, who we see lapping these two. Sandro let him through, but Pascal sets up the straight to lap them both, which is sensible.
Hello, Ed. Are you on your own?
Yeah, currently. Dinner is pretty soon for me.
Alright, well I'll join you for the time being.
Yeah, just watching the LMP2 second place battle.
I went for a bath. I get into my bathroom. I see that we've got no light switch. It's fallen off, so that scuppered my plans for the time being.
But Rusen is starting to hold up Van Sant and back them into Lure, who in turn could be backed into Malcolm Schneider, who's held off course and put the gap on him to the tune of almost 4 seconds. Oh, and a mistake by Rusen into Stowe. Is Van Sant going to dive up the inside into Club? No. Isley thinks better at that. Van Sant on the fresher tyres really needs to clear because Lure is only 4 seconds back now. He's half the gap. Lure could be the big threat to both of these guys. Of course, Tobias Blumschein, our co-commentator, would love to be on the podium, but so would the 72.
Yes, I would
driven
love
by
to be
you,
on the
Tom.
podium as it happens.
So I suppose you want all these three to back each other up, and so Rusen is doing a big favour to you right now.
Well, or take each other out. Either one works pretty well for me.
But a 34-second gap between Schneider and Lure, so 10 Lure proving to be a bit too much for Malcolm Schneider to live with, and course has actually closed in as we've been speaking. But let's keep an eye on this. Van Sant now well and truly closing in on the gearbox.
Only a 10th there.
Oh, hey Josh.
Hello.
We both come back at the same time. That was
Have
quick
we?
then. Here we go. Van Sant. Oh, that was a suicide move. We saw the Paul Street Boys GD3 get taken out with the 77 there. And the rear slides.
That's going to cost him.
It feels like Bottling are staying out and extending this stint for a long way. Much the frustration of Sandro Van Sam. But here comes the moment. Will he dive up the inside into Stowe? No.
That's annoying, yeah.
But Dan Rusen doing brilliantly to hold him off. And Bottling and into the points. Two very underrated teams. But Dan Rusen, the tyres losing traction. Through the inside goes Sandro Van Sant at the last corner. And they barge! And off track goes Dan Rusen. And Van Sant is going to have to really hold it out here. But surprisingly, Rusen got the better run, going wide at the final corner. And into the points they'll be arguing. The Bottling Motorsports went off track and gained an advantage there. And now Lewis is right behind both of them. So a three-way fight for second place now.
I'd argue there that if you push someone out wide, you can't really expect them to yield the position back.
But he's trying again. Sandro wants another bite of the cherry. And he can't afford to mess up. Because here comes the LMP1 of Hargitay, who's leading now that Vince is pit. But now, here's the 77, ready to pick up the pieces, if Into the Points falters. This is absolutely critical in deciding who finishes second, who takes those podium positions, as round the outside goes the Iris. He's got a battle of his own to worry about. He's been overtaken on track by Bint once. He doesn't want to do so again. So, number 8 extends. Bottling Motorsport extends. And the battle closes.
This is great. This is with just under 3 hours to go. 2:54 on the board. Just when you're going to see the next overtaking manoeuvre, it could happen in seconds, it could happen in minutes, but either way, we know there's one coming, chaps, and that's what we like. Usually in endurance races, you're a bit out there.
Risking it around the Mugen to keep in touch with these two.
And
Hargitay pits.
Yeah, race leader in.
He will have to land the lead back to Jansen Bintz and Valet and Sandro Van Sant. Again, much quicker. But again, Rusen defends. And now they've got Aston holding them up. Presenting another opportunity. Not just for Sandro Van Sant, but also for Ten Lure, who dives up the inside. Into the arena and through the loop. And Van Sant has to hold on here. But the Iris 77 attacking like crazy. But doesn't get the best run onto Wellington Straight. So, Van Sant holds on to third place. Hargitay still in the pits. And he's lost ground to the race leader. Now might be a good opportunity for Iris to put one of their other drivers in. But Hargitay emerges again, 24 seconds behind the leader.
2 hours and 52 minutes to go. You'd think there was an hour left the way these guys are battling. But really, really well done of Rusen to hold on to this position. And now he's actually gone for a move into Cops, which is put a car in between him and the number 47 momentarily. And now it's going to be the Iris car that has a go, perhaps, down into Magus and Beckett's. And, well, I think that would be certainly speculative to make a move into Magus and Beckett's.
But it's like a job interview. If you don't make speculative approaches, you don't get the offer. Well, I look at it anyway. I think Magnus Bore has just gone in the pits, has he?
I think so, but I swear I saw him in the pits just a second ago, so I think he might have changed over drivers.
There's something interesting as well to note. I'm looking on my race view timing screen, and Pascal Eggert is on the purple compound, which obviously we said means he's on a mixed set of tyres. That's clearly something that the Final One guys are finding great success in LMP1. They're not too far off the podium here. Granted, they're about a minute and a half.
Well, I think Sellers... Oh, here we go. Negotiating the LMP2 traffic. And Sellers making his way through. But, once again, Ten Lure has got a great opportunity here. As he sees Van Sant in front of him. And in front of Van Sant is Dan Rusen. 35 seconds, by the way, is the gap between Lure and Schneider. So it's closed a little bit. Ten Lure. No! Sliding!
Whoa!
That was not what he planned to do then.
Luya now has just got to sit back and really relax and just stay on the back of these two.
Sit back, relax, and let Malcolm Schneider breeze around the outside when you do that.
The second that Van Sand goes for the move on Rosen, it's going to give Luya a perfect opportunity to pounce and make the most of it. So I think he's really just got to stay here, and he can't be making too many of those track limit violations right there. Because that could be...
Here comes the race leader.
Oh no!
Oh!
There's been contact!
And Van Zandt spins as well!
That was a three-way crash! And that was absolutely one of the most dramatic things I've seen in EERC for a very long time. And that, for Bince, just topples what was already a pretty horrid day for the Valet squad. But it doesn't seem to have much damage, though.
He's intact, and he's maintained the lead to the tune of 8 seconds.
Sellers dives into the pit lane, so I think he must have thought code 80. He would have seen all that happen, of course.
Does Bince go for the pits? No, he continues. But Van Zandt coming in, for sure.
Rosen and Tim Loy, as you already said, coming in the pit lane. Van Zandt comes in as well. Well,
Rosen wasn't involved in that. Oh, he got hit at the back, didn't he? Van Zandt then spun, and Lua, I think, hit the Bince. So
now, I'd be quite happy if that was damage for those 3 cars. I wonder. We'll have to see how long the pit stop is. Rosen's already been in the pits.
Guess who the beneficiary of all this is? Malcolm Schneider.
Who's also in the pits. Is he not?
No, he's down the track. No, he's pitting. You're right. He's just coming to pit lane according to the time screen.
Our overlay being a bit slow. Not anymore. There he is, as you can see. In the background, Van Zandt gets away first there, despite spinning off. But Course now takes second from Ballet in the 33 Valet.
And heading into his final stint, this will be a new set of tyres for Malcolm Schneider. So perhaps he's gone onto the soft tyres and he's just going to have a rocket final stint.
And Pascal Eggert is going to overtake Bradley Sellers coming out the pits, which is absolutely crucial. There's Sellers. There we go, Sellers on the fresh tyres. But Pascal Eggert on the mixed tyres. So keep an eye on that battle for third in LMP1. As Lua exits the pits now, having lost a lot of ground. But the order in LMP2, Merkley still leads from Coors, Ballet, Van Zandt, Evers, Newberger, and Lua. So Lua just getting out ahead of the 72. He was not quite able to take advantage. Well, Mia actually gets in front of both of them. So what's going on down there? So there's Schneider finally getting away.
So he dropped. He must have been involved in that contact as well, because he was in there for over 2 minutes.
Yeah, there wasn't a driver change.
No.
Yes. That's unusual, actually, for Malcolm. I wasn't expecting that. However, the good news is
he might have hit Van Zandt as Van Zandt was rejoining.
It's roughly on the pit window, though, so a little bit of fuel saving, and it shouldn't be too bad from Malcolm Schneider.
Live to fight another
in
day.
Trouble. He's gone off at a chapel and let Bradley Sellers back through. So that fight's over. No need to look forward to that. As Coors comes in, so Ballet in the 33, who was disconnected earlier, has worked his way back up to second, which is very impressive.
The strange things you see in endurance racing. Just can't work it out, can you? As Zoltan Toth into the pit lane.
It's really gone badly for Mugen. This entire race, really, apart from the 21. We've had a dream race.
Yes, that 21
it's not a clear run either.
That 21 guy is running to the sunset, and I don't think there'll be any catching him from this stage.
Certainly anyone who's really held much of a candle to them is Fabien Ballet in the 33. He's had so much ground to make. 2 laps behind now. And Van Zandt actually only about 15 seconds down.
Pascal Eggert into the pit lane. Is he going to fit a normal set of tyres or another mixed set of tyres? We're about to find out. Then again, if the mixeds are working for them, they might just stay in for that until the end of the race.
Unless someone wants to go into the last pit stop and just have have a cars that run on the soft tyres, which
Ooh,
can
so-
sometimes work.
This is interesting. The 22, Mugen have brought out the big boy, Gabba Hevesi, to try and make up ground on Coach Eric. Their rivals at Schneider. Gets up the inside of that looked like the 77. So there we go. We're seeing the battle. And the 70. Oh no, that's
139.
that's Hargitai, who's only 5 seconds down. So the damage on the 23 might have been more extensive than we thought. But here comes Lure, looking to counter attack. So heart and mouth times. For,
Better
the 72 Reading Game Studios car. Isn't that right, Tom? Because this is really bad for the top 5 now, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Oh, look at this!
Lawyer says wide. There's another car spinning. It's one of the final body. It was
That's Schumann.
Schumann. Yeah. I was just about to say, he looked very twitchy coming through Lovefield, and he's lost it coming through Klopp's corner.
Schumann, unfortunately, coming to grief there, which we've seen perhaps a little bit too often from him, as Lure flashes his lights.
Get out of the way. They're basically.
Back of Schneider. It's like, that wasn't my incident earlier. I'm holding on to this one.
So he should, I say. He's giving
Lure
out
looks
a
up
few
the
mate
inside,
rates there
and Schneider
to Dunloy.
doesn't fight too hard. Maybe you got the message. There's Mia hits in the 42. So yeah, they're both going up to 5th and 6th respectively now in LMP2.
Yellow third sector, gone green again.
Now,
Owen AK is out on the track now for the 46 grid into the points racing.
Conrad pits for Coach Eric. So, amazing. It feels surreal to see Mugen 5 laps down. I know they lost 2 laps, but they feel like nothing's really gone to plan for them since.
It's been a horrible race in
Archetype.
many respects.
Falling back a little bit again. Been back and forth between the 8 and the 23. So much misfortune for the both of them. But still, they've been class of the field by far. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if Sellers ends up winning this somehow, recovering those 3 laps if they keep running into each other and other cars. The Valet and Iros.
I bet you that you're right.
Also
there.
pits from 2nd, as we see. So, into the points. Back up to 2nd now. And it's really topsy-turvy, that 2nd place battle. I did not, when I went into this, I did not picture 4 cars crashing into each other. 3 of them in the top 3 in LMP2. Top 4, sorry.
Still closing
Back
down.
and forth. Steps aboard the 33. I really think the 33 is now on the box seats with how delayed the 47, the 28, which is showing as number 3, and the 77 were in that crash. I think that really puts Peter Vagapop in the box seats for the last 2 hours 43 minutes. Not sure what happened there. Newberger closing on Vagapop though. Here we go. Great view and a great slipstream into Cops. Let's hope they don't crash into each other. Oh, good defense by Vagapov.
Close together.
But Newberg on the
They did
inside, they
touch.
touch. Who's going to get the run into Maggots? Oh, another barge. But it looks like Newberger is going to hold the inside.
Contact.
Oh, not quite.
Oh, big one behind. Huge one behind. 2 cars off into the barrier. That's going to be a code 80 for sure.
I didn't see who that was.
Oh,
there we
dear.
go.
Joseph Toff and
It's
an
Toff.
LMP2.
That's quite horrific, actually.
They came together at Maggots and just hurtled towards the barrier, a bit like what happened to Kvyat a couple of years
but
ago.
Look, the 33's lost out. And through goes Newberger.
And where's
Peter
the code
Vagapop.
80? We got two
I
cars
imagine-
damaged.
I imagine Nick's probably having a look at an incident and just missed that.
Oh no,
There
no,
he
no,
is,
he's
Toff,
spinning. He's
struggling
spinning
to get
again.
back to the pits.
Yeah, that's got to be a code 80, surely.
Look at that
Oh.
wheel. That's
Okay,
not
run
handling.
caution, slow car on the Hanger Street.
It's going to let him do the final sector then.
Right.
Target tight.
Oh,
Falling behind Vince again. There he is. 14
Getting a bit
seconds now, the
tense.
gap. So the opportunity gone away from Iris a little bit. Hargitite really does not have anything to
I
match.
think
He
he,
can't live
he's
with the
round
pace
again.
of the
Oh,
23.
get onto the escape road just on his left there. There you go. Just stay off the racing line. That can take you straight into the pit lane. There you go. Well done, Joseph. Well done. That was a hard one because that's what 2 sectors to complete.
Clip.
That was a big one there, and that promotes again people up the order. This is great as they come through. And this is on board with Laszlo Santa. Now on to Mario Valencia in the 444 squad.
Valencia just went a bit wide at Stowe as he's fighting to keep Wesley Buchout in sight.
What I was going to say was, do you remember, when I left the microphone on? I didn't know I left it on. So my brain was like, have you said something in your head, but you've actually said it out loud? One of those type of moments. So I didn't know if I said something. I didn't say anything today.
I mean, I'll be honest with you, Josh.
Don't remember.
I
I
wasn't
was
listening.
a bit distracted.
Yes, I think we all were. So because I thought I had my mic muted, but I didn't.
You see,
So,
I had
yeah.
that once in one of my first ever commentaries.
You forget to press the button sometimes.
No, I'd pressed the button, but I'd pressed the wrong button. And
Oh,
I remember my brother and sister were having an argument, and I shouted, quite loudly, "Will you just please shut up?"
yeah.
And then looked down and my mic's on.
Yeah, I've had that before, to be fair. Exactly, I've pressed the wrong button to think I'm muted.
Oh! Penalty for the race leader.
Oh,
Vince. What's that for? Corner cutting, surely.
dangerous driving.
Oh, so he's being blamed for the 4-car pile-up with the LMP2s.
Team Iris 77. Report from Team Iris 77.
Well, I'm not surprised it's come from Iris, because they've got 2 good reasons.
Yeah, Sergey's into the pit,
appeal.
by the way. The 88 with Sergey is into the pit lane. But so the race leader having to serve a 10-second penalty. That's going to promote Hargatal into the lead of the race again.
Brilliant news for number 8, which takes the pressure off, at least for the next hour or so, until Vince catches back up again. Here we go. Kovacs has caught up to 14th place Modal, who's done most of the race, it feels like. Modal really soaking out the pressure from the Paul Street Boys car.
But I don't think the Valet squad are particularly happy with that 10-second time penalty.
I can't imagine they would be.
And we move on with 2.5 hours to go. We've still got best part of 2 Formula 1 races to watch here.
Got 3 different races. GD3 looks very much like Satellite Racing number 64, 2 laps to the good. With maybe a possible battle for third. But it's all pretty spread out there. LMP2, it's really a big fight for second. Merguli and the 21 squad doing everything right. And then LMH, it's Vince and Hargatai, 23 and number 8. As we see Kovacs going up the inside at Stowe. Oh, and having to back out. The Paul Street Boys couldn't quite get the gap under braking.
Last of the late breakers.
Well, the 29 has had its fair share of incidents today.
Did
Don't want
better
to
than-
lose ground if they can help it.
Did better than what Michael Schumacher did at that corner in 1999.
Well, to be fair, I think there was brake failure at that part, Josh.
I think, yeah, one brake fails and then
leg failure.
Yeah.
Leg failure to sustain the impact.
Yes.
Luckily, Schumacher was okay and was able to come back later in the season, of course.
Malaysia?
Yep.
And look at how much dirty air was coming
Yeah.
off of that Aspintino Force Bologna car. That was having to
Is
pretty
the
much
29?
lift all the way through turn
Is
1.
the 29 an AFP car? I thought AFP had disbanded.
Well, it's just AFP colours, so I've been
That's
assuming
true.
it was AFP.
I believe RBR Esports
Oh yes,
is the
I
team that
apologise.
Alexander Modal drives.
Yes, I apologise, RBR Esports. I
And
thought that was an
Vince
AFP.
serves his penalty. So through goes Hargitay back into the lead. And now on him, his job is to maintain that lead, prevent Bints from catching up and stealing it again. So Iris will be given another golden opportunity here through that mistake by Bints. Valley will argue. Oh, as Fringavon goes off track to try and lap Aiden Rosenbeek as Maguli pits. There we go. Bints emerges 15 seconds down. That is the gap he's got to close with 2.5 hours remaining. I can smell dinner then, so I'm probably going to head off now because it's been about 40 minutes.
It's an hour late though.
Probably, yeah. But what are you going to do? Oh, it's Kovacs. Misses that. That's not going to help him. Catch
He's
the
been
29.
hit back.
Oh, yeah. So Kovacs really making a mess of things.
Get out of the way. Keep it
17
calm,
seconds.
guys.
Vince has lost a bit more time.
Oh,
that's
the
why.
Bints in the wall. That's why.
So there's been another incident with one of the lower class cars. And Vince having to Austin Powers his way out the wall. Is the car okay?
He was struggling to find reverse there for a second.
Oh, and he just avoids the Iris.
Another one coming on the inside. That's
Oh,
going to be...
nearly hits the other Iris, LMP2.
Oh no, the Iris car is furious. What a
Flashing the lights.
torrid stint for poor old Jansen Bints. And most of this has not really been much of his own doing.
No, it hasn't. It really, really hasn't.
Alright, well, there we go. With Jansen Bints making a big mistake. I have to go now and eat dinner. But I'll leave you in the capable hands of Joshua Birch and Tom Dillon. As Tom Dillon hopes Ruden Game can take advantage of the chaos. Like a Schneider down in 6th in the 72. But it is Hargitay for Iris, Maguli for Mugen, and Rance for Satellite Motorsport. They're your leaders with 2.5 hours left to run.
Thanks, Ed. How are you back? Need the bathroom? Over to you, Sam.
And let's have a look at, use this opportunity to have a look at the tyres that everyone is running. You can see the majority of the field are on the soft compound of tyres, with Pascal Eggert being the only one who's running medium soft. And, well, of course, a lot of the drivers will be double stinting. Maybe not double stinting the soft tyres. We'll have to see what happened there. As I said, I double stinted the soft tyres, and it wasn't the most pleasant experience of my life, but we'll start cycling through the field again. And, well, it's been pretty plain sailing for this crew so far. The number 21 Musion Sim Racing car, of course, they've been champions in just about everything EERC as of recent times, as they roar through cops. Well, I don't think there's going to be any going back as the night starts to slowly creep up on the Silverstone Circuit. Well, we haven't had much night racing at Silverstone over the years, have we?
No, and that's it was always one of my favourites on our factory itself, actually, where you could adjust the nights and you can adjust the time of day it's set at. And I always used to put it at night, and I always thought it was magical having a race at Silverstone in the middle of the night. It was something mysterious about it, and as a young kid as well, it always made me feel like, oh, this is like a secret race. That it was just a bit more exciting. So I would love it if we had a night race at Silverstone. We used to have it in British touring cars in the late 90s. It was 2 races held at midnight on the Saturday and Sunday, but that all stopped. Yeah, that all stopped, and we don't have any night races anymore in the touring cars. And sadly, Silverstone night only gets used about once a year for the 24-hour race, and that's not massively covered on telly.
I don't think that 24-hour race happens anymore, does it? In
I think it still happens in Britcar, unless it's been reduced somewhat. I know we've had a couple of 24-hour races at Silverstone, but we'll have to. I'll triple check that later.
It was. I'm pretty sure it was cancelled because of.
Oh no.
Yes, it was a few years ago now, actually, that they got rid of that 24-hour race because they realised that people were paying. Obviously, Britcar is a championship where you don't necessarily have to have manufacturer teams. You can sort of have your. It's like a sort of mix between clubman racing and proper racing. And well, they realised that people were paying £6,000 to get a car on the grid, and then the cars were that unreliable. They'd get to 8 o'clock and they've paid their £6,000 and they can't even get in the car because they're on the last stint. So they pulled that race in the end. I remember reading.
Oh, that's disappointing. I would have preferred it if it stayed, because that was the only time we saw Silverstone at night. And yeah, I'd love it if they put some lights in it, Silverstone, actually. And I wouldn't mind. I would not at all. I love the British Grand Prix as it is, but I'd love it if like they alternated. One year it was a day race, the next year it's a night race. Something like that. I'd love it. And I think a few other races would work well. Monaco, for example, 1 year it's in the day, 1 year it's in the night. Just some little changes to make it absolutely fantastic. I think Monaco at night would be the best race of the year ever, as we see Oliver Hargatel just still leading for the number 8 Iris. But yeah, what's your opinion on that, Tom? Monaco night race or Silverstone night race?
I'd say Monaco night race for sure.
Yeah, I'm with you.
But yes, I'm actually reading here. The Silverstone 24 Hour was a sports car race held annually until 2018. And what I'm reading as well, Britcar did run it until 2009, or 2010, sorry. But no, 2009 it was shortened to 500 miles due to the recession. And in 2013 it was shortened to 1,000 kilometres. And then 24-hour series actually took over running the Silverstone 24 Hours for a couple of years. And that was when it last ran in 2018. So, from what I'm understanding, I don't think that we'll be getting any more Silverstone 24-hour races anytime soon. I know 24-hour series have focused their attention onto the 24 Hours of Sebring to sort of be their second Jewel in the Crown event.
Long, isn't it, at Sebring's? That's a shame.
Of course, they do the 24 Hours of Dubai. In fact, they do a lot of sort of useless 24 hours.
The Dubai one is... They always say this is the big race to kick off the year because it happens early on in January. And does anybody watch it? I didn't see any of it, to be fair.
I watched it, but I have to say I didn't watch much of it. It always starts at an awkward time on a Friday, though I have heard that the UAE have changed their working week to align it with the rest of Europe. I say the rest of Europe. I suppose they're not Europe themselves, but you know what I mean.
I know what you mean, yeah.
So next year it will start back at the regular time. And I think the issue is their broadcasts are not very good at all, because obviously there's just no money in it.
I understand. I've seen a couple of them.
They don't even have coverage overnight, and they also don't have a fueling rig in the garage. They have to queue up for fuel in a big car park.
Oh.
And,
that is shockingly terrible.
Yes, and you spend most of the race under code 80. You don't have any safety cars, and I think we ended up with an absurd amount of running under the code 80, and it was just not a very fun race to watch. It was okay in 2020 because of lockdown. It was
something, yeah.
It was quite fun.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not paying attention to that one then. As we've got a penalty come up on the board now. Nick Cohenwood has said, report from the Paul Street Boys 753 squad against the Optimal Esports number 2. And it's a 20-second stop-go penalty for the number 2 for causing a major collision while lapping slower traffic.
That would be what happened with the Code 80, the previous one.
Yeah.
I would believe. As you can see, that Optimal Esports car now, headlights ablaze. They've gone for a bit of a Dams look on that car.
It does look a bit Dams, doesn't it? Yeah.
And I have to say, it's a very striking livery. And we've got a bit of a cluster of LMP2 cars there, actually, and they're all on different laps. So, oh dear, that was a bit of a squeeze for sure with the Mugen car. And, well, I love endurance racing, particularly this camera shot into Stowe. Not Stowe, Cops. I apologise, it's quite late at night now. 8 o'clock. But it's difficult to watch that camera shot and not see the Sky Sports camera panning out and seeing Max Verstappen going to the wall.
I've been thinking that all night as well, so you're not the only one there, Tom.
They used that as their sort of
bumper,
coming back from a break for a while. And everyone said it was really disrespectful. But
it was fine. I don't. They say it's disrespectful because it was the Hamilton fans were moaning, and then the Verstappen fans were moaning. I can't be bothered with it, to be fair.
I mean, people
Or-
call
or-
anything disrespectful
Yes.
if it gets them likes on Twitter. So I thought
Yep.
it was just a cool little graphic, and I thought it made it quite interesting to watch.
It did.
Sort of got the blood pumping heading into the final races of the year.
Really did, and I think that everyone's going to say now that 2021 it was a terrible season. It's got an asterisk next to it. It's like, were you watching the same racing coverage I was? Every race was fantastic, and when do you ever have an F1 season that good, ever?
I mean, just because
yeah.
the last race ended under odd circumstances doesn't mean Hamilton had 22 other opportunities to get
Precisely, yeah.
those 8 points.
Lewis threw it away earlier on in the season and had a fantastic fight back at the end. And yes, he was denied that opportunity.
He was.
But one thing I always say was, yes, Verstappen had fresher tyres.
Oh
no!
As Aiden Rosenweig has got oh no, there's a car! Oh,
There's another one.
Stopped. I think that is one of the Corvettes, and I'm trying to scroll through the field. I couldn't quite see who it was, but I think he might be back going now. But I think he was stopped
Can't see anything.
momentarily there. Is it the Paul Street Boys car? It's the Into the Points racing car, actually.
Into
The
pit
number
lane.
46. And if I just go into the R Factor window momentarily, you can see there that car did stop and is into the pits. And I
that's a
imagine
great
out
angle.
of this race. It is a good angle, that is, actually.
Why don't we
Avoid-
use this angle more?
Because it's a nightmare to set up. As you can see, I only have to.
Yes.
I have the trackside on board at my disposal. Unless we use Ed's favourite R Factor 2 TV, which is just a nightmare client to use, in my opinion.
Yes.
I think, look at that. How is that any better than this? Oh dear, I accidentally took the standings off then. So let's have a look.
I'm still seeing everything on my side.
But yes, I just think that Hamilton was certainly robbed of the race, but I don't think he was robbed of the championship.
No, he wasn't. Max was a very deserving champion. There were some controversial moments on both sides, to be fair. But the one thing I always say about that last lap was, yes, Max was on fresher tyres, and yes, he overtook him, but everybody seems to have deleted what happened after Verstappen got past at turn 5. They forget Hamilton having an attack into turn 9. His tyres were clearly okay for him to go side by side into turn 9. So, in my opinion, Hamilton lost it on a bad overtake decision. That's my opinion on it.
And obviously that was caused by Max going by. But then even when he was defending, it was like he wasn't even, he wasn't even in the middle of the track. He was just driving like it's normal. And I suppose
Lewis took his eye off the ball because I would have defended the inside line.
Yes,
he was so out of it.
And you do have to feel for him, but
completely.
I think that's just sport sometimes. And I mean, of course, if Michael Massey did break the rules so horrendously, then the Mercedes solicitor that was there, or barrister, pardon me, would have been able to look at the rule book and get it overturned on the day.
Yeah, and he didn't get it overturned on the day. They threw it out. They didn't take it to the court. And then I think everybody else's social media pressure put it on the FIA, and Michael Massey lost his job. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of Michael Massey because I have criticised him throughout the year.
Yes, same.
I didn't agree with what happened in Baku with the fact that the safety car took 45 seconds to come out with Verstappen's car in the middle of the fastest part of the track. I didn't agree the race wasn't stopped when Stroll hit the wall because I thought that was dangerous. Spa was a mockery because he tried his best to give us a race, no doubt about that, but we all knew the weather forecast, and did he really have to prolong it so long? He literally gave it to the last second to say no race and waste everybody's day. Saudi Arabia was another weird one where he was sort of gifting Red Bull, saying you can start third. I mean, when does the race director decide the penalties? That's something that got me annoyed. And then,
I mean, never mind the FIA's inconsistent penalties on both sides all year.
And then, of course, the one thing that really goated me that day was the fact is that Michael Masi came on the radio to Hamilton and said that was virginal of a time penalty. And Mercedes said, what was virginal, Michael? What Verstappen did to us with brake testing? No, Lewis on the following lap, he forced Max out wide off the racing line. That's not allowed. I mean, there was nothing said about what Verstappen did over the brake testing and then forcing him wide and creating his own racing line several times. It was ridiculous.
Even that brake testing, I think, was just a weird little incident. I don't think that was even
caused by him.
As big as I don't think it was as big as. We did miss
a few cars back. Yeah.
We did miss a couple of cars spinning there in that little tangent, so we apologise, viewers. We'll
a few little errors, but everyone's back okay. But yeah, I'll keep one eye on the racetrack. Liam Rance is still leading 2 laps ahead of everybody else. But yeah, I completely agree with you because one thing I've lost my track now. Were we talking about Saudi Arabia, weren't we?
Yes.
What was I talking about with Saudi? Oh, as Liam Rance now comes into the pit lane, so race leader in GT3, 2 laps ahead of everybody else, dives in. Yeah, Michael Masi caused that accident with Max and Lewis because if you remember, it was Michael Masi who came on the radio to Red Bull to say, give that place back to Lewis or we'll report you to the stewards. And then he didn't tell the Mercedes team for another 50 seconds. And by the time he told the Mercedes team, they were on the back straightaway, and just as Lewis was being told, the accident had already happened. So Michael left it too long a time before telling Mercedes. He should have done it the opposite way around. He should have told Mercedes first and then told Red Bull. So I think one thing I'm delighted to see is the fact that, one, he was very, very overworked. He did, I think, somewhere between 45 to 50 weekends last year in a row. That's a massive. It's only 52 weeks in a year, so he was working a lot last year to get the season up and running. He was very overtired. He had nobody alongside him. Now, Charlie Whiting had Herbie Blash alongside him for a long, long time, and Michael Masi had nobody. He was working very much on his own. So he needed that support. I like the fact that he's no longer going to be there because I think you can't come back from making that many mistakes. I don't think it was all down to that Abu Dhabi last lap. I think it was they took other things into it. But the one thing I'm very glad about is the fact that we're alongside the new race directors, Herbie Blash has returned. That's the one thing that's like, yes, well done.
Michael Masi's biggest issue was that he wasn't Charlie Whiting.
Yes. He had big shoes to fill. And he got thrust into that role, not by choice. He was literally there.
He's been David Moyes in 2014.
Yes, he has, yeah.
Following Sir Alex Ferguson, you just are not going to win.
Yeah, he will. I think he was the deputy, wasn't he, for the weekend in Australia? He was supposed to work with Charlie. Charlie sadly passed away that weekend, and literally on the Friday morning, Michael Masi was put in the position of, I'm now the race director this weekend. And he was experienced enough to do so. And it won him the job after 6 races. He was awarded the permanent FIA race director role for Formula 1. And 2019 went by okay. 2020, I think, had a few glitches, but that was a difficult year for everybody. I thought he did really, really well. But 2021's been absolutely horrific, as I'm sure you can hear my pinging messages coming through now. I don't know how that's happened, considering that it's on silent. So, tell me that.
Yes, I was checking my mumble to see if I've been shouted at by anyone because we've missed some dramatic overtake or something.
Nothing's been happening on the track now. I don't know how that's happened. My phone is on silent and it's still pinged, so I've got zero idea how that has happened.
Now, the final small tangent.
Yes.
As I'm sure there'll be some viewers. I mean, we've got probably about 10 minutes before we get someone complaining that we're not focusing on the race, as always happens. And, I had my phone on silent once, and we had this talk, and it was this footballer came into school. He was talking about how he was a professional footballer, friends with Jack Grealish, all of this, and he ended up with a terrible gambling addiction. Halfway through this really terrible story, of his mental health struggles, Five Live Sports Extra starts playing because
Oh,
I'd had a radio alarm from I think the week before to listen to some cricket, and I forgot to turn it off. I thought my phone was off and my mobile data was off, but it connected to the school's Wi-Fi, and so that wasn't very interesting. That wasn't very fun at all.
That's mortifying.
And I mean, oh no, Oliver Hargitay has a huge slide, and well, I'm sure his face is probably as red as mine was.
That was
when the radio
massive.
started playing.
Yes. That was a big slide, and he doesn't want to throw the race away now with 2 hours 15 to go. So that was a big Code Brown moment coming through. And there's no further action against the Coach Eric Academy 11 and Mugen Sim Racing 22. As again, off it goes. And it's on silent. No further action for Racing Isn't. That's going to go again. So I need to work out why it's not on silent.
Is James Dazuba has taken over the satellite racing car, as there's one of the LMP2s having a little bit of an excursion into Narnia.
And our dear viewers, it turned, I think, because this person who's texted me is in my favourites, I think they can bypass the notifications because they know I'd have it silenced. I think they've pressed the button to alert me. So thank you. And when I get off this broadcast, I will message you back. But right now, we've got Jason Bintz into the pit lane, presumably to say goodnight, Vienna.
Yes, was that another Macbeth quote?
Goodnight, Vienna, or?
Yes, I mean, I haven't read Macbeth, so I wouldn't know.
I'm not sure. I think it could have been.
I mean, to be fair, most one-liner quotes in the English language are from Shakespeare, so...
I'm going to Google Goodnight, Vienna. I'm not. I presume it is. If it is, that's brilliant. Goodnight, Vienna. Ringo Starr sang it, of course. It's all over. British slang, it's all over. So Goodnight, Vienna. We know that, but where does it come through? Meaning and origin, as there's another yellow out in the second sector, but it goes back to green. Jack stepped on the landmine and it was Goodnight, Vienna. That doesn't tell me where does it come from.
Bit of an understatement.
I know. Most common used in the UK, first found in print as a title of a 1932 radio opera written by Eric, can't pronounce. It doesn't actually say his second name, so Maswich, there we go. It's just loading in now, which is later made into a film of the same name as well, starring Jack Birkin and Anna Neagle. So it's Goodnight, Vienna. It was a film and an opera. Interesting. That must have been earlier than that.
And so 4.0 seconds as they head into Stowe for Felix Neuerberger. He's trying to chase down the number 47 of Van Sand, and they've done a driver swap there, I think, in that number 47 crew.
Have they?
Van Sand into the car now. So I could have sworn it was someone else driving, but I'm not too certain.
I mean, I have now got a list of Macbeth quotes that I'm going to try and sneak into the rest of the broadcast.
Oh, no!
Oh, no, Bauer. Getting a little bit nearly to having a contact.
Oh!
And that's Pascal Eggert!
And that's another person who's had a rather tough day, Pascal Eggert. He had very little pace in the wet, I hope he'll forgive me for saying. And, well, now he's had another incident. He seemed to have cleaned up his act a little bit in this second stint, and he's been going along quite nicely, but you don't want too many of those if you're going to chase down Bradley Sellers in third position.
That is a bit too... so many Code Brown moments in the second half of this race. It's unbelievable. And Pascal Eggert, who would be, I think, very clenched right now in his race seat, holding his steering wheel, to saying, like, we've just got to keep it calm and carry on as well. So we've got time on the board as they keep coming through. And so relay gets the display gets refreshed. As you can see, Hargatal leads by a lap now to Prince has taken over the 23 Valley Esports as well, I think for his first stint of the day. 246, yeah, this must be his first stint to take over as well. As Pasternak has another moment at Luffield and keeps it going, just has another slide through. Those rear tyres are going to be absolutely destroyed. So he's going to have to come into the pit lane quite soon. I think as he threw Cop's corner, he's a little bit on the nose there.
As Van Zandt himself is into the pits from 3rd position. As now, what is going on here? We're supposed to have 7 drivers, 7 per team on the overlay, and in fact we've only got 5. So let's see if a refresh fixes that. There we go.
Aha!
It's Nick Homewood.
0 clues. Yeah, Sellers
Nick
in the
Homewood
pits.
is typing in Stewart's decision chat, and well, I hope there's no dramas here as the valet car gets past the Iris, and I have to say, down into turn 1, that is very, very brave indeed when lapping a car. And oh dear, the race director's game has crashed.
Oh no! Good night, Vienna.
It's good night, Vienna, for Nick Homewood.
Oh, and my Discord on my MacBook has just closed as well, which means I do not have access to race control. So that is all going well as Malcolm Schneider into the pit lane as well from P6 in LMP2.
And I'm afraid I can't join you on the Macbeth quotes, as that would have been a perfect opportunity. But my GCSE is on Merchant of Venice instead, so I'm not required to know quotes for Macbeth.
I had to do Macbeth, believe it or not, on mine as well, and
Nurburger into the pits.
And I regret every single day of it as well. And Nick's put, we'll be right back on the Stewards Discord chat as I've got access to it. So Neubauer into the pit lane as well. Yes, I had to. My GCC, what was it on? Of Mice and Men, Macbeth, and Romeo and Juliet. And some others I can't remember. I think an Inspector Calls was briefly done. And for some reason, the comic relief sketch with David Tennant and Catherine Tate about the doctor and a supply teacher. God knows what the hell the reference that was, but I never want to see Of Mice and Men again. I had to do that essay 13 times because during the 10th year of my school year, my English teacher changed hands 7 times. As well, so I never want to do Of Mice and Men again in my life. Spoiler alert, everybody. Lenny dies. There you go. End of.
Yes, I remember reading that in year 8.
I can't be bothered. I can't. It's a very, very old book now, and if you haven't learned it, I'm so sorry, but yeah, just look at the pretty flowers and everything will be fine.
Yes, don't get
felt like,
too attached to any characters in that book.
I felt like I wanted to be shot in the back of the head after reading that again and again and again and writing about it 13 times. That was my version of hell loops as they come through. Race leader in as well. Oliver Hargatel comes in. We get to see if this is for a fuel change, a driver change or just fuel. It'd be 47 seconds if it's just for fuel and not tyres. He's at 38. So cross your fingers. There's another car in the pit lane as well, but I can't see it. In there, as there's a yellow sector 1, and it was just fuel. 48 seconds in total as he gets leaving the pit lane now. Several other cars come in. I think the display's frozen again, actually.
As it?
Well, I'm not too sure. Coming out.
He's out of the pits now, and he's still in the pits on the overlay. So let's give a quick refresh. As I believe we started almost exactly on the hour, so it should be. There we go.
There we go. Yeah.
About right.
So Prince is only 26 seconds back from him now, so that's closing back that battle. And now, Loic Menia has taken control and has the opportunity to be a lap ahead of the rest of the field. As Bradley says, 2 laps down, Pascal Eggett P4 with destroyed rear tyres. It's getting quite entertaining now, with not that long to go in the race.
As the valet car really has a point to prove here, 24 seconds behind. They'll feel like this race has been stolen from them so many times. They've tried to steal the race from themselves at certain times. Of course, 2 penalties in this race and the spin. Well, in multiple spins actually, and they're still somehow just hanging in there with a little bit of a hope that they can perhaps catch back up to Luc Meunier. And, well, I think it might be a little bit in vain, but with 2 hours to go, well, anything can happen. We've still got, is it a quarter of the race left to run?
Oh, 2, 4, 6, 8. Yes, quarter. 1/4 quarter, yeah. I had to do quick mental math there, but yes.
Am I not incredible at mental maths? But anyway.
That is good, incredible mental math. I could not have calculated that quickly.
There's, well, friends I imagine would be into the end at this stage in the race.
We've clicked over 200 laps, though, with 2 hours to go, so we might get 300 laps in total, which could be quite fun. But I think it'll be amazed. 2 hours, 53, 50, maybe just inside 270 as well. So we're effectively into the stage of we've got a Grand Prix left to run. Of course, everyone's going to be excited tomorrow for the Daytona 500 starting. That's going to be a great race, I'm sure. As Pascal Eggett into the pit lane, and Gabriel Vessi also in there, been in there for minute 5, now is leaving the pit lane. He's taken tyres and fuel. And Pascal Eggett, I think, is going to be in for a driver change maybe. Gets out and changes his underwear, throws it away, and goes for a hot bath with some soap as well, just to clean himself up a bit.
That's a lovely description.
Yeah, lovely image
Josh.
to
Yes.
welcome Ed back with.
Yeah,
Speaking
so,
of which,
feels like it's up front, really, as we look at Stin Prince trying to catch Meunier. It's felt very tortoise and hare to me.
it has.
Where-
And on that, I'm going to pop myself to the bathroom because I've been eating
sorry,
it
you've been
since
waiting
you've
all
been
the
gone.
time.
Yes, it's okay. I'll be back in about 20 minutes.
And so, welcome back, Ed.
Oh, welcome
Welcome
back.
to-
Happy to be back, Tom.
Yes, joining us.
And by the way, look at this. Titus Conrad just getting Pascal Eggett. So, that shows Coach Eric have been making good progress after the past couple of hours.
I have to say, I don't know who Coach Eric is, but he's doing a very good job at
That'd
coaching.
be Eric Neef, who's
Eric
the owner of
Neef.
the team. And his Titus Conrad is his other driver. I know this because we fight against them in the touring car series, Tom.
And well, he's clearly doing very good coaching if he's able to. He's
Yeah,
able to do it to this effect.
Well, my coaching tends to more just be encouragement. Like, my driver was thinking of quitting, and then he won the reverse grid race at Silverstone, and he's like, "Oh, maybe I won't quit." And I think, maybe me to not putting any pressure on him help with that. If I sound drunk, it's not because of the small glass of wine I had. It's because of the hearing my voice echoing my ears as I say it.
Have you got any way of turning that off? Because I know I have the same issue. I had to turn Parsec down in my
I might have to turn
audio mixer.
Parsec down, yeah. But the only downside of that is that I hear slightly less of the engine noise. I'm not sure how to turn individual apps down on my Mac is the problem.
See, for me, it was Windows have recently, well, I say recently, it's been used for years, have added Game Bar. I know on Linux you can use like a dedicated app for it, and it's quite useful.
Right, sound preferences. Let's see if that does anything. Nope. That's just showing the microphone, or my speakers, or of my headphones. Right. I'm just going to get on with it. So, as I was saying, it's very tortoise versus hare. I actually feel like the 23 Valley probably would be a lot further ahead had they not made those two big mistakes. And I know probably people at Valet would dispute whether coming upon 3 cars fighting for second in LMP2 and then being unable to avoid them, whether that is really fair to penalise for. But nonetheless, it was a big crash. So,
well, I think
anyway,
someone had to get the blame for that crash, and I think unfortunately it landed on Valet for this race.
yeah. But Jansen Bintz, it's a bit of a shame because the rest of his race was exceptional. And,
Because I can't quite remember if I actually responded to Corback's text into the chat. He said, "Can we show the full timetable?" I actually don't think we can. I'd actually think that's one thing we can't do. We can show you the individual classes. So here are the LMH standings on the side of your
well,
screen.
the
Only
top
6 cars
6.
there.
We could probably refresh and get the other. There are like 10. Oh no, there are only 6 cars in the whole class.
Yes.
Whereas in LMP2, there's a bit more. There we go. All 18 entrants. We've
Yes.
actually got so many. 17 still running.
And of course, it's a lot different to a couple of years ago when we'd get absolutely pretty much 0 finishers in these races.
And Vagapov doing really well in the 33 at the moment, Ballet.
I remember
He's
first.
He's
Sorry,
gone ahead of
Karen.
Lua and Jonathan Jones. He's literally just ahead of Jones, actually. Have a look at that. There we go. And a little mistake, actually, and that's going to allow Jonathan to get a bit of run through left field and approaching cops. But surely no way through here. And, yeah, the points driver thinks better of that. But certainly, this is a great fight. And it's been really fun to watch. Valet, Iris, and Into the Points squabble over second position, along with Bottling Motorsport over
Into
second.
the Points are such a quiet team. You rarely hear anything from them. And yet they've just been clawing their way up through the field through the last couple of years. And
Yeah.
here they are, fighting for podiums.
Yeah, they've really. Last year was really them getting experience, and it was really at the end of the year that they really came on song, and they've carried that through. And here we go, trying to go around the outside of Season 1 champion Peter Vagapov into club. Oh, but Vagapov sees that coming, and a little bit of contact between the two, and Jones comes off worse, but is able to continue.
Because I think Into the Points are a lot like Reading Game in the sense that they haven't got any sort of standouts, VEC Division 1 drivers or anyone that, you just, like your James DeZubas of the world or your Loic Muñez. Except they've just got a
Having another go,
dear.
Jonathan Jones.
They've got
What a race Jonathan Jones is having, by the way. Must be
Yes,
said.
they've got a well-oiled team who just work well together and are all pretty fast in their own right. And I mean, that can get you up the grid. It really can.
Yeah,
They've
and
just got a lot of consistent drivers. And,
Jones has
we're
got-
seeing now.
one of the hardest people to race against, which is Peter Vagapov, as everyone found in the first season of EERC. It was just incredibly difficult to beat. As we see a yellow in the second sector.
As it's
Somebody's
not
having behind
clearing
them.
in... Well, it did clear in the end, but it wasn't clearing in any great haste immediately. And, we've got a
And
bit
is
of a battle.
Listola fighting with that's Savesi, or has Savesi just passed him?
He's fighting with Havesi. He's just been passed, actually. He was in 4th, but now he's going to have a little bit of a look down into, not Luffield, this is Brooklands, isn't it? Luffield's the next one.
Yeah, so this is actually a really entertaining fight near the back of LMP1 between the 22 Mugen, the 137 Fremont, and the 11 Coach Eric car. Because Coach Eric was making progress, it's just pit, and now Listola is squabbling it with Hevesi. It's rare, even though things have kind of not gone to plan, it's great to see the 137 in the mix with these two title protagonists. Ooh, cutting over the inside of Maggots there.
Definitely. And, of course, this is one of the races where we're really going to start to see who is going to be in the title fights and who's going to sort of be left behind. Because, of course, at Spain, you can have a good race, someone can have a bad race, and it can...
Yeah, it's not really been a great race for Coach
Representative.
Eric, but they won in Spain in LMP1.
And yes, so right now it is Coach Eric leading the way in LMP1, of course, and then Valet Esports in LMP2. That number 33 car actually isn't here. It is here, sorry, I apologise. It's another Valet car that's not here this afternoon. And, well, they're in third position right now.
The 32, which was the other one that retired. As Barconi pits from the lead. Actually, it's changed driver at number 21 as Listola goes off track.
As one of the most odd messages I've ever seen is Tobias Blumschein saying he wasted 40 seconds peeing. Now, if they lose by 40 seconds any important positions, then I think they're going to be some questions asked.
Peter Vagapov got past him.
As I have to say, I did that in a Nordschleife race once, though I was doing a 6-hour stint, so I hope that can be understandable.
Looks like Jones is gearing up for another go at Vagapov.
I'll have a little bit of a ride on board then, heading through Stowe. Keeps the car just understeering all the way through that corner. You've really just got to get the turn in the last part of the corner, as it is now 9 o'clock in the game, 8 o'clock in the UK.
It was a lot darker here than in the game.
Well, yes, I think it's summer in the game.
Alright.
As they head through turn 1, a little bit of a lift, just keeping the car as planted as possible, though never easy when the LMP2 car is on the edge. And perhaps this GT traffic is going to give Peter Vagapov a little bit of a headache. And that BMW has caused so many problems for so many people.
Well, the 97's a new team, aren't they, Tom? So
yes,
they're learning the ropes. And here we go. Cutting to the inside. Will Jonathan Jones pull to the outside? No, he can't, because that's where Vagapov is. So, they still hold position for now. Jones, I think, really just biding his time at the moment. There's what else is going on in the field? Lua is only a couple of seconds behind this fight, actually. So we could see Iris and Valet fighting in LMP2, as well as in LMP1, as we've seen all day.
Still on board with this battle, though, and it seems that Jonathan Jones just got a little bit extra speed off of the corners, but through the corners, it seems to be Vagapov that has the edge, which is obviously quite difficult when you're trying to overtake if you can't have the speed through the corners. And we'll have a look now again. Jonathan Jones just pulling away from Vagapov. Well, pulling up to Vagapov, I should
He's
say.
Dragging him in. It's like he's got a little magnet at the front of his car.
Watch through the corner how Vagapov just kind of gets away from him.
Yeah, Vagapov's very good at exits. He always will compromise his entry if it means he can get good exit. Certainly Bottling are moving clear of both of them. 40 seconds to the good, Dan Rusen. Despite the fact that we saw him in the middle of that melee over earlier, where he was defending on very old tyres, it's worked out. Partly due to the Valet number 23. It must be said that Bottling have really come on strong as well, similar to Into the Points. They were sort of an underdog team that sort of put in heroic drives where they go off strategy and make it work somehow. As look, there's the purple Iris of Tim Lua joining the fray.
We're just having a little bit of a debate here with Chris Tompkins. He's saying that, I don't know if you've noticed this, Ed, but when you're spectating in R-Factor 2, which you can see on Parsec now, you can't actually get the menu back up if you're in a game.
Well, not unless you turn the overlay on in the thing. But then that means that you get double overlay on the broadcast and whenever you're screen sharing. So that would be inconvenient for someone like Josh. That way. Let's look at this. This is a bit of a traffic jam into Stowe. And Jonathan Jones gets around the inside of the 58 EFA Racing. But now he's got Ten Lua all over the back of him with 1 hour 51 minutes to go. So it really is in the balance, the lead in LMP1, second place in LMP2. Those are the two big fights. And look at this, Jonathan Jones trying to cut to the inside of Peter Vagapov. Down turn 1, the lights turn on as dusk falls, and Lure waiting in the wings like a vulture, ready to get them if they trip up over one another, and almost pushing Jonathan Jones into Peter Vagapov. And is Jones going to go for the inside? No, and look at that. The 444 having to go well out of the way of Valencia. Now Lure's got a great run. He's going to try around the outside. And let's see. Is he through? Yes, he is. And we can see the name now as Jones didn't get the great run, and now it is Lure who's going to attack Peter Vagapov. And this is going to be a good fight indeed between the 77 and the 33.
I've just noticed
Tom?
As I was trying to fix this issue with Glow, I did notice I just accidentally pressed the new drivers tabs menu, so at least you knew who everyone was for a second.
Vagapov going really defensive at Cops, and this might let Jonathan Jones get involved again. This is a rerun of earlier, isn't it? With 3 cars fighting over second. Look at this. 10 Lure all over the back, going this way and that, scrabbling for some kind of advantage as they come out of Chapel. And
I have to say, I assure you, Chris, you won't be able to fix this issue because it is infixable.
You mean inoperable?
Yes,
irreparable.
Irreparable.
Oh, and 10 Lure going up the inside at Stowe. Touches the side of Peter Vagapov. Valet and Iris side by side into club, but Peter Vagapov has the inside and just about keeps ahead. And is that someone in between who's unlapped Jonathan Jones? That must be the 828, is it? Of Decatol, or whatever his name is. Sorry, Jonathan, the other Jonathan. Yes, Jonathan Decoltot. As Lure, once again, positions himself behind Vagapov and sets himself up. Oh, there's the Bentley ahead. Bad things happen when the Bentley is involved. Not necessarily Bentley's fault, obviously. As we look at Juba.
That Bentley has had a couple of good finishes now. They finished, I believe it was second or third.
Yeah, and here come LMP2 runners. Vagapov up the inside. Oh, and is Lure going to be able to squeeze through as well around the outside of Luffield? Yes, he is. And through comes Jonathan Delacolt. And Jonathan Jones as well. They both seem to have squeezed by without incident. Lure didn't lose too much time, and now there's a Corvette in the way. They should clear it just before they reach Maggots Beckett. Lure and Vagapov got through, but the two Jonathans did not. So now they're pulling away. This is really playing against into the points. Jonathan Jones has lost that advantage he had earlier. And turn Lure all over the back of Peter Vagapov. Vagapov doing a great defensive job in the 33 though.
Certainly, and he's been a bit of an immovable object so far in this race. And, well,
the more immovable he is, the better it is for David Martin. 62 seconds behind this, with less than 2 hours to go.
Someone control alt delete Ed. Oh, I see what he's talking about there. Yeah.
Well, anyway, oh look at this. Vagapov really being held up by the number 1, and Lure looking for the outside. But look,
I think he's going to go for the move. It's going to be an audacious dive bomb, and he's just going to squeeze through. Though it's not particularly tidy, as I think 3 into 1 didn't really go there. And now around the outside, one of the back markers is trying to get involved.
And Jones has really messed up that. Look how much he's lost there. Oh, and the number 1 going off track there. That's Bukow. Wesley Bukow just trying to get out of the way. Now Vagapov finds himself behind, and the 77 going to try and pull away. Vagapov finding himself defending from the 2 lapped cars who refused to yield.
That was a very, very, very nasty sandwich indeed. And, well, I think it ended up all right in the end as we get
Yeah,
yellow
Lewis
flags
was very
once again in
patient
sector
there.
1.
He took his moment when it occurred. There's David Martin pressing on in the 72, building a gap to Schumann behind.
So I was totally biasedly checking on David Martin there. Oh no, that is certainly not ideal. That's Eric Neath, Coach Eric, clearly showing his students what not to do.
That could be a code 80.
No. That's got to be a code 80. Surely that's got to be a code 80. Yes. In fact, have we got a steward right now? I don't think we have. I might have to call this code 80 myself, actually.
Okay, go and do that. Well, I'll do the broadcast stuff.
Okay, drivers, we've come to code 80 in 10 seconds. I don't think we've got another steward here, so I'll call it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80 enforced.
Okay, so Eric Neath uses bent steering to try and get the Coach Eric car, which just had a horrible day, back to the pit. It's T-Fuel, they're sponsored by on the side. Let's hope there's some powerful tea that can help them get in front of Cal Listola.
And I did notice as I was trying to lap them through cops that I believe it's the Coach Eric GT3 car. It's actually got Please No Punterino on the back of that car.
Which is the GT3 Coach Eric?
I'm not too sure.
I didn't realise they had one.
I think they might not do. It's one of the GT3s. If I do apologise, we're going to have to follow this. We're going to have to follow Eric Neath for a second, so I know when to uncall this code 80. It's
sorry, I'll turn off the auto director
into the pits. Cheers.
There we go.
You see Lake Mounier into the pits, and Eric Neath heading down the. I think this is the Hangar Straight. I always get the two confused.
So that's worked well for Mounier, because it's given Iris a free pit stop. So once again, Valet kind of disadvantage by an event that happens in the race.
And it is only our third code 80 of the afternoon. The EERC field have got a lot better at avoiding code 80s in this one. And how many did we have at Spa last year?
It was a 24-hour race. We had
exactly
quite a few, like at least 8. I remember.
Okay, fair enough. I suppose I wasn't there for a lot of it. I was only there for my stints, really. I think we'll get back to green momentarily if you excuse me while I make the announcement.
Perfect.
Okay, drivers, we're back to green in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag. Because I do love
Neath
the
makes it back to
powerful.
the pits.
I love the powerful feeling you get when you're calling code 80s.
Yeah, I can never be trusted with that power. The Prince has actually taken the lead to the tune of 6 seconds, but of course they're out of sequence now.
Yes, and that is always annoying when it gets out of sequence and you just kind of have to guess.
Yeah, oof. I've enjoyed this race though.
This has been one of the better EERC races we've had for a while. I think this and Barcelona have been very fun to watch.
The only class that's been a bit of a damn squib has been GD3, surprisingly.
Well, yes. I suppose when you've got two huge prototype fields, GT3 does kind of get pushed back a little bit. And I suppose as well, they don't really have much opportunity to battle in GT3s when they're being overtaken by two different classes of cars. It's not like GTE in a few other leagues, where they're just that little bit faster and they can kind of not hold their own, but there's not that much closing speed compared to the LMP1s and LMP2s.
Yeah. Prince has made a good restart, pulled away slightly from Mounier, but he's starting to pull in again on his fresh tyre. Nice. Amazingly, 22 of Gabby Bessie, back up to 4th. So it looks like bringing out the big guns worked. Because Gabba has been able to push his way further up the field and hopefully obtain valuable championship points for Mugen. Certainly damage limitation today for the 22. Similar story for the 88 that we're watching now, actually. 53 seconds behind the Bentley. He's done incredibly well to hold on to second. It really is LMP2 that's been one of the big highlights. But LMH has had that lead battle as we see Jones take to pit lane.
I thought for a second, we really are getting quite dark here very quickly at Silverstone. Thought for a second his wing had gone.
Jones, I think, had just got ahead of Agapov before the code 80 because he's lost position to him now.
And let's have a quick look as Josh is back. Hello, Josh.
Hello. I've been gone for 26 minutes, and all of a sudden the broadcast seems to have fallen apart. I don't know what you're up to.
Here's the issue we've got, Josh. I can't quite articulate this to people who seem to think that suggest that it's my incompetence causing this issue. But as you can see on the Discord screen share, if we go into the R Factor window here, and in fact I'm going to quickly take a moment to diverge from the race slightly, and we'll show our cursor on the OBS here. So if you can see, I have got my cursor here, and I can go to the bottom to try and bring up the dialogue and the little.
And it doesn't bring it up.
And it doesn't bring it up, and there's no way to bring it up, and that's the point I'm trying to make to the people watching. And I don't think they can quite. I don't think anyone else has experienced the bug, but it happens not just on this PC. It happens on my PC, my personal PC,
all the time.
and
this. So I'm going to assume that it's just an R-Factor bug.
So we've still got a close battle on track between Tim Lure, Peter Varipov, and Jonathan Jones. They're all about 6 seconds apart in total, but 2 seconds between each other. Although, I'm pretty sure that Jones' pit and this race view is miles behind.
Yes, probably. I think R-Factor 2's got many issues, as we're finding.
It's the new content update. It just doesn't like us.
Yeah, so the gap between Lure and Vagapov, about 6 seconds. Mounier, has he closed Prince, or is Prince pulling away after the pit stop, which is surprising, because Mounier pit under the code 80, because Eric Neef had damaged the steering, so he had to do a whole lap with damaged steering, so we called code 80. I called code 80. Tom did. But,
I did spot it, yes.
Mounier, not really making much of an impact on Prince on the fresher tyre house as well.
Would you like the last Macbeth quote? No, not Macbeth quote. Which one is it? Hang on. I'll get back to you. I don't want to say it's Macbeth when it's something else.
Just say the quote and we'll
I don't know what this is in relation to. There's like night falling or something?
Were you not here? Were you not here for the Macbeth saga? It's
Oh yeah, because that was Rory McDuff earlier.
Oh
yeah, I remember.
Macduff.
No, it's actually the poem by Dylan Thomas of "Do Not Go Gentle into That Good Night."
Okay, well that's nothing to do with Shakespeare. So
no,
I think someone stole my name there. Put it backwards.
What?
I don't think.
Well, I don't want you
that's
to have
particularly
all the
fair.
credit. It'd go to your head, Tom.
Oh yes, I see what you mean.
Continuing.
Yes. Dylan Thomas, yes, Tom.
So Lewis trying to hold off into the points. That looks like one of the into the points cars that's closing on him. This was a red car.
That's informative.
Oh, someone going off circuit.
That red car. That red car has gone into a red explosion.
That's an LMP1.
Yeah.
And it's the car behind, whoever that is. It's it's Neef, of course.
Neith.
He's had a horrid stint, Eric Neith.
It's almost the exact opposite of Barcelona's Vagabond pits.
Yeah.
Odd timing. I would expect a Vagabond to pit under the code 80.
I have just seen it flash up on the. I don't believe he went off track. I think what actually happened was it was a little bit of a lag that made it look like he'd. So it's not too bad. I thought for a second he had the steering bent, but no, he was actually turning into a corner. So Don't look
Right.
across two screens too quickly. They're not having to break through cops, the LMP ones, some of them. I think it's
They're
incredible.
not. They're just flat out. And look at this. They're only just now breaking in Maggots and Beckett's as well. That's unusual. That was a perfect Maggots and Beckett's from Eric Neath, actually. How
There's-
often you get to ace that up?
As now we've got an hour and a half to go, I think I'm going to take the opportunity to jump out of the commentary box and leave you in the capable hands of Ed Hunter and Joshua Birch. I may be back later. We'll see what happens, I suppose.
Hope you are. Are you off to
But,
be race director now?
No, actually. I think my race directing career may be over after today.
After that code 80, yeah.
And
We'll have to have a go at that, Ed. And be race directors for
I
time.
have to be in a touring car race so that we can use it to our advantage somehow.
Oh, yes, yes.
So-
Black flag for everyone by the Hunter Birch simulation, guys.
Sorry, guys, it's the rules. We don't make the rules, we just enforce them.
But yes, I'll jump off for a moment and enjoy the rest of the stream. And
Need
perhaps
getting a
we'll be
bit
back
held
if
up
it
there.
gets exciting later. So
Oh.
I'll see you all in a bit.
See you later, Tom. Welcome back anytime. Ed, I do have a feeling, though, that if we did that, somebody would be on the radio going, "No, Eddie, no, that is
No,
so not
Eddie."
right." Yeah. Is there anything I can think of that would work out? I would have said, no, Joshy, that's so not right.
There aren't
but,
many people in my life who refer to me as Eddie, but okay.
There's only two
Moynier.
people who referred to me as Joshy. There's only two
I think
Gone?
Prince, his tyres might be starting to go up because Mooney actually closed a bit on that last lap.
Do you remember that rain we talked about that could be approaching at the night? I swear I have to see a little bit of spots of rain. So if that's going to rear its ugly head again in the next 90 minutes or so, that's going to be even more
Well, they've left
exciting.
it late if it's going to rain again.
Yes. We need somebody who's got we've got the weather forecast up, but it's live weather forecasting that gets relayed into the game itself. So anything can happen completely and utterly randomly. That is not the correct one. This is not the correct one either. This is going to take a bit of time to get used to. It got sent in earlier on by, I think it was either Tom or Chris that sent it. It was Tom who sent it, and I've loaded it up. Rain and dangerously windy starting tonight. That's all I've been told. But rain could be coming in the next 20 to 30 minutes, the computer says. So we'll keep an eye on whether or not it does actually hit or not.
This is the closest battle in LMP2 at the moment between Jan Donze and Pajald. But Pajald, I think, a fair bit faster than Donze.
As to having the advantage and a little bit of a go moment. No need to have such an exciting end to what has been a very dramatic and controversial race once again.
Yeah. And here's the 97, Carl Lewis. TG
Great debut.
SML Sport, or whatever they're called. I couldn't quite read the side of the car fast enough in that brief glimpse I got. But certainly, they're just under 3 seconds behind Tamas Jager in the 36. In that Cowboy Competition Corvette. And
some fantastic car liveries this season as well. I mean,
oh, absolutely.
My favourite one, I think, is the Rebellion. The Rebellion Williams
that's
livery.
the Bottling Motorsport car.
Yeah, because I know it's a spec livery, but
They're currently running second, of course,
yeah,
by 40 seconds over Turnleu, who's not really made big inroads on them.
sadly not. No, it pretty much has been quieted down now. The biggest battle for the race lead is between the LMP1s. Less than 10 seconds between them now as well, with the 23 Valley Esports with Prinz at the wheel and Munia in P2 in the number 8 squad.
Well, that's the closest when you see the gap to leader. But intervals, gap to next, which should show in about just under 30 seconds. So, Moynier really got the gap down on that lap. Let's have a look. I can actually see the live time, even though they've stopped updating. Last lap, 141.2 for Prinz, 140.2, so a whole second faster for Moynier.
Oh, second sector.
Yeah, not sure what that is. We see Lewis continuing to pursue the Corvette.
Couldn't see. And of course, we've had, what, 3 Code 80s in this race? And the Discord, Chris Tompkins Code 80 in 10 seconds ASMR channel hasn't actually been used today. So that's very disappointing. Oh dear, what's happened?
What do you mean?
I've lost my TV pictures somehow.
Okay.
I don't know how that's happened, and it's very worrying.
Okay. Any better?
Yeah, I've got mine. I think it was my fault, actually, that it happened. So I've just popped it back in, and keeping my fingers crossed I can still see, and I can indeed. So, phew! Heartbreak moment there. But what I was trying to do was, the Chris Tompkins...
Oh! The 2.9. Artem Putsenakov.
That's going to be Code 80.
And the rear tire's gone.
Have we got anyone? Have we got anyone to call the Code 80? Because that car's got no rear wing.
Yeah, unless he teleports to the pits. Pretty sharpish. That's
Where is that yellow? We might need to stay with it. Has he stayed in his... No.
I'm trying to find him in the order.
259,
He
wasn't
was.
it?
There we go.
There it is.
Kept going again.
Oh,
missing
where's
the rear tyre.
Yeah,
So this is Code 80 for sure.
So
It should
is anyone going to call it?
Well, I think Tom just left, so there's
Oh,
no one around. So
can we get? Let's go on with the 259. I mean, do we have the ability to call it? I'm not sure.
I don't think so.
Oh my word! Well, this is drama because we've got a
No,
rear
is he
wing
miss-
off.
Is he missing a reel? I think he's actually just missing the rear wing, not the tyres. But let's watch him because this is going to be a bit scary. Off he
sliding
goes.
again.
Oh dear. Bump.
Where? Who's supposed to be in race control now?
No idea. But that's not my job, Josh. So
I'm calling Tom back in quickly and saying we need it.
Bradley Sellers dives into pit lane in third in LMP1. Couple laps down. So that's quite sensible.
Is Nick driving?
Homeward? Yes.
Is Pascal driving?
No. Listola's driving at the moment.
I've messaged Pascal too. Chris, I know you're watching. Get in there. We might just get away with this one.
Well,
But,
Artem's nearly at the lane, and he's somehow managed to avoid everyone.
Oh, that is lucky.
Maybe he doesn't spin it in the pit entry. There's a Ring of Honor right behind him. Big
Wow.
shame for the 259, because they were fighting for victory a couple of hours ago.
They were.
Well, they were in the top 2 anyway, while Barconi was pulling away in the 21.
Okay, drivers, just be aware that there is a car without a wing.
He has already made it to the pit.
He's
That's how slow
currently
you've
heading into the
responded.
pit lane, so I think it should be clear.
Yep.
Tom, I know you're listening. Magic to get back in there so quick. Well
Cheers.
done. Phew, I was having heart flutters there because I think that car came back on the track and there was no
Oh,
race director. As is that Taylor Lane getting in for the 73 squad, then taking over from Bradley Sellers, leaving the pit lane. Chris Tompkins is coming back in, but the car's back in the pit lane now. So, whew, that was a close one, wasn't it?
indeed it was.
We'll have to have a.
Meunier,
I think.
meanwhile, has
I
got
think-
the gap
yeah.
down to 7 seconds.
I think we found something, Ed, that me and you might be able to help with. Is if no one's in race control and we see it, we could call the Code 80 for them if there's no one there. So we'll have to have a word with them after this broadcast because that was a little moment there. But that has brought the gap down now. 9 seconds between Prince and Mooney.
Well, the big question is how much fuel is in that 23?
Yes.
Because you can bet number 8 took on fuel during the previous Code 80.
Who sat down into the pit lane? Was that Hevesi?
A couple of people. I don't think it was the best. It was Rusen.
It was Rusen. Right, second
So
from
actually, Lure is going to
LMP2.
go up to second now. So the 77 set the fastest lap in LMP2 and has been
Yes.
slowly catching Bottling Motorsport number 28.
That number 7 Bentley has been everywhere today. It's trying to keep out of its way now, the rest of the circuit. With, what is it, just less than 90 minutes to go. It's gone by quick, this 8-hour race. On a
Relatively, yeah.
Saturday.
First 4 or 5 hours, did, yeah.
What we got next week then? F1 testing, IndyCar as well. So nothing on the EERC channel. Just double checking.
So
yes, we do. We've got the ABB Formula E Championship kicking underway on Wednesday, isn't it?
I still haven't entered our team into that yet because the driver I wanted to enter, Alessandro Valente, said he was having a hand operation on that day.
Yeah, I think I saw that. Yeah.
I think it might not be happening, but I'm also on holiday at the moment. So,
I tell you what, one busy bee I am. Tuesday, I've got another esport commitment. Wednesday, I've got F1 testing and EERC Formula E. Thursday, I've got another esport commitment and Formula 1 testing again. Friday, I've got F1 testing. Saturday, I've got IndyCar. And Sunday, I've got IndyCar. I only get Monday off next week. It's proper back to business. And tomorrow, I'm doing NASCAR. So proper back to business from now on.
So Ruzen rejoins 20 seconds ahead of Sandro Van San in the 47, but about over 50 seconds behind Dane Lure in the 77. So Lure, with a good stint, could jump Ruzen for second here.
Getting tense now, isn't it?
Yeah, Monier has closed right behind Prinz, so I think Prinz, the tyres are starting to go away. Really come towards Loic Mooney. Keep an eye on those. There's Paracat diving for pits. 6. It's been a good race for Into the Points, but not for the 46 for some reason. It's really had being 8 laps out, struggling in the rear pack. As Lure now pits as well. So actually, he probably won't be able to jump Dan Roos.
Closing now, and this is fantastic. Oh, AVG again on the computer as well. I know how they feel. 1 hour 24 to go. 6 seconds between it. Munier's closing, and this traffic's going to bring it down.
It's the traffic that's really affecting the battle.
Game on.
Ruzen closes on Lure as well while that's going on. Going to come through before Lure will be released. Who's pitting with him as well? It looks like a Decotot. Yeah, Jonathan Decotot.
That's coming
I
in.
with that name for some reason.
Don't worry. So, light rain is predicted, as I said, but it keeps getting delayed. It's now saying it's in 35 minutes time. So, it looks like because it's live. It's, as I said, it's live weather. That's also factored into our Factor 2's game engine. The further the real weather forecast moves, it does it so in Formula in our Factor 2 for the EERC. So right now, no rain. In real life, no rain on the eSport engine.
And
either.
look who's getting on board the 77 now, Josh. It's Tobias Blumschein.
Hello, Tobias.
There he is. I think his first lap's out in the pits. He's gone from 2nd to 4th. With a great chance to finish on the podium here. Got to think the 77 is going to take this opportunity with both hands. And Tobias is the man to do it.
Completely and utterly. This is going to be a fantastic little
and
race
meanwhile,
that he's going to have.
His teammate up front closes inexorably on the leader, Stin Prinz. Stin is going to have to be a bit stum about his fuel.
Yeah. Ding
in the
dong.
last hour and 22 minutes remaining. But look at that BMW. Exactly the wrong point for Loic.
This is more.
He's going to lose a little bit of time clearing him.
There we go, down the back straightaway now. There's Prinz just entering.
But now it's gone from like 8 seconds to 10. So
yeah, Prinz got through that traffic a lot faster than
I'm amazed that Valet got the field to last as long as they have.
Can they? What do you reckon they're going to try? How long do you reckon that car's going to last before they have to come back in? Is it another 1 stop left, or is there another 2 stops? I'm reckoning 2.
I'm trying to remember when they last hit, and I don't remember. We'll look at number of stops.
Yeah. The LMP2 is jumping out of the way. That's Ruzen just coming out the pit lane. Jumps out the way of Prinz.
The gap's gone down again to 8 seconds. So whenever it's clear, Mounier has got the advantage.
Pascal Eggert has taken over as our race director, by the way.
Oh, that's good to know.
Yeah. I did ping him
Vessi
in the
dives
chat.
into pits, and there's Tobias. He's got less than 19 seconds to close on Martin. Oh no, not Martin. He's ahead of Martin. On Van Sant, sorry.
And Astola into the pits too. So that's a good one. So Vessi and Astola into the pits, as you say, Ed.
And we should have a number of stops being shown in a second.
Oh,
So you
fantastic.
can see where everyone is in the pit sequence. Oh, that doesn't include code 80s and stuff.
Rory McDuff has said that they pitted under code 80 like us. So that's both Prince and Muni are both pitted under code 80 before.
Ah, there you go. 8
Rory,
stops for Brins.
I know you were
6
driving.
stops for Monia.
There we go.
Because
Rory, I know you,
Vagapop has done 10 stops in this race, or the 33 has. Quite impressive.
Pedro Scorman now just trying to go around the outside of the final on 139 squad. And Tavesi still in the pits as it's Eric Neath who's taken over the number 11
Schumann is
car.
right behind Vagapop, that's why we were following him.
Yeah, right, okay. I was just thinking why we were following.
I think Vagapop
Stoner's
just
at
cleared
fourth.
him.
Yeah,
Messi still leaving the pits, and there he's just rejoined, I think.
Varconi is
Yeah, there we go.
leading now the 21 squad in LMP2. He's taken over. So that's not bad for
3
Mugen.
laps as well, it's been a dream
Yeah.
race for them.
After problems earlier on, it must be said. It's quite nice to see
It
them
certainly
having
looked like it
some
was the
laps.
33s race, so Schumann, getting a bit close with the race leader, Prinz. Thankfully avoiding disaster. Hotting up, because here comes, there we go. There was Monia. He's going his way around the outside of someone at Brooklyn.
So just looking at trying to work out the championship standings as it stands. So if I work out my calculations correct, the Coach Academy 11 will only have an additional, because they're running 6th in class. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, another 8 points.
I think the 66 might have called it a day here, Joe.
Oh no!
There they are. Not going anywhere. Not ideal for them.
So give me a second, Ed. Take the comms, and I'll be back with you with some live maths.
Okay. Vagapop, now having cleared Peter Schumann, is catching David Martin in the reading game car, the white and blue car. So Monia continues to struggle. It's back and forth between him and Sim Prinz. Last lap's pretty similar. 141.3 for Monia, 141.7 for Prinz. Vagapop continuing to close. As he's actually got Monia trying to lap him at this moment. And Monia goes for the inside and
Whoa!
really gets in the way. So the Valet M Blue 2 impeding the number 8 LMP1 Iris car. So no love lost between those two teams. That's for sure.
No, at all. This is getting fantastic racing now, isn't it?
Yeah,
between the rest of the field.
Every little trick in the book they can do to keep Monia behind. Him and Prince seem pretty evenly matched, but it could easily go the other way. All it takes is one little mistake, or a good couple of laps by Monia, and Valet could lose this one. If they were lucky to survive 2 big spins and crashes, basically. Yellow in sector 2. Very briefly.
See, that's on silent and it still comes on. I don't know what's happening.
I've not texted you once in this race, Josh, so you're not going to blame me.
No, this is from somebody else who's on my. Not to sound rude here, Ed, but this is from someone who's on a priority text alert, and it still comes through. See, there's another one, as well. So I don't know how that comes through. It must be because it's on priority. I've got to find out how, because that could get very annoying somehow. They have the ability to message me when things are unsilenced, so it gets annoying. As
The Vagapop has now got Martin in sight. Big gap between Martin and Blumschein, 82 seconds. So I think Vagapop will have to hope the pit stops work out in his favour. But of course, Blumschein has pit quite recent. Now 17 seconds behind Sandra Van Sant.
So
I really think Tobias could get the podium here.
Oh,
I think
completely.
Rusin might be a bit of a tall order, but I think Sandro, he's been catching it. Peter Vagabond, in turn, has been catching Martin. In a second now, as Munio gets within 3 seconds of seeing Prince. So Prince is going to be really vulnerable quite soon. I reckon Monier is probably going to pass Prince before anything happens here with Vagabond and Martin. Oh, and there goes the Mugen.
Right, I've got the top 5 of LMP1 that are still on the board, because of course Eric Neither number 11 is out. Well, we've got him involved as well.
We only had 6 LMP1s start the race, to be fair, and they're all still going.
Yeah. So, hang on, I'm missing somebody here and I can't work out who. I think it's the 23 squad, because I don't think they've had any points on the board. Yeah, so the 23 squad will only have 25.
The 23 squad didn't finish in Barcelona.
Yes. So
they were
6.
leading, though, at one point. Connected or something. Them and Coach Eric had a good little battle. And, oh, here we go. They're right behind Iris. So they've caught up. Tyres are going. And Mounier has been punching in the laps.
Right, so here we go. This is what I've just worked out as the championship standings after this race. With their win in Barcelona, the Coach Eric Academy Racing number 11, still in P6, they are going to lead the championship because they've won a race. They're going to be on 33 points. The Team Iris number 8, they're currently second in the race, half a second behind, but right now they'll be on 33 points, but they'll go second because they've had a third and a second place. They haven't had a win. The 22 squad...
Well, they're closing on it right now, Josh. Sorry to interrupt.
My mathematics could be just thrown out the window by this. This is effectively for the lead of the championship and the lead of the race for the number 8 squad.
Also really important for Valet to hold on at this point.
That's closed up,
out of the way.
This is closed up when I've been doing mental math. It might not have been needed for it. I mean, the mental math I've written down on a post-it note, but still.
Yeah, Vagabond also 3 attempts behind Martin. So reading game in some tough times as well. Holding on to 5th by the skin of their teeth. But for how much longer, I wonder.
So, yeah,
that's the
this
gap
is
there.
4 tenths between. It's closing. 3
Here we
tenths
go.
now.
Oh, a bit wide by Prince.
Where are we? Coming down towards the wing section, so into Vale. This is the
Good
lead
that the
of the
Valet's
race.
bright yellow.
Yes.
Iris is dark purple and pink. It really helps stand out in the darkness.
It's like a rabbit in a headlight, isn't it? It's got it right there together as they head down towards Abbey. We've got cars
traffic
in front.
up ahead. This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, this might separate them for a while, actually. And it is going to not...
Oh,
yeah,
the
the 97.
quite clear the 97. Yes, he does.
Oh, it does. Okay, fair
Good
play
stuff
for the
by
97.
Moinier.
Yeah. Fair play there to get completely out of the way. They've got another one just at the side there. I think it's an Aston.
Oh, Moinier's going to get him just after the apex.
Oh.
So it'll be just fine.
So it's opened up that gap again. But yeah, just quickly, the number 11, Coach Eric, will be on 33 points, the same as the Team Iris, but the Team Iris will go second in the championship, but level on points. The 22 of Mugensen Racing will be on 28 points, third in the championship. The 73 of the Rookie Monsters will be on 27 points. The 23 squad of Valley Esports currently leading this race, they'll only be on 25 because they DNF'd in Barcelona. And the 137 squad as well for Finer Von Motorsport will be on 22 points. There'll be 6 in the standings out of the 7 cars. Back to you, Ed.
Moinier just had a good run out of Cops, but he couldn't really make anything of it through Maggots Beckett and now through Chapel. But he actually gets a decent run out into Chapel. Can he make the move at the end of Hanger Straight? Prince tries to break the toe multiple times, actually. But Mounier not quite able to get close enough either way. Vagabond still trailing Martin in LMP2. Mounier pressurizes the Valet. They've been doing this all race, haven't they? Forcing Valet into mistakes.
Yeah. If this can be like this for the next hour and 12 minutes. Yeah, that'd be absolutely fantastic. This is exactly what we want to see. And we nearly made a mistake there through Abbey as they come out of farm and into village. There's another car. It's the Bentley.
And look at that, almost held up there. And Moinier
Okay, well
Dives
done.
into the inside. Oh, the Bentley did well there.
Yellow
Keep out of
third
the way.
sector. It goes away. Well, Kone is now separating the gap as well.
And once again, Prince compromising his line.
He's gone too deep. Here goes
Well, here we
Meunier.
go. The clubhouse lit up behind them as they battle out like crazy for the overall lead. And Meunier, the car's purple and pink, but it looks blood red in the mirrors of that number 23 Ballet.
Little sidetrack, and I'll shut up if they start overtaking each other, but they were honestly, Silverstone had a bit too much money at one point, and they're like if they've just been given everything they want to eat in the world. They were
Look,
like
another great run out of Cops.
looking quick. Can they keep it together? Down the hanger straight.
It's going to set him up for the next lap somewhere.
Out of Chapel. Down the hanger straight towards Stowe. Underneath the bridge, then when you stand on it, vibrates massively. Still nothing. Yeah, they honestly, did you remember, Ed, when they were going to demolish the BRDC clubhouse to move it 5 centimetres to the right? Honest to God.
I remember something about that. Oh, look how heavy. You saw the wheel track on the left-hand side of the Ballet. Prince really going heavy on the brakes to try and keep ahead.
I mean, that really was change for change's sake, wasn't it, after they got the big investment in Silverstone a couple of years ago? I mean, that was just bizarre. Demolish a famous landmark to move it 5 centimetres to the left. Just
here we go. A big train of cars here.
Oh, it's getting in the way. This might give the opportunity though coming down if he can get in the slipstream. And look at it, it's right on the tailgate.
Oh, is that the Mugen trying to unlap itself? That's not helpful for Meunier. Here we
need
go.
that graphic.
And he's going to come up the inside.
Let him through, let him through, let him through.
Penalty for Blumschein. Wonder what that's for. But that's not good for him. Great news for Martin, though. He holds off Vagapov.
Tobias overtook onto Code 80. It's a 10-second stop go.
Look at this, how close he is. The Mugen has held up both of them. And it's a lap down, of course. But Hevesi, now 30 seconds behind the solo. He's really pushing to try and get into fourth. And get some extra points in the championship.
Mugen's got away.
He has, yes. Such is the pace of Gabo Hevesi. Like I said, they brought out the big guns to try and salvage something from this race. And look how twitchy the Valet is. Especially from this low angle.
Rory McDuff says, situation currently is that we both pitted under Code 80, but we took tyres. Valet Esports didn't take tyres.
Yes,
That's why Team Iris is so fast. But right now, Team Iris will be on 33 points.
Doing his level best to hold on. Meunier got a great run, but Prince just about held on, squirreling all through Maggots and Beckett's.
Yeah, this is literally Team Iris going for the lead of the Drivers' Championship as well. They are really on it.
And Blumschein comes in to serve the penalty. So is he going to come out anywhere near David Martin? He was 64 seconds ahead. And Peter Vagabond 2 seconds behind now. So Martin doing another great defensive job. The Paul Street Boys car in the way. And the two just about negotiate it.
And it's going, I thought he was going to look for the inside of the loop. He's decided against it. Maybe have a push out of
Very
entry.
sensible by Loic Meunier.
That's still not going to move.
We're approaching the last hour now. The last hour is just going to be these two fighting it till the tyres explode.
Lock up for the 23 Valet. He took a big black line. You saw in the headlights of Meunier. Look how close he's got.
He's a big yellow sitting duck, but look, he was holding him up out of
massively,
exit Brooklyn. And now he's pulled a gap of over a second now.
StaffX says LMAO. Imagine moving a building 5 centimeters. That's what they were going to do. It would be exactly this. It would be a new type of building, but built almost identical, just moved 5 centimeters. It's unbelievable.
Once again, Meunier's closed through Cops, trying to get a great run out of Maggots, Beckers and Chapel.
My personal favourite, though, was when Jason Plato convinced everybody the circuit was going to go the other way for an April Fool's joke.
Homewood is having a good little battle with Toff, actually. Down for 5th.
Oh, yes, he is. 2 tenths behind.
We should probably focus on the lead, though, in LP1. As they lap the leader in GT3.
He's going into the pit lane, I think.
Okay.
So that's why he was getting out of the way. I think he's dived into the pit lane, which 2 laps ahead of everybody else in the GT3 field. So may as well. And yeah, James into the pits. So GT3 leader down as the LMP1 leaders battle it out for this fantastic racing challenge.
You can say about any race, Josh. There are a lot of good stock phrases in commentary you can always come back to. Like fantastic racing challenge, or unique opportunity. Or you don't say it like that, but you know what I mean.
I get you.
I sound very stupid in some of my sentences. It might not be just the fact that there's a delay on the audio and I'm hearing myself echo across
Twice,
8 hours, but also it might seem to the little glass of wine I had is
closing
once
in.
again.
Held him up, yeah.
Is he brake testing him? Because he can't get into gear.
Let's have a look. There's no brake lights on these, is there? So he could be brake testing because it's quite unusual to be that slow coming out of Luffield.
This feels like a delaying tactic.
Yeah.
The Prince is trying to keep Munier behind just by any means possible. And look, once again, closing into Maggots and Becky.
Flashing the lights, Munier now. He's really not happy.
He knows we're watching as well.
Of
the world
course.
is watching. Well,
Gets on the accelerator. Once again down the hanger straight. Feels like it's going to be it. Looks to the inside.
oh, he's a bit too far back, Josh.
Yeah, he dropped a second on that straightaway according to the timing graphics. How on earth
Both
has
their
that
laps are
happened?
really slow. That was why
145, yeah.
Investi was able to unlap them. And Investi, into the pits. So Prince Tyres cried enough. But that was entertaining.
Novak says
Well,
he's
that
not
lasted.
brake. Yeah, Novak says he's not brake checking.
Yeah, I didn't think he was.
Maybe saving tyres, not giving
Because
it
that's
the
the breaking
acceleration.
point as well, in
Yeah.
the middle of Brooklands. So it just felt like he was trying to hold the middle of the corner, so Mooney had nowhere to go, really. But
There's another
certainly,
penalty.
the overlay struggling to keep up because it's still showing Prince in the lead and not in the pit lane. There
There you
it is.
go. Mooney leads, Prince in the pits with an hour 4 to go.
But meanwhile, Vagapov continues to challenge Martin. Here they are. Oh, look at this. Trying to clear out of the traffic of GD3. And, they're in a battle of their own, of course. But that might be the leader trying to unlap someone in GD3. Prince continues to be serviced. Are they going to put someone else in for the final hour?
I
challenge
think
the
they could,
Mooney?
yeah.
I think Iris, it's going to be difficult to beat them, but look at Martin sliding under the brakes. The rear just getting out. Look at this, he's got a great view of that reading game car. There's a Caligari out of nowhere. So it's a 159.2. Anything under 2 minutes is pretty impressive in the GD3 car around here. Where's Caligari anyway? He must be outside the top 8. I think he might have hit trouble earlier in his rejoin.
And I think Prince is still in the pit lane.
Will
And it's just
Caligari's in
come
the
back out
58,
now, yeah.
of course. So 2 laps down on Kovacs.
Van der Saan in the pit lane from 3rd in the LMP2 squad. So that changes over once again.
Yeah,
Don't
well, he
ask me
was
to-
7 seconds ahead of Tobias. He was 3 seconds ahead of Tobias, so yeah, that's gone. Tobias up to 3rd then.
And sort of gets rescued from that
Oh,
10-second stop go he had to serve a couple of minutes ago.
Vagapov really heavy on the curb there.
And do you remember earlier on in the broadcast I said that there was not one corner on the track where there wasn't any cars? Now we've got we've got Stowe, Vale and Club with no cars whatsoever.
Well,
So
here we go
there's-
through
yeah.
Stowe, as you say that.
Yeah, as it comes through Stowe now.
Vagapov pursuing Martin. And this is really the battle for 5th place.
Yeah, they're beginning to congest themselves once again, like we saw in the first 2 hours.
Has Van Sant got out ahead of Tobias? Oh, there we go. There they are. And
That's
Tobias
right.
through the inside at Cops. That was a brave move by Tobias.
That was
And he needed to do that
True.
while the tyres were warmer than
that
Van
was
Sant's.
Hamilton-esque move there. Yellow sector 2 is the
Oh,
car round. It's
Vagapov.
Vagapov.
And as he hit Martin, or no, he's lost Martin completely.
What's happened?
While we were watching
He's
that move by
crabbing.
Tobias, we
Yeah.
missed this. The car doesn't look like it's cramping.
He's okay.
I think he made a
Yeah.
mistake. He threw Abby into the turn 2. Into the
Maybe just
braking zone.
correcting it back up when we joined him. because I thought it was the wrong way to begin with.
Martin.
Yeah, Tobias
He looks
goes
okay.
third. Yeah, Tobias definitely third now. Munia's got 100. Munia pits. So the race leader into the pits. Now we're going to see.
105 seconds is the gap to Prince.
Is that enough, or is Prince who's done the undercut, going to come out ahead?
We'll see. It's actually it's actually
76.
less than 80 seconds. So we'll have to watch. Mounier, has he got in the box or is he leaving? It must have been a quick
Can't tell.
stop.
That must have been just for fuel.
Possibly.
What, they're triple stacking their tyres? What
I
did
would love to tell you, but RaceView went down a while ago, so...
I've still got it. Hang on, 2 seconds. Rory said they took tyres under the last Code 80. Valley Esports didn't. So that's a new set of tyres for Team Iris since the Code 80.
So the gap looks to be just over 50, just under 60 seconds.
So I think Munier has kept the same tyres he put on during the last Code 80 because they're not that old. So they're double stinting their tyres. They'll probably change over with half hour to go when we do a splash and dash because they're not going to make it to the end without another pit stop. It's all closing down.
Yeah, Van Sant still 2 seconds behind Blumscheid on the fresher tyres too, with an hour to go. So the battle for third in LMP2 is still on.
The Stoner still P4 and is a lap down on
The Bagbot
Lane
did
as well.
get in front of Martin in the end. So whatever happened there has been resolved. We did get to see that brilliant move by Tobias though. So I'm at the end of it at least. So I'm happy about that.
Oh, completely. Great move. From the inside.
And his Homeward, he's having a little battle.
Homeward's...
Toff.
Yeah.
Christian Toff.
4 tenths between them at the moment, wasn't it? Oh, last time we looked.
There we go. That's him right in front of him. So I think Toff has just got back in front of Nick Homewood.
Yeah. 8 tenths apparently, so nearly 9.
He's cut the gap to the Stoller to just 10 seconds. So Mugen are not ruling out top 4 in LMH, which could have big. All gone.
Rory McDuff in the YouTube chat said that we're not taking another set of tyres. So they're going to the end of the race.
They think the tyres can last. Well, Silverstone has a habit of blowing up tyres.
On the last lap as well.
Exactly, yeah.
Pascal Leggett is typing in the race control chat, so the race director, our third race director of the race, is saying something.
That must be the back of Martin incident.
That we were seeing. Blue flag's out. And it's closing down on Zoltan Toth. Is it Zoltan Toth? It's not Zoltan Toth, is it? It's
Christian Toth.
It's Christian Toth, yeah, the other one.
Christian gets really slowed down there.
So
they let
Nick,
the LMP2
actually.
through. And what's
Nick got,
the Krennic, I hope. The rear wing's still on. Homewood gamely carries on. Top 5 still up for grabs for a friend of on 444.
Have you tweeted something, Ed, and I've missed it?
I tweeted something at the beginning of the race that the broadcast was on, encouraging people to tune in. I doubt many people are still here though. Maybe 8 hours later. And look at this, Homewood closed right back in as Neef makes another visit to the pits. Ivesi's now 8 seconds behind Listola. I think Homewood fancies a counter-attack. Don't you, Josh?
Oh, yeah. We know Nick Homewood is an aggressive driver when he's got the bit between his teeth, so this could be quite fun to see what's going to happen next. Let's go.
So, there's a decision 49 just made now. HHR team number 36. Molnar just been given a penalty, which might be to do with this. Mugen Sim Racing 88. So both of those, I believe, the duty-free team. 20 seconds SNH. Unsafe rejoin. Stop and go, I assume it means. Unsafe rejoin. Driving backwards onto the track and then being stationary in a braking zone is never a good idea. Please make sure to turn around off track next time and rejoin parallel to the track. As we see Nick Homewood having to let through the Iris as he pursues Christian Toff. Oh, the gap to the lead, by the way, Prince has got it to just under 40 seconds. So will Team Iris regret not changing tyres for that last stop? Because they probably still could have got out ahead. but they wanted the extra buffer rather than the fresher tyre. We could see a reverse of what the situation we saw just earlier, as Nick Homewood now right behind. There's another. That looks like another LMP2 lapping them. Bessie just 6 seconds now behind Listola. So top 4 would still be an amazing result for Prinavon, but you've got to think with Vivesi now 4 seconds behind. It's a matter of time till he gets through.
I'm just having some messages that have been sent to me as well from a journalist in the F1 paddock that shall remain nameless, but it's distracting me ever so slightly because it literally makes you consider what you are doing in the world of journalism. So that's quite annoyed me, actually. Especially as it's one journalist having a go at another journalist over something that's literally nothing. So that's upset me a bit. Be kind, everybody out there. We all love motorsport. Don't need to have a go at somebody because of a misunderstanding. Just be kind. As Homewood's having a go on the back of Toth again.
Homewood, don't be kind at all. Put on some entertainment.
Yes.
Be noisy
Nick.
and rude and rough. Yeah. As Hevesi has caught. He's caught him. Where is he?
Here he is.
Here he is. And there ahead is the Fring of On. Is he going to try to move into turn 1? No, Abby, way too fast for that to work.
Vessi, you can be angry and to give us some entertainment as well.
And here he goes up the inside into the loop. The LMP2's almost in the way, but Listola is not going to give up that easy. Oh, he hits the side! Oh, that was a bit rough.
That is not good. We've got lap traffic getting right in the way as well, and that's going to be more contact. And Hevesi goes to the inside, down the way to straight. He's going to get forced off into the grass. He's going to have to go braking either early or super late. He decides to brake about the same time as Listola just ahead of her. But wow, that was so dangerous. And
Vagabov is trying to undercut Martin by pitting in front before him, which is interesting. As Van Sant is closing on Tobias, actually. Even though Tobias has pulled a 7-second gap. But,
I thought we were going for a replay then. It went pitch black with 2 red lines fading away from each other. I thought we had a replay. Don't know what.
Here we go.
That's the McLaren.
Rukow really holding up Pavesi a little bit there. But not really his fault.
Brief yellow, gone now.
37 seconds, by the way, the gap for the lead.
So that's going to close down for the
Prince keeping himself in play. With just 50 minutes to go.
It's either.
Look at the Stola threading the needle between the traffic, and now Gavesi following through.
This is amazing racing between the two of them, and they're still going for it.
Oh, look at this at the last corner. They're side by side, and surely the Stola's going to have to go wide. Will he get a better run out? No, he won't. Very forceful by Hevesi.
Hevesi might get a penalty for that if he forced him off the track.
Maybe, but that felt harsh but fair to me.
I'd agree. That was harsh.
And
but fair.
Listola also barged into the side of him here in the previous lap. So I think Hevesi will be satisfied with that recovery to 4th.
Martin Novak says, not last stop. Both of us will stop one more time. So there is definitely another stop for the top 2
35
leaders.
seconds now. So Prince continuing to nibble into that lead. This could be a real nail-biter, couldn't it, Joshua?
Oh, this absolutely could, Ed. This is going to be, I think, another grandstand
speaking
finish.
Speaking of nail-biters, Homewood closing on that 5th position once more.
It's almost impossible to see them coming down towards Maggots and Beckett's. Look at that, 5th gear, 290 kph, dropping
both
down.
Of them wobbling all over the curb there. Look at the rear sliding. Number 16, Aston, struggling to keep it together in Chapel. And actually delaying Nick Homewood a little bit.
Got no rear grip as they head down the hangar straight towards Stowe. Nick's slowly going over.
This is a good defensive job, though, by Christian Toth.
Very good. Very good. Especially for the Astons.
30 seconds between Munier and Prince. So
if that graphic's right.
Driving like a man possessed.
If that graphic's right, because according to the timing screens I've got, I know yours has gone down, but mine says 21.9.
Mine says 29 seconds.
I'll go with the TV pictures, to be fair.
Oh, here comes the Mugen. Lapping the 2 of them.
Get out of the way. We don't interrupt this battle.
Well, I think that's... Oh, there we go. The Stoller following him through as well.
Nearly crashing into the back of the Aston as
The
well.
Stoller, not the best, not as clean through traffic as Gamma Hevesi. Hevesi, I think, a bit too far back to catch from 73 of Taylor Lane. Look at that turn in. We got a clear view of the side. Nick Homewood resisting the urge to T-bone the car of Christian Top.
Down the Wellington Straight then. More cars going through. Is that
Conrad? Nature of being in a GT3 car.
Yeah, Conrad went through there, running P6, 3 laps down. Asona closing in on Hevesi, 3.9. No, it's 4, so correction there.
And now Martin comes in for what will probably be his final stop. Can he get out in front of Peter Vagapov? That's the crucial part. Schumann, I think he's done well to keep in the top 7, considering some of his misadventures, but he's had a decent run for Frenavon in the 139.
Yeah, that's been a decent race, actually.
He's got them back into contention. Schumann's always been quick, but it's sometimes errors tend to hold him back, as we see 26 seconds the gap now. Prince is just eating into it.
Oh, that Aston nearly lost it at Maggots there. It took too much curb and nearly spun him round. A bit like we saw earlier on today. Vagapov moves up to P6 and then in P2 then. Martin's going to drop down. He's stayed.
Look at the difference in lap time. 142.5 for Moynier. 138.9 for Prince.
What happened there? Has Mounier hit traffic? Yes, he has.
Quite possibly.
Yeah, he has. He's stuck behind some LMPs. LMP2s. So that's why Mounier's got traffic. Team Iris, still on the older tyres. Valet just changed over, if memory serves me correctly.
Yeah, so they're banking a lot on having that extra piece of track for the final stop. That Prince will wear out his tyres, basically, before the next stop. And so, that Aston really twitching. Have to coax that one to turn in.
Down towards Village. Turn 3. Homewood's thinking about the move. Trying to go wide. Tight inside line. Into the loop.
Look, he's having to compromise.
Yeah.
Because of that Aston in front of him.
Losing massive amounts of time as he comes off Aintree. Down the Wellington Straight once again. He's taken a drifter line.
Meanwhile, Vagabond has jumped Martin by undercutting him. And he's right behind Schumann as well.
Whoa, Homewood's so late on the brakes there. They're all giving it their all, aren't they?
Yeah, certainly are. We get a great view of the back of that baby blue and orange Aston Martin.
Just keeping your fingers crossed. As we head down once again the National Straight towards Copse Corner.
22 seconds. The leaders are split by. So it is really tense in these last 48 minutes because Prince is catching slowly but surely.
Slowly, catchy monkey. Been saying it all race. It's the
more simple aphorisms that stay with you, isn't it?
Yes.
There's a Homewood 2 tenths behind now, and just setting himself up. We know how Nick Homewood races. There's Vagabond makes the move on Schumann, further ahead.
Yeah.
There we go. Oh, look at this. Schumann trying to go back around the outside. A Copse. Oh, you don't want to be there, my friend. Especially not in that big Dutch car.
How's the hospital food? You'll find out soon.
A valiant effort, but I think Vagabond must have got the inside at Brooklands. And there we go. So only the traffic can really help Peter Schumann now, as Homewood continues to harass Christian Top.
Royton into the pit lane as well.
I had to think about it, Peter Schumann, but thought better of it. Meanwhile, here's Homewood.
Side by side. Oh, look, here he goes. Look, he's going for it. I think it was side by side into turn 1. Look at the timing screen. It was 0.073.
Is he going to dive up the inside? Oh, lights flashing red like an evil glow with the back of the Aston as it brakes.
Taylor Lane pits from 3rd.
Ooh, interesting.
In P1.
Well, Taylor has a lap gap to Vesey, so he can afford to do this, and Homewood late on the brakes into Brooklands. This is amazing entertainment.
I thought these two are going to make contact. I'm saying it now. They're going to hit each other, and it'll spoil it for everybody because it'll cause a code 80.
No, I think Nick will make it clean, and he'll find a way through. Use his vast array of experience, not just in the driving seat, but as a race director too.
One word: Marrakesh.
Well, these ain't Formula E cars.
It's like when you say Johnny English. What happened in where was it? Was it India or New Delhi? Something like that.
Oh, look at
Whoa!
this! That was
Not
out of nowhere.
Conrad, yeah, getting in the mix. Yeah, it's no Mumbai, wasn't it?
I don't think that was Conrad. I think that was one of the LMP2s.
Right. There's the others. Yeah, so
There's
it's like when you see.
Monia.
I'm googling now because it's annoying me now, that Johnny English line.
Oh.
Car's going left and right as Homewood tries to come through.
Yeah, it must be hard to focus for both of these guys. And look, Homewood's got to run around the outside. Is he going to dive up the inside into Club?
He's pitted. Pitted.
Oh, he's
pitted. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Rusen's also in the pits as well. From second in LMP2. So he had a 30-second gap to Tobias. So Tobias is going to get into second. It's been a great recovery from the 77. He's been right in the thick of things, hasn't he?
He really
Van
has.
Sam, only 7 seconds back. So
Rusen. Did you say Rusen in the pits too? Look.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. It was Mozambique, the Johnny English 2 line. Whenever somebody would mention Mozambique, his eye would twitch. If you mentioned Marrakesh to either Tobias or to Nick, their eyes start twitching.
PTSD flashback. It's
Just
good thing
thank God we
Tobias
haven't
and Nick in different classes in this race, as we see pit lane looking very busy now. Both free-alongs.
Splash and dash. One great thing I got to say when in a Formula One esport race as well, we did Vietnam, and all hell broke loose. So ever since then, I was able to say, whenever someone mentioned to me about Vietnam and the F1 esport race and why we didn't race there in the next 3 seasons we did on F1 2020, I just said, you don't know, man, you weren't there.
Wasn't the circuit manager imprisoned for corruption or something?
Yes, he was, and that's why we didn't race there. The track was built, the accommodation was built, the circuit's still there, but we've never raced at it. It's now abandoned, and it's the only Grand Prix circuit to be built and never used for anything, and that is shocking.
It was mainly the pandemic, but also, like I said, a corrupt circuit manager.
Yes,
but
big time.
Indeed, corruption doesn't usually stop races from happening. Often it's the main reason it does happen.
I don't know what you mean. 4 races in the Middle East. Is it 4 or 5?
Well, that's not necessarily corruption. That's just plain old money. But
of course, Bahrain starts the F1 season off. Then we go off to Saudi Arabia.
Rusen.
Oh!
First lap out the pits. The rear tyre's still a bit cold, but he's got 9 seconds on Tobias Blumschein. Tobias could still catch him before the end, but he's got to clear these guys first.
Like a podium.
Martin.
Oh, he pits.
Tobias coming in. So, splash and dash. This is really the make up your mind time, isn't it?
828's in the pit lane too. 19 seconds, the gap between Mounier and Prince. According to the other timing screen, though, it's 13.9. So, don't know which one to believe,
it's saying
but either way.
16.5 on my end.
God knows what the time between them is. Either way, guys, it's inside 20 seconds.
Yeah. As a
warning for the Bottling Motorsport 28. No, correction. Warning for Reading Game Studio 72 for disrespecting blue flags.
It did look like he was struggling to get out of Tobias's way.
Yeah. Tobias then in the pit lane. Sergey in the pit lane too for the 88.
Is he going to get out ahead of Vagapop? Comfortably, I think. 80
Very
seconds or so.
much so, I think. Yes, he does. Van der Sar goes to 9th.
Comes out behind Van Sam, although the overlay does not reflect this. Does now, I hope.
Yeah, 4th on the run.
But now it's only showing the top 5, which is slightly annoying.
There we go. 777. 677. Because of course we don't have.
It's great to see such a full field with the race nearly over. We've only had a couple of retirement, which are Pereira, Message Gustin for Royal Blue, number 13, Pavle Vachenko, and I think Zoltan Kovac. Everyone else still going. The last runner is Arshad Samir in the 58 EFA racing car from the GT3 field.
I honestly do wonder if we entered how far we'd end up.
Oh! Krennic! This is what I was talking about retirement. It's Krennic.
Is that
Decided
it?
to do a
Cops?
go.
Yes.
Yeah, he's just gone the inside at Cops. Maybe he's tried the old pit lane. Just for fun.
He's
the
still
gap
wide.
up front. 15 seconds now.
Chuck the curb. Don't know what happened there. There's Taylor Lane. P3 on the board.
Tobias is going to make up 31 seconds to Sandro Van Sam, provided the 47 doesn't need to pit again.
I must do. Got to do a splash and dash. Don't think it can last until the end of the race.
Yeah, but Tobias needs to make sure it doesn't slip up now, because a podium's up for grabs here, and what a result that would be for the 77.
Two
and
podiums
Tobias.
in a row, of course, because Team Iris 77 had a second place in Barcelona last
But
time.
that wasn't with Tobias in the car. He was
No,
in
it
the other
wasn't.
car.
Yes.
It's Buchhout. There's a late stop. Ooh, he's got a big gap to Homewood. Should get in front of him.
Yeah, Team Iris 66 finished 4th in Barcelona LMP2 when Tobias was in the 66. But he's swapped over now to the 77 for this one.
The top on his new tyres is trying to catch Homewood. He's about 38 seconds behind. So, it would be a bit of a tall order to catch Nick Homewood in 40 minutes. Less than 40 minutes, because he probably wants to make sure he's ahead before the flag drops, rather than just catch him and then get stuck. Because we saw how difficult it was for Homewood to pass Toff. I'm sure he'll return the favour.
Trying to have the, yeah. Look at this. It's all bunched back up again. Bocart in the pits and Gaber Havesi into the pit lane now from 4th. So 40 minutes to go.
Actually, Monier has fought back a little bit on that last lap. Yeah, he was almost a whole second faster. 1:39.6 for Monier, 1:40.2 for Prince.
Oh,
But,
contact.
The gap 18 seconds now. That's all.
Sergey getting a little tap there from one of the LMPs. And Lestola into the pits as well.
Yeah, I think he was struggling. Havesi's pitting as well. So, made sense for the 137 to bail out, really. Because he was struggling to catch Havesi, and he couldn't live at that pace. He did a good job to defend for as long as he could. And we've seen some great defensive driving up and down the field. We've seen some aggressive defending as well, here and there. But I suppose that's inevitable. 12 seconds now. Look, this is a great lap for Prince. 1:40, 1:39 for Munier, actually. So it's fluctuating. It's going up and down, but I'll be hoping to do that final stop soon, I think, at Iris, and get some fresh tyres on, because it looks like they're starting to cry enough.
Oh,
look at Monier.
Look at this. Yeah, I was about to say, this is getting tight. Now that Monier's in traffic, gap's coming down 11 seconds. According to my timing screen, it's 7.766.
Sandro Van Sam is also mounting a really late assault on Rusen. He's got the gap to under 15 seconds. I think he could catch him.
Could do. Probably will do.
Unless he has to pit or the end for fuel. Because Tobias is 38 seconds behind. But he's starting to pull away from Tobias.
Penalty!
Oh, yeah, for speeding in the pit lane, that's for sure. So that ends any chance he had of finishing out of Toff. But a big gap to Conrad with 2 laps. So, won't affect him too much in the end, but a bit disappointing.
Yeah, it must have been speeding in the pit lane because nothing else has come up on the board for a penalty on the steward's decision chat on Discord. So I'll have to keep an eye on why exactly this has happened. But that's game over for the Stoner to battle with Zoltan Toff. As Prince now closing down.
So this is all really luck of the traffic, really.
Yeah.
Which of these two comes on top? Who gets through the cleanest? And we're losing the least amount of time. But some laps it's Prince, on other laps it's Mooney.
What a fantastic battle we've got brewing here. Again, this is what I think I love most about the LMP1s. We had this in Barcelona. It went down to the last one. Oh, interesting. That stops that little battle then.
Well, this is going to put Homewood behind Kristen Toff again. Because Toff was about 38 seconds behind. That's going to be interesting near the end. A rerun of earlier.
We've just... Tom Dillon has put in the YouTube chat as well. we've just had a driver set the same lap time twice. Set a 1:38.041 on lap 230 and lap 231
would that be
and
Conrad?
lap 230. Yeah,
Far
has
out
to be.
by Titus Conrad. So the Coach Eric certainly had the pace, but not really the luck, as you can see by them being 7 laps down.
Yeah, Titus Conrad P6.
Yeah, as
Must have
Lastola
been, yeah.
comes in to serve that penalty, as Homewood gets going again.
Are we sure that Titus Conrad hasn't just pressed F11 and is just auto-carring? As Nick Homewood battling as he comes out of the pit lane with one of the LMP2s.
Yeah, it wasn't really going to win that battle, but his battle is with Toff, a couple of seconds up the road, 15 seconds up the road to be precise. So on fresh tyres, Homewood can certainly catch him. So it's just a case of he knows what happened last time. He doesn't want to get stuck behind, because if he does, then Homewood spins.
Oh
So,
no!
It's academic. He's spun at Brooklands. Nice job, Nick. Clearly his mind on the job and not fatigued at all.
He probably heard us.
Yeah, too much pressure put upon him. But oh well. Let's just don't mention Marrakesh now, because that's sure not to make him feel any better. Look at the LMP2 field. Sancho Van Sant 10 seconds now behind Rusen.
Oh,
and he spins again!
Oh, he heard us again! Oh no! Oh no!
Or is he going to have to call his own code 80? Have a look at the wheel. Is he crabbing?
I can't see just yet.
Oh, it looks okay. No, he just spun on cold tyres twice. So, clearly...
I just like to point out that when we're watching the TV pictures live as they come in, but there is a 10 to 15 second lag for the YouTube that he will probably have on a different monitor. So he's probably hearing us talk about Marrakesh, and then he spun. Right as we said, as we said it, 15 seconds later he spun, but for him it would have been bang on. We said Marrakesh. So
This Prince.
yeah,
Oh, yellow
he
in
spun
sector
again.
2.
He spun
What's that
again,
for?
isn't he? Is it Homewood? Is he spun again?
I think so. There's Nick.
Oh my god!
He's okay. I think someone else spun in sector 2, because he's in the third sector.
Yes. Right. Let's
It's about
stop.
39 seconds behind Christian Toff, of course.
Let's
Well,
stop
it's about
bullying
41
Nick
seconds,
Homewood
but
now.
I think Christian Toff, fair play to him.
Oh, it's a spinner again! I said it again.
Oh, Nick. Get it together, man.
Oh,
There's only 30 minutes left.
I can't believe this.
Speaking of which,
every time we
Prince
say it, it's
he's
like
within about 8 seconds of the leader, and continuing to push. So that's not over yet either. And once they have to come in again, it's really going to be slash and dash if they come in within the last half an hour.
let's stay away from.
Oh, Lastola in trouble.
Oh, he's spun. He's on a Sergio Perez at the Exeter Chapel. Has he
The
kept
wheel's
the
straight, the
cars
wheel
okay?
looks okay.
Yeah, that should be good. Let's not mention NH anymore, out of fear of curse of the commentator.
Oh, yellow in sector 3.
Oh, for God's sake! Is it Homewood?
I don't know who it is.
I'm just. Yeah, let's move on.
I think
8
it was actually
seconds.
Mia Levis that last time.
Oh, thank God
Who
for
had
that.
it said very below, which I think means slow.
Fabian
in the,
said poor Nick.
Event list.
Yeah. 8 seconds, then the gap. Monia closing in on Prince as well.
Van
So the
Sant.
battle's on at the front.
Continuing his
Is
charge.
he? Okay.
We should watch Van Sant while we wait. Oh, Homewood again. Something's wrong with that car.
Good night, Vienna.
It's a shame because Homewood was doing really well. I thought he had a great chance of a top 5 up until this was happening.
Oh, has he stalled it? Is it going to be code 80?
He's gonna have to call his own code 80. There's Sandro Van Sant pitting, so that's gonna halt his charge somewhat and let Bloom shine through, as we predicted.
He's got going again.
79 seconds now. The gap to.
Oh, I feel so
Oh.
sorry for Nick because he's one of the kindest guys you could ever meet.
Is Nick's
and,
steering
yeah,
starting to go?
That's what I'm thinking.
Something about that looked a bit off to me.
Is he trolling? Says Jake Dennon. No, I think
Oh, look,
there's something wrong with
it
the
isn't
car.
straight. Look, he's going
Yeah.
into pits now. And could Dick Kunis catch him in the 37? That would be quite something. He's about a lap down, so it depends how big the repairs are.
Yeah. Let's take a look then. Howard pits. Oh, and who else in the pit lane? Krennic. Just behind the 29 RBR eSport team.
I think the bad guy from that Star Wars anthology movie, Rogue One.
No.
Director Krennic, isn't it?
Director.
Whatever
Be
his name
careful
is.
not to choke on your missions, Director Krennic.
That's what he's remembered for, a dad joke that Darth Vader makes.
Yeah, how did we not guess that he was Luke and Leia's father? He's the king of the dad jokes, is Darth Vader.
I noticed something actually. Like in Return of the Jedi, when Vader is fighting Luke, Luke gets on a platform above Vader, and Vader says, "Obi-Wan has taught you well." So because Luke is taking the high ground.
High ground!
It's over. I have the high ground.
I can't wait for the May 25th is the Kenobi's. Oh, and Homer's got a penalty.
Penalty for bad driving.
Homer's been given a penalty, I think, for
And
speeding
Prince
in the pit lane.
has got within 8 seconds now, almost 7 now.
I think
Sorry.
Homer's been given the penalty for speeding in the pit lane. One of the race directors has just been given a penalty. Well, it proves
What does that say
one-
about our series?
Yeah, it proves one thing. When our race directors get it wrong, we don't cover it up, lie, make up rules.
I'll tell you what's
give penalties.
quite surprising, actually. Sergej
Yeah.
is rapidly catching Adam Sagber in the Bentley.
Oh my.
He was quite a way down, a lap down on the Bentley earlier. And now he's really caught him. As we look at Florian Bettler in number 42.
I can't work out if our timer screen's right because it's saying 11 seconds between Mounier and Prince, but on my screen, on the driver tracker, and it's on lap 258, it's saying it's 5 seconds as Taylor Lane enters the pit lane again.
Well, there's Luke Mounier going through Stowe. And here's Prince also going through Stowe. So it is
must be
about
5.
7 or 8 seconds.
Yeah.
7.8 to be precise, as Lane makes another stop in the 73.
Yeah.
And that's seeing him through to the end.
So Homewood's back out on the track, which is great news. And Wesley Bokert now in P4, sort of racing on his own for the next half hour.
We've got 3 battles in all the classes. We got Sergej versus Zagva as Bukout versus the car. I think Bukat's going to have to settle for 4th. Sorry, Wesley.
Yeah, we're dangerous whenever we go to somebody
We
in the
got
GT3s.
Prince versus Moynier. We have Van San versus Tobias versus Rusen, where they are quite a way apart, but on slightly different strategy.
Yeah.
Then we got Adam Zagva versus Adam Sergej for second. 10 seconds in that one. But the overall lead is really tightening up now. 5 seconds as is on my end. On the stream it's saying 7. But Prince starting to put real pressure on Moynier. Oh, look how wide he goes there.
That was very wide for Prince as well, wasn't it? He's trying to close that up. Right, they're finally synced up. 5.3 and 4. Yeah, we're back to live timings now on both monitors. They've synced up finally. And Prince
He's
is
got
on the
to clear
attack.
the Frinavon.
Lost a couple of seconds there from passing the Finavant. Yeah, it's around about 7 seconds, the gap between them.
Annoying. Get to the very end of an 8-hour race. And the guy you've been fighting with is just within reach. But there's 1 stop to go. Will the fuel last? Can he keep the tyres alive? All these questions.
It's going to be a splash and dash. So that's for sure. Who's going to try and risk it to go to the end? They can't. Half an hour, they can't. It's a splash and dash.
Whoever wins this, they will absolutely have earned it.
Oh, completely. This is going to be a
And it's been an
brilliant.
absolute joy because it's like a yo-yo. It's gone back and forth between the two of them. It's annoying through the loop, through Village, that Prince can see Mounier getting away ahead of him in that pink and purple car.
Just see him
he
in
can't quite
start
to think about a move on him yet.
Look, you can see him turning into Brooklands.
Reggie 9 seconds now behind Zagva.
Slowly, catchy monkey. That's what I've been saying.
And Tobias Blumschein has got the gap down to 26 seconds between himself and Rusen. So, to 77, to climb through most of the field, it must be said, and get to within touching distance of second place is pretty impressive.
Yeah,
and Tobias' pace compared to Rusen, let's look at the lap times.
Oh, Prince nearly lost it.
Oh, that's how hard he's pushing. But it's paying off. Look, 4.7, the gap.
So that's just taken, 3 seconds off that last lap alone. He's pushing like mad. He knows the race is coming to its end.
Tobias is also pushing like mad. He's set the fastest lap of LMP2, 146.7, I think, on that last lap. 152 was Rusen's last lap.
I knew he was going to do that. I was literally about to say, Prince are going to dive into the pit lane.
Here we go. So he's going to try and undercut then.
Yeah, he was pushing too hard. It looked to me like it was an in-lap, and it was an in-lap.
I worry that this battle for the lead is going to be settled by a code 80.
Oh, no.
I would hate for that to happen, but...
Well, that can't happen, because we've got no race director at the moment, so...
Oh, that's true.
Thumbs up.
Well,
unless
he's driving,
Pascal
so he might cause a code 80.
Yeah, unless Pascal Eggert's in there.
Decides to go around like a spinning top again.
Oh, dear.
But,
let's hope they keep it smooth for the last couple.
Prince gets going again. That's going to be his last stop. What can Moinier do? 40 seconds looks like the gap.
Just holding it now.
Prince is going to have to go like crazy now. Without spinning off, of course.
How is the gap? Oh, yes, of course. 40 seconds pit stop. Catch up with your brain, Josh. Moinier's going to be the one to push.
Moinier surely has to respond to that.
Has to
avoid
stop
being
now.
Undercut.
Yeah.
Depends how much fuel he's got in that thing as well. Because it could be that Iris have played a blinder here. And they think, we don't need to replace the tyres. Because we can just keep going for the last 20 minutes.
Oh.
On the old tyres, 48 seconds, I wouldn't feel comfortable with that gap.
No, I wouldn't. Especially as Prince took new tyres and
but
a lot more fuel.
They need a splash and dash.
Is really sure.
Are they coming in? No, they're staying out. So they're committed then.
Another lap. Unless they're not good to the end. They have to stop again.
Prince now has to drive like absolute stink, really, in order to catch back up. And Serege, within 7 seconds of Zagvas of the Bentley, looking vulnerable.
44 seconds, the gap. It's coming into Stoke Corner now. Valconi pits, race leader in from LMP2, but he's got 3 laps to the rest of the field in that class. So, yeah,
4 or 5
good.
pit stops and still win comfortably from Rusen.
Little spin. So somebody brought out the yellows there.
45 seconds, it's saying, the gap between Prince and Mooney. So he's closed a bit. Is it enough?
This is a risk for Iris. This is a big risk to stay out there
if
this long.
If the tyres completely drop off the cliff, then it's already down to Mooney.
This is crucial as well. Remember, Iris going for the lead of the championship.
Have Iris ever won in LMP2 or LMP1 in this series before? I'm not sure they have.
No, they haven't. They're going for their first win then.
They have got second a few times.
They had a third in Barcelona last time out,
They did,
of course.
yes.
But yeah, I think they've had a couple of seconds. I think they had second in Portimao last year, or maybe Korea. It's one of those two that I
think
didn't
it might
cover.
have been Korea.
It was Korea then, yeah. If I remember
They nearly
Korea,
won
Korea.
one time as well. A lot of near misses. But Valet have won at least once before.
Is
They've
this
also
another
won
near
LMP2
miss?
last time out, so there's a little bit more confidence in the Valet squad. But Iris equally looking to prove himself.
If
Moinier,
Dennis says if
one
Loic
of the
stays
best in the
out,
business.
yeah, if Loic stays out longer, it means he won't need to refuel as much. That's a good idea, actually. Maybe they're burning the fuel as much as they can, so it's a literal splash and dash, and just have like 10 seconds of fuel put in.
Here's Sergio.
We throw in for the Zurich Virtual Racing 42 squad. 14th overall, that's 42. Not running class in the top 7 though. Below Peter Sculman, so they're running 8th in class in LMP2.
Oh, somebody spun there. It's Lane.
From 3rd.
He
and
has,
that could help Toth.
Here he goes through the grass to rejoin the track. Oh, and there is Prince. Just avoiding him.
So Lane, no damage, and keeps 3rd place. Doesn't help Zoltan Toth then. If he had damage, he would have gone back in. One thing that, of course, esports doesn't have is the rule where if you fall off in the last half hour of the race, you're out of the race completely.
I think we have a 90% distance rule or something along those lines. Yeah, between Prince and Moynier, pretty stable. It's actually gone up on my end, 49 seconds.
I think Prince is stuck in traffic though, and Moynier's got some clean
Right,
air.
so it might be that Moynier can hold on then. He's only got 20 minutes separating him from the team's first ever prototype victory.
Moynier, I think, has gone past the pit lane again with 20 minutes to go, so Moynier's going to start again.
Meanwhile, Adam Sergio making a last-ditch attempt to deprive the Bentley of 2nd place.
This is getting very, very tense. I think Chris Tompkins has just become the race director.
Tobias Blumschein, still 15 seconds behind Rusen, keeping him honest. It's already down to the strategies then in LMP2. Still a chance we might see Sting in the toe.
This is getting exciting again. 20 minutes to go and a lot to play off.
Oh, Sergio going as wide as he can.
He's pushing that car.
Catch the Bentley.
That number 7 Bentley, I think, is my car of the race. Been in the wall so many times and still running 2nd.
Well, most of that was early in the race.
Yes, but still, impressive.
They were very impressive. I don't know, there's a few ones. I really think Bottling Motorsport have impressed me. As have Into the Points, into number 47. In terms of hard really to look past number 8 because they've had such a consistent run, and it's been such a great fight with the 23, and fair between the two of them. Remember that brilliant overtake that,
yes,
between the crashing cars at the outside of Luffield, where was it in the 23? It's Mooney Pitts.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, is that going to hand it to Prince then? The gap was about. That was why he was pushing so much.
How long was he stopped for?
No, not very long at all. They just plonked some new tyres on, and it's go, go, go. There's Prince coming through Club, but Moynier coming out the pits exit. So Iris
10 seconds.
Leaving
he was
it late
stopped
as they
for
dared.
10.
Oh.
That's fuel only then. He's good for the tyres to the end of the race.
Well,
That's
let's hope
impressive.
So. Risky strategy continues from Team Iris. But victory is only 18 minutes away. And surely, like Mooney, is not going to fall at the final hurdle. But Prince is now a lot closer. 17 seconds now, the gap.
They only lost 20 seconds in that pit stop. That's insane.
That shows how hard they're pushing. Sergio, meanwhile, 3 seconds behind the Bentley. And Adam Zagva behind his namesake, Adam Sergio, really put the pressure on. There's the pink Bentley. And there is Adam Sergio, actually losing a bit of time in the traffic.
Conrad Pitts from P6 on the board, but 2 laps down anyway from the number 11. So that's that done.
The gap, 15 seconds now. Prince closed in a bit. So Mooney really closed up, stuck in traffic.
Oh, a little bit dangerous there.
Going to be the climactic, deciding phase then of the Silverstone 8 hours. Oh, look at that. That's is that Vagapop going slowly?
I think it was getting out of the way. So that's a little bit of a downer.
Getting
with
out of the way
70 to go.
the Bentley
Yes.
in the GT class. Okay.
Well, stranger things have happened. It probably knows which car
There we
it
go.
is.
Well, now he's cleared the Bentley, so Sergej can close on the other Adam.
There we go.
Also keep an eye on that lead battle, because that's surely going to fluctuate.
14. Yellow sector 2. That's what I cut off the wall. Just there at the inside there. Couldn't see who it was though.
Me neither.
It was GT, I believe. So whichever GT's fallen back down the order. I mean, there's a swamp of cars.
Ooh.
It's running 36th overall.
Okay, so someone near the back then.
It's one of the McLarens, according to my monitor. JAG. J-A-G is the initials
Ah.
on the board. So it's running 36th overall and it's stopped at the hangar straight. That's what
Pavle
that problem was.
Vanichenko?
I think that must be 36th overall into the points racing then in the McLaren. Has stopped on the track. But that car's now registering as the pit
It's a
lane.
shame because the 48 was running in second for quite a long time in GT3. It's Sergej. Oh, just lapped there. And he's closing on that on the Bentley. Adam Zagvia is going to have his mirrors full in a second.
Yeah, Chris Tompkins has put in the YouTube chat, we finished like an hour early so I can do the last 20 minutes of the race in race control. Nice to have you there, Chris.
"13 seconds then. The gap between Prinz and Moni area for the lead in LMP1. Vagapop is pit now as well, quite late, so we couldn't get the field to last. Is that going to let Martin through into 5th for Reading Game? Remember, they were doing something quite clever with the fuel. Perhaps that's paid it off. Gap between Vagapop and Martin. David Martin, 21 seconds it says. And closing.
And
Can Vagapop get out in front? As Sergej continues to fight with the Bentley.
This is getting exciting. 14 to go. Oh, the clock was frozen, but it's got going again now. Come on, more power, more pace.
I think Vagapop is out. There we go. And Martin is 20 seconds behind. So it didn't work out for Reading Game. Here's Sergej. He's looking like he's going to get on the podium, but he wants that extra spot. 13 seconds now. Separate the top two in LMP1. Sergej now only half a second behind his rival. These two probably going to be fighting each other in the GT3 Championship. So it's brutal and important. Have fun, have BAM, it says at the back of the that's that Arnage competition to run the Bentley. If I remember correctly. It's been a while since Barcelona, so it's hard to remember all the team names. But look at this, Sergej pushing for all he's worth in the dying minutes of the race. Can the Bentley do anything to respond? Yellow in sector 2. Oh! That's the valet barging in the side. That must be Vagapop. And that's hurt Sergej a little bit. Killed some of his momentum. Speaking of momentum being killed, Prinz has lost a couple of seconds. It's 15 seconds now. The gap between him and the leader. Oh, there we go! And the Mugen pushed the Bentley out the way there. And through goes Sergej, I think. Yeah, there we go. What happened to the Bentley then? There he is. He did get going again, but there was a little bit of contact between Toff and Zagvia. And that was very much to the benefit of the 88. So Mugen using their car as a weapon there. That looked a little marginal. I don't think he intentionally hit the side of the Bentley. Plumshine in the pits. So the 77 couldn't get to the end. Oh, that's big, Josh. Through goes Sandro Van San. 47 into the points. Back on the podium. Is Tobias even going to get out ahead of Vagapov? With 11 minutes left to go. Hopefully he is. taken away. Tobias is stationary. Still there, Josh? I can't hear you. Anyone else can either. Here we go. Vagapov.
Can you hear me, Ed?
Yeah, can hear you now.
Oh, thank God for that.
So Vagapov up to 4th.
I was saying Tobias in the pit lane, and it was like you couldn't hear me.
Yeah, I couldn't. No one else could either. I didn't hear you echoing at all, so...
I don't know what happened there. I think it was Mumble had an issue. Because I was saying Tobias in the pits and that lot, and I just couldn't hear, so sorry about that.
David Martin also into 5th. With Tobias's late misfortune. He's still in the pit lane. I wonder if there was damage.
Must have been hit the wall somewhere.
Ah, that's bitterly disappointing.
How long
was he had the podium sewn up there, and it all just went away from him. Could have been the fuel ran out. But this is a long stop if it's just for fuel.
This is going on for nearly a minute and a half now. This is repair work. Yellow sector 1 as well. 10 seconds, the gap between the top 2 now. It's game on.
So that's what we should be focusing on.
A second per lap there. That's quite a lot.
It's going to be a tall order. And in fact, it's stretched out again. Because I think Prince got held up somewhere. Or his Moynier. Oh!
That might
touch
help.
with the LMP2 Valley. So he's Vagapov acting as a rear gunner here.
Vagapov just wants to make contact with everybody today. He did
That felt a little bit avoidable, but it wasn't egregious.
No,
it's a little side contact there. And I think Monia, to be fair, in a bit of a hurry.
9 seconds now with 10 to go.
10 minutes remaining.
Oh,
I think Iris have got this one. And what a historic victory this would be for them. You can know how much it would mean for them. Because every time on social media, they're so enthusiastic about EERC, but always disappointed that they haven't walked away with the overall win in LMP. They've come close, they've taken pole position with Mia Rose, of course, at Laguna Seca last season.
they're going to be ecstatic now,
And they've led. They've had some great performances, but never quite got the result they deserved. And only Prince can deny them, but Moynier just has 9 minutes, 8.5 seconds.
8.1, 7.8, 7.849. It's closing.
Yes. Prince hasn't given up, that's for sure.
Look how quick he was.
Look at the risks he has to take. He's got to lap the LMP2 cars here. The Mugen. Oh, 3 wide. The Mugen laps the LMP2 Valet. The LMP1 Valet laps them both.
They're brave doing that at Cops.
Well, we've seen the number 23 do a move like that before and just about pull it off. Dagford, by the way, keeping with Sir Edric, 4 seconds behind, so it's not like he's given up and letting him pull off into the distance. So any little slip up for the 88 and the Bentley will be through again.
Still, was it slowly, catchy monkey? This race is still on.
Sure, that will go down in the history book when people think of this race.
I can't wait. This is fantastic. And the race closing up.
Yeah, just 9 seconds now. Prince negotiating the traffic. We should probably watch Mooney because the pressure's on him.
Less than 8 to go.
Sunshine did get going again.
Yeah, so he's
16 seconds behind Schoenman. So could still get up to 6th, but the podium long gone, I'm afraid.
So with the 2 red flags we had at the start of the race.
You mean the me accidentally pressing the R key while trying to type in R2 TV column?
Oh no, I was on about the actual delays we had. It is delayed us by 7 minutes. So this race is going to go 7 minutes longer than what it was scheduled.
7 seconds.
Yeah.
Between Prince and Monia now. 7 minutes left to go.
This is a crucial time. This is it, folks. Did Monia just have a bit of oversteer coming through Cops? I swear he had to correct the car.
The tyres starting to fade right when he needs them the most.
7 seconds. This is gonna go down. Let's have it please, as a last last corner dive.
Well, Prince is certainly going to get within touching distance. He's going to get within overtaking distance. It could be a risky move at the end, and the race might yet end in further controversy. As look at this, Prince having to rub tyres with Nick Homewood.
Well, Nick's no stranger to having a few spins today, but there's contact. Homewood's been hit by somebody.
That's the 7th placed of Segunas, the 37 that he just got a little bit held up by. And could that be the decider then? 10 seconds now, the gap's gone up to.
This is interestingly battled. So 9 seconds with 6 to go. I think you're right, Ed. I think Team Iris number 8 have got this one in the bag.
I think Valley will have to take big risks now. If they want to win this one.
I've just seen what Chris Tompkins put in the YouTube chat as well. I can't repeat it, but those tyres looked with a capital F. Is something. Team was saying, "Come on, Laurie," because I was Lorminia leading the way at the moment by 10 seconds. So 10.4 now the gap. But according to one monitor, it's 6.7. So I believe the one on R Factor over the one on RaceView at the moment because it's been more consistent. But the YouTube chat now willing Iris on and willing Moynier on as well to get their first win in EERC.
Yeah,
Rory McDuff, though, has...
It must be said...
Oh, no!
Thought of it just in the wrong place in the middle of Maggots and Beckett's.
Rory McDuff.
But Moynier doing well to avoid it. What's Rory McDuff saying?
He's got an emoji with a zipped face on.
Don't say anything.
Yeah, not saying
just
a
watch.
word.
Don't comment it.
Yeah. This is getting intense now as well. I hope tomorrow's Daytona 500 is just as exciting as I'll be on the radio call for that one, and this is good practice because God knows how long that's going to last. And don't say 500 miles because it always gets red flagged. We could be there for hours tomorrow.
Blumshine is catching Schumann. He might catch him before the end, but
7.1, yeah.
Would be scant consolation, really, after running in top 3 for so long. And look at Moynier, desperately keeping the tyres under control, but the dying minutes of the race, the gamble, it's either going to go their way or it's going to go Prince's way. Prince.
Yellow sector 3, gone green. Whew.
All that really matters is this lead battle at the present moment. Although we could still see Zagva catch Serege, but I don't see much else happening in the order.
Who's having heart palpitations?
Blumshine within 5 seconds of Schumann.
Sonovan said, hunt him down, Stinch, hunt him down. Oh, it's all coming down now, isn't it? Is this one of the closest finishes we've had in the top category for a long, long time?
We've had some closer finishes.
That's good.
Been like, I think 10 seconds or 5 seconds we had one time. But remember we had that really close GD3 finish.
We did.
At Magellan, between Homewood and the...
and spinning at the last corner at Magellan, yeah.
What was it called? The Dream Team, of course, with the 3 instead of the E. Here's Varconi. No such drama for him. It's all just been not plain sailing, but the challenge from behind has faded gradually as the gap's gone up. Prince has made a mistake somewhere. It's 13 seconds now.
Oh.
Left it a bit too late. Took too many risks. Not been able to use the tyre advantage.
Forrest.
So Moynier, all down to whether the tyres last. Now is big crash! And that could be a code 80 as Florian Weppler goes straight into the barrier.
Someone else involved
as
well.
Yes.
I think it was the Bentley number 7.
Oh. Well, he's still about 7 seconds. Oh, and Weppler tries to get to the pits. That didn't look like it went to plan. Whatever happened there? The other cars seem to come away unscathed. I don't see anyone else coming to the pit lane. So,
Forrest McCormack says, bottling motorsport finally not going to bottle.
Certainly. There's Will Kenwright. He must have been the other car involved.
Right.
Then 13th.
Is he crabbing? Is that good?
That looks like it, but he's only got a little bit to go. It's not a huge crab either. If he can just keep it together, he can floor
Caution, we've got a crabbing car on the hangar straight.
Well, it seems race direction
I think that was
only sees what we see.
Yeah. I think Chris has said it's at Peninsula, so no point for code. 18 car spinning in the back! Just in that last picture!
It's Vagapov in fourth position. And he's
he's
going
in the middle!
backwards in the middle of Hanger Straight. Much
He's
like a
got off the
crazy
track.
Irish priest in the middle of the night. But Peter survived somehow and almost
Same
hits the
colour.
Homewood. Oh, that was a Neil Horan moment there. That's it without the religious connotation.
Yeah, what was he? He was preaching, wasn't he? I can't remember the vicar's name.
Whatever he was doing, he was very lucky not to get hit, as
Yeah.
was Peter Vagapov. And that's going to help Martin, actually. He was
It
not
is,
that far
yeah.
behind. So, a late spin. The tyre's starting to die on the valet car. And Martin is through!
Oh, yes!
Where is he? I'm trying to
Bingo!
find him on the... There
I'll
he
tell you-
is.
There he is. In P4.
There's Vagapov, 3.9 behind. So we could see a battle for fourth in the dying minute of the race. But
10.4.
Look at
so,
the Schumann.
yeah.
under attack by Tobias Blumschein.
We're on the penultimate lap.
We are indeed. Can Tobias overtake before his sister car in LMP1 wins the race? We'll have to see.
He's getting 7 tenths between them as they come out of Cop's Corner down to Maggots and Beckett's once again. Probably for the last time in these guys. Come on, come on.
Oh, well over the curb. Tobias a little bit annoyed, I think. And he's got the fresher tyres. Schumann should be fairly straightforward, you think?
Fresh meat.
If someone else is battling with me for the control of the overlay. Oh, because the clocks ran out.
Oh, time's up. So
yeah,
is
here
this
we go.
the checkered?
Moinier powers through the final sector now. And nothing can stop him and Team Iris from taking their first win in ERC at the top level. They're going to take overall victory here. Loic Mounier powers towards the line, and Team Iris win the 8 hours of Silverstone, and it's richly deserved for the likeable Frenchman and his wonderful team. Prince follows 9 seconds down, a valiant effort, but Valet fell just short in the end. Schumann has gone into the pits, so Blumschein did catch him in the end. But
like the flower, Team Iris blossom and
And
take
here we
the
go.
championship lead.
here's your winner in LMP2, coming to cross the line. Barcelona didn't go to plan, but it was back to business for Mugen in LMP2. Here come the reigning champions. Here comes Zoltan Barconi. And they take the LMP2 class win at the 8 hours of Silverstone. And finally, here's your duty-free class winner, James Juba, for Satellite Racing number 64. It was, once again, plain sailing for them. A repeat of Barcelona and the strongest possible finish to the season they could have hoped for. Or finish this race, the strongest possible start to the season. But here we go, another dominant victory for Satellite Racing number 64 as James Juba crosses the line at home to euphoric applause in the dying embers of campfire and darkness. As the rest of the field comes through to win it. Adam Sergey did beat Adam Zaver in the end by 9 seconds.
He's still racing, I think, as well.
They are still
Zangief as
racing,
well,
yeah. But
flags
Dan
out.
Rusin, let's
Stop.
not forget him, bottling motorsport. Like they say, they didn't bottle it. They've matured
Yay.
and come of age. And their reward are some tasty donuts.
Oh, I could just go with some
And it's a
donuts.
home podium too. And,
Oh!
Take that, Iris. It can't hold all the glory. I think that was Tobias, actually.
It is. Robot Wars.
I wouldn't call Tobias a robot, or Dan Rusin for that matter, although Rusin's defensive drives was on point. Van Sant takes another podium for Into the Points, and that's great for them.
Hello.
Hello,
Oh,
Tom. What do
Tom,
you reckon of that?
I thought I'd jump in just
Top
to
four
help
at the
you
end,
close
Tom.
out this. I thought that was about the best we could have made about that.
Yeah,
thought-
so a little bit of luck with Peter dropping it at the end, but a brilliant result for the 72. Top 4 to get the season going, and at home as well.
What a race!
And no reaction. Tom is speechless.
Sorry, I was messing with my microphone settings. But yes, I mean that's probably about the best we could have made about that. I thought David and Malcolm did particularly well.
So,
And,
shall we take a look at the
Yep.
final results very quickly then? Here we go. So these are your LMPH results. Luke Mounier wins for Team Iris, and Iris break their duck in the emphatic style after an excellent fight against Valet. Valet falling short at the end, but they put up a brilliant challenge and some brilliant overtakes from all their drivers really. But Stim Prince, a couple of seconds short at the end. Taylor Lane, 4 laps down actually, for Rookie Monsters, but they take their first podium. They'll be happy with that, I think, considering how far behind they were at the start. Zoltantov, disappointing, but crucially, some important points for Mugen. Catalistola comes in 5th for Vrinavond. A little bit disappointing. They would have hoped to score it on the podium, but some entertaining defensive driving nonetheless. Eric Neef, a horrible day for Coach Eric. They finished 6th and last. And Josh, would you like to do the LMP2 order?
If I've got voice left. Zoltan Varconi takes the victory for the 21 squad as well. Rebellion Williams Esports takes second with the number 3
That'd be
car as
bottling.
well.
Bottom motorsport.
Bottling Motorsport. Didn't bottle it this time. Great job from the 47 squad with Van der Sande doing the majority of the driving out there, finishing on the podium in 3rd. David Martin crossing the line, 4th for the 72 squad. Vagapov did manage to end up in P5. Tobias did finish 6th on the comeback, so he got ahead of Peter Skolman then as well for the 77 in the 139, finishing in 7th. The 42 squad finishing in 8th with Florian Viper now in 8th. Zagdone down in the 259 squad in 9th. A few penalties in the race for them as well. The 66 squad finishes 10th overall in the LMP2 fields. There's a wonderful fireworks go off around the outside now on the London Eye. What a field we've had in LMP2.
Here's the rest of the finishers, by the way.
Of the reading game car.
The 828 finishes in P11th as well. The 46 squad as well. Difficult race for them today, finishes in 12th place. The number 2, number of penalties for them, with Ken Wright as well having issues in the pit lane. Sophie Jones in the 26 squad finishes 14th. Alexander Model finishes in the 29 car in 15th. Conan for the 140 car is 16th. Roy Ton for the 40 squad 17th, and the last one is Kavaias in the 758 finishing in 18th place as well, with a DNF, the only DNF finisher from LMP2. Nick, Ed or Tom?
Finally, I'll do this. The 64 Satellite Racing Squad took victory in GD3, the second win of the season from 2 races, and certainly they are the team to beat in GD3. Mugen recovered this time, finishing 2nd, just pipping the Bentley of the Arnage competition team, driven by Adam Sagya. Just missed out on the 2nd place. Wesley Bukow got his car into 4th position for the race director team, I believe. I forget who else is in that squad. Christian Toff finishes 5th. A great result for the 16 squad. Nick Homewood, disappointing, spun out of his final pit stop. He finishes in 6th. Christos Sagungos in the 37 squad won their first races. They finished 7th. Carl Lewis was 8th in the 97 squad, which is great to see them get the BMW to the flag. Laszlo Molnar finished 9th in the 36 machine. Difficult race for them. Skazwikes Kovacs in the Paul Street Boys car. They finished in 10th. And then finally, rounding out GD3 field, we have Nissim Alawi and the 58 IFA Racing team, who were the last finishers on the road, with Pavel Ivachenko in Into the Points Racing number 48, Messi Chagusin, Royal Blue Racing number 13, and Marco Pereira being disqualified for moving really slowly and getting stuck just after cops.
So let's have a look at the calendar then as we head into the 3rd round of the season next month, 19th of March, a month to the day. We're going to the Nordschleife for the 4 hours, the shortest race of the season. And, it's also going to probably be the most attritional race of the season. Of course, after that, we go to Interlagos, Bud, the Petit Le Mans, Road America, Fuji, Imola, and finally the big one, the 24 hours of Bahrain. So I think the Nordschleife is going to be a unique challenge, gentlemen.
Oh, completely. I can't wait for it as well. And I know that weekend, if I take a look at my diary as well, we've got loads more action going on. We've got Bahrain, opening race of Formula One, MotoGP's in Indonesia, and IndyCar's in Texas. So looking at that, I might be able to come in for a couple of hours to take a look at it as well. But it's a busy weekend for me. I'll pencil that in my diary right about now on Saturday the 19th. But fingers crossed, it's going to be a great one because the Nordschleife is absolutely terrifying, and I feel that the driver's going to lose some sleep over the next month planning how to get around that for 4 hours, or at least what is it going to be, an hour and 15 minutes each.
So the Nordschleife, as ever, an epic challenge. I just hope, unlike the test race we did a year or two ago, that we see more people make the finish. We didn't even get to half distance, and most of the field are retired. I think all but two. It was just two in one GD car and one LMP.
I think only 4 people turned up for that anyway. So I know basically no one could.
I commentated on it.
Yes, I remember you commentated on it. But regardless.
Anyway,
we'll
shall we see if we can drag Rory McDuff and Lloyd Monier in for an interview?
You go. I'll back out while you do the interviews and be back for the ending.
That's not what I meant to do.
So, Lloyd Monier and Rory McDuff.
Oh, where's McDuff gone? Or did
He's
McDuff
here.
elude me? Oh, he's in. Okay.
I don't know if you can speak here.
You have to give permission, I think.
Oh dear, you are live, so don't swear. You know what?
Priority speak?
Yes, no, they can't speak because of the way the permissions work. We'd have to give everyone the permissions. Right, so I think what we'll do is we'll go down to EERC server. So, Lloyd Monier and Rory McDuff, I don't know if you can hear me or if you can speak here.
Right, here we go.
But welcome to the stream. Please don't swear. How was that race for you guys?
Both Lloyd and Rory.
You know, I think we're going to get the silent treatment.
Muted.
They've probably gone off some champagne.
I
We
think
have got-
we should round out the stream.
I've got Jonathan Jones, who's up for an interview.
Yeah,
Gone.
Oh,
Are we talking live on air?
believe so.
I hope so. Otherwise,
Jonathan, can you hear us, Jonathan?
Oh, yeah, I can, thanks.
Also, a great podium for Into the Points, number 47, in LMP2. That's 2 races in a row now that the team's got on the podium. You must be delighted with that, especially at your home race.
Yeah, that was a big surprise. I think I should leave this by saying I'm not going to take any of the credit for this. My teammate Sandro absolutely carried this one. And I think
Sandro, is he up for an interview?
I'm not too sure. I don't think he's in here anymore. But yeah, he did an awesome job, and I don't think we expected this one in the slightest. And it came. I think it started with a good call and in the rain, just to get the slicks on early, and then we've just had a clean race since.
Yeah, absolutely. It's easy to forget it rained at the start. That was 8 hours ago.
Oh,
But,
Christ, that sounds like ages ago now.
But certainly there were some great battles out there, and we saw you battling with the likes of Iris and Valet, and putting on an amazing show. Looked like they were having real trouble getting on top of you, and you were giving only you and Vagapov and Monio all having an amazing fight.
Yeah, man, I was a little bit scared during that, but it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed fighting with them a lot there. They're just that they were definitely a bit quicker though.
So it definitely looks like Into the Points a force to be reckoned with now for the rest of the season if they can keep finishing on the podium.
Yeah, let's hopefully the other car can get a bit more luck, because I think they had a crash that wasn't their fault and a couple of internet issues
the
that
48.
really hurt them. Yeah, so maybe next time we'll have 2 cars on the podium. Who knows?
Indeed. Let's just hope the 46 doesn't get in your way too many times. But Nordschleife next, are you looking forward to?
I'm not 100% I'll be driving. In all honesty, I only found out I'll be doing this race a few days ago. I'm just here as a reserve. So I don't think...
Yeah. In the last minute caller.
Yeah, so I don't think I'll be doing the next race, but I think it could be another strong one for us.
But anyway, congratulations on the podium. And hopefully we'll see you again later in season, Jonathan, because you're certainly a brilliant addition to the Into the Points lineup. And I'm sure you can help them get a brilliant end result in this year's championship.
Alright, thanks for having me.
Cheers. Alright, okay. Is there anyone else who wants to talk to us?
I think Tobias is dying for an interview. So, Tobias, probably a bit of a disappointing finish to what was a pretty good race overall. Talk us through what happened there.
Oh, like at the end? Well, I mean, most of the race was been kind of quiet. We had to get back to the field because of a muffled up strategy, which is all my fault actually. So that was a bit annoying. However, after that, I mean, just had to put in the laps, try and get through. It worked well until, well, sort of came to the end. Low turn, my teammates did an excellent job. Happy that they drove with me, enjoyed it. We were trying to fight for P2. Then we were catching Dan ahead of us quite closely, and then obviously fighting with the whoever finished, I think P3. Forgot, my apologies. However, then at the end it was just I got a screen freeze like 10 minutes ago. Like my steering was completely bent. I couldn't drive anymore, so it just cost us so much time, which basically meant our race was done. And it was, to be honest, a completely disappointing race. I'm a bit mad about it. I think it could have gone much better than it actually went. So yeah, a bit frustrated with it all. So yeah, not very fun.
For what it's worth, Tobias, we were cheering you on when you were in the podium position.
I wasn't, Tobias, because we were battling you. So I apologise for that one.
No, actually, while I was driving, I said, yeah, Tom, you drove very well, good race.
Yeah, you drove very well as well, actually. I thought for a second we'd have a nice little battle, but unfortunately my softs were just a bit
we were really hoping it would happen. Battle the commentators, because you were a couple of seconds behind him. And,
the soft tyres really went off at the end. However, my tyres felt quite nice towards the end. I didn't flat spot them in my final stint, which was fun. So, yeah.
I was going to say I'll see you at GTR next week, but I realised that I'm the one replacing you for that race.
Yeah, because I'm doing Global Endurance Series, aren't I? So
we caught a couple of really good overtakes at Silverstone there.
Yeah,
especially when the conditions were a bit wet and slippery. You really started out there, so I don't think you have anything to feel ashamed or embarrassed about.
It's just a bit disappointing that it finished in that way, which is the big take.
But that's the way it goes, isn't it? And on to the next one. Yeah, and your commentary was good. Well.
Yeah, and I'm probably also going to be doing Notch Live because I got to practice for big exams coming up. So yeah, it's a bit annoying, but hey, school's important. So stay in school, good.
Well, that's good. We have an educational message at the end.
In general, though, I'm a bit disappointed how it finished. I think I could have, like I said, I think it could have gone much better.
You're far from the only one.
Yeah,
I think disappointment.
I think if we wouldn't have had all those issues, I think we could have fought for the win against Mugen, who were again incredibly quick. Congrats to them; they did really well. Also happy for
Peter had a horrible end to the race because he spun and gave position to Tom's comms car.
Yeah, I saw. I didn't have much to comment on about it, but yeah. No,
right.
It's a shame when this happens, but it's
Loic and Rory are still celebrating away from the computer, which is understandable.
Rory's left, and Loic's, I think, just decided to take a bit of time off, just to relax.
But we should say congratulations to our winners, to Iris, to Mugen number 21, who most of the 22 crew are still around, but they probably don't want to be interviewed by us because they always leave.
Probably, yeah.
And I didn't ask, but I asked everyone else. But who else? Judy Free winners. I did ask James Juba, and he left. So we won't be hearing from Arnage competition number 7. Oh no, Arnage is a Bentley. Satellite Racing, of course, number 64.
Does anyone want to talk? Yeah. Does anyone want to talk with us, please? We're not mean people. We're very, very nice. Come on,
let me just try a little something.
I just hope I get hurt.
Oh, Loic!
Yes.
Loic Moynier, race winner.
I can only whisper.
It's late, isn't it?
It's late, yes. I have people.
Congratulations, Loic. I think that was a well-earned victory. I've been waiting for it to happen to you, and it couldn't happen to a nicer guy. So, a brilliant fight with Valley. Can you give us a few brief words about how the 8 hours went for you?
Oh, it's been such a shit show. On both ends, I mean, with honor and spins and basically traffic, and Valley getting in a couple penalties and incidents, probably also just basic racing stuff like traffic that happened to them, but overall it gave a very nice fight. Towards the end I didn't really want to force a move but wait for the pit stop phase because I had some rollbacks during the driving, which would have been very problematic if it was a battle of position. The lead furthermore.
Could you describe that a bit more in detail, what you mean by rollbacks? Was the wheel being quite aggressive because the tyres were dying?
The wheel, it's like the wheel doesn't... it's like the game keeps going, but your wheel is going to stay put.
I see.
Game. So if I try to change gear, it's not going to change gear. If I brake, it's not braking. If I turn, it's not turning. And it turns off the false feedback during that period. So the car can get very random at times. But
did well to hold on despite that.
Thankfully, it's only happening for like half a tenth of a second. But the issue is when it happens on the apex, it can be very difficult. It didn't have this situation, thankfully. So yeah, just playing the strategy, keeping it safe with the traffic, of course, because this is a very fast track. The incidents can be massive, and trying my race. And massive congrats to Rory, who made most of the work on the car, and Oliver, who showed up despite not being to his full best, and getting the job done with me and Rory.
Excellent by all three of you, and of course the entire Iris team. So you should enjoy that and have a good long rest after those 8 hours, Lake.
Yeah,
but we'll see you again for the Nordschleife in a month's time, where I'm sure Iris will be battling at the front once again and putting on another fantastic display like they did today.
I hope so too.
Anyway.
Thank you very much.
Alright, we were just about to end until Luke spoke up there. So I guess we'll do the congratulations again to Team Iris, to Mugen Sim Racing, and of course to Satellite Racing as well for their victories in the 3 classes. That's all from us, that's all from Silverstone, but you'll see us again in a month's time at Nordschleife, and before that, you'll be seeing us again for the touring car race on the Thursday beforehand at Nordschleife on the 10th of March, about 9 days before the race. So that'll certainly be entertaining, but the main event of course is the endurance, so don't miss that. And from myself, from Joshua Birch, from Tom Dillon, from Tobias Blunshine, Ryan.
Yes, well, good night from me, I guess.
And it's good night from him.
Yeah.
And I guess I'll say good night too. Sleep tight, and make sure you get some sleep before Nordschleife, because you're going to need to stay awake for that one. But thanks for everyone at Silverstone, and have a safe journey home, unless you're there already, in which case, just get to the bed without tripping over. And good night. Goodbye.